8 years ago, my mother and I were driven out of the city by the Chen family and wandered the streets like beggars. My mother died of poverty and illness, and I was left on the streets at a young age, becoming a beggar that everyone pitied. I could only survive by picking up garbage every day and eventually fainted from hunger. But fate did not let me die, but let me meet my master. For 8 years, I studied hard and finally developed a set of skills that could reach the sky and the earth. Now, I have returned with strength and will take back everything that belongs to me. The moment I stepped into Jiangsheng, I was filled with murderous intent. I did not go to find the Qin family, but first went to see an old friend, Lin Wenming, who was my mother's only friend when she was alive. However, when I pushed open the door of the Lin family, I was greeted by Jessica's disdainful gaze. She was my childhood sweetheart, but now she treated me like a beggar and looked at me with disgust. Ethan, you are a bumpkin? You have no taste? You will be poor all your life. Her friends laughed at me. I didn't refute or get angry, but smiled. There was no humiliation in my smile, only deep indifference. They didn't know that a country bumpkin, in their eyes, could easily crush their world. The game in Jiangsheng only really started when I came back. Chapter 1. I stood on the street of Jiangsheng, and in front of me was a place I was once familiar with, the land where my mother and I once lived. I returned here again, with endless anger and hatred surging in my heart. My mother was abandoned by the Qin family, and even I, their own son, was regarded as a disgrace. At that moment, she knelt on the ground and begged them, but the Qin family still ruthlessly drove us out of Jiangsheng. My mother died of depression the second year after being driven out of Jiangsheng. I became an orphan at the age of 10. I couldn't even get enough food to eat. I had to look for food in the garbage dump and barely survived. A few months later, I fell ill and was bedridden. I had no money to treat my illness, so I could only hide under a bridge and wait for death. But fate was particularly kind to me. A cultivator saved me and took me in as his disciple. During those 8 years, I received his selfless teachings. When my master passed away, I returned to Jiangsheng with the determination to seek revenge. I came to Lin Wenming's house and thought about the time when my mother and he had the best relationship. I couldn't find anyone else to rely on. Standing at the door, I was a little nervous. Uncle Lin. The voice was so soft that I couldn't hear it. Who are you? Lin Wenming looked at me, a little confused. I swallowed and suppressed my inner tension. I am Ollie's son, Ethan. Huh? Ethan? You are Ethan. Lin Wenming seemed to remember something and quickly opened the door. Come in. Lin Wenming loved my mother in the past, and even though she had given up, he still cared about her. Hearing my mother's name, he still seemed very excited. Why are you here alone? Where's Molly? My mother passed away. I lower my head, my voice choking. Lin Wenming's body shook violently, as if he was struck by something. In those years, his life should have been smooth sailing, but his mother was forever frozen in the tenderness in his heart. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Jessica and her mother walked in. Jessica, a graceful and elegant beauty, was dressed very delicately and had a charming figure. She glanced at me and frowned slightly, obviously not liking my rustic appearance. Dad, who is he? She showed her disdain without disguising it. This is Ethan, Aunt Mo's son. You used to play with him when you were little. Lin Wenming explained awkwardly. Did you play with him when you were little? I don't remember. Jessica shook her head coldly and turned away. I stood there, feeling mixed emotions. We were once partners, but now she looked at me with only disgust. I could understand. After all, my world was so different from theirs. At lunch, Lin Wenming arranged for Jessica and I to go to school together. He also personally arranged the classes for me. Shuhan, Ethan will be in the same class with you. Let's have dinner together tonight so that everyone can get to know each other. Jessica's expression suddenly turned ugly, and she was obviously unwilling. I don't agree. Li Mei immediately interrupted, with a cold tone. How inconvenient it is to let a stranger live in the house. It's okay. I'll just live in the dormitory. I said quickly, afraid of causing another argument. You guys decide. Lin Wenming seemed a little helpless, but he finally agreed to my request. After dinner, Jessica took me out for a walk. She was obviously not happy, so I was taken to the internet cafe, where I was randomly assigned a seat and then left. I stayed there, unable to do anything, until she sent me a message in the evening to let me go to the restaurant by myself. In the private room of Jinjiang Hotel, everyone's eyes were on me. When I opened the door and came in, Jessica immediately showed an embarrassed expression. Her classmates began to talk about me, especially one of her suitors, Li Qing, who was full of contempt for me. What? You don't even know your own identity, and you dare not apologize to Shuhan. Lu Xiong walked up to me and looked at me with disdain. I didn't refute, I just lowered my head and continued to eat. All this was no longer important to me. Every topic was like a blade with thorns. No matter what I said, I would be picked on. However, Lu Xiong obviously did not intend to give up. He sneered and continued. You are just an orphan without a father or a mother. Why do you show off in front of us? You are just a dependent. Don't think that just because Shu Han's father took you in, you can make random accusations here. I still didn't respond, just quietly eating the food in front of me, facing this provocation in silence. Are you done? I finally raised my head and looked at Lu Xiong, my tone calm and indifferent. I'm done. I'm going to the bathroom. Chapter 2. You. Seeing my attitude, Lu Xiong's face suddenly darkened. He originally thought that I would apologize easily, but he didn't expect that I would not play by his rules and directly angered him. What kind of quality is this? He's such an uneducated person. I feel ashamed to know him. Lu Xiong smiled at Jessica and said, Shu Han, don't be angry. I will teach him a lesson for you sooner or later. Jessica frowned. Obviously, she didn't like me either. She smiled lightly. Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother with this kind of person. She and Bai Lu walked towards the bathroom together. As soon as they walked out of the box door, they suddenly heard Bai Lu scream, and the boys in the box ran out to check. I followed him out and saw Bai Lu kicking a middle-aged man with a flat head. Ouch! The man squatted down, holding his stomach, groaning in pain. What's wrong? Lu Xiong asked. This old pervert bullied me. Bai Lu pointed at the man angrily. As soon as I left the house, just now, he started to touch me, and I just kicked him. Seeing the man in so much pain, Lu Xiong shook his head. Forget it. However, the man with the flat head stood up angrily and cursed with gritted teeth. Damn it. You say forget it, but it's not that easy. Just wait. Oh, you are so arrogant. Let me see what you can do. Lu Xiong snorted coldly. The man endured the pain and left. Not long after, he came back with 5 big men. They pointed at Bai Lu and said, Brother Chong, it was this woman who almost made me childless. How do you want to deal with it? The bald man who led the group glanced coldly at everyone in the box. I'm going to catch her and give her a taste of her own medicine, the crew cut man yelled hysterically. Okay. The bald man frowned, obviously feeling that the crew cut's request was a bit excessive, but he still agreed. Take her away. 2 big men stepped forward to grab Bai Lu. None of the classmates had expected the other party to be so arrogant that they dared to rob people in broad daylight. They all looked at Lu Xiong angrily. As the backbone, he saw that he couldn't shirk it, so he walked out with a stiff upper lip. Big brother, please give me some face and let it go. Give you some face? Who the hell are you? The bald man sneered. My dad is Lu and from Lu's real estate. If you dare to do anything to her, my dad will not let you go. Lu Xiong said proudly. Bah. The bald man slapped Lu Xiong hard without any hesitation. Lu Xiong turned around. Your father has to call me Brother Chong when he sees me. Who does he think he is? After the bald man slapped him, he kicked him again. Lu Xiong was dumbfounded. Even though he had mentioned his father's name, the other party was not afraid at all and did not even take him seriously. He suddenly realized that the other party's background might be even more powerful than his, and he could not afford to offend him. The other students were stunned. Seeing Lu Xiong being beaten, they were completely unable to resist. The 2 big men dragged Bai Lu out. Jessica stood there blankly, her mind in a mess, and she was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Everyone present knew that if Bai Lu was taken away, the consequences could be very serious. But they couldn't do anything, and they didn't even dare to do anything. At this moment, I walked in. Let her go. Bald Chong glanced at me coldly, obviously impatient. Who is your father? He knew Lu Xiong's father, and he was nothing in front of him. After slapping Lu Xiong didn't dare to say anything. But I stood up. Could it be that my father is more powerful than Lu Xiong's father? I don't know who my father is either. I shook my head, but this has nothing to do with my dad. I told you to let her go. Bald Chong was stunned for a moment, then kicked me without hesitation. Lu Xiong was knocked over by his kick just now, and he hasn't stood up yet. The bald guy was over 1.8 meters tall and had a strong physique. The kick he made was so powerful that no one knew how fierce he could be. My classmates were shocked and did not expect me to be so impulsive. Jessica gritted her teeth and blamed me for being reckless. Among these people, Lu Xiong, who had the best family background, suffered a loss. Ethan, who had no one to rely on, really didn't know my place, and there was no way I could compete with him. Bai Lu was very grateful when she saw me stand up. When she saw the bald man attacking me, she also became anxious. However, the next moment, a miracle happened. Click! I punched out and heard a crack. The sound of broken bones echoed throughout the box. Bald Chong immediately fell down wailing. The leg that kicked me was deformed and looked extremely terrifying. Everyone gasped. They had never expected me to be so ruthless. I broke Bald Chong's leg with just one move. When the younger brothers saw their boss being beaten, they were stunned for a moment, and then they all rushed towards me. However, I remained calm and fought back quickly. After a few bangs, all the big guys fell down. This scene completely stunned the classmates. Boy, you're done. You dare to ruin Brother Dao's good deeds. You won't live long. Bald Chong spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at me viciously. Brother Dao. When Li Qing and several male classmates heard this name, their faces turned pale instantly. Li Qing asked cautiously, "Excuse me, which Daoge is this?" "Who else in Jiangcheng dares to call himself Daoge?" the bald man asked back. Li Qing immediately collapsed to the ground. Daoge, the overlord of Jiangcheng. Even the top bosses have to be polite when they see him. Chapter 3. You take Bai Lu and go first. I'll handle this. I wave my hand, having made up my mind. These people are nothing but a burden to me. There's no need to drag me down. When Li Qing saw the seriousness of the situation, he winked at his classmates, and they all prepared to evacuate, obviously afraid of getting into trouble. Aren't you leaving? Jessica asked hesitantly, obviously worried that I would be blamed by her father. I've already dealt with it. The matter is resolved. You can go first. I shook my head and refused their company. Let's go. Li Qing was eager to distance himself from the incident and left without looking back. Then, Bai Lu looked at me with a worried look on her face, obviously worried about my safety. Ethan, you must be careful. Jessica was unwilling, but finally listened to Bai Lu's advice. You go first, I'll stay with him. There was a hint of helplessness in her words. Although she did not show much concern, she had decided to stay. Soon, heavy footsteps were heard outside, and a group of people entered the restaurant. There were many of them, and their steps were neat. They were obviously trained forces, and their aura when they walked in made me realize instantly that these people were not simple. I continued to sit there slowly, drinking my tea quietly, my eyes never leaving the tea in the cup. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in with a group of people. His aura instantly overwhelmed the entire room. He was not tall, but he exuded a deterrent force that could not be ignored. His sharp eyes were like those of a ferocious beast. When he swept his gaze over, it seemed as if the whole world had quieted down. This is the king of Jiangqing's underground world, Brother Dao. Even the underworld figures have to bow their heads when they see him. I still didn't look up and continued to sip my tea, as if his existence or not was not important. Brother Dao, I've embarrassed you. Bald Chong's voice was filled with shame. It was obvious that he had never suffered such a big loss in front of me. Daoj ignored him and looked directly at me. He saw that I was less than 20 years old and had defeated his right-hand man. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You beat my man? I continued to drink my tea leisurely, as if everything in front of me was not worth mentioning. While you were talking, I was drinking tea. As for your fight, it didn't seem to be in my plan. The faces of the younger brothers around me changed slightly. It was obvious that they had never seen someone like me who dared to be so arrogant in front of Brother Dao. Brother Dao is talking to you, and you don't answer. Do you think you want to die? One of the younger brothers stepped forward and spoke threateningly. I didn't kill him. That was already a gesture of mercy on my part. I finally spoke. My voice was calm, but it made people's hearts shiver. The arrogance of this sentence was enough to shudder anyone who heard it. The younger brothers immediately showed grim smiles and reached for the guns at their waists. Suddenly, dozens of guns were pointed at me, and the atmosphere became tense. I don't care who you are, but in Jiangcheng, if you don't give me an explanation, you won't get out alive today. Dao Ge finally spoke. His voice was threatening, but I remained unmoved. Confess? You don't deserve it. I shook my head gently, my eyes still cold. Dao Ji's face suddenly darkened. He obviously didn't expect me to ignore him like this. At this moment, the majesty on his face seemed to disappear, replaced by anger and humiliation. Kill him, Dao Ge ordered coldly, and the brothers behind him immediately prepared to take action. But what they didn't expect was that my eyes suddenly turned cold, as if a cold current swept through the whole place. Their movements paused, fear written all over their faces. Even Dao Ji's left and right bodyguards froze and could not move. What's wrong with you? Dao Ge turned around, looking confused. But when he looked back at me, My gaze was like a knife, piercing through everything, making him unable to move a step. Then a huge pressure spread from me, as if the whole house was collapsing in front of me. Dao Ji's face quickly turned pale, his body trembled slightly, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. I walked slowly to him, holding a sharp knife in my hand. I gently slashed Dao Ji's throat, and he immediately felt severe pain, and blood began to flow out. Although you are the king of Jiangsheng, you are nothing but an insignificant ant in front of me. My voice was so cold that it made people feel cold all over. Dao Ji's eyes were filled with fear. He finally knelt down, completely losing his previous arrogance. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you like a dog or a horse. He was trembling all over, realizing that he had no way to retreat. Chapter 4. Brother Dao, what are you doing? Seeing Brother Dao suddenly kneel down in front of me, everyone showed a shocked expression. In their eyes, Brother Dao was the king of Jiangsheng, an invincible existence, but now he was so servile in front of me. This completely shattered their worldview. Damn it, what are you still standing there for? Kneel down. Dao Ji's voice suddenly rang out. He was obviously frightened by his own reaction and hurriedly shouted to the group of brothers behind him. Those people didn't know me well, and they weren't as afraid of me as Brother Dao was. But seeing Brother Dao was so respectful, they could only obey, but they were unwilling in their hearts. Just as they were about to kneel down, I said coldly, "You stay, everyone else go out. Get out, everyone get out." Dao Gu hurriedly ordered, and the others in the box evacuated immediately, leaving only him and I. "You are very decisive," I said coldly. "Your smart decision saved your life." "Yes, I was blind and offended you. I deserve to die." Dao Gu lowered his head, his tone extremely humble. "I will be studying at Jiangxi No. 2 Middle School for a long time, and I need someone to do things for me. Although your strength is not worth mentioning, your influence in Jiangsheng is of some use to me." I said coldly, "If you don't want to die, do things for me. If you do well, I won't treat you unfairly." Dao Ji's eyes were full of surprise. He had heard of my abilities, and the achievements I could make were beyond doubt. He didn't expect that I would like him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although he is the big boss of Jiangsheng, without the support of the family behind him, what is he worth in Jiangsheng? There are at least 5 people who can easily destroy him. Even if the family behind him is very powerful, it is still far inferior to me. "Yes, I do." Dao Gu nodded vigorously and excitedly, his face showing joy. "Okay." I nodded calmly. "If I need you, I will find you. Now, arrange a place for me to live." "A place to live?" Dao Gu was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. He had several bases and plenty of ready-made villas. It wouldn't be a problem to give me one. "The house is ready. I'll take you there right now. But wait for me outside. I have to tell those blind guys, and then I'll take you there." I walked out of the box, and Dao Gu behind me gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I'm going to be rich this time. As long as I hold on to this thigh, rapid success is no longer a dream." Then he called his men into the box. "Do you remember what happened to that guy just now? You must be respectful when you see him in the future." Dao Gu said coldly, "You don't have to treat me as the boss, but you must never be rude to him. If anyone dares to offend him again, I will kill him." Everyone was shocked, wondering who I was. Dao Gu was so respectful that even he couldn't be offended, let alone them. After giving the order, Dao Gu immediately took me away in a humble manner. Outside the Jinjiang Hotel, Bai Lu and Jessica were still waiting for me. Dao Gu and his men had been inside for more than 10 minutes, but the police had not shown up yet. Bai Lu was already frightened and confused. No matter how dumb she was, she knew that the man in front of her was extremely powerful. If Ethan had fought with him for her, she would feel guilty if something happened. Just as she was getting anxious, I walked out of the box. But the group of people were very respectful to me. The leading man personally opened the door for me and respectfully invited me to get in the car, and then the car left. Bai Lu was stunned. What on earth was going on? Shouldn't I be beaten up by them? How come I'm their guest of honor now? Jessica was also shocked. Things shouldn't have turned out this way. Shu Han, Ethan was captured by them. What should we do? Bai Lu asked anxiously. Captured? Bai Lu, take a closer look. Ethan was clearly asked to leave. Don't worry, he's fine now, Jessica said coldly. He made us worry for nothing. Please leave? What's going on? Bai Lu was confused, obviously not understanding what was going on. Don't you understand? You saw that Ethan is very good at fighting, and these people are not good people. Ethan is indispensable to people like them. I think Ethan agreed to work for them and became their man, so he'll be fine. Jessica sneered. We shouldn't get too close to people who learn some martial arts but don't follow the right path and become thugs for other people. Shuhan, are you overthinking it? Bai Lu frowned, not quite believing Jessica's guess. Then tell me, why is Ethan okay? Jessica asked. This, Bai Lu was speechless. Could it be that Ethan really became their man and turned into a desperate criminal? Chapter 5. I walked into the Lin family's house. It was almost 10 o'clock and Jessica had already returned home. When Lin Wenming saw me coming back alone, he frowned and asked, Shuhan, where is Ethan? Why didn't he come back with you? I don't know what he's doing, so he asked me to come back first. I replied casually, not wanting to mention what happened in the hotel. He's an unfamiliar place and has no friends. How can you let him be out alone so late at night? What if something happens? Lin Wenming frowned, obviously worried. I didn't say much and went straight into the room, thinking to myself, Ethan is now a figure in society. He has met the big brother, so it's a good thing for him not to cause trouble. Who can easily bully him? Lin Wenming hesitated for a moment outside the door, and finally said, Shuhan, I want to talk to you. Dad, I'm not feeling well. I'm going to sleep. I knew he was going to ask about Ethan, so I made an excuse to avoid asking. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Lin Wenming seemed a little worried. It's okay, just take a rest, Dad. You should go to bed early too. I closed my eyes and signaled him to leave. Lin Wenming didn't say anything else and could only walk away helplessly. Ethan hadn't come back yet, and he couldn't sleep peacefully. Sitting in the living room waiting, Ethan didn't have a cell phone, so he couldn't even make a call. After more than half an hour, there was a knock on the door. I opened the door and saw Ethan standing at the door. I found the house. Come and get some luggage. Lin Wenming looked at Ethan and tried to persuade him to stay, but Ethan was determined and he finally decided to leave. Before leaving, Lin Wenming stuffed 2,000 yuan in cash from his wallet into Ethan's hand, not giving him a chance to refuse. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I'll go back and rest first. I have to report to school early tomorrow morning. Ethan said goodbye to Lin Wenming. Well, be careful and come to our house often in the future. Lin Wenming said enthusiastically. Got it. I'll come to see you when I'm free. Ethan waved his hand and turned to leave the Lin family. Back at the villa that Dao Gu arranged for him, Ethan didn't feel lonely. He had gotten used to this kind of life. The villa has 3 floors, and its luxury is self-evident, with a swimming pool, garden, and everything else. Living alone in such a place seemed particularly empty. He went to the swimming pool to swim a few laps before returning to his room to sit down and start practicing. There can be no slackness in practice. If you don't make progress, you will regress. 8 years of practice has allowed me to master a lot of skills, but the foundation is still unstable. Master once told me that the realm of practice, from refining chi to becoming an immortal, requires accumulation at every stage. Especially in this era of spiritual energy depletion, practice has become more and more difficult. The rapid development of modern science and technology has led to humans gradually abandoning spiritual practice. Only a very small number of sects and families have preserved the tradition of spiritual practice. Although martial arts still have a strong influence, martial artists who can break through to the innate realm are rare. I broke through to the Xiantian realm 3 years ago, and now I have reached the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. Cultivation is not only a physical exercise, but also a spiritual exercise. At dawn, I opened my mouth and exhaled a turbid breath, then got up to wash. 10 minutes later, I walked out the door and headed to the bus stop to wait for the bus. Although there was a car in the villa, I didn't have a driver's license, so I didn't dare to drive rashly. Daogo obviously didn't consider this. If he knew, he would definitely arrange for a driver to take me to and from school. But given my personality, I probably wouldn't let a driver pick me up every day. When I arrived at the school, I went directly to the principal's office, and the principal quickly notified the head teacher. A few minutes later, the head teacher came in. She was tall and slender, and she gave people a unique charm in her teacher's uniform. Her long legs, paired with high heels, exude a charming temperament. This is Ethan, a new student. Please applaud and welcome him. The head teacher Chen Huiman smiled and asked me to introduce myself. She arranged for me to sit at the same table with a girl. I saw that the girl was also very beautiful, and I was secretly happy, thinking that I was really lucky today. I temporarily forgot the embarrassment of milk spraying in the car. Today, I met a beautiful teacher again, and there was a beautiful classmate sitting next to me. It was really exciting. However, not long after sitting down, the girl suddenly raised her hand to object. Teacher, I don't want to sit at the same table with him. Her words made the atmosphere instantly awkward. Why? Qin Huimin frowned, obviously unhappy. Look at him. He's dirty and his clothes are tacky. I don't want to sit with him. The girl pointed at me with disdain. The students around me couldn't help laughing. Obviously, the girl's dislike was not only because of my training clothes, but also because of my embarrassing moment just now. Chapter 6. Qin Huimin's words made Han Shui a little angry. She looked at the clothes on me. Although they were a little dirty, she didn't think there was anything wrong with them. On the contrary, she felt that these clothes were very suitable for my temperament and not rustic at all. She coughed dryly a few times and said seriously, "Okay, stop laughing. This is Ethan's first time here, and he's not wearing a school uniform. You don't have to laugh at him because of the stains on his clothes. When he puts on his school uniform, everyone will be the same." The classmates stopped laughing immediately. Although Qin Huimin looked pretty, her methods were not nice. Everyone was afraid of her, otherwise how could she have the nickname Tigress? Seeing her angry, no one dared to laugh anymore. Li Qing, who I met yesterday, was so surprised when he saw me in school intact. He broke the leg of Dao Ji's men yesterday, but I'm still safe and sound today. This is unreasonable. Did Dao not attack me? The other students were also surprised. Jessica showed no emotion. She didn't want to have anything to do with me, so she kept reminding herself in her heart that it had nothing to do with me. Only Bai Lu. I stood up for her yesterday, and she was grateful. At this moment, she sympathized with the predicament I encountered. I still had no expression on my face. I sat down calmly, opened my textbook, and looked at the teacher intently, completely ignoring everything around me. Class starts now. Qin Huimin glanced at the students and started the class. I listened attentively. I had not been to school since my mother passed away, and I did not even finish elementary school. Now, I was suddenly in high school, and every word the teacher said was as difficult to understand as the mystery of heaven. But I still took notes seriously and looked like a hardworking and good student. However, Han Shui was not satisfied with me. Although I am not ugly, and even pretty, in her opinion, I made a very bad impression. After rejecting her, she naturally transferred her dissatisfaction to me. This guy is so annoying. He rejected me in public. He should know that I hate him, but he is so unaware of it. How abominable. I can't sit with him, otherwise I won't be able to study peacefully and my grades will definitely drop. I must find a way to get rid of him. She kept calculating in her mind, and finally, she nudged me with her elbow and whispered, "Hey, do you want to leave this seat? You make a condition. As long as you don't sit at the same table with me, I will agree to any condition you give me." I frowned, turned my head, and said unhappily, "My classmate, you are affecting my study." Han Shui was so angry that her face turned black and her teeth were gritting. She proposed the conditions with good intentions, but I rejected them without hesitation, and she was extremely angry. "Okay, Ethan, I've given you a chance, but you ignored me. Don't blame me for being rude to you." She glared at me angrily and already had a new plan in her mind. Finally, when the get-out of class was over, Han Shui immediately called a male classmate over. Not long after, he came back and started to talk in a low voice with a fat boy in the class. The fat boy reluctantly packed up his things and sat in Han Shui's seat, while Han Shui sat in the fat boy's seat. Everyone can see that Han Shui's move was obviously not well-intentioned. Her target of changing seats was the fat guy. The fat guy had the worst grades in the class. He often ate snacks in class and snored when he dozed off. Sitting next to me, it was impossible for me to maintain good grades. I just glanced at the fat guy, who suddenly sat next to me. "Hello, Ethan. My name is Damien. We will be desk mates from now on." The fat guy greeted me. "Hello," I replied calmly. It was not surprising to me that Han Shui changed her seat. The fat man rolled his eyes and began to wonder whether he should build a good relationship with me. I was just laughed at by the whole class, and he was also often laughed at and bullied. I couldn't help but feel some sympathy. Set. After a while, he decided to take out a bag of spicy strips from his bag and handed it to me. "I'll treat you to spicy strips." I was surprised and smiled at the fat man. "No, thank you." The fat man unpacked the spicy strips himself and ate them while whispering, "You have to be careful with Han Shui. Not only does she know a lot of bad classmates in school, she also has connections with people in society. You embarrassed her today. She will definitely hate you." I turned my head to look at Han Shui. She was staring at me, and when she saw me looking over, she raised her chin proudly, obviously provoking me. I looked back at her coldly. My eyes were cold, and there was a hint of mockery on my face. Han Shui's face instantly became stiff. She wanted to protest, but my response made her lose all her advantage. "Who are you? You want to sit with me?" You want to be a toad and eat swan meat? Don't you even look at yourself to see if you are worthy enough? She deliberately raised her voice and said. The other students could see that she was trying to stir up trouble, and they gathered around to watch. I frowned, suddenly stood up, and walked straight to Han Shui, my classmate. I hope you know that it was the teacher who arranged for me to sit at the same table with you, not me who asked to sit with you. Although you're a little pretty, you are not worthy of being described as a swan. You really don't deserve it. Han Shui stood up furiously, her eyes wide open, pointed at me and yelled, Who did you say was unworthy? Say it again if you dare. Hearing this, my face suddenly changed. Although this was just her catchphrase, it touched my bottom line. I have hated my father since I was a child. My mother's death and my miserable life are closely related to him, and my mother is the person I care about most. Even though she has passed away, I will not tolerate anyone insulting her. Chapter 7. I stood in the classroom, my eyes as cold as ice, fixed on Han Shui. Her contempt shocked my heart, and my emotions exploded instantly. I clenched my hands, suddenly grabbed her neck, and lifted her up. Her struggle was pointless. Her eyes widened, and she tried to breathe, but it was as if she was pressed down by a heavy object, and she couldn't even breathe. My hands could almost feel her life struggling, the sound of oppression coming from her throat, but I did not stop. Her condescending attitude and the insults I had received were too much for me to bear. Han Shui's eyes gradually became blurry, and her body shook weakly. At that moment, she realized that the person she was facing was not someone she could easily provoke. She could feel the threat of death, and fear instantly enveloped her. I lowered my head, a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth, and there was no mercy in my heart. Suddenly, Bai Lu rushed over, grabbed my arm, and said anxiously, Ethan, you can't do this. She will die. Bai Lu's voice roared into my ears like thunder, and I suddenly came back to my senses. Looking down, Han Shui was almost dying, and I realized that if I didn't let go, she would really die in my hands. I took a deep breath and suddenly let go of her hand. Han Shui fell to the ground, trying hard to breathe. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she burst into tears. I glanced at the students in the classroom. Their eyes were full of fear, looking at me like a monster. I didn't feel a bit guilty and calmly sat back in my seat. The students around me couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The fat man stared at me in amazement, his mouth full of spicy strips, and suddenly gave me a thumbs up. Dude, you're awesome. I'm really impressed by you. I smiled softly. I didn't feel pleasure from Han Shui's fear. I was just fighting back to humiliate my mother. I didn't regret what I did. If it happened again, I would still do it. The classroom gradually returned to silence, but everyone's eyes became more fearful. On the surface, I was just an ordinary high school student, but the power in my heart had already surpassed the common sense of this world. My actions made these people see another side of me that they dared not look at directly. Han Shui finally walked out of the classroom, her face full of tears. She went to find her senior friends, obviously wanting to find someone to help her get revenge. Behind her, there were all the dudes who were connected to her, and they would not let this matter end easily. The fat man looked at me and reminded me worriedly, Ethan, aren't you afraid of her revenge? I shook my head. My mood was not affected at all. She's just a tool, not worth my time to worry about. At this time, the monitor asked me to go to Chen Huiman's office. Hearing this news, I knew that she must want to know what happened. The eyes of other students were full of curiosity, but I was not nervous at all. I walked into the office and saw Chen Huiman sitting there with a serious look on her face. Ethan, why did you hit Han Shui? I lowered my head and behaved very well. Teacher, Han Shui and I had a small conflict. She provoked me verbally, and I acted impulsively and did something I shouldn't have done. I was wrong. Teacher, you can punish me however you want. Chen Huiman looked at me and frowned. Then you can't hit people. I continued to lower my head and said softly, I know I was wrong, teacher. I will accept the punishment. She was silent for a moment and finally sighed. You have admitted your mistake, so how about this? I punish you with a month of class sanitation work. Is that okay with you? I felt unhappy. This punishment was too harsh. However, I nodded and said, No problem, teacher. She looked at me and seemed a little uneasy. Okay, you can go out first. She suddenly covered her stomach and frowned slightly. Teacher Chen, what's wrong with you? I noticed that she was acting strange and asked immediately. Nothing, just a little uncomfortable. She seemed a little shy. Teacher Chen, are you suffering from menstrual cramps? I could tell she was uncomfortable. She was surprised, obviously not expecting me to be so direct. How did you know? she said with a hint of shock. I see. I smiled softly, with a hint of confidence in my tone. She was obviously a little surprised, but she didn't refuse me. Then, can you help me? I nodded, of course. Then, I let her lie on the desk and gently massaged her abdomen. Her body gradually relaxed under my hands, and the pain was relieved a lot. I gently reminded her, Teacher, you should pay attention to keeping warm, which can relieve the symptoms of dysmenorrhea. She closed her eyes slightly, feeling a warm feeling coming from her abdomen, and she nodded as she listened to what I said. At this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and a male teacher walked in. When he saw us, his eyes instantly became complicated. The male teacher's face turned dark instantly, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. Teacher Chen, you. The male teacher stared at Ethan with disbelief. This boy was not very old, but he was quite tall, and his skin was as fair as Teacher Chen Huiman's. However, the boy looked at him with malicious eyes and had no respect for the teacher at all. Chapter 8. Teacher Chen Huiman's face changed instantly. She obviously didn't expect Teacher Jiang to suddenly come in. Hearing that familiar voice, she had guessed it was him and was immediately a little displeased. I gently massaged her, originally thinking of helping her relieve some of her fatigue, but I didn't expect her sudden reaction, which made me a little stunned. She was enjoying that moment of tranquility and didn't seem to notice Teacher Jiang's arrival. When I heard Teacher Jiang's voice, I was startled and quickly withdrew my hand. My heart tightened, and I suddenly realized that Teacher Chen's clothes were still lifted up on her lower abdomen. I quickly moved sideways to block his sight. Teacher Chen Huiman smiled slightly, as if she liked seeing me so nervous, but she quickly hid her smile. She didn't want Teacher Jiang to find out something he shouldn't see. Teacher Jiang always pestered Teacher Chen Huiman, but she never paid any attention to him. Hearing a sneer, she said calmly, Teacher Jiang, you should knock on the door before entering someone else's office. Don't you know this common sense? As for what I do, when is it your turn to point fingers at me? I couldn't help but admire Teacher Chen Huiman. Although she looked gentle, her words were ruthless and showed no mercy to Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at me. Boy, who are you? How come I have never seen you before? You sneaked into the office. Are you here to steal something? Hearing this, I was both angry and amused. It was obvious that Teacher Jiang was a very self-righteous person. I could sense his feelings towards Teacher Chen from his eyes. Just as I was about to explain, I didn't expect Teacher Chen Huiman to turn over and sit next to me, putting one hand on my shoulder. The whole action was extremely intimate. Teacher Jiang's expression suddenly changed. He watched Teacher Chen Huiman being so close to me and was obviously very unhappy. Teacher Chen Huiman didn't seem to care about Teacher Jiang's mood at all. Instead, she waved her hand with a hint of impatience. Can you please go out? Remember to knock on the door when you enter someone else's office next time, and don't disturb me and my new classmates. Teacher Jiang's face became more and more ugly. Although he was unwilling, he could only glare at me fiercely and turn away. When Teacher Jiang finally left, I felt the tension in my body relax a little. Although I've already reached the level of the third heaven, the pressure from that short moment just now really made me almost breathless. Teacher Chen Huiman looked at my reaction and realized that she might have been too intimate, and a blush appeared on her face. She snorted and muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction. Bah, so shameless. You have no sense of shame at such a young age. She then exchanged a few words with me, reminding me to control my emotions in the future, and then waved me out of the office. Looking at my back as I left, Teacher Chen Huiman still felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that her previous behavior would make her feel a little embarrassed. However, she was not worried about what others would say. After all, she was not nicknamed Tiger Mom for nothing. She had long been fed up with Mr. Jiang's pestering, and today was a good opportunity to drive him away. Teacher Chen Huiman suddenly remembered my previous reaction and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so young, but you look pretty good. Your blushing face is quite cute. From the surveillance video, he doesn't seem to be an ordinary child. This skill must have some special secrets. I calmed down along the way, put those messy thoughts behind me, and prepared to go back to study. I missed too many classes, and studying now is like starting from elementary school again. I can't even recognize all the symbols. I must hurry up to make up for these gaps. Although it seems that there has been some progress, my cultivation has given me an extraordinary learning ability, and I can catch up in a short time. My master once told me that martial arts alone are not enough, and learning is also the only way to integrate into modern society. As I was walking to the door, the class suddenly became quiet, and almost all the students turned to look at me. I was a little puzzled, but I didn't care. Although we are of similar age, years of practice have made me more calm than my peers, and I have long since honed my demeanor like a middle-aged man. No one said anything, but I could sense the turmoil in their hearts. They thought I would be criticized and even punished if I went to teacher Chen, but I came back as if nothing had happened. What surprised them even more was that my expression was unusually calm, completely different from before. Damien, the fat boy sitting next to me, with a gentle look in my eyes. Damien came over and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Teacher Chen Huimin is a tigress, the kind who eats people without leaving any bones. Did she scold you? Or did she punish you in some way? She didn't scold me, but she warned me not to lose control again and told me to control my emotions. Oh, and by the way, her punishment for me was to make me clean for a month. I smiled slightly, feeling touched by Damien's concern. Although he seemed to be a punching bag, he really cared about me. My classmates who were expecting me to be severely punished were disappointed when they heard the result of the punishment. They thought I would be severely punished, but it turned out to be just a month of sanitation. Chapter 9. I smiled bitterly, put down the book in my hand, stood up, and walked to the corner at the back of the classroom. There were a few worn-out brooms and a rickety trash can piled up in the corner, which looked like it had been through a lot of damage. I tried the tools in my hand, reluctantly, feeling a little helpless. These are my trophies for the next month. Although these tools look shabby, I decided to make do with them. Anyway, I will bring new ones tomorrow, which will at least be more convenient. I rolled up my sleeves and prepared to start. Everyone looked at me blankly. They didn't expect me to clean the room seriously. Usually, when the teacher asked us to clean the room, everyone just pretended to do it. Who would clean the room sincerely like me? My movements became more and more skillful. The broom flew in my hand, and the garbage was quickly cleaned up. Every movement was precise and powerful, and the garbage seemed to be cast by the broom in my hand, turning out from the dead corners one by one. My classmates were all stunned, especially the girls. They started to whisper to each other. Could it be that Ethan has been so good at sweeping the floor since he was a child? How could he do it so skillfully? In fact, they guessed right. When a master took me in, I was responsible for doing all the housework. The master was a careless person, and the house was always messy. I took the initiative to take on the task of cleaning and began to learn how to tidy up the house, sweeping the floor, cooking, washing clothes, and doing everything. The long hours of labor allowed me to find quiet strength. Most importantly, I gradually experienced a kind of spiritual practice. This simple repetitive action trained my concentration and patience. I remember my master once told me, "If you can't even clean your own room, how can you clean the world?" These words made me understand that to change the outside world, I must first change myself. Although I was forced to do the work of an inferior when my mother and I were bullied by the Chen family, it was also these painful days that taught me how to survive in difficult situations. Coming to my senses, I found a dirty mop and bucket from the corner of the corridor, washed them with not-so-clean water, and continued to clean the classroom. Gradually, the whole classroom became much cleaner than before, and even the marks left by mopping the floor were obvious. The classmates who were watching me were dumbfounded. In less than 10 minutes, the cleanliness of the classroom was comparable to their achievements in a week. The bell rang, and teacher Chen Huimin entered the classroom. She saw the clean floor and the traces of mopping at a glance, and her expression changed slightly. She stood in front of the podium and seemed a little stunned. It seems that she didn't expect such a cheap labor to appear in her class. After all, I didn't do anything special. Instead, I sat back in my seat quietly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Chen Huimin seemed to be thinking for a while, with a slight smile on her lips. She looked at me, as if she felt that she had picked up a cheap labor force that was not worth mentioning. The students in the classroom also exchanged glances quietly with complicated expressions. Obviously, they all realized that Ethan's job, this time, might not be so simple. The fat man patted my shoulder and whispered to me, "Brother, you have a hard time these days." As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of chalk flew directly into his mouth. The fat man was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized what happened and hurriedly leaned over the table and spit it out. I sneered in my heart. Chen Huimin's action didn't seem accidental, but rather premeditated. She was a martial artist and could aim so accurately. How could she not know how to intimidate us as students in class? But looking at the fat man's embarrassed appearance, I suddenly felt a little relieved. At least she didn't continue to target me. "Start the class." Chen Huimin's voice was cold and serious. She glanced around the classroom, as if looking for someone to vent her anger. She turned around briskly and began to write on the blackboard. I forced myself to calm down. Even though I didn't understand most of the content, I still listened attentively and tried to understand every detail. For the parts one really didn't understand, I decided to ask Chen Huiman after class. This knowledge is not important to me. What is important is to integrate into this environment as a normal student, study hard, and improve myself. Chapter 10. I looked at the pile of books in my hands and felt my waist almost bent. There were at least 400 or 500 books. Teacher Chen Huiman looked at me and didn't seem to think it was a big deal. Stop talking nonsense. You still have the energy to talk to me. The instructions are not enough. Chen Huiman murmured and seemed quite satisfied with me. Although I moved so many books, I still didn't breathe heavily. I couldn't help but wonder, is my body really that strong? After all, I am a cultivator, so theoretically these things shouldn't be a big deal to me. Chen Huiman was a little surprised to see that I didn't show any signs of fatigue and whispered, "You're not like an ordinary student. You move the books 6 times without even taking a breath." She didn't think much about it, but just thought that my efficiency was quite good. However, she unconsciously began to explain some course content to me. I nodded casually, but in my heart I was thinking, this woman is not simple. She can move books and explain at the same time. What a capable teacher. Just as I finished organizing my notebook and was about to walk over to ask questions, Chen Huiman suddenly looked at me with a half smile, and my heart skipped a beat. "Ethan, come here." There was a certain command in her voice that made me feel a little nervous. All the classmates in the class showed expressions of watching a good show, except for the fat boy Damien, whose eyes were full of sympathy. He seemed to remember his past experience and couldn't help but say to me, "Brother, be careful. I am really scared." I felt a little helpless, so I could only curl my lips, pick up my notebook, and follow her. Only Chen Huiman's back was left behind. "Teacher, I don't understand some of the questions here because I didn't learn the basics well before, so I want to ask you for help." I took the initiative to walk forward, open my notebook, and asked her about my doubts one by one. Chen Huiman looked at my notes, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Although I knew nothing about this knowledge, based on my intuition, what I sorted out was close to correct. "You really have some talent." Chen Huiman looked down at me and began to explain some of the key points to me. I listened hard. I couldn't help thinking the fragrance of her body drifted into my nose, making me a little dazed. I couldn't help but look at her more. I didn't expect Chen Huiman to be so beautiful. The slightly lowered head angle allowed me to appreciate her beauty from a special angle. "What's wrong with you?" Chen Huiman didn't seem to notice my reaction and was still concentrating on explaining. I was slightly stunned and quickly looked away. But at this moment, I saw Teacher Zhang's figure behind the office window. His angry eyes made me feel nervous. Teacher Zhang obviously saw this scene. He turned around angrily and pulled the curtains. He might have remembered me in his heart. I was angry and suddenly realized that today might not be a simple matter again. Chen Huiman continued to explain some issues to me, and we soon walked in her office. "I asked you to come here today because I want to ask you for help." Chen Huiman put down the book in her hand, turned around, and looked at me with a smile. I was a little confused and dizzy, so I answered reflexively, "Of course, teacher, it's my honor to serve you." Her answer made me slightly stunned, and I couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Was she going to ask me to do something weird? Really? Then you should be prepared. Chen Huiman raised her eyebrows and said teasingly with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, she blushed a little, as if she realized that her words were ambiguous, and quickly patted my head. "Don't think too much, kid. I just asked you to help with some physical work." I was a little dazed and felt a little depressed, but I still responded, "Of course, I will do my best to help the teacher." Chen Huiman seemed satisfied with my answer. She smiled and took me to the next room. "Come on, hurry up. Are you dawdling?" Chen Huiman urged me as she walked, jumping around like a little girl. Looking at her back, I couldn't help but feel bitter. I was holding so many books, even the most basic 50 were almost pressing down on my chin. It was simply killing me. "Teacher, there are too many books. Did you move the entire school library here?" I complained helplessly. Chen Huiman didn't seem to feel tired at all. She seemed to have no strength to run around. I didn't know how many times I had followed her from the library to the office. Chapter 11. I felt the air around me become unusually oppressive. My heartbeat quickened, and my brows furrowed slightly. The inexplicable feeling of oppression just now gave me a hunch that someone was secretly observing us. This feeling was not the first time, but this time it was unusually clear. I couldn't help but turn around and whisper to Chen Huiman, "Teacher, I feel something is wrong. Someone is following you. You better not stay too far away from me." Let's go back to the office together, and I'll take you home. Qin Huimin was stunned for a moment, looking at my serious eyes as if she didn't believe it. There was a hint of smile on her lips, and then she laughed softly. Ha ha, Ethan, your trick doesn't work. Go home quickly. There's no need to be nervous. The person who dares to follow me hasn't been born yet. I didn't really care for her relaxed attitude. After all, no one would believe such a thing at first. Although she looked nonchalant, I knew that the aura I felt was not an illusion. After she left, the aura hidden in the surroundings attacked me again, and this time I became more alert. My cultivation level is already very sharp at the third level of the innate realm, but the pressure brought by this aura made me realize instantly that this person is definitely not simple. This strong aura means that the opponent's cultivation is at least not lower than mine, and I have almost no experience fighting against such people. My master once told me that although cultivation is important, the experience of cultivation and actual combat are equally important. I never thought that I would face such a crisis so early. After all, with my current cultivation, many troubles can be easily solved. However, my master always reminds me that cultivation must be steady and not rush for success. Even though I'm already a practitioner of the third level of the innate realm, I still need to continue to hone and accumulate experience. However, I came down the mountain this time precisely to face these complex situations and gain practical experience. For me, such challenges are the most important training. I try to calm down and continue to follow Qin Huimin, but my attention was always focused on the hidden breath around me. Suddenly, I stopped and found an excuse to squat down and tie my shoelaces. This was the only thing I could do, and I took this opportunity to carefully observe the movements around me. As I bent down to tie my shoelaces, I secretly picked up a handful of pebbles from the ground, turned around quietly, and threw them towards the woods on the left. I knew something was lurking over there. The sound of the pebbles cut through the air, followed by a few muffled groans. At this moment, my intuition was finally verified. Someone was indeed hiding and observing. Ethan, go. Qin Huimin's face suddenly changed, and she obviously noticed something was wrong. She turned her head quickly, looked around, and a nervous expression appeared on her face. She may have never encountered such a situation before, and she never expected a student to be so perceptive. Let's go back quickly. There must be something wrong there. I reminded her in a low voice, but I was thinking about how to deal with it next. Qin Huimin finally understood my vigilance and stopped laughing at my wild guesses. Her face became serious. We walked quietly towards the teaching building. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind, and I knew they were still following us. Chapter 12. The person hiding in the bushes suddenly realized that his identity had been exposed, so he simply stopped hiding and jumped out of the dense forest. Then, 3 or 4 guys dressed as bad guys came out, but I found that the last person following them was a little unusual. I felt a familiar aura from him. He had obviously practiced cultivation, and his aura was not small. My eyes flashed. Although I could sense that this person's cultivation was not weak, it was far behind me. He is only at the second level of the acquired realm. For ordinary people, this level of strength is enough to threaten them. But for me, it is not worth mentioning at all. Several thugs looked at me and then turned their eyes to Qin Huimin, who was standing behind me. Their eyes were full of evil, and they waved fruit knives and baseball bats in the air, looking very threatening. However, I didn't take these little fights seriously at all. You are Ethan, right? You messed with someone we shouldn't have messed with. So today we're going to teach you a lesson. The leader walked up to me, pointed a fruit knife at me, and said, "Kneel down and beg for mercy. Give us some money for tea, and we'll spare you." I looked at them calmly, without showing any fear. However, if you are willing to send up the little beauty behind you, we will not only let you go, but also treat you as our brother. By this time, I had already guessed that these people were just trying to threaten me with Teacher Qin. I smiled coldly. You want me to send my teacher to you? That's what scumbags would do. Come on together, don't waste your time. Boy, it seems you were looking for death. The leader obviously did not expect my reaction and rushed over angrily waving a fruit knife. I noticed that several people beside him also rushed over, and the practitioner hiding at the end was obviously more capable than these people. I watched him calmly, secretly guessing that this person must be the mastermind behind the scenes. Suddenly, I turned around and signaled Qin Huimin to stay calm, squatting where she was and not to make phone calls. I was going to deal with this group of people by myself first. Qin Huimin was obviously startled. She was afraid that I would suffer. She knew that these people had knives in their hands. If something happened, I might get hurt. As a teacher, She instinctively wanted to take out her phone for help, but when she saw my firm eyes, she felt more trust in me and put down the phone. In fact, the few people in front of me are not worth mentioning at all. I plan to use this small conflict to practice my fighting skills without exposing too much of my cultivation. I deliberately let a few people besiege me and pretend to be struggling. In fact, this is just to attract the real opponent to show up. Sure enough, not long after, several hooligans were knocked down one by me, and they fell to the ground one after another. Chen Huiman looked at this scene in surprise, and she didn't expect that I could deal with these people so easily. Her eyes were a little stunned, but also a little proud. It seems that this student is not as simple as he looks. Now, there are only me and the second-level acquired cultivator left on the field. I picked up a stick from the ground and pointed at the man gently, my eyes full of provocation. The man seemed to hesitate, and he obviously realized that he might have been exposed. But he still decided to fight, probably thinking that his cultivation was enough to deal with me. However, what he didn't know was that my cultivation was far superior to his. He rushed forward confidently, and I only needed to slightly sidestep to dodge and easily pin him to the ground. Even though his cultivation was not bad, the gap between him and my innate third level was obvious. I didn't use too many moves, but just used simple techniques to completely defeat him. When he fell to the ground and his wrist was easily controlled by me, the fear in his eyes finally emerged. I stood in front of him and sneered. "This is the result of your provocation." He raised his head, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. But facing me, he had no power to fight back. Chen Huiman stood behind me, watching me easily defeat the opponent. Her heart was filled with shock and admiration. "Ethan, I didn't expect you to be so good," she murmured to herself. I didn't answer her, but just reached out and patted my clothes, ready to leave. Chapter 13. Seeing the man rushing over, I didn't rush to fight back. Although my cultivation was much higher than his, I deliberately suppressed my aura and maintained it at the level of the second heaven of the acquired realm. This way, I can allow him to perform at his best when he lets his guard down a little, which will provide me with more challenges and growth opportunities. Sure enough, when that person felt the change in my aura, his eyes lit up. He obviously thought that I was young and should not have much combat experience. He thought that I was just relying on my forcibly improved cultivation and had no real combat experience. So he couldn't help but look down on me. He began to relax his guard, thinking that he could definitely defeat me, and even felt a little proud. However, I did not let him succeed. I immediately used my most skilled boxing skills, which I had mastered after years of practice. Although I have only learned the basics of boxing, I have been able to form a subconscious reaction in my body. I don't need to think too much, my body reacts automatically. A true master should not be bound by any routine, but should be able to use strength as he pleases. Although I am proficient in boxing, some shortcomings were revealed during the fight, especially that man's unconventional fighting style, which caused me a lot of trouble. I found that I was not in complete control of my body as my master had said, and was occasionally limited by my own movement patterns. And this opponent, with his chaotic fighting style, hindered my movements several times. But every time I was able to recover quickly, because after all, my cultivation was high and my physical strength was far superior to his. What really excited me was that this battle made me feel a breakthrough that I had never experienced before. In this life-and-death fight, I suddenly realized the mystery of boxing and began to no longer stick to the original routine, and gradually found a new way to fight with my opponent. My speed became faster and faster, and my movements became more and more fluent, and that person gradually fell into my rhythm. When I realized this, I was no longer the Ethan who had just started practicing. I found my own rhythm in the battle and entered a state of enlightenment. Although the opponent tried his best, he could not adapt to my ever-changing attack methods. Finally, when I easily grasped his neck, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. I felt his physical exhaustion and realized that there was no need to continue this fight. I didn't finish him off immediately, but instead kicked him back into his group of thugs. This kick was powerful enough to instantly break their formation. All the thugs panicked and fled in all directions. Even though they saw their companions being beaten like this, they didn't dare to say anything harsh, and they all dragged people away from the scene. I stood there, took a deep breath, and felt that the true energy in my body was smoother than before. Although this battle was full of danger, it gave me an unprecedented breakthrough. My understanding of boxing techniques helped me improve myself inadvertently, and this experience also made me more determined to practice. Chapter 14. I watched those hooligans walk away and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I clapped my hands and secretly felt that today's fight was really exciting. Although I was lucky and had a breakthrough in technique, what excited me more was that my fighting ability had been improved to a higher level. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but eagerly hope to find a strong opponent to compete with him and see what shortcomings I still had. As I was thinking, I suddenly felt a gaze coming from behind me. I turned around and met a pair of beautiful eyes, which were full of curiosity and admiration. I realized that Chen Huiman had been standing there, staring at me. She is my class teacher, and I was relieved that she didn't call me for help today. However, she did not hide the fact that she saw me fighting, and if she really noticed all that, I would probably have to worry about her doubts now. After all, the identity of a cultivator is not something that ordinary people can understand, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. However, it is not easy to hide something from your beloved teacher. She seemed to see through my hesitation and was the first to break the silence. Are you a martial artist? The kind who has been practicing since childhood? I've heard that some people seem to be cultivators, like those described in novels. Are you one of them? Her words stunned me instantly. Chen Huiman actually knew about cultivators? Her words sounded familiar, as if she had seen these things before. Seeing that I was a little suspicious, she quickly explained, "Don't worry, I am from the Chen family branch. It seems that there are people like you in our family. I have seen them flying over the eaves and walls from a distance, but I am just an ordinary branch and cannot contact such a high level." Chen family. When I heard this name, my heart was shocked. That was a past event that I could not let go of. Although I was full of hatred towards the Chen family, I also knew that the Chen family was a behemoth, and, at least now, I did not have the ability to compete with it. I closed my eyes, and a scene from my childhood came to my mind. At that time, my mother and I were forced to wash clothes in the backyard. I remember seeing a middle-aged man with a little girl walking in the yard from a distance, but I didn't notice the person standing in front of me until the whip suddenly hit my back. The pain came, and my wrist was whipped red, but I didn't dare to cry. I forced myself to lower my head and continue washing clothes. Just as I was about to endure the second whip, suddenly a gentle voice came into my ears. "There is no need to be so cruel to a child." I looked up and saw a middle-aged man, calmly walking up to the inspector and handing him a piece of seemingly precious jade. The inspector took the jade with a sneer and left, while the middle-aged man smiled at me and turned away. The little girl followed him, her eyes full of curiosity and concern. From that moment on, I realized that there is still warmth in this world, and that warmth comes from the Chen family. However, my hatred for them cannot be reduced, and the pain is like a scar that will never heal, engraved in my heart. "Teacher, please go back." I looked at Chen Huiman with mixed feelings. Although she already knew my secret, I still didn't want to discuss this topic with her anymore. She glanced at me and seemed to sense that I didn't want to continue the conversation, so she put away her questions, nodded, took out her phone from her bag, and prepared to take a taxi home. I watched her leave, and suddenly a feeling of reluctance surged in my heart. She no longer regarded me as an ordinary student, but I still felt a little alienated from her. I didn't think much about what happened next. I quickly found a taxi and rushed to the place where Li Daoqi had prepared. "Daoge, I know he has something to talk to me about again. I have schoolwork to do in the evening, and thinking about the trivial things I will face the next day, I feel a little heavy." As soon as I arrived at the downstairs of the luxury apartment building, I saw 40 or 50 men in black standing at the door. The atmosphere was obviously a bit depressing. Dao Gu came with his men. I knew that this time he must have something to ask of me. On the second floor, at the table by the door, Brother Dao was sitting, anxiously waiting for me. As soon as he saw me come in, he immediately stood up, respectfully asked me to sit down, and even brought me a cup of water. Standing by the side, his movements were so skillful that he seemed like someone who had been my younger brother. Seeing Dao Gu being so attentive, I smiled to myself. Yes, he must have something to ask of me. Sure enough, before I could even open my mouth, he couldn't wait to tell me what happened. Chapter 15. I held the paper in my hand while observing Dao Ji's expression. I could see that he was nervous, but I didn't care. Instead, I felt somewhat satisfied. His cautious attitude made me feel that this man had some wisdom. At least he would not easily make mistakes. Compared with those guys who only rush around, I appreciate such steady people more. Okay, just inform the people below. Gather tomorrow night, and we will go to the Howding Hotel to give an explanation to the brothers. As long as you follow me and are loyal enough, I will never let you suffer any loss. I patted Dao Ji's shoulder. My tone was calm. but it carried a force that could not be refused. I affirmed his caution. You did a good job on this matter. Then I changed the subject. By the way, check what kind of power Shanjigo is. Dao Ji's expression instantly tensed up. Brother Shanji is not an ordinary person. He has the support of the Wong family. The Wong family is the backer of the Wong group. Wong family? This name instantly reminded me of the Qing family. The relationship between them is self-evident. I was moved, knowing that there was a bigger shadow waiting for me behind this matter. Since they were from the Wong family, I had to start from them and slowly weaken their power. The Wong family was a subsidiary family of the Qing family, and the people who harmed my mother finally got their retribution today. Check the situation carefully for me. I waved my hand, signaling Dao Gu to take people to prepare. After Dao Gu left, I sat down and practiced cross-legged. Whether it was for strength or to control my emotions, practicing was what I needed to do most at the moment. My master once told me that cultivation is not only about improving strength, but also about tempering your mind and mastering everything about yourself. Looking back on my understanding of boxing, this breakthrough gave me an unprecedented understanding. I clearly realized my shortcomings in combat, and the subconscious reactions I had relied on were no longer suitable for the current situation. I had to become more flexible and adaptable at any time. While I continued to practice, Lin Wenming was discussing me with his daughter Jessica at the Lin family. Apparently, his daughter was uneasy about the matter between me and the tigress, and Lin Wenming also seemed a little worried. After all, Qin Huimin was not a simple character, and she had a certain hostility towards me. While I was practicing, I was thinking about my plan. Although Lin Wenming was worried, he was a smart man after all and knew how to deal with this situation. He had a good relationship with me and seemed to care about me more like a father. He would call old friend from time to help me smooth out the relationship. However, the most important thing for me today is to prepare for action tomorrow night, even if it may mean a direct confrontation with more forces. The next day, the sun rose, I did a short meditation, quickly washed and dressed, ready to face the new day. I walked out the door on time, caught the bus, and finally arrived at school 2 minutes before being late. As soon as I entered the classroom, I felt something was unusual. All the students were incredibly quiet, and my eyes unconsciously swept to the person sitting in the seat, our homeroom, teacher Qin Huimin. She was obviously waiting for me. I walked to my seat with an inexplicable nervousness, but unexpectedly found a hearty breakfast on the table. At that moment, I could hardly believe that Qin Huimin had come to school early and prepared breakfast for me. I tried to stay calm under her gaze. Thank you, teacher. I greeted her reluctantly, trying not to sound too stiff. Qin Huimin looked at me for a long while, as if gauging my reaction, and finally smiled, stood up, stretched, and casually made way for me. Come and sit down, class is about to start. Although her words were light, they carried a faint sense of authority, which made me feel pressured. However, I felt relieved inexplicably. She was not as strict as yesterday. Perhaps because of the breakfast incident, her attitude towards me was a little gentler. Chapter 16. I looked at the breakfast Qin Huimin suddenly brought me, feeling a little confused. Her behavior puzzled me. Why would a teacher come bring me breakfast so early? However, since things had come to this, I was too lazy to think about it. I was hungry anyway, so I sat down, took the food, and started eating it ravenously. The classmates around me were all stunned. They obviously didn't expect me to be so direct, and they didn't expect me to eat without even saying thank you. Moreover, Qin Huimin brought me breakfast. They didn't understand what was going on. Some people even thought, Ethan, you're too bold. You're not on guard at all. Aren't you afraid that she will poison you? You're really a fearless guy. Watching this scene, I don't really care what they think. To me, all this is just a small matter. To their surprise, Qin Huimin did not tamper with the food. It took me less than a minute to finish my meal, and when the bell rang, I threw the lunchbox into the trash can. Qin Huimin smiled when she saw this scene, her eyes full of satisfaction and appreciation. She clapped her hands, turned around, and walked out of the classroom with her hands behind her back. She looked very happy. I didn't care what they were thinking. I continued to focus on my own things, took out the books I needed for class from the drawer, and prepared to start listening to the class seriously. Time flies, and the day's classes are over in a blink of an eye. Although some people trip me up and laugh at me from time to time, I have learned to control my temper. After all, it takes two to tango, so there's no need to bother with them. Today is Friday, and the school is over earlier than usual. I left school early and prepared to go home to pack up. Because I promised Dao Ge that we would take action tonight to solve the problem of the Howding Hotel. I attach great importance to the first batch of people I have recruited. If I want to convince them, I must show some real skills. Only by relying on strength can I win their respect. When I got home, I found that Dao Ge and his men had already arrived, and there were more of them than before. There were about 100 of them, all fully armed, holding knives and sticks. According to Dao Ji's deployment plan, there should be quite a few people lurking in the dark to deal with emergencies. I am very satisfied with Dao Ji's deployment this time, and I can't help but praise him. He is not only capable, but also a man who knows how to make plans. This kind of leadership ability is very important to me. I went to the second floor, sat down with Dao Ge, and began to carefully analyze the attack plan for tonight. 5 of Dao Ji's small leaders were also present today, and they were all curious about me, especially why Dao Ge was so nice to me. They were full of admiration for my plan, thinking that my layout was very careful and I was very confident in my actions. Although they didn't know how powerful this hotel was, they began to approve of my judgment as soon as they heard my plan. In the past, when they went to fight, they just took people to fight in a simple and rough way, without any planning. But this time, the plan opened their eyes, and everyone felt that this action would be more complicated and exciting than before. However, facing the enemy tonight, everyone was still a little nervous. Although we had a large number of people, the other side also had several very powerful fighters. I heard that they were trained and had extraordinary skills. Dao Ge had hinted to us before that Ethan was a very capable person, but seeing how young I was, everyone still didn't dare to believe it and thought I was just a young master with a family support. Until tonight, we stood at the entrance of the Howding Hotel and still didn't see any reinforcements. Everyone began to wonder. Dao Ge brought so many people, but I still came here alone. Can this really succeed? People began to gather around us, curiously watching our every move. Most people were not alarmed because they had seen this kind of thing many times and were used to it. Although Dao Ge had suffered a loss before, he brought people here again today, obviously prepared. Everyone was speculating what kind of confidence he had. Not long after, a group of people stood at the entrance of the Howding Hotel. Although there were only 40 or 50 of them, some of them were wearing black clothes, and they were obviously from prominent backgrounds. They were obviously not ordinary people, and it was estimated that there was some kind of power behind them. Dao Ge told me that these people are from the Black Tiger sect, and they're all martial artists, much stronger than ordinary people. The outcome of tonight may very well depend on who is stronger between us and these people. Chapter 17. Dao Ge didn't talk to him, but turned to look at me. I stepped forward and stood in front of the middle-aged man. We have something to discuss, but not with you, but with the warriors behind you. I stated my purpose directly. Then, my eyes fell on the man standing next to the middle-aged man. The man was covered in a black robe. His figure was unclear, but the pressure he brought to me was incomparable to that of others. Judging from his aura, his cultivation was at least the first level of the innate realm. This guy is much stronger than the second-level thug I beat away before. The bloody energy emanating from him reminded me of the battle in the past. Although the thugs at that time were ruthless, they could only seriously injure the opponent at most. However, the man in front of me was obviously not that simple. His sharpness told me that he had killed many people. Although I was eager to try, I did not show it and just observed calmly. Who are you? The middle-aged man did not underestimate me because of my youth. On the contrary, he looked at me very cautiously. He obviously knew that the person who could make Dao Ge find this helper was definitely not a simple character. I'm just an ordinary person, and Brother Dao asked me for a favor. I have learned about your situation, and today I have a very good and peaceful solution. Would you like to hear it? I smiled and said, you are all prominent figures, so sit down and talk instead of fighting. You're the leader of the Black Tiger sect, right? This place used to be my territory, so why are you trying to occupy this hotel? I continued jokingly with a hint of provocation in my eyes. If I remember correctly, you must have fled here because you were suppressed by other sects, right? In that case, I have a mutually beneficial solution. I wonder if you are willing to listen to it. You can join me and become my man. I can give you everything you want, or help you take revenge and massacre the enemies of Tiange. Of course, if you don't agree, Tiange's 500,000 bounty is not a small amount. My words directly expose the interests involved, and I had obviously done a lot of research on the Black Tiger sect, and even knew Dao Ji's situation very well. The man in black seemed to be aware of my understanding of them, and immediately approached me with a stronger breath. But I still kept smiling and didn't show any panic. As the man in black approached me, he stopped about 10 feet away from me, as if something was blocking him. He is indeed a cultivator, and his strength should not be underestimated. I can even feel that he seems to be considering whether to cooperate with me. I am very tempted by your offer, but the most important thing is why you have the ability to convince me. The man in black stared at me with a dagger-like gaze. If you really have the ability, then let's fight. As long as you can beat me, we are willing to follow you. I nodded without hesitation because I had planned all this long ago. The man in black really did not refuse this challenge, and I caught his desire for revenge. In fact, when I wrote that paper, Dao Ge was beside me, but he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a negotiation tactic. But for me, it was just a move, and if I won, I could take down these people. Okay, but this isn't a good place to fight. Why don't we find a place to fight with real weapons? I suggested with a smile. The middle-aged man saw that the man in black was willing to cooperate with me, and immediately led a group of people down to the basement. Anyway, no matter who wins in the end, everyone will submit to him, so he naturally doesn't want this place to be destroyed. Soon, we came to a spacious place. The man in black took off his mask, revealing a pale, thin face, which seemed to have some hidden injuries and malnutrition. I nodded to him slightly, then stepped back, keeping a distance of 2 meters between us. The man in black also nodded. He had no intention of showing mercy because he knew the importance of this battle. If he won, his men would be more confident, but if they lost, they would have to hold on as long as they could. Please. We clasped our fists, and the fight began in an instant. The man in black showed off his first level of innate cultivation to the fullest, rushing towards me like a storm. I did not retreat, my momentum was not weakened at all, and I burst out with an equally powerful airflow to meet him. Chapter 18. After I finished fighting with that gangster, I was eager to try again and couldn't wait to find someone to continue practicing and experience the new combat state. This little thug's level was not high enough to make me feel really challenged, so I set my sights on Ouyang Tieshue from the Black Tiger Gate. Ouyang Tieshue was a master of the second level of the acquired realm, and there was still some gap between him and me. But for me, this challenge is of great significance. After all, I am now at the third level of the innate realm, which is definitely higher than him. Moreover, Ouyang Tieshue obviously has internal injuries, which makes me feel that he is not in his peak state, so I don't care about him at all. The battle was about to start, and the air was filled with tension. Fighting against Ouyang Tieshue, I immediately felt that this battle was much more intense than the previous fight with the gangsters. The two of us were very fast, and the people around us could only see the afterimages of our waving hands and feet. I used my newly honed fighting style, combining it with some extremely sinister moves and regular techniques from time to time. Every move was deadly and hit the vital points directly, with no mercy at all. When Ouyang Tieshue first attacked, he still had some strength left, but when he saw my unhesitating life-and-death fighting style, his bloody aura was aroused, and he fought me hard. I have to admit that Ouyang Tieshue is much stronger than that little gangster, not only in terms of his cultivation, but more importantly in his understanding and skills in combat, especially his ability to respond to unexpected situations. I was watching his every move while fighting, trying to imitate and innovate, and change my own fighting style. At this moment, I suddenly remembered that my master had mentioned a fighting style that was particularly suitable for fighting, the wave flow fighting style. The wave flow style is a fighting technique that relies on intuition and prediction. Its subtlety lies in that you can almost predict every move of the opponent, block the opponent's attack, and then counterattack with a fatal blow. This style of fighting can usually allow the weak to defeat the strong. Even in a fight of the same level, the use of wave flow can save you a lot of energy. However, it requires extremely high intuition, and the precision of body control should not be underestimated. I had learned the wave flow style, but the master did not emphasize it. Just let me experience it myself. Soon, I adapted to the rhythm of Ouyang Tieshue and even began to gain the upper hand in it, and found a sense of rhythm that belonged to me. So, I started trying to incorporate the wave flow techniques into combat. Although a few misjudgments in the early stages almost backfired, I did not give up. Ouyang Tieshue immediately noticed that my fighting style was no longer simply brute force. He could see that I was using an advanced wave flow technique. Although he can't be compared with me, he is the leader of the sect after all, and his vision and combat experience far exceed mine. Through the previous battle, he already knew that my true strength is far more than the first level of innateness. Obviously, I suppressed part of my strength to fight him fairly. In the following battles, I gradually discovered that Ouyang Tieshua was no longer as desperate as before. He began to deliberately slow down the rhythm of his attacks, and sometimes he even just seemed to be giving me directions and easily dealt with my attacks. It turned out that he had seen that I was practicing new skills, so he deliberately slowed down the pace to give me more opportunities to improve. The battle lasted for half an hour, and finally, Ouyang Tieshua stopped. Little brother, you are really amazing. I admit defeat. From now on, the people of Black Tiger Sect will follow you. However, I have one condition. The banner of Black Tiger Sect cannot be broken, and we must stay together. Although the battle made me very tired, my heart was filled with excitement and excitement. Ouyang Tieshua was not only a strong opponent, but also an excellent teacher. He taught me many skills silently through his actions, which made me have a deeper understanding of the wave flow. I'd already made plans for the conditions he proposed. I've already made plans for this matter. Find me a private room and leave a few trustworthy people there. I will discuss the next steps with you. At this time, Dao Gu, the people from the Black Tiger Gate, and the hotel staff all breathed a sigh of relief. They finally had a common leader, me. As for how to distribute the tasks next, it all depends on their own abilities, and the internal strife among them will no longer happen like before. Soon after, I was arranged to stay in a separate private room. In addition to me, several other leaders were also present. I sat at the head of the round table, knowing that in order to subdue these people, I must show absolute authority and not be humble to them. Otherwise, I would lose control. Although I am young, I have read many books of this kind, and with my previous experience, I know how to deal with these situations. The purpose of my master letting me go down the mountain is to let me train, and as for whether I can take revenge, I can only leave it to fate. Chapter 19. We will work together in the coming days, so I think we must quickly finalize our power structure. I didn't delay and got straight to the point. Everyone listened quietly, and no one expressed an opinion. It was obvious that they were all waiting for the plan and decision of a young man like me. Next, the test I would face was not only their loyalty to me, but also whether I had enough wisdom and strategy to be their boss. I continued. The next arrangement is to use Dao Ge's strength as the leader and the Black Tiger Sect's strength as the finale. The Black Tiger Sect's mission is to cultivate high-end forces and be responsible for the cultivation of elite talents. It was renamed Black Tiger Hall. Dao Ge is responsible for worldly affairs, information collection, and intelligence work, and was renamed Tian Dao Hall. There will be a handover between you. Brother Dao will select people with potential and send them to the Black Tiger Hall. The trained talents will be added to the Heavenly Dao Hall to form a complementary relationship. When special forces are needed, the ninjas of the Black Tiger Hall can be dispatched, and the Heavenly Dao Hall will be responsible for planning. The two halls will plan the action together. I paused and looked at each of their expressions. Our goal is Jinting. I will use this place as the center, develop steadily, and build up my own strength. In addition to the use of force, we can also offer martial arts training and train strong people to be coaches, while the weaker ones can bring us economic benefits. For the small forces around us, we can use the strategy of making friends with those far away and attacking those near, and annex those small forces that can be annexed. As for the big forces, we will keep our distance for the time being. We can't be too eager for quick success, nor can we fall behind. We must maintain a steady pace, I concluded. As for the final goal, I will tell you at the appropriate time. After I explained this, everyone felt that the plan was well organized and the interests of both parties were taken care of. I also made some minor adjustments to some allocations based on their opinions. They saw that although my plan did not seem to have much direct benefit to me, the power I gradually gathered would definitely make the Golden Court stronger. Everyone's doubts gradually dissipated. In the final arrangements, I specifically reminded them that we cannot reveal our identities for the time being so as not to be detected by the enemy, and the surrounding forces cannot easily join forces. On the surface, the Howding Hotel is a compromise between the two parties, but in fact, it has become the center of the Black Tiger Hall, secretly cultivating methods of cultivation and training elites. Tiandatang was responsible for gathering intelligence and became the core of decision-making. As for me, I continued to lead a double life, going to school during the day and working as a consultant at Jinting at night. Although I am nominally in charge of Jinting, I am not directly involved in handling specific matters. I use this method to ensure that the general direction of Jinting is stable while also maintaining attention to all details. Studying in school allowed me to gradually make up for the knowledge I had previously lacked. Chen Huiman began to pay special attention to me and became my exclusive class representative. She patiently provided me with additional learning materials, helping me to improve quickly and solve the areas that I lacked the most. As time went by, everyone got used to her special care for me, and people around me no longer dared to cause trouble for me easily. As for Han Shui, although her eyes were full of hatred and she waved her fists at me every day, I knew that she would not take any actual action. Time passed quickly, and my cultivation gradually approached the edge of a breakthrough. I often sought out Ouyang Tieshue to discuss martial arts. Under his guidance, I vaguely felt that I was about to break through to the second level of the innate realm, which made me extremely excited. Ouyang Tieshue, the current leader of the Black Tiger sect, was suppressed by other sects and had to flee to Seoul to regroup. Originally, he occupied the Howding Hotel as his base camp, but he had a conflict with Dao Ji's people. Now the problem has been solved, and he has become the coach of Jin Ting. He did not like fighting and killing, but preferred to train young people, watching them become stronger and embark on the path of cultivation. His strength was also constantly improving, and hatred and gratitude were intertwined in his heart. Chapter 20. Another ordinary weekend passed. I finished my practice early and stood at the window looking at the busy traffic downstairs. After such a long period of adaptation, I gradually integrated into this realistic society. Suddenly, I remember my uncle Lin Wenming, whom I had contacted when I first arrived in Seoul. Lin Wenming had a complicated feeling for my mother. Although I knew that my mother still loved him in her heart, they were ultimately unable to be together because of my father's affairs. I knew about the unhappiness between them since I was a child, which is one of the reasons why I was not liked by my mother and Jessica. Thinking that I hadn't contacted Lin Wenming for so long, I decided to visit him after school this afternoon. The days were still uneventful. I digested the new knowledge I had learned while packing my things to prepare to meet Lin Wenming. Just then, the school bell rang, and I packed my bag and prepared to leave. Jessica never talked to me and always pretended not to know me. Although I knew he didn't like me, I had something to do today, so I walked up to him and tried to talk to him. "Well, I want to visit my uncle tonight. Can you give me his phone number? I'll call him and let him know." I whispered to him. Jessica was a little surprised to see me coming over, and she frowned immediately when she heard me mention my uncle. He didn't have a good impression of me. Although I performed well in class, he and his mother were always cold to me. Sure enough, he immediately rejected my request. "No, my dad is not here today." He obviously didn't want me to go to his house. After all, I knew he had a strong aversion to his father and mother's past. I had expected this, but I didn't care much. I shrugged my shoulders. Since he didn't want to call me, I had to go find Lin Wenming myself. I turned around and left the classroom. When I walked to the school gate to get a taxi, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang. It was the phone Daoge bought for me. He thought it would be inconvenient for an important person like me to not have a mobile phone, so he gave me the latest model of mobile phone. I hadn't planned to use it too much, but when I saw it was Daoge calling, I felt it must be something important. After the call was connected, Dao Ji's anxious voice came immediately. "Ethan, the people in Seoul ran into trouble when they were doing business outside. The original partners suddenly cut off all contact, and Jin Ting is now losing a lot of money." He said in a low tone, "I suspect the Wong family is behind this." Wong family? I almost forgot about this family. The lackeys of the Qin family before, and even the brother Shanji, who was in the second level of the acquired realm that I beat, seemed to have some relationship with the Wong family. Although the Wong family's affairs had upset me before, I had now broken through the third level and entered the fourth level. My strength had greatly improved, which gave me some confidence for what was to come. Although Jin Ting suffered losses, my layout has begun to bear fruit, and its strength has gradually increased, but it has not yet shown its true strength. I decided to take this opportunity to test Jin Ting's achievements and challenge the small sect behind the Wong family. Dao Ji's words made me realize that this would be a big test. After comforting Daoge, I hung up the phone and decided to put aside the matter of visiting Lin Wenming for the time being. I got in a taxi and headed straight to my villa. As soon as I got to the second floor, I saw most of the small leaders were already waiting there, obviously waiting for my instructions. Jin Ting's development was progressing steadily, but the sudden situation made everyone hesitate and urgently needed a decision maker. At this time, I became the backbone in everyone's eyes. The critical moment of Jin Ting's life and death has arrived, and whether I can lead everyone through the crisis and solve the problem is particularly important. After analysis, we found that the real culprit behind it is the Wong family. The The Wong family joined forces with a small sect to try to control some of our interests, and the Howding Hotel became their primary target. Under my promotion, Jinting renovated and upgraded the hotel, and the business was very prosperous, attracting many people to come and consume. Obviously, the surrounding families and sects are jealous of the success of the Howding Hotel, and they have long been planning to attack us. Some small sects have tried to cooperate with Jinting before, but I rejected them one by one. Now, they want to directly control some of the benefits by getting something for nothing. I knew that the real test had just begun. Although I was a little nervous, I did not show it. Instead, I walked leisurely to the main seat, picked up the teacup, and drank slowly. My demeanor made everyone present relax a little, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Chapter 21. I was the only one sitting with my legs crossed in the huge main hall. The small leaders around me in black suits were trembling with fear, silently waiting for my words. But now I didn't plan to speak immediately. The time hadn't come yet, and many words would be useless. Dao Ge is the person I trust the most. The rapid development of Tiandatang has become an important driving force for the rise of Howding Hotel. Ethan, you're here really early. I was delayed by something on the way. Don't mind. Dao Ge walked in hurriedly, followed by two people who looked like a new group of people. Brother Dao, don't be so polite. I stood up, and when he came over, we sat down together. I stared at Brother Dao like a hawk, afraid to miss any subtle expression on his face. Dao Ge saw me staring at him, and immediately knew that there was no need to beat around the bush, so he spoke directly. The Wong family has already set their sights on Jin Ting, and has already launched an attack on us. If we don't fight back, they will only become more unscrupulous. Who said we should endure being bitten by this scabby dog? I smiled coldly and spoke softly. I have never been a person who can suffer a loss, especially when facing a force like the Wong family. Do you have a countermeasure? Dao Ge looked at me, as if he had guessed that I had already prepared. We had not known each other for long, but Dao gradually understood my style of doing things, calm and precise, taking every step carefully. I looked at Dao and nodded. Then, I waved my hand, and the small leaders on the second floor immediately ran down. Dao Ge sat quietly on the sofa, not stealing my limelight. He was obviously used to me giving orders directly. Jin Ting has become a prey in the eyes of others. Can you bear it? I looked at them with a dagger-like gaze. I can't stand it. They responded in unison. I couldn't help but chuckle as I listened to them. Why? You can't stand it, so you bite it back? I've heard of dogs biting people, but who's ever heard of people biting dogs? My words were meant to be lighthearted, but no one laughed. Even Dao Ge had a puzzled look on his face, as if he didn't understand what I meant. If you get bitten by a dog, go find its owner and ask for compensation. Why bother with the dog? I sneered. Dao Ge immediately understood what I meant. The Wong family actually has the Qin family behind it. I didn't intend to confront the Wong family head-on, but to use the Qin family's relationship to solve the Wong family's problem in one fell swoop. Brother Dao, I heard that you are familiar with Jiang Tianlong of Longding Group, so it would be most appropriate to entrust this matter to you. Brother Dao was stunned. He originally planned to use the Qin family to deal with the Wong family, but how did Jiang Tianlong get involved? Whatever plan you have, just tell me directly, and I will do my best. Dao Ge was a little confused, but he decided to follow my instructions. Dao Ge, go find Jiang Tianlong, talk to him about the past, and then give him a gift, the golden hornet. Dao Ge was still puzzled. Golden Corner? Isn't it near the Howding Hotel? Yes, the Golden Corner will be auctioned on Friday, but someone has already offered an internal price and bought it. As long as Jiang Tianlong can come up with that amount, he can buy the Golden Corner. I signaled Dao Ge to understand what I meant. 60 million is enough to easily buy Golden Corner. But Dao Ge wanted to say something, but I signaled him to shut up with a look. Brother Dao, listen to me. If Jiang Tianlong can come up with 60 million, the golden horn can be his. I sat back on the sofa, with my hands behind my back and a smile on my face, indicating that he could trust me completely. Then I will go and meet with Jiang Tianlong now to settle things in advance. Dao Ge immediately stood up and left in a hurry. I looked at the small leaders in the hall and smiled slightly, with a hint of apology in my smile. Leave this matter to Dao Ge and me. You just have to be patient for a few more days. By Friday at the latest, everyone will be able to breathe a sigh of relief. The small leaders obviously trust me. Since even Dao Ge listens to me, they have no reason not to believe me. By the way, everyone change clothes and put on black suits. We in Jining don't need to be so rigid. Yes, they answered, busy changing clothes. I looked at the time, thinking that I could catch the last class if I went back, which happened to be Chen Huiman's class. Chen Huiman was counting the number of students in the classroom as usual to see if anyone was absent. She glanced over and saw that I was not there. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she pushed her glasses up. Her high heels made a tapping sound on the floor, and the students in the classroom lowered their heads because of her inspection. Damien, come out with me. Damien was shocked and thought, Teacher, I handed in my homework on time today. No problem. Why are you asking me to leave? Teacher, I handed in my homework today and ate one less bowl of rice, as you said. Seeing Damien so cute, Chen Huiman couldn't help but burst out laughing. I asked you to come out because I didn't want to disturb everyone. I mainly wanted to ask you, do you know where Ethan went? This? I really don't know. Damien scratched his head. Although he was my desk mate, I came and went like the wind, and no one could figure me out. Chapter 22. As our class teacher, Chen Huiman knows every student's personality very well. Damien, the little fat boy, she knows that he is honest and not good at lying. Okay, you can go back. She waved her hand, indicating that Damien could go back to the classroom. Standing by the railing of the teaching building, I noticed that Chen Huiman glanced at the main entrance of the school from time to time. She didn't seem to know much about me, whether through my information or the contacts she made when she tutored me. She could not really touch my heart. Just when I was distracted, she suddenly heard me ask, Teacher, are you waiting for me? Her thoughts were brought back to her senses. She pushed her glasses slightly embarrassedly, and her face flushed slightly. How should I punish you for skipping class during the school term? Chen Huiman's voice was soft and coquettish. I smiled, put my hands on my hips, and raised a triumphant smile. Teacher, I asked for leave in advance so it doesn't count as skipping class. Seeing my smile, Chen Huiman was obviously unable to resist, and the youthful flamboyance in her heart made her expression a little subtle. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go back to the classroom quickly, or I will really punish you to sweep the sanitation for a month. She coughed lightly and left the classroom with a lesson plan. I stood there, still smiling, watching her back. After returning to our seats, Damien came over quietly. Ethan, Teacher Chen just asked for you. Where did you go? He asked cautiously in a low voice, fearing that others would discover that we were secretly chatting. I casually opened the textbook and replied calmly, Where can I go? I went home to get something. Damien looked at me and asked curiously, Where did you go? I smiled and said, I went home and bought you a dessert. After that, I threw a box of exquisite desserts to him. Damien's eyes lit up, full of surprise. Ethan, you are really my good buddy. He couldn't wait to open the box, and the exquisite pastry in front of him immediately made him feel better. Just as he was about to eat it, he suddenly frowned and looked at me suspiciously. Ethan, there's something wrong with this pastry. I didn't look at him, continued flipping through the textbook, and nonchalantly replied, What's the problem? Eat it if you want. If you don't want it, just give it back to me. Damien immediately hugged the pastry tightly, muttering, Why are you buying pastries when you're a grown man? I thought it was a gift from one of your little fans, and you gave it to me because you didn't want to eat it. I flicked his head helplessly. I told you to eat something, don't talk so much. Damien and I were joking. Chen Huiman had just sat back in the office and hadn't even started to open the lesson plan when she saw a note floating down from the cubicle. She picked up the note and read what it said. Teacher, I'm asking for leave and going home. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Your favorite cakes are in the drawer. Don't be angry with me. Chen Huiman was amused by the note. She opened the drawer and saw a box of macarons in pink packaging tied with a bow. The exquisiteness of the macarons and the girlish packaging made even a teacher like her fall in love with them. After eating the first macaron, she instantly forgot about my skipping class and instead formed a new impression of me, attentive and someone who knew how to choose desserts. Just as she was immersed in the world of desserts, a voice came from the office door. Teacher, do you have time now? Chen Huiman looked up and saw Ku Donghai from the next class. Teacher Ku, I have to go to a meeting soon, and I don't know when I will be free. She answered while wiping her mouth. Ku Donghai did not notice her refusal and still said with a smile, Teacher Chen is too hard. I will take you home when you get off work. Chen Huiman felt annoyed and thought to herself, I don't even need you to send me off even if I ask a ghost to. She coughed lightly and said coyly, Teacher Ku, my boyfriend will pick me up after get off work this afternoon, so I won't bother you. This sentence immediately made the atmosphere in the entire office awkward, and all the male teachers were stunned. Ku Donghai's face changed from expectation to disappointment, and finally sank completely. Chen Huiman tidied her hair held the teaching plan, and walked out of the office with her head held high, while Kadonghai sat back at his desk listlessly. At this moment, my phone received a message. The Golden Corner auction will start on Friday, and Jiang Tianlong has entered the bid. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I laughed secretly in my heart. The Wong family is running my trap this time, so I'll teach them a little lesson. Jiang Tianlong is the first chess piece in my plan, and he will be a crucial part of my layout. I dialed a familiar number, and Dao Ji's voice came from the other end of the line. Dao Ge, you must pin down Jiang Tianlong and make sure he captures the Golden Horn. Chapter 23. After finishing the last class at school, I looked at my watch. It was exactly 11 o'clock. I guess Dao Ge is waiting for me at the school gate. Today is unusual, and I must not miss it. Brother Mo, my subordinates, just told me that things are not going well recently, so be careful. Brother Dao said as he looked at me with a bit of worry on his face. I smiled and patted Brother Dao on the shoulder, wondering when he became so careful and actually told me these things. Brother Mo, stop laughing. Do you want me to send you a few people to protect you? Brother Dao added hurriedly when he saw that I didn't take it seriously. I waved my hand, indicating that he didn't need to. I've been in school recently. It's okay. You should keep an eye on Jiang Tianlong. The Golden Corner auction is coming soon. Don't make any mistakes. When I mentioned Jiang Tianlong, something strange flashed across my eyes. I had always had some doubts about this person. When Dao Ge heard me talking about Jiang Tianlong, he immediately nodded. Don't worry, Brother Mo. I will keep an eye on him. Suddenly, Dao Ji's cell phone rang. He glanced at the screen and smiled. See, what did I say? This guy is more anxious than me. I gave him a look, indicating that he should answer the phone quickly and stop wasting time. Hello, Mr. Jiang, what's up? Dao Ge put the phone on speaker. I didn't care to listen anyway. I squinted my eyes slightly and listened attentively to the voice on the other end of the phone. The Golden Corner auction is this afternoon. Are you going? Jiang Tianlong's voice was full of a strong aura. Dao Ge glanced at me, as if waiting for my opinion. I felt that now was not the right time to speak out. I shook my head, signaling Dao Ge to hold back for a while. Mr. Jiang, I can't go this afternoon. I happen to be attending my son's parent-teacher meeting, so I can't go. Dao Ge immediately changed his tone. Jiang Tianlong's tone was obviously a little confused. Don't worry about the Golden Horn matter. If you fail, I will let you deal with it. But when you take over the Golden Horn, you must host a Feng Yan for me. Dao Ge is really good at talking. Ethan gave him a thumbs up, and his trust in him doubled. After the call ended, Dao Ge looked at me with a puzzled expression on his face. Brother Mo, are you really not going to see Golden Horn this afternoon? I looked at Dao Ge in turn and raised my eyebrows. Didn't you say that things are not going well recently? The driver looked at our conversation and was obviously a little embarrassed. I got off the car at the door of Li Qing phone bar. When I walked in, Dao Ge looked at me in confusion. You guys should go back to Jinting first. Don't forget that I asked the people in Jinting to change their clothes a few days ago. Don't tell them. Dao Ge nodded, and before the car drove away, he reminded me, remember, you are a student, and students can't go to bars. I glanced at him and smiled silently in my heart, thinking that this guy was really afraid that I would hit him. As soon as I arrived at the door of the bar, I suddenly felt a strong, innate energy rushing towards me. It was obviously someone with cultivation. I looked around and saw nothing unusual, so I continued to walk into the bar. In a convenience store across from the bar, several people wearing baseball caps stared at me. One of them asked in a low voice, Brother, that guy's gone in. When will we start? The voice on the other end of the phone replied, Keep watching and wait for him to come out. I entered the bar and looked around, but still didn't see anything wrong. A bartender saw me come in and immediately came over with a wine tray. Sorry, I don't drink. I made a gesture of refusal, and the bartender's smile immediately disappeared, and his face turned cold. You poor guy. Why do you come to the bar if you don't want to drink? I ignored these voices and just found a sofa to sit down. A man in the corner saw me being laughed at by the bartender, lowered his baseball cap, took a sip of whiskey, paid, and left. The flashing lights in the bar made me unable to open my eyes, so I decided to go out for some fresh air. When we got to the restroom, the bartender followed us in. He locked the door and put up a sign saying, Under repair, keep out. Brother Mo, we've investigated it. The bartender, who had been sarcastic just now, took off his hat and revealed a masculine face. Tell me, what are the results of the investigation? I looked at him with a serious expression. There is a VIP customer in Li Qing phone named Wong Dong, the only grandson of the Wong family, who is the person you're looking for. Are you sure? My heart tightened and I stared at him. Don't worry, I've already investigated everything. Hearing him say that, I finally relaxed a little and patted his shoulder. Go to Daoge to get the money when you have time. He nodded happily. Thank you, Brother Mo. Also, don't laugh at others for being poor in the future. You'll get beaten up easily. He nodded and watched me leave. Chapter 24. I stood in front of the convenience store and saw a familiar figure coming out of Li Qing phone. I couldn't help but lower my cap and pull the headset closer to my ear. It's out. Should I do it now? The voice came softly, and the plan had already begun. I laughed inwardly. When I was talking to Brother Dao on the phone, just now, a calculating look appeared on the corner of my mouth. Brother Dao, although we are not going to participate in the auction of Golden Corner, we should go and join in the fun. Let's book a private room in advance and let Jiang Tianlong treat us. Brother Mo, today is a bit abnormal. It seems like something big happened. Dao Ji's voice was full of doubt. He couldn't understand my intention. Nothing. Take the brothers to the Golden Hotel and wait for me. I responded in a relaxed tone. Take everyone with you? Daoge was obviously confused. There's so many people in Jinting. Do I really plan to let everyone go? Yes, take everyone with you. As soon as I said that, I felt something was wrong and added, don't take everyone with you. Leave a few veterans at the Howding Hotel to take care of it. They need people there now. Daoge nodded after understanding, and I hung up the phone, but suddenly I felt the wind brushing past my ears. I raised my eyebrows and realized that someone was staring at me. Come out. I've already found you. There's no point in hiding. I whispered towards the southwest, with a little internal force in my tone, so that the man could hear it clearly. Seeing no movement, I impatiently walked towards the convenience store in the southwest corner. As soon as I reached the door, I saw the man in front of me, and a smile appeared on his lips. I thought you were a child, but you turned out to be a tough guy, which is beyond my expectation. The man's face was immediately filled with anger, especially the deep scar, which made him look even more threatening. Today is the day you die, he said, and rushed towards me. I glanced at my red short-sleeve shirt and cursed in my heart. Damn it, I shouldn't have worn this red short-sleeve shirt today. However, the situation in front of me made me even more dissatisfied. The clothes that Daoge bought ended up provoking a mad bull. I looked at the man who pounced on me and smiled slightly. Impulse is the devil, and the consequences can be disastrous. Stop talking nonsense. The other party had already thrown a punch with great strength and speed, but in my eyes, it was just child's play. My eyes flashed, and I quickly dismantled his attack. Are you insulting me? I counterattacked, skillfully hitting his palm directly on his chest, forcing him to protect his heart. The heart is the most vulnerable part, and if you are not careful, you will die. This is called beating him up. I sped up my movements, and I could hardly see my fists, but his body was constantly being hit. Each punch hit him like a sledgehammer, and the man's face was full of shock, as if he saw aliens in his eyes. I stopped and smiled at him. Do you want me to teach you a few more moves? The man's face suddenly fell, and he lowered his head and took off his hat, looking a little frustrated. I want to take you as my master. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. You have been practicing hard for 20 years, and only after seeing me did you realize your shortcomings? Do you think I will accept you as my apprentice? His eyes were full of sincerity. I have left my original organization. Please accept me, and I will learn martial arts from you. The man knelt down without hesitation and begged me sincerely. I looked at him with a bit of a smile on my face, wondering if he had forgotten his identity. After all, I was a killer, not an ordinary master. But seeing the sincerity in his eyes, I was also a bit shaken. If you really want to follow me, I won't make things difficult for you. I helped him up and patted his shoulder. In that case, follow me. As long as you work hard, you will achieve something. Chapter 25, Surrounded. Ethan said to him last time. The man slightly grinned and said to Ethan in front of him, I understand. Thank you. I feel very honored that you can be my master. Thank you for accepting me as your apprentice. After a pause, the man continued, Don't worry, I will definitely not embarrass you by being your apprentice. I will definitely do my best to practice martial arts, and will definitely not be lazy. Ethan smiled and said, If you really slack off during the practice with me, I think I may have to expel you from the sect, so I'm not afraid that you will be lazy. I can never tolerate any grain of sand in my eyes. In the future, if you really slack off, I will not let you go easily, so you don't have to promise me anything now. Ethan said to him. The man smiled and said, Ha, in the days to come, I still hope that you can give me more advice, master. Ethan suddenly remembered something and asked a question in his mind. Oh, by the way, What's your name? After all, you have become my apprentice, so I can't not know your name. Please introduce yourself so that I can get to know you. Although you are my apprentice, I don't know anything about you. Doesn't that mean I am a failure as a master? Ethan's question, the man laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Haha, to be honest, I don't even know what my name is. So, master, I really don't know how to answer your question. It's not that I don't want to answer it, but I really don't know. Ethan frowned. What? You said you don't know your name? The strange man explained very calmly. Yes, because to be honest, I have been alone for so many years without parents. Ethan heard the man say this. He saw that the expression on the man's face did not seem to be lying, and he felt sympathy for him. He cleared his throat a little, and then said, I see that you are a sunny and bright person, so I will call you Yangzi from now on. Ethan said. The man grinned and said, Master, are you really willing to give us this name? Of course, since you've become my apprentice, you can no longer be that nameless person. Ethan patted Yoko's shoulder. Yoko bowed and said, Thank you, master. I once told you that I really liked it. Don't worry, I will practice with you in the future, and I will never let you down. Ethan said calmly, Now, I'll take you to the Golden Hotel in Golden Corner to see the world. Let's go. Ethan took a step forward and hailed a taxi on the side of the road. 20 minutes later, the taxi took the two of them to the Golden Hotel. Ethan stood at the door of the hotel, looking at the surroundings seriously. Yoko came up to Ethan and asked curiously, Master, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so serious? What happened? Why do you look so nervous? As Yangzi spoke, he also looked around. He muttered to himself, There's nothing around here. Master, what did you see? Why do I feel like you're a little different? Ethan heard Yoko ask him this. He came back to his senses, looked at Yoko beside him, and said to Yoko in a very serious tone, I don't know why, after getting off the taxi, I always feel a sense of oppression here. Yangzi looked around, sniffed lightly, and muttered, Why don't I have this feeling? I don't think there is anything unusual here. Why do you say that, master? Have you discovered something? Or what's going on? After a pause, Yoko continued to speak to Ethan. Master, I don't think you need to think too much. I don't think there will be any danger here. After all, there are so many people here, and no one will do anything. So, master, don't think too much. You don't need to think so much. Ethan said, I understand, but this feeling of oppression really makes me very uncomfortable. I don't know why I always feel like something is going to happen. Ethan shook his head gently, and then said to Yoko beside him, Hey, forget it. Let's go in quickly and don't stand here stupidly. Yangzi asked with some concern, Master, are you sure you are okay? Are you sick, and that's why you feel this oppressive feeling? Otherwise, let's go to the hospital first. After all, health is the most important. If you really have an accident. Before Yoko could finish her words, Ethan had already started walking into the hotel. At the same time, Ethan said to Yoko behind him calmly, Don't worry. I know my own body well. There will be no accidents. Don't dawdle here anymore. Hurry up and keep up with me. Don't waste time outside. Yoko heard his master Ethan say this to him. Although he still had something to say, he just opened his mouth and said nothing. Then, Yoko took her own steps and followed Ethan into the hotel. The hotel looks high-end and luxurious, and for some reason there are so many people in the lobby. Ethan frowned slightly and had a very bad feeling in his heart. They saw Ethan come in. They winked at each other and then walked towards Ethan. Ethan frowned and shouted to his younger brother, Yoko, Yoko, be smart. But before Ethan could finish his words, a group of men in suits surrounded him. Ethan frowned tightly and stared at the men in suits with great vigilance. Yangzi was a little frightened. He muttered in fear, What's going on now? How come so many people suddenly appeared? Chapter 26, Accepting an Apprentice. Those people in suits, each of them wore a headset. Ethan looked at these people, and a familiar figure flashed through his mind. He pulled Yoko over. If Ethan remembered correctly, when he first saw Yoko, he was wearing the same headset as these people. Ethan said to Yoko almost calmly, Don't you know these people? When Yoko heard this, she quickly followed Ethan's gaze and looked towards the group of people in suits. Sure enough, Ethan was right. If nothing unexpected happens, these people should be here to see him. Yangzi didn't expect that this group of people would move so quickly and find this place. Could it be that he had been following him all the way? Yoko felt a slight pain in her heart, as if her heart had received a heavy blow. It seems that he has never trusted me to be by his side, but after all these years I still don't trust him. Thinking of this, a hint of subtle loss flashed across Yoko's eyes. However, Yoko's little changes naturally did not escape Ethan's eyes, and Ethan guessed a lot of it. Master, I didn't call these people here. You have to trust me. Now Yoko has acknowledged Ethan as his master, and this group of people is coming for him, and he is really afraid that Ethan will not trust him. Ethan glanced at Yoko beside him and said to him with a smile on his face, "Of course I believe you didn't ask them to come over. After all, the knives in their hands are pointed at you." When Yoko heard this, the scar on his face moved with his expression, looking extremely distorted. Looking at Yoko's arms with bulging veins, Ethan grabbed him at the right time. Now is not the time to take action. They don't dare to do anything yet. Just stay with me and follow my orders. Yoko nodded and stood behind Ethan. Now that he had followed his master, he would definitely be loyal to Ethan and would never have any second thoughts. Master, what should we do now? Are we just going to obey them and let them attack us? If they tie us up, it will be too late to regret. Yoko looked at the people in suits who had danger signals flashing in their eyes. Pressing her body closer to Ethan, Yoko prepared to attack. If we find the right moment now, it will be no problem to break out. If we wait until they have enough manpower before running out, it will be much more difficult than it is now. Ethan nodded, but his face looked relaxed, and he didn't take those people who were catching him like prey seriously at all. You're right, but we can't leave now. A good show is about to begin. How can the audience leave at this critical moment? Yoko naturally didn't understand what Ethan said. Just when the atmosphere in the lobby of the Golden Hotel was extremely low, a familiar voice was heard. Ethan felt relieved instantly, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his chest. Brother Mo, you came so early. I thought I would send someone to pick you up. Hearing this casual voice, Ethan smiled. Yangzi naturally didn't know Dao Ge. He looked at Dao Ge, then looked at Mo, mentioned by Dao Ge, and looked at Ethan with disbelief. Ethan patted Yoko's shoulder to indicate that he was one of them. Yoko then realized that his master had already made plans, which was why he was so calm and composed. It seemed that he was worrying too much. Because of this, Yoko admires her master, Ethan, even more. It was the right decision for him to learn from him. Brother Dao, let me introduce you. This is my apprentice. I may send him to Jinting in the future, so you have to be careful when the time comes. Dao Ge stared at Yoko with a suspicious look on his face. Then he put his arm around Ethan and pulled him aside. Yangzi deliberately turned her eyes away and didn't look at Dao Ge or her master. It's even more uneasy here now. You just casually accepted a disciple without knowing his background. It's really too dangerous. Having said that, Dao Ge looked at Yangzi with a stern look. Ethan for help. Seeing Dao Ji's mysterious look, Ethan smiled and patted Dao Ji's shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to be so nervous. Ethan is quite trustworthy towards Yoko. Ever since they first met, Ethan had a crush on Yoko, and when Yoko acknowledged Ethan as her master, her eyes were very sincere. Based on Ethan's experience in knowing people over the years, he knew that Yoko had not lied to him and that recognizing Yoko as his master was his true feeling. Don't you believe in the person I'm looking for? Ethan patted Dao Ji's shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Dao Ge was speechless after hearing these words. He knew Ethan's ability, and all the decisions he made were based on his own evidence. Even if he didn't believe anything else, he would definitely believe in Ethan. Okay, since you've already made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Let's go upstairs. Mr. Jiang has already booked a private room for us. Ethan made a gesture to Yoko, and Yoko quickly came to Ethan's side. Don't act rashly. You must follow my orders. Yoko nodded and stood obediently to Ethan's right. It's not that Ethan doesn't trust Yoko, but Yoko needs training now. His character is too superficial, and all his emotions and actions are revealed on his face. People like them hate this the most. It would be too dangerous to let the other party see through them at a glance. While they were talking, those men in suits and ties in the lobby of the Golden Hotel disappeared without a trace. What a bunch of idiots. They could do such a brainless thing. Ethan almost talked to himself, looking at the men in suits who were supposed to ambush them, with a hint of sneer on his face. Brother Mo, what did you say? Dao Ge seemed to have heard something Ethan said, but when he turned around, Ethan's lips were tightly closed, and it didn't look like he had said anything. This made Dao Ge wonder if he was hallucinating. Nothing, just a complaint. People nowadays really don't consider the consequences when doing things. Once something goes wrong, that's it. Dao Ge naturally couldn't understand the meaning of such a meaningless sentence. Dao Ge smacked his lips, said nothing, and continued to lead Ethan upstairs. This Golden Hotel is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is extremely luxurious and extravagant. Chapter 27, Getting to Know Jiang Tianlong. After passing through the glittering hotel lobby, Dao Gu took Ethan directly to the 16th floor. In the private room on the 16th floor, Ethan and Dao Gu were arguing over the seating issue. Brother Mo, you do it first, Dao Gu said to Ethan attentively. Although Ethan knew that he had helped Dao Gu, it was not impossible for him to be the host. But Dao Gu said so now. Even if Ethan thought so in his heart, he had to be tactful. This is your territory. What does it mean that I am the master? Ethan said to Dao Gu. Yangzi, who was standing behind the two men, was speechless when he saw his master and Dao Gu pushing each other back and forth over a position issue. Master, you two don't have to be so polite to each other. In my opinion, it would be better for you two to sit side by side, Yangzi suggested to the two men. Ethan and Dao heard what Yangzi said. A trace of embarrassment flashed across their faces. Then the two sat side by side. After Ethan and Dao Gu had been doing it for a while, Jiang Tianlong finally arrived. This time Dao Gu hosted the party and introduced Jiang Tianlong and Ethan to each other. At this time, as soon as Jiang Tianlong entered the door of the box, he stared at Ethan. If I didn't know that Jiang Tianlong was a straight man, Dao Gu would have thought that he had some improper thoughts about Ethan. After all, it was hard not to think wrongly when Jiang Tianlong looked at me like that. Brother Jiang, come here. This is Ethan. Brother Mo played an indispensable role in your acquisition of such a great place as the Golden Corner. Dao Gu spoke up and broke the deadlock. This is Ethan, Brother Mo, right? My name is Jiang Tianlong. I am older than you, so you could just call me Brother Long. Jiang Tianlong said to Ethan. Hearing Jiang Tianlong say this, Ethan followed his words and said, Brother Long, you can just call me Ethan from now on. No, that won't work. You are my benefactor now, so I'd better call you Brother Mo, Jiang Tianlong said. Sure enough, with this introduction, the two people talked smoothly afterwards. Ethan with gratitude. Jiang Tianlong has been thinking about the Golden Corner for a long time. If it weren't for Ethan's help, it would be another matter whether he could get the Golden Corner. When Ethan decided to help Jiang Tianlong, it was because he knew that he was a very righteous person. Since he had helped him so much, if he asked him for help in the future, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. It's nothing, just a casual thing, Ethan said modestly. Jiang Tianlong heard Ethan's humble words and said with a look of disapproval, Brother Mo, you are a little too modest. So many people want to get this good place called Golden Corner, and finally this Golden Corner fell into my hands. All thanks to you, Brother Mo. If it weren't for you, who knows who would have this Golden Corner now? Ethan just likes dealing with Jiang Tianlong. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. If you help him, you help him. He won't argue with you or anything. Dao Gu heard the two men flattering each other and said with a smile, I set up this situation today to let you two get to know each other, not to let you two flatter each other. Of course, if you two want to flatter each other, don't say it in front of me. That way, I won't feel offended. Jiang Tianlong used to be a man who spoke in a very rough manner. Now seeing him lower his voice and talk to Ethan, Dao Gu couldn't get used to it. Yoko had no right to interrupt in this situation. After all, the other three people present were almost the same seniority as her master, so Yoko wisely sat aside and acted as a transparent person. It's hard to say. Thank you, Brother Mo, for the Golden Horn matter. If you need my help in the future, just tell me. If I can help, I will do my best to help you, Jiang Tianlong said to Ethan with a look of assurance. With Jiang Tianlong's guarantee, Yasuo had to say that he was very satisfied. A few people were talking about other things and no longer mentioned the Golden Horn. In the following conversation, Jiang Tianlong found that Ethan was a man of few words. For example, when he and Dao Gu were discussing other things, Ethan could get to the core of the matter in just 1 or 2 sentences and then analyze the feasibility of the matter. If he didn't know that he could only get the Golden Horn with the help of Ethan, Jiang Tianlong would have thought that the conversation between him and Dao Gu tonight was arranged by Dao Gu in advance with Ethan. After a few glasses of liquor, Jiang Tianlong, who was not very good at drinking, was a little drunk. The drunk Jiang Tianlong did not speak like before, but returned to his original nature. Brother Mo, I have to say that your temper is very consistent with my boss's personality. Don't say anything. I, Jiang, have to recognize you as my brother. Jiang Tianlong's voice rang in Ethan's ears like thunder. Dao Gu felt Ethan's puzzled gaze and explained, You and Brother Jiang just met each other. If you know each other for a long time, he will be like this. Well, since Dao Gu said so, Ethan has nothing to say. Fortunately, this party is almost over. Seeing Jiang Tianlong like this, Ethan felt that although his words were to his liking, the two of them still felt a little distant. However, after getting drunk, Jiang Tianlong seemed to be a different person from before. Dao Ge was about to say something to Ethan, but suddenly, his cell phone rang unexpectedly. The ringing of the cell phone interrupted what Dao Ge wanted to say to Ethan. I don't know what the person on the other end of the phone said to Dao Ge, but when Yasuo saw Ethan, he saw that Dao Ge's face suddenly turned ugly. When Dao Ge came back one time, several minutes had passed. Brother Imo, something happened and I have to leave now. Brother Jiang, I will send someone to pick him up later. Dao Ge left in a hurry, without having time to explain too much to Ethan. After a while, Dao Ji's men took Jiang Tianlong away. Ethan and Yoko were the only two people staring at each other in the room. It's not that they didn't want to talk, but what else could two grown men talk about? Chapter 28, Issue Solved. After resolving the issues here, Ethan and Yoko were the only ones left at the scene. After taking a look at the man still sitting there, Ethan said, "Now that everything is settled, you can go home. If there is any need here, we will notify you in time." When Yoko heard her master say this, she said with a sad face, "I don't have a home." "What? Then where do you usually live?" Ethan asked in shock. In the past, Yoko always lived in the Lin family. Now, Yangzi has accepted Ethan as her master. It goes without saying that Yangzi can't go back to the Lin family. If she can't go back to the Lin family, then Yangzi can only find a place to live outside. Yoko looked at Ethan and said, "Master, don't worry about me. I can just find a place to live by myself." This Yoko is his apprentice. Now, his apprentice is homeless, and Ethan cannot let him live anywhere he wants. "Now that you have become my disciple, you are mine. Don't worry about where to live. I will find a place for you to live," Ethan said to Yoko. Yoko didn't expect that her master was so considerate that he even solved the problem of where to live for her. "Master, don't worry, I will never let you down," Yoko said to Ethan with assurance. "Since you have nowhere to go, just follow me to my place first." Ethan finally decided to take Yoko to Jinting. After all, it was your own territory. Only in your own territory could Yoko be sure of safety. Originally, Yoko thought she was going to her master's house with him. But looking at this road, Yoko could never imagine that her master would live in such a place. Sure enough, after driving along a deserted road, Yoko saw a big gate. "Boss, why are you still here so late?" the security guard said to Ethan. "Yes, I came here for something." Can be put in Jining by Ethan are all capable people. They can stay in Jinting peacefully because the benefits Ethan promised them are very good to them, and Ethan's ability is also worthy of their admiration. The people of Jining had never seen their boss come back with someone. If their boss came back with a woman, it would be fine. But he didn't expect that his boss came back with a man. "You'll stay here today," Ethan said to Yoko. Hearing Ethan say this, Yoko looked at her master with a puzzled look. "Master, aren't you staying here tonight?" Yoko is essentially a shy person. Although you can't tell from his stern face, facing so many curious eyes, Yoko is still a little uncomfortable. Before Ethan could say anything, a muscular man said to Yoko enthusiastically, "Hey, boss, you can go without worry. We will take good care of this little brother." Ethan left, leaving Yoko alone to face so many people's curious eyes. Although they said so, the eyes of these people looking at Yangzi were still somewhat euphemistic. After all, they were all grown men who died, so how could there be any big gossip? They were just curious. This was the first time the boss had brought people to Jinting. Seeing the scene just now, this little brother had a close relationship with the boss. "Little brother, this is your first time here. Come, I'll take you to your room," the muscular man said to Yoko enthusiastically. After this muscular man started talking, the other people in Jinting greeted Yoko one by one. "Little brother, come and live here. Don't be polite. Just treat it as your own home. Don't be polite," a man with a mustache said to Yoko. Yes, don't be polite. You are the boss's man, which means you are a member of our Jinting. If there is any problem here, just come to us directly." It was the muscular man who said it. It was also because of the muscular man's words that Yoko knew that the place her master brought her to was called Jinting. Seeing this, Yangzi knew that these people were all her master's people. She was brought to this place by her master. So did it mean that she was considered one of his own people by her master? "Thank you," Yoko said to these people with a blushing face. The muscular man has always been a very outgoing person. When he heard what Yangzi said, he waved his hand and said, "What's there to thank me for? The fact that you were brought to Jinting by the boss proves that the boss considers you one of his own. By the way, what is your relationship with the boss?" When the muscular man said the last sentence, there was a hint of gossip in his tone. "He is my master," Yoko said to the muscular man. Well, Yoko's words shocked these people. They hadn't expected that their boss, who looked so cold and ruthless, would accept an apprentice. But the muscular man thought again, what does the boss's taking in an apprentice have to do with his coldness? So, when these people knew that Yoko was Ethan's apprentice, they looked at him with more enthusiasm. Everyone was not so enthusiastic about Yoko because of Ethan. Although Ethan played a part here, it was mainly because they saw that Yoko was someone who had been with them all the way. They were all juniors, so what was wrong with taking care of her? It was under the enthusiastic care of so many people that Yoko came to his own room in Jinting. All of a sudden, so many people were so enthusiastic about her, which made Yangzi instinctively think of her days at the Lin family. During her time at the Lin family, no one had ever spoken to her so enthusiastically. When he was at the Lin family, Yangzi never said that he was bullied by the Lin family or anything like that. When he was at the Lin family, it was usually the Lin family that issued the orders and Yangzi carried them out. She lived in the Lin family for more than 10 years. Even when Yoko was injured during a mission, no one came to care about her. She always recovered alone. Getting injured during a mission was a common thing. During the first few times, Yoko was still fantasizing that someone would come to see her. However, after wishing for such a thing a few times, Yoko knew that no one would care about her. Although she's not injured now, Yoko knows that if she's injured, these people will come see her. Thinking of this, Yoko felt happy. After living for so many years, this was the first time he felt someone's care and enthusiasm for him at such a close distance. Chapter 29, Something Happened to Damien. Ding ling 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 ling. It's time for class. Hurry back. Why is this class taught by Teacher Chen again? Those students who were pushing and arguing with each other all ran back to their seats. Before they could even catch their breath, a woman's voice rang out from outside the door. Class is starting. Chen Huimin strode in, holding a few books and some homework. Judging from her tone and expression, she was not in a good mood. Stand up, the monitor shouted, and the students all broke into cold sweats and quickly stood up. Hello, teacher. What's good about that? Your homework is so bad. How good can I be? Stand up straight, everyone. Otherwise, you will have to stand all day. Chen Huimin slammed the books and homework on the podium and shouted at the students below. Ethan sighed and scratched his head helplessly. He thought about how Damien was usually scared to death of her and trembled with fear when she was mentioned. She was so angry now. Damien must be scared out of his wits. Damien is a nice guy. I have to comfort him. Ethan turned to look at Damien, and he was shocked. Damien was actually in a daze. Although Damien's grades were not very good, and he was usually afraid of Chen Huimin, he was still very hardworking in his studies. He always listened in class and never daydreamed. Did something happen to Damien? Ethan gently placed a hand on Damien's shoulder and whispered to him, Damien. Unexpectedly, Damien's face suddenly changed. He immediately sat down, holding his head tightly with both hands, as if fists would rain down on him in the next second. He was trembling and shouting, I really didn't mean it. Don't. As soon as he shouted, the whole class looked at him. Some were puzzled, some were gloating, some were surprised, all kinds of... Ethan looked at Chen Huimin helplessly, and Chen Huimin frowned and yelled at the students. What are you looking at? You don't want to go to class, right? If you don't want to go to class, get out immediately. After yelling, she said to Ethan, Ethan, take Damien out to calm down, and come back in after you calm down. Okay, Mr. Chen. Ethan responded and walked to the stairwell with Damien. As soon as he reached the stairwell, Damien immediately squatted down again, still shaking. Ethan sighed helplessly, squatted down, and comforted him. It's okay, don't be afraid. We are in school now. No one dares to bully you. Damien burst into tears when he heard this and threw himself on Ethan. Ethan didn't react in time, and because of Damien's weight, he was caught off guard and was knocked down by Damien. He could have easily pushed Damien away at this point, but he didn't move, waiting quietly for Damien to calm down. After a long time, Damien finally calmed down. He let go of Ethan and wiped his tears with his hands. Ethan stood up and stretched out a hand to him. Damien raised his head and put his hand on his hand. He finally smiled, and Ethan pulled him up. Ethan quickly asked him, Damien, what happened to you? We're already in class. Damien did not answer his question, but just shook his head and changed the subject. He said, let's go back to class quickly, otherwise we won't be able to hear the knowledge points that Teacher Chen is talking about. Ethan saw that he didn't want to talk, so he didn't ask him anymore. He replied, well, let's go. Report. Ethan and Damien said at the same time. Chen Huimin had already finished scolding the classmates and had started the lecture. They had all sat down. Chen Huiman took a look and didn't ask anything. She just nodded, indicating that after they came in, they should quickly return to their seats and listen to the class carefully. In this class, Damien was much more normal. Although he would still be distracted from time to time, he would come back to his senses after Ethan reminded him. Ding ling 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 ling. Get out of class is over. Stand up. Goodbye, teacher. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the class was finally over. Damien also didn't mention what happened just now, but just quietly prepared the things he would need for the next class. Ethan felt awkward and then suddenly thought of something. He fumbled in the drawer for a while and finally took out a small, exquisite bag and handed it to Damien. He smiled and said, "Here, this is a new product from the dessert shop. It was sold out in a short while. I managed to get it with great difficulty. I know you like it, so I brought it to you specially. Don't be unhappy." Damien stared at Ethan blankly for a while before he came back to his senses. He smiled and nodded, took the dessert, and thanked him. "Thank you, Ethan." Although Damien smiled, everyone could tell that the smile was forced, and Ethan felt that the thank you was also problematic. Ethan really couldn't understand what he was thinking. Was there anything he couldn't tell? Ethan said to him, "No, you're welcome. But are you really okay? Actually, you can tell me something. We are friends. I can help you." Damien seemed afraid to look at him. He lay on the table and buried his head. He said in a muffled voice, "Ethan, I'm really fine. I will tell you if I have anything. You don't have to worry about me." Ethan also knew that he really didn't want to say it, so he shook his head and said to himself, "Really? Okay. Do you think if you don't tell me there's nothing I can do? Why not go and see it myself?" Ethan would sometimes look at Damien, but Damien would subconsciously avoid him. So they never spoke to each other again for the whole day. During the last class, Damien actually packed his school bag in advance and kept looking at the clock on the wall. Ding ling 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 ling. As soon as the bell rang, Damien grabbed his school bag and ran out of the classroom before the teacher said the class was over. The teacher slammed the podium angrily and yelled at him. "Damien, what are you doing? Didn't I say class is over? Are you in such a hurry to go to reincarnation? Wait until I finish this question before you can leave school." Damien stopped immediately after hearing this. He glanced at the clock, stamped his feet anxiously, and said to the teacher in a pleading tone, "Teacher, I really have something urgent today. Please, I have to go now. Please, end the class." The teacher glanced at the clock, looked at the student's eyes, sighed, and said, "You are too impatient. I can't even stay in class for a while. You don't like studying at all. When we were young, we all wanted the teacher to talk for a while longer. Look at Zhuge Liang." Damien stared at the clock face, and his voice became louder. "Teacher." Ethan also used this time to pack his school bag. The teacher sighed and said the class was over. Damien took off running, with Ethan right behind him. Ethan discovered that he had actually gone to the abandoned factory behind the school. Chapter 30, Abandoned Factory. Ethan followed behind Damien. He didn't need to hide himself at all. He just needed to stay within Damien's sight so that he wouldn't notice him. Ethan frowned as he watched Damien walk further and further away on the road. The road was getting more and more remote, and Ethan had no idea where Damien was going. Fortunately, following Damien didn't require Ethan to spend too much energy. Seeing Damien go straight into an abandoned factory, he walked in without any precautions, not worrying at all whether he was being followed. But it's not that Damien wasn't on guard. Even if Damien was on guard, he would definitely not be able to discover Ethan. What is the fat guy doing here? This place is so remote. Ethan said to himself as he looked at Damien's back. Without waiting for Ethan to think more, he saw Damien had already entered the factory, so he quickly followed to see what Damien had been doing during this period of time. Just now in class, Damien looked depressed, and I thought something must have happened to him. Quietly following Damien, Ethan saw him standing still in one place. "What is Fatty doing? Why are you standing here like an idiot?" Ethan looked at the fatty's back and said again. Now Ethan is increasingly confused about what Damien is doing, and people who don't know him would think he is possessed. Before Ethan could call out to Damien, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Damien. This man was very big and strong. Ethan estimated that he was at least 1.85 meters tall. It would be nice if he was just 1.85 meters tall. The key point was that he was also very strong. How to say he is strong? About 1 centimeter of him is equivalent to 1 pound of meat. This was not what surprised Ethan the most. After all, there were many people like this in the world. What Ethan couldn't accept the most was that Damien's legs were shaking after seeing this man. Damien saw this man who suddenly appeared in front of him. The shadow of his childhood came back. This man had been his nightmare since he was a child. Damien has grown up now. He still cannot forget the deep fear in his mind about the man who beat him since he was a child and never showed mercy just because he was young. Seeing this man appear, Damien had to admit that even though he was already so old, he was still deeply afraid of him. Thinking of this, Damien's mind flashed back to his most vivid memory of his childhood. Even though more than 10 years had passed, that incident was still deeply engraved in his mind. Ever since Damien could walk, Li Qing shamelessly ordered his younger brother to do things for him. When he was young, it was said that when Damien was 2 years old, he only had to pour a glass of water for Li Qing. But as Damien grew older, Li Qing asked him to do more and more things. From giving Li Qing a glass of water when he was young to washing his clothes and cooking for him when he grew up, Damien had thought about rebelling against him. How could he rebel against him when he was young? Damien clearly remembers that one day after school, Li Qing pointed at him while he was still watching cartoons and said sternly, "Stop dawdling. Go get me a glass of water." Damien, who was already sensible by then, knew that Li Qing was just ordering him to do things for no reason. But when he saw Li Qing's impatient face, he suppressed his thoughts. Damien obediently poured Li Qing a glass of water and wanted to watch the cartoon he hadn't finished watching. However, he didn't expect Li Qing to pull his clothes and look down at him. "You think you can just give me a glass of water? Come on, there are some clothes in the basin over there. Wash them one by one. I have a date tomorrow. If you don't wash your clothes and get rejected by others, you won't end up well." This scene happened countless times every year. Even though Damien didn't remember much when he was little, he knew that if he didn't wash his clothes, he would definitely be beaten the next day. Damien, who had known the current situation since he was a child, went to wash Li Qing's clothes honestly. "Brother, I have finished washing your clothes." Damien, whose face was red from the cold, stood in front of Li Qing and said. Damien originally thought that as long as he finished washing Li Qing's clothes, he would let him go. After all, in the past few days, he only had to wash his clothes and pour him a glass of water. Damien, who was eager to watch the cartoon, did not see Li Qing's expression. "You want to watch cartoons, but I don't want you to go. Come on, prepare dinner for me. I'm starving to death." Li Qing stretched and said to Damien with a smug look on his face. Damien was very upset when he heard Li Qing's words. So, he accidentally put too much salt in the dishes when cooking. Even if Damien wanted to make up for it later, he was just a child and didn't know how to make up for it. When Li Qing ate one of the dishes, he vomited it out immediately. He blamed Damien for the fact that the school beauty had just shrugged off his date. He mercilessly slapped Damien on the face, cursing, "You idiot, you can't even cook. What else do I want you to do?" Li Qing looked down at Damien, as if only by ordering Damien around endlessly could he soothe his heart. The crying Damien was just what Li Qing wanted, and what happened next was the nightmare of his entire childhood. After this incident, whenever it came to Li Qing's affairs, Damien always tried his best to do his best. But even so, Damien did not get Li Qing's recognition, which made him even worse. More than 10 years passed like this, and Damien finally had a few years of peace and tranquility. But just when he was happily welcoming this new life, Li Qing showed up again. His childhood nightmare reappeared. Ethan was behind and didn't know why Damien was trembling at the sight of this man. Ethan had seen this in many of his enemies. It was a sign of fear. But what was Damien afraid of? Was he afraid of this man? Damien wouldn't let Ethan understand this. This man didn't have any skills. He was just an ordinary man. So how could he make Damien so scared? Damien's behavior made Ethan puzzled, because he didn't know what was so scary about this man. Chapter 31, Understanding the Situation. Looking around, there was no one else in this place except it was shabby and full of unpleasant smells. When Ethan saw this, he was filled with doubts and anger. Why was Damien so scared when he saw this ordinary person without any cultivation? Was he threatened? But there was no one around. That meant someone had caught him. At this time, Ethan did not step forward to stop him. He wanted to see why Damien did this and what was involved behind it. Because everyone's situation is different. The man took out a bucket of water and poured it on Damien's face. Damien woke up after being shocked, and the fear on his face became more obvious. Because of fear and despair, he looked embarrassed, and then he cried and begged for mercy from the man. "Damien, do you know why I called you here?" "Do you know?" The stranger smiled evilly. Damien lowered his head tremblingly and dared not speak. He didn't know what his brother would do to him. He also knew that his brother was no longer the same as when he was little. The man said calmly, "Don't play dumb. Look up and look at me. You're such a waste. Ah. Brother, don't hit me. Don't hit me." As she spoke, she frantically searched through all her pockets, big and small, and handed all her money to the man. This is all my pocket money. Please don't hit me. I will give you all the money I have in the future. Ethan didn't expect that this big and strong-looking and brave man was actually his brother. These brothers are not my biological children, right? One is a cute little fat boy with a good personality, and the other is a burly man who keeps strangers away. They don't look alike at all. Ethan muttered to himself. If he is his brother, why is he so scared? And he gave all his pocket money to him. Could it be that he was bullied by his brother since he was a child? His family status is worrying. Thinking of this, Ethan had already understood the general situation. Damien, his brother, must have beaten and kicked him since he was a child, often abused him, and always snatched his pocket money. This time he probably had no money to spend and came to Damien. Just when Ethan was about to go out and fight for justice, he vaguely saw a unique pattern on the man's arm. Normal tattoos would not have that shape. Could he be a member of some organization? Since Ethan was not sure, he decided to keep watching. In case it was really as he guessed, it might not be that simple. Ha ha ha, you're a coward. You've been like this since childhood. Every time you cry and beg for mercy. I really don't know how a loser like you came out of our family. Since you're a loser, you're not qualified to spend our family's money. It's a waste to take it. Judging from your performance, you seem to agree with my point of view. Do you also think that you, a loser, are not qualified to live in this world? But I won't kill you. You have to remember to give me all your pocket money regularly in the future, otherwise. The man said as he pretended to break his wrist joints, making crackling sounds. Okay, brother, don't worry. From now on, I will just send you money when I have it. Don't hit me. Damien stammered and lowered his head, not daring to look the man in the eye. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I don't think I have exercise today, so I'd like to find you to practice boxing. An expression of disdain and sarcasm appeared on his face, and he rolled up his sleeves as he walked towards him. Ethan looked at it carefully. This should be the pattern of an organization. Damien's brother must be connected to an organization. Even if he has no cultivation and is just an ordinary person, Damien dare not fight back and is even so scared. Ethan thought about it and found that he had no impression of this organization. What kind of organization is this? Brother, I've lied to you and given you everything. Don't hit me. Please don't hit me. I'll listen to you. Damien still said, with a pleading look on his face. Bah, do you think you are worthy of calling me brother? I don't admit that I have such a useless brother. I feel sick when a loser like you calls me brother. If I didn't see that you still have some pocket money, I would have killed you long ago. The man ignored his pleading and even hit him harder. I really don't know what's the use of a piece of trash like you. All you know is to cry and beg. Do you think I'll let you go? Trash is trash. But it's quite easy to beat up a piece of trash like you, huh? It seemed that the more she heard him begging for mercy, the harder she beat him. His brother beating him like this reminded him of the past when he was at home. If he did something that didn't satisfy him, he would be beaten up. Whenever he was bullied or in a bad mood, he would always take it out on him. One time, he was surrounded by a group of scoundrels and beaten for no reason when he went out to drink. That time, his brother had 3 fractures and stayed in the hospital for more than a month. When he got home, he looked like he saw an enemy. He still remembers that fierce look. He even suspected that he had hired someone to beat him up. This time, you can imagine how angry he was. He was beaten by his brother even more severely than those scoundrels. At that time, he always thought, there's such a brother in the world. Are we really brothers? What does that blood relationship mean? From then on, he felt only fear and anger towards his brother and didn't dare to speak and didn't feel a trace of warmth. Thinking of this, his desire to resist became stronger, but it was suppressed by fear, and his eyes were filled with despair. Ethan saw that something was not right and quickly took out his phone to take a picture of the pattern on Damien, his brother's arm. Stop it. I'm your brother. How can you be so cruel? Don't you have any regard for brotherhood? Who do you think you are? You dare stop me? I beat you up because I respect you. If you dare to say more, I will not be polite. Brotherhood? Are you worthy? I feel disgusted to have a brother like you. The man got even angrier when he saw Damien contradict him. Ethan sent the photos on his phone to Doug. Check this man. The more detail, the better, as soon as possible. Ethan's text message was sent, and now Damien was almost out of breath from crying. He looked at the man with tears in his eyes. I've been so good to you, but you only know how to bully me. I'd be satisfied even if you were just a little bit nicer to me. Damien's voice was a little strained, and Ethan knew that was because Damien was too sad. But now, Ethan thinks it is not the right time to stand up for Damien. He needs to wait for Dao Ji's news and find out everything before taking action. Ethan's style to act rashly. Chapter 32, Kicked Out of the Golden Court. The sounds of beating and scolding continued to come from not far away. Ethan watched with a frown, still hiding behind the pillar and not showing up. He looked at his phone from time to time, waiting for news from Dao Ge. You loser. How could I have a brother like you? The man looked at Damien's timid appearance and became more and more angry. Just as he raised his hand, Damien subconsciously closed his eyes. The man didn't hit him, but kicked him. Get away from me. You're getting in my way here. After saying that, he spat fiercely. Damien was as if he had been pardoned. He wanted to slip away from him, but before he could take a few steps, the man suddenly changed his mind and pulled him back by the collar. Wait, is this all the money you have? I saw that the old man gave you a lot, and this is all you have left. The man looked at the scattered banknotes in his hand, a cigarette in his mouth, and a bad look in his eyes. Damien's body shook unconsciously. The fat body and shaking fat made the man feel sick again. Would you please stop shaking? What's wrong? Are you scared? How dare you be scared? The man grabbed the back of Damien's neck, pressing down with his hands. Damien suppressed his fear and struggled to break free from the shackles. No, I really don't have any money. I also want to buy other things. This is all I have left. After saying that, he seemed a little aggrieved and muttered softly, I didn't know you would want so much this time. I don't have much left. But the other party heard it clearly and immediately shouted, What? You blame me for this? You should be more self-conscious every time, and don't ask me to come to you every time. Ethan saw Damien's mouth moving, and he must have wanted to refute something, but due to the pressure from the other party, he didn't dare to say it. The two of them were standing a little closer to the inside, and it was a little difficult to see through the pillars, but he could still see a little. He wanted to go out to see more clearly, but just as he took a step, a message from Dao Ge came on his cell phone. This man is called Li Qing, and he has a younger brother named Damien. He was originally from Jinting, but he committed some crimes and was kicked out. Now he is working for Fading Group. Although he is not very good, he still has the ability to get things done. Dao Ge simply sent over some information about Li Qing. Below is some basic information about Li Qing, including his younger brother Damien, which means that Li Qing is Damien's older brother. Ethan stroked his chin and looked at the people who kept bullying Damien. It seems that the relationship between the two brothers is not very good. And seeing how skillful Damien's technique was, he must have been bullied a lot on a daily basis. And the little fat boy had no power to fight back at all. I don't know how long he had been bullied. However, the two have only had a minor fight so far, and there's been no bloodshed. Ethan feels that he does not need to show up yet, and it is not appropriate for him to interfere in the affairs between the two brothers. Ethan didn't dare to leave either. Li Qing was definitely not a good person and might do something cruel. It would be better for him to stay here and watch. Maybe he could help Damien a little. But this Li Qing is quite interesting. He doesn't look like a bad fighter, and apart from being kicked out by Jin Ting, if he's really a good person, as Dao Ge said, maybe he could be of use in the future. Ethan whispered. He was calculating in his mind and shifted his attention more to Li Qing. While he was reading the message, Li Qing started yelling again for some unknown reason. The muscles on Li Qing's arms bulged, and his eyes were wide open, looking particularly scary. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. Brother, please let me go. Damien waved his hands and kept backing away, but he didn't dare to turn around and run. If he ran and was caught, he would be beaten even worse. It has been like this since he was a child. His brother especially hated him and thought he was weak. He even didn't want to admit that he had such a cowardly brother, so he bullied him a lot. His brother was tall and had trained for several years, so he could only endure the beatings. However, in the past 2 years, his brother's needs for money have become increasingly greater, and most of his pocket money has been taken away by his brother. If his money is not enough or does not meet his brother's expectations, he will inevitably be beaten again. It was barely enough on weekdays, but he spent a little more last week at a party with classmates and didn't have much money left. He had been scared ever since Li Qing called him out, but the thing he feared still happened. Brother, I promise that I will have a lot of money next week. Can you please let me go this time? Damien stepped forward and pulled Li Qing's sleeve to beg for mercy. He said that if he waited a few more days, he would have pocket money again, and then he would give it all to Li Qing. He just hoped that he could escape being beaten today. But Li Qing sneered, Brother, I don't have a brother like you. He has been like this since he was a child and cries at every turn. Do you know how much shame you brought to me outside? He pinched Damien's chubby face, kneading it into various shapes. Damien cried in pain, but he didn't dare to let it fall. Otherwise, his brother would never let him go. I'm embarrassed to tell anyone about your behavior. If I couldn't get some money from you, I wouldn't even want to come to you. Li Qing said, and patted his face again. Damien's fair face had turned blue from being pinched. His already pale face turned even paler in an instant. Even though he had heard a lot of these words since he was a child, he still couldn't stand these words, and tears welled up in his eyes. Li Qing had been humiliated outside today. After being kicked out by Jean Ting, he thought he could make a name for himself in Fading Group. However, he did not expect that Fading Group was just a real estate company. He was just a thug there. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just a dog raised by Fading Group. Looking at Damien was like seeing himself bowing and scraping in front of others. The rage in his heart grew even stronger, and he raised his foot and kicked Damien in the waist. Damien fell to the ground, holding his waist and screaming. The tears that she had been holding back for a long time were still all over her face. She lay on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. "Brother, please let me go. Don't hit me. I will give you money tomorrow. Tomorrow. Please don't hit me anymore." He kept backing away, trying to get away from Li Qing's fist. If he was beaten, the wound on his body would not heal for at least 10 days or half a month. What else can you do except beg for mercy? Li Qing flexed his fists, making a teeth-grinding sound of joints, and stepped forward to grab Damien. Damien's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless as Li Qing held him tightly in his hand. Damien was heavy, but Li Qing easily caught him and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, raising a cloud of dust. Damien screamed and lay on the ground, not daring to move. His whole body was in so much pain that he couldn't even cry out. Chapter 33: Arrogance. Just then, Ethan took action. Before Li Qing noticed, Ethan had already arrived in front of Li Qing, and then quickly struck out with his palms, more than a dozen times at once, and each palm contained hidden power. Puff! Li Qing vomited several times in a short period of time. He didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his abdomen. When he looked at Ethan again, he seemed to be standing there and hadn't moved at all. Ethan's speed just now was so fast that it was invisible, but it was felt that he moved. It was this speed that made Li Qing unable to recover and still in confusion. "Did you move just now?" Ethan in confusion. Although he didn't believe that the man in front of him had such a fast speed, he couldn't believe that he was beaten for no reason, because there was no one around and it was just the two of them fighting. How could he be beaten for no reason? "No, I didn't move. I can't beat you at all. Let me go," Ethan said in a calm tone that even a fool wouldn't believe him if he said he wasn't pretending. Li Qing gritted his teeth, very angry, thinking that Ethan was playing a trick on him. He was unwilling to accept that Ethan was making fun of him, even though he was a stranger to him. "Take that." With a loud shout, Li Qing clenched his fists and rushed towards Ethan. With this punch, most people would have to lie down and probably stay in a hospital for several weeks. Li Qing's confident punch actually hit the target. He thought the opponent would dodge it, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so brave and take such a fierce punch. Is it already at full strength? At this moment, Ethan spoke silently. Li Qing felt something was wrong when he heard the voice. He looked up and saw that Ethan was standing there motionless. His fist was actually grabbed by Ethan. Li Qing was very surprised. He never thought that with such strong strength, he could not beat someone who was 1 year younger than him. "Damn it, I won't accept it." He withdrew his hand and continued to hit Ethan hard, but saw that Ethan did not dodge and even blocked it with his hands. He really blocked it. He grabbed it with his hands again. Li Qing just couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? He had clearly attacked with all his strength, but the opponent easily resolved it. He was still standing there without even moving his toes. "Did you take stimulants?" After thinking about it, Li Qing couldn't figure out where he got the strength from, so he came to the conclusion that it was stimulants. "You think too much. Even if it's stimulants, what can you do to me? You just can't beat me." Ethan lowered his voice very low, because he was holding Li Qing's fist and leaning relatively close, probably so that the other party could just hear his voice, so that it would appear more powerful, as if every time he spoke, the other party had to listen carefully. The effect was indeed good. After hearing this, Li Qing shuddered in his heart, but he was still unwilling to give up. In this school, what powerful people did he not know? He had never seen the person in front of him before. A powerful person suddenly appeared in the school, but he didn't even know about it. Moreover, he was such an arrogant person. He just couldn't accept it. "Don't be so arrogant. I was just giving in to you just now." Li Qing looked fiercely into Ethan's eyes and said, looking into the other's eyes was also to enhance his own momentum. But no matter how he compared, he could not beat Ethan. Ethan looked at Li Qing with eyes that seemed to contain ice, and at this moment, Li Qing felt a chill running through his limbs. Li Qing retracted his fist, took a few steps back, and gasped for breath, even heavier than the one who had just climbed up the mountain and then ran down. Why are you still fighting? Ethan slowly approached Li Qing and looked at his angry expression. He was definitely still not convinced. Since he was not convinced, he would beat him until he was convinced. There was no one he could not defeat. He was so domineering and arrogant. Fight. Why not? Don't think I'm really afraid of you. When Li Qing said this, everyone could tell that he was already afraid, but he just couldn't bring himself to show off. Looking at his breathless appearance, Ethan felt disdainful to fight with him. He couldn't beat him, but still insisted on being stubborn. It was not a solution to keep fighting. What if he still refused to accept after being beaten to death? That would be a problem. Li Qing said he wanted to fight, but he never stood up to fight. He must have no strength left. It was difficult for him to even breathe, so why was he still fighting? He was recovering his strength and left Ethan aside. He had been waiting for him for a while, but he didn't come to fight. It would be a bit unkind for him to take the initiative. Hateful. At this moment, Li Qing hated himself very much. He hated himself for not being capable enough, and Ethan for being too arrogant. Finally, he couldn't help it. He made others wait for so long, and he didn't fight. It was so embarrassing. Take that, Li Qing roared, gave himself some courage, and used up his remaining strength to attack Ethan. Brother, stop it. He is my classmate. At this critical moment, Li Qing heard his brother Damien's voice and hurriedly stopped, thus saving his face. In this way, he had a reason not to fight with Ethan. He knew that his punch would be useless. He used all his strength every time, but he couldn't hit a single hair of the other person. Why are you here? You said he was your classmate? How is your relationship? If it's not good, then don't plead for him. Has he ever bullied you? Li Qing was also very surprised. This person turned out to be his younger brother's classmate. Such an arrogant person would definitely not have a good relationship with his younger brother and might even bully his younger brother. You must have misunderstood. He's my classmate and my friend. We have a very good relationship, and he has never bullied me. Damien said quickly, because he was very anxious because he just saw his brother trying to hit Ethan. He didn't know Ethan's strength. He just knew that he was the same as himself and had no ability. That's good, but you should stay away from such an arrogant person. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief and was very grateful to have such a good brother who allowed him to save face. If Damien knew what his brother was thinking at this moment, he wouldn't know how he would react. So he is your brother. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ethan returned to his usual tone when talking to the fat man. He didn't want the fat man to know his strength yet. Are you okay? I was really scared. My brother is very strong. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have punched you and sent you to the hospital. The fat guy had seen how powerful his brother was, so he just boasted about his brother in front of his friends. But he didn't know that Li Qing's face was stiff when he said this. Li Qing realized that his brother didn't know how powerful Ethan was and wanted to tell him, but was stopped by Ethan's eyes. Chapter 34. Damien thanks Ethan. Seeing Ethan's calm appearance, Li Qing was furious. Damien again, Li kicked him twice. Li Qing pointed at Ethan's nose and said angrily, I'm telling you, I'm a member of Fading Group. You? You don't even ask me about me. Do you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business? Ethan looked at Li Qing's arrogant look, smiled contemptuously, and clapped his hands calmly. Li Qing was a little panicked when he saw how calm he was. He suspected something was wrong. Ethan quickly attacked. Li Qing panicked even more. He began to frantically block Ethan's moves. Ethan counterattacked and knocked him to the ground. He calmly held him down and said, You dare to be arrogant in front of me, brat. Li Qing said unconvincedly, Let me go, let go. Ethan's hand that was holding Li Qing's shoulder suddenly increased in weight, causing Li Qing to cry out in pain. One side of his shoulder tilted downward in pain. He shouted at Ethan, Let me go if you can. Ethan suddenly leaned close to his ear and sneered. Li Qing felt goosebumps all over his body. He started to get scared, and his legs began to tremble unconsciously. Seeing this, Ethan smiled and said, Why are you scared? Li Qing retorted, No, no. Why would I be afraid of a brat like you? He began to resist, but Ethan picked him up by himself and threw him heavily to the ground, then stepped on his shoulders, pulled his arms, and pulled hard. Li Qing quickly begged for mercy. Master, I was wrong. Please let me go. Li Qing lay on the ground humbly and kowtowed to Ethan with all his strength. A stream of blood flowed out on the ground with the sound of bang, bang, bang. Ethan looked back at his desk mate, the fat boy Damien, and said, Are you okay? Damien said fearfully, Let him go, he's my brother. Then Ethan waved his hand, and Li Qing ran away in disgrace like a stray dog. Ethan smiled and said to Damien, "Come on, let's go back to school together." The fat boy followed Ethan and asked timidly, "How come you are so awesome?" Ethan smiled mysteriously. While the two were talking, Ethan suddenly saw Yoko waiting for him under the shade of a tree. "Damien, you go back first. I have something to deal with here. I will go back after I finish it." Damien looked at Ethan, then looked at the person waiting for Ethan under the tree, and nodded obediently. He knew that Ethan was a very mysterious person, and this mystery made him a little scared, so at this time, it would be better for him to leave obediently. "Yoko, why are you here?" Ethan saw Damien Li Qing leave. He went straight to Yangzi's side. "Master, I have nowhere to go. Please find me a place." Ethan looked at Yoko, feeling a sense of uncertainty in his heart, but he still nodded. Ethan brought Yangzi to Daoge and said to him word by word, "From now on, Yangzi will be under your care. You must take good care of him and teach him some things. If anything happens, please inform me in time." Daoge nodded after listening to it, and then said, "Brother Imo, don't worry. I will do everything you give me, and I will never let you down." Ethan nodded after listening, then looked at Yoko and said, "Stay here and learn from him. If you have any questions, you can come to me directly." Yoko nodded, looked at him and replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely work hard." Ethan settled her down. He left. The weather was very good today, and the sun shone on him, making him feel very warm. As he was admiring the scenery along the road, a very small and thin girl came running towards him. I saw that he looked a little panicked, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Not only that, but he was carrying an old lady on his back, and he was running towards me with his head down. Ethan turned around when he walked towards him and deliberately avoided him to avoid bumping into him. But I didn't expect that the girl didn't walk towards the road ahead. Instead, she ran the direction I asked her to go and bumped into us. The little girl was knocked to the ground, and the old lady slipped off his back and lay beside him. Ethan rubbed his aching shoulder at this time, then immediately walked over, squatted down, looked at the little girl, and asked with concern, "How are you doing?" After hearing this, the little girl looked at him and said, "I'm really sorry. I wasn't paying attention to the road just now, so I bumped into you. I'm fine. How are you? Are you hurt?" The little girl didn't care about herself at all and instead asked Ethan. He was afraid of hurting someone else. What should he do then? Ethan raised the corners of his mouth at this time, revealing a kind smile, and stroked his head, then said, "I'm fine. It's not easy for a girl like you to carry this mother-in-law on your back. Do you want me to help you carry it?" After saying that, Ethan hurried over to support the old woman. When he walked over to support him, he felt that his pulse was a little weak, and his face was getting paler and paler, without any blood color at all. Judging from his appearance, he might be sick. The reason why the girl ran so fast was definitely because she wanted to take the old woman to see a doctor. After hearing this, the little girl immediately came over and immediately pulled her mother-in-law up. Then she shook her head and said, "It's okay. I can do it alone. If you're okay, then I'll leave first. I have something urgent to deal with." After saying that, he continued to carry the mother-in-law on his back and immediately walked forward. Ethan, who was behind you, felt that he was out of breath after running a few steps. Ethan was running with a girl and carrying an old man on his back, which seemed to be quite difficult, so he walked over and wanted to help him. When this girl saw him coming, she had no intention of stopping at all. She continued to carry the old man on her back and insisted on moving forward. Ethan quickly caught up with him, then pulled him back, looked at him, and explained, "Don't worry, little girl. I don't mean any harm to you. I just want to help you. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me." The little girl looked at him doubtfully and then hesitated. After thinking it over, she decided not to tell him about it. So she smiled politely and continued to reject Ethan. Chapter 35. Minding Other People's Business. "It's okay. I'm fine. Thank you for your kindness. I don't need any help." After saying that, he continued to run forward. At this moment, several burly men came running from not far away. After these men came over and saw the little girl, they rubbed their hands and then showed an evil smile. The little girl became a little panicked when she saw these big men. She took a few steps back, tremblingly, but the big men kept pressing on. The big men looked at her and said, "Little girl, don't run anymore. You can't get away from here. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we will chase you back." After hearing this, the little girl looked at them fearfully and said, "Don't come over here, or I'll call for help." After hearing this, the big man laughed a few times and then replied, "We are not afraid no matter how much you shout. Just shout. Who do you think will come to save you? Ethan immediately stepped forward, grabbed the little girl's hand, pulled her grandmother off her back, carried her on his back, and then quickly ran to the back. The big men saw that the situation was not good, so they looked at the brothers next to them, pointed at the two people in front, and said, "Brothers, someone dared to meddle in other people's business. Hurry up and catch up with them, and beat that man half to death." The little girl was pulled by him and ran quickly forward. The big men who were reading the poem were soon left far behind by them. The little girl was very worried. She looked at Ethan and said, "You'd better not meddle in this matter. If they find out, you will die miserably." Ethan then looked at him and replied, "Don't worry, they will definitely not be able to find us." The little girl looked at him strangely and asked, "Why do you say that? Are you so confident?" Ethan replied, "Seeing that they haven't caught up with us, it proves that they definitely can't find us, so you can rest assured." At this time, the little girl looked around and found that there was no one around. The two of them came to an empty apartment. Fortunately, those people did not catch up with them, otherwise he would not know what to do. The little girl looked the man in front of her up and down, then looked at him and replied, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been caught by them." Ethan smiled after hearing this and replied, "This is what I should do. Don't take it too seriously. Besides, this is just a small matter for me. Why should you be so polite?" Ethan saw that the girl's clothes were not that shabby. On the contrary, they looked like those of a wealthy family. "May I ask why you were hunted? And why did you flee to this place?" Ethan looked at the little girl, which made him feel that things were not that simple. "It's a long story. My grandma and I were framed, and we escaped here to find an old friend." The little girl's tone sounded somewhat helpless. It seemed that what they had been through was very complicated. "Old friend, can you tell me about it? I've lived here for quite a while. If you tell me, I might know something about it. The old friend I'm looking for is Qing. Qing. Ethan's heart paused, and then he looked at the little girl in disbelief. Hearing the familiar name Qing, Ethan understood that the person he was looking for was his grandfather. But why was this girl looking for his grandfather? Moreover, he didn't know this woman very well and was afraid that she would bring him some trouble. So Ethan concealed the truth from Maria. Maria kept asking Ethan if he knew Qing, and if so, could he introduce him to her? "Because I really need to find Qing now. If I can't find Qing, then I will have no way to seek refuge. I came here to seek refuge." After hearing this, Ethan shook his head and said, "No, I don't know this person. You may have found the wrong person. However, you should practice here first before those people catch up with you today. I think they all came with bad intentions, so you should practice while here for a while and stop thinking too much about your mood." "I don't want to think too much, but how long will it take for me to be overtaken by others? I don't know. If it were him, he would definitely be the same as me." After thinking about this, Maria's face showed a hint of sadness. "I don't want to live in fear anymore, but that group of people won't let me go. If I can't find Qing, I might die here any day." Ethan thought this was a bit exaggerated, and he was also here, wasn't he? He had already found him a relatively safe place to stay, so other things wouldn't happen next. Ethan looked at Maria. "Haven't I found a very safe place for you? Don't worry, no one will come over while you're here." Maria is very, very grateful to Ethan. "Thank you so much for taking me in. You are such a kind person." Ethan shook his head. "No, this is what I should do. Even if it were someone else, I would save him." Ethan cooked a meal for Maria. Going out to eat would attract too much attention, so for safety reasons, Ethan had to cook for himself. Then he gave her a meal. Maria didn't expect Ethan could actually cook. Maria looked at Ethan and said gratefully, "You said you saved me and cooked for me. Now I really don't know how to thank you. I will thank you when I find Qing." Ethan was a little curious about what the relationship between this woman and his grandfather was, and she kept saying she wanted to find him. From the tone of his voice, it seemed that he didn't have a strong relationship with his grandfather. Ethan asked while cooking, "What is your relationship with this Qing? Why did you come to him for refuge?" Chapter 36, I don't want to go home. Maria seemed to be very sensitive about this topic and seemed to be intentionally hiding something. Maria looked at Ethan in front of her. I said embarrassedly, "I may not be able to tell you this because this is my own secret and my own personal privacy, so I may not be able to tell you." Ethan nodded slowly. "It's okay. This is your own right. If you want to tell me, just say it. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it." Ethan smiled faintly, and soon Ethan had prepared the food and put it on the table for Maria to come and eat. Maria, when she was being chased by this group of people just now, she was running very anxiously with me, so she ran for a long time and was quite hungry. Maria touched her belly. "Don't mention it. I'm really starving now, thank you. Ethan rescued Maria. She didn't know how many times he had to say thank you to her. Even if he didn't say thank you, Ethan's ears would be almost calloused. Ethan shook his head. Okay, from now on, please don't say thank you to me anymore. Even if you don't say it in an annoying way, I'm almost tired of hearing it. Maria was still a little shy. After all, the other person saved her, and she didn't have the ability to express her gratitude. So she could only say thank you one after another as she saw him looking so impatient. I said embarrassedly, if you are annoyed, then I won't say thank you. I will say thank you after I find a person I want to find. Montak. Ethan shook his head and said, okay, then go find the person you want to find first, and then treat me well. Thank you, but your condition is still very dangerous right now. So I thought about it and decided that you should live here first. Maria looked around and found that the apartment looked very elegant and the decoration was simple and generous. However, this place was absolutely safe because she knew it when she saw the security guard of the community when she came in just now. But isn't this a bit bad? After thinking about this, the person in front of him said with a smile, if I continue to live like this, it might not be a good idea. Ethan didn't think there was anything wrong. He just needed to live here quietly. He would solve all other problems by himself. What's more, living here would at least not cause any trouble. Ethan gave Maria a reassuring smile. It's okay, just live here quietly. No one will disturb you when you live here. The security measures here are very strong, so you don't have to worry about these things anymore. Maria nodded slowly and accepted Ethan's kindness. After all, for Maria, there was no other way to go. Even if Ethan wanted to do something to her, she could only be at his mercy. After all, I don't have that much ability now, so for now, I can only choose to live here. Maria finished eating the meal made by Ethan, and then the two of them sat on the sofa. Ethan looked at the apartment, and it could be said that there was nothing in this apartment. It was very clean inside, without any daily necessities. Ethan looked at Maria and spoke slowly. Just stay here peacefully. I'll go back and ask someone to deliver something tomorrow. This is all Ethan can do now, and he can't help with anything else, so now he just focuses on what he can do and does it all. Ethan looked at Maria and said, it's okay. If I met someone else in this situation, I would definitely ask Ethan for help. I won't give up. I will not watch you girls like this. Although I don't know where you come from, and I don't know why you are looking for Chen, you should live here with peace of mind for now. It will be safe here until you find him. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough. Ethan looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. If he didn't do it, he would be late for school tomorrow. Ethan shook his head. Oh, I have something to do. I'll leave first. I'll come and bring you something tomorrow. After saying that, Ethan walked out. Maria stood at the door and saw Ethan off for a long time before turning around and walking in. Maria felt that she was very, very lucky. After all, she had just come out and had no experience. After being caught up by others, she was able to meet such a good person to come here to help her. Could he be lucky? No matter what, he would stay here for a while if it was safe. He didn't have anywhere else to go. Since Ethan wanted to help him, he would accept his kindness. Maria was thinking that if she had the ability in the future, she would repay Ethan. It was already early morning when Ethan came out of Maria. Ethan wants to go back now. He must go back. Oh, Ethan really doesn't want to go back to his grandmother's good friend, Li Wonming's family, because Li Wonming has a wife, Li Mei, who is extremely annoying. They would say some useless words to him every day, which basically meant that they thought he was a burden. Then his grandmother sent him to live in their home, so Ethan didn't plan to go back today, especially since it was already early in the morning. Why go back? They will definitely interrogate me or something. Compared to my own parents, they seem to be more annoying. Ethan made up his mind. He turned and went to Jean Ting, where was Ethan's new apprentice. As soon as Yoko saw Ethan coming, she ran over quickly. What's wrong? Did something happen? Why are you here so late at night? Chapter 37 Random Thoughts. Ethan looked at Yoko and briefly asked about the past 2 days, but did not tell him what happened today. If he told him what happened today, he would probably start to think about it again. So in order to prevent him from thinking too much, Ethan didn't tell him what happened today, but just said that he didn't want to go home today. Yoko thought about it and felt that this made sense. And there's really nothing good to go back to in that home, Yoko said slowly. Master, why don't you come here later? I'm alone here anyway. It would be great if you could come over. We can keep each other company. Ethan hasn't thought about this matter yet, but he will make a decision when he returns. After all, he doesn't want to go back to that home at all. Ethan nodded slowly. I will consider your suggestion, but now is not the right time because my wings are not strong enough yet. Yoko naturally knew this, and she nodded. I understand, but don't come out so late in the future. Seeing you come out so late, I'm still a little worried. Ethan frowned. What are you worried about? Are you worried that I'll be kidnapped? Or something else? Yangzi didn't know what to say to this, but it was indeed not a good idea to hang around so late at night. It would be better to come back early if possible. Yangzi pointed at herself and said, Master, I am your apprentice, so if you have any problems, you can tell me, or if you encounter any danger outside, you can tell me. In such a dark night, suddenly someone cared about him. Ethan felt that this feeling was really good, but Ethan soon came back to his senses. Forget it. Why should I ask you to care about me? Besides, I didn't do anything. I was just strolling outside and saved someone. When Yoko heard about saving people, she immediately became excited. What do you mean, Master? You saved someone outside. Is that true? What Ethan said is of course true. Can I still say it's false now? Ethan nodded. Yeah, I didn't want to tell you about this originally, but you must have been curious after hearing it. You see, you are curious again now, right? I just rescued a girl outside and settled her down. Yoko is particularly interested in this. She doesn't know what kind of woman Ethan saved. It's not common for a hero to save a beautiful girl, but why does Ethan always happen to do this? After thinking about this, Yoko said with a smile, Otherwise, take me with you to meet that woman. Where did you settle that girl? Ethan glared at Yoko and then said nothing. Instead, he went back to practice. When he returned to the room, Ethan really couldn't fall asleep. Ethan thought about it and realized that this was not a good idea. If he couldn't fall asleep like this, he would be scolded when he returned to his home tomorrow. So he went to sleep quickly no matter what. But Ethan couldn't practice no matter how hard he closed his eyes, and he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Ethan tossed and turned. So he had to pick up his phone and check the trending searches for a while. When Ethan got up again, it was already past 9 o'clock. It was over. He was going to be late again. He was just thinking that he must not be late today, but he was late again. It seemed like God was clearly against him. Ethan shook his head. Yoko, why didn't you call me? Did you know that I still had to go to school the next day? Yoko said with a smile that this was intentional because she wanted Ethan to sleep here a little longer. Master, I just want you to sleep here for a while longer. I don't have any other intentions. Ethan glanced at Yoko. You know I'm still in school. I'll be scolded if I'm late. After hearing this, Yoko was very unhappy. What do you mean you will be scolded? Who scolds you? If they do, you might as well not go up now. Besides, what right do they have to scold you? Ethan looked at the person in front of him. Why do you say they scold me? Of course it's my teacher. That being said, I'm still in school. You're just meddling in my affairs. Yangzi didn't think too much and walked out immediately. Master, I will take you there. It's already late. Otherwise, don't go today. Yoko originally wanted to say that she wanted to see Ethan off, but then she changed her mind and thought that since she was already late, she might as well not go, because if she went, she would definitely get scolded. Instead of going to school and possibly getting scolded by the teacher, it's better to stay here and spend this wonderful morning. Ethan was not happy about it. Besides, he was being mistaken for him. Ethan looked at Yoko. What are you thinking about? What do you mean by playing here? Do you think I am you? After hearing this, the person in front of him said embarrassedly, Don't be so angry. I just want you to play here for a while, but I'll take you to school. Yoko had already prepared her scooter and was ready to take Ethan to school. Ethan nodded and went out with Yoko. The road was very, very quiet because those who were supposed to go to school had already gone, so there were no students on the road. Ethan thought to himself that he was doomed. He would be late again, and his homeroom teacher might be catching him at the door. Ethan knew the character of his homeroom teacher and looked at Yoko. Yoko, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be late now. Yangzi nodded and said, Okay, Master, don't blame me like that. Don't blame me like that. Because even if you blame me now, we are already late. Ethan finally understood that he had been doing this on purpose, just wanting him to have a good sleep here, but he and he are not the same person at all, and now it seems that he has made a mistake. Ethan was so angry that he couldn't express it. When Ethan arrived at the school, it is true that I am late and have already attended the first class. Chapter 38, Oversleeping. The head teacher Chen Huimin was standing at the door, holding a book, waiting for him. When she saw Ethan coming, Chen Huimin hurried over to greet him. Hey, who is this? You still remember to come to school now. I think you are not suitable for school at all. Otherwise, you should leave. Anyway, this place is not suitable for you. Ethan looked at Chen Huimin and realized that she didn't want to argue with him at all. She always seemed to be arguing with him and talking to him in a sarcastic tone. Couldn't she just say whatever she wanted to say nicely? To be honest, Ethan felt very disgusted after seeing him like this. Ethan nodded slowly. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm late today. I overslept today. After hearing this, Qin Huimin said with a smile. Really? You overslept. You always overslept. Whenever you were late, you always overslept. Or there was a traffic jam. Is it because today is past the school rush hour? So you didn't oversleep and there was no traffic jam. Now you're late again, right? Ethan said was true. He really overslept. He clearly set the alarm last night, but he didn't know why the damn alarm didn't work. Ethan was also very curious and wanted to know why this was happening. Seeing him speaking in such a sarcastic tone, Ethan shook his head. Teacher, I did get up late this morning. I am so sorry. Qin Huimin simply threw the book to the ground. I am sorry. I am sorry. When you encounter something like this, you only say sorry. Who do you think you should apologize to? Do you think I should apologize to? Tell me who you should apologize to. The person in front of him slowly pointed to his teacher. In fact, I should apologize to him, right? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded with satisfaction. You know you're sorry. It's okay if it's you. You've never been there. How can you say you're sorry to your teacher? If you are sorry, then you're definitely sorry. Do you understand? Ethan had no reason to say anything else now. After all, he was indeed wrong in this matter, so he kept apologizing. Teacher, I was wrong. I will work harder and study harder in the days ahead. I will never let you down. Seeing him like this, Qin Huimin became even angrier. He was such a smart kid, but why did he have to put his mind on other things and end up like this? Just thinking about it made her feel extremely, extremely angry. You guys promised to be honest with me every day. What did I do in the past? Do you think you were promising me that studying is the only thing I can do now? Do you think that all the things you learned are for me? Anyway, I don't care if you can't get into a good university. Or if you don't have a good future, don't blame me, your teacher. That's all. Ethan rolled his eyes. In fact, Ethan really wanted to ask him whether the reason why he was studying so hard and wearing such thick glasses was because he studied too hard. If this was the price he paid for studying, he would rather not study so hard. Let Ethan in only after she had taught him a lesson. Damien, who was sitting nearby, saw this and kept laughing. In fact, Ethan had already seen Damien. She was laughing there, but Ethan didn't even pay attention to it. Let her laugh if she wanted to. After all, she did come late today, and she didn't want to come. It was all Yoko's fault that she was so late. But Yoko was doing this for her own good. She was indeed too tired during this period. Originally, there were not so many things to do after Ethan sat down. She was ready to go to the second class. Today's class was also quite intense. If it were not for this, Ethan would not have come class. Unexpectedly, Damien was not satisfied with just mocking Ethan. After seeing Ethan sitting on the chair, he started to mock Ethan again. Hey, did I go to pick up girls last night? Why are you here so late for class? In my opinion, if you were like this, you don't need to come to class anymore. Wouldn't it be better if you spent every day with a woman? Damien gloating over his misfortune and saying such outrageous things. The classmate next to him couldn't help but stand up for Ethan. Damien, what are you talking about? You should be careful when you speak. Ethan doesn't want to stay here, so he can just leave. But you should stop caring about it. Besides, is this something you can control? Damien glared at the man in front of him fiercely. This is not my business. Is it your business? I want to say that what I say is bothering you. Ethan slowly took out his books, not taking the two people to heart. As for the classmate who spoke up for him, Damien would probably go to him again when he came back. He was resentful of him, but Ethan didn't take Damien to heart. Damien was actually angry. Hey, I'm talking to you, but you didn't hear me. Are you deaf? You. Ethan glared back fiercely. What did you say? I'm telling you, I don't want to argue with you. You'd better keep your stinky mouth, otherwise you know the consequences. At this time, many students had turned their eyes over because they heard the two of them talking here, so they all wanted to know what happened here and wanted to see if the two of them had a quarrel. After all, these students really liked to watch the fun. Damien felt a little embarrassed after seeing this scene, so he spoke with a smile. Actually, Ethan, we already know all the things that happened to you. How do we not know about the thing you did? Ethan pointed at himself. Ethan also wanted to know what he had done to make them so gloating. Ethan threw the books aside. It seemed that he was not in the mood to clean up these things. If someone wanted to challenge his limits today, Ethan would also like to see what he could do. Ethan turned his face around. Chapter 39. Laughing at Damien. Damien, did you not brush your teeth this morning? Why does your mouth smell so bad? Tell me, what did you do last night? It's as if you saw me doing something last night. Tell me what I was doing. The students next to him also wanted to know if Ethan really went to the bar to pick up girls last night, so they all looked at Ethan with burning eyes. Damien said with a smile after listening to it. You don't even know what you did last night. I saw you in the alley last night, and you were with a girl. Are you trying to deny it? Ethan shook his head. Was he talking about himself and Maria? He and Maria did walk through an alley last night, but the two of them just walked past. As for other things, don't even think about it. He and I just met, so what? What are you talking about? As for Damien talking nonsense here, Ethan is almost unable to hold it back. Damien saw that Ethan was unwilling to speak, so he knew that he had hit the nail on the head. Damien continued to talk. So, I guess you're right. So you feel really ashamed now and don't know how to answer, right? If you're too embarrassed to say it now, I'll say it for you, right? Ethan glared at Damien fiercely. I told you to watch your mouth. You should know what to say and what not to say. Damien nodded immediately, knowing what to say and what not to say. Of course I know that. Do you deny it? Ethan clenched his fist and punched Damien directly, making him grimace in pain. Ethan, how could you be so harsh on me? We're classmates. Did you get angry and want to hit me because I said it right? Ethan sneered. I'm not angry, nor do I want to hit you because you hit the mark. I just want you to recognize the facts and what you should say. Shut up. As he spoke, Ethan punched him on the other side again. Seeing how hard Ethan hit him, Damien had no choice but to cover his lower abdomen and arm because Ethan's two punches hit him on his lower abdomen and arm respectively, and this time it hurt so much. He didn't dare to say anything this time. After seeing Ethan's look, the classmates nearby said that it was a good beating. Damien was a mean guy and always looked like he deserved a beating, so it would be okay even if he was beaten. After seeing this, the people nearby gave Ethan a thumbs up. I think Ethan did a very good job. Ethan shook his head helplessly. Damien, did you see that? Even if I hit you now, no one will stand up and talk to you, understand? After hearing this, the person in front of him said, very unconvinced. Humph, what I said is true. You are just denying it now. Ethan heard him say this. He reached out his hand to stop hitting him, but was stopped by the person next to him. Ethan shook his head helplessly. Ethan remembered that Maria was alone in the apartment and must have nothing, so Ethan called Dao Ge. He asked him to help prepare some daily necessities, and then asked Yoko to take them over. Sure too asked many people and asked Ethan who this woman was and why he cared so much about her. Ethan didn't know who this woman was, but when Ethan said so, no one believed it. Everyone thought that his uncle had something going on with this woman, but Ethan really didn't know her. In response to their disbelief and mistrust, Ethan decided not to explain. The explanation is getting more and more flustered and confusing. It's better not to explain. Maria stayed in the apartment. Yoko brought the things to her. Maria looked at Yoko and thanked her quickly. Thank you so much. You must be a good friend of Ethan S. Yoko nodded slowly. Yes, he and I are good friends, but who are you? Maria didn't know what to say about this and looked embarrassed. By the way, don't get me wrong. He and I are not that kind of relationship. We just met by chance last night. Then I was bullied by someone else, and then I was brought here by Ethan. Ethan is a very, very good person. After hearing this, Yoko probably understood. No wonder Ethan didn't go home so late last night and went straight to her place. As a result, this incident happened, and he was a hero saving a beautiful girl. Yoko nodded and said, It's okay, it's okay. This matter is nothing to our boss. By the way, I'll go first. These are daily necessities. The basic daily necessities are all placed here. If you need anything else, please come in. Then just tell me. Maria thanked Yoko, and then Yoko left quickly because she had things to do, so she couldn't stay here for a long time. When I saw Maria, I already understood. No wonder Ethan was so late last night and ran there again. It turned out that a beauty was rescued here. Maria looked quite innocent, so Yoko couldn't help but go in that direction. Ethan had already finished school at this moment. Ethan was stopped by Damien just after school, and Ethan picked up his book. What's wrong? Do you still want to be beaten? If you still want to be beaten, then just tell me. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your wish. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head and said, Who has nothing to do and likes to be beaten so much? That's not what I meant. I meant that you should come to my house for dinner. My mother made a lot of delicious food today, and I want to invite you to my house for dinner. Ethan frowned. What's wrong? Did you not get enough today, or what? After I beat you up, shouldn't you be holding a grudge against me? You still want me to invite you to your house for dinner. This is simply a hangman feast. Do you think I dare to go? Damien said with a smile. You wouldn't be that stupid. Chapter 40, Panic Explanation. Don't say that. I just invited you to my house for a meal. It's really just a meal. I don't have any other thoughts. If you don't believe it, forget it. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. Ethan looked at Damien. Even if Damien really wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't dare to do it even if he had the courage. It's just that Ethan has other things to do now. Ethan looked at Damien. Okay, I already know your feelings, but now I have something else more important to do, so I'll leave first. Ethan picked up his things and walked outside. Damien looked confused and didn't know why Ethan was in such a hurry. I'm leaving first. Ethan picked up his things and walked outside. Damien looked confused. He didn't know why Ethan was in such a hurry, but he must have felt bad for being rejected. Ethan is such a mysterious person. I don't know what he is doing all day long. I didn't know where Ethan went. Along the way, I was thinking that if Maria's grandmother was a vegetative state, then I could save her. Although, with the current medical conditions, it is difficult to save a vegetative state. It seems very possible, but they're just some ordinary doctors. In their eyes, a vegetative person is the same as a dead person, except that his breathing and brain have stopped functioning. Ethan wants to give a try. After thinking about it, Ethan probably has a treatment plan. I just don't know if Maria would agree. After all, that's her grandmother, Ethan. After thinking about it, Grape should have just become a vegetable, and Maria will be helpless for a short time. If his grandmother could be rescued, he would have someone to rely on, and someone would love him. Ethan felt that what he was doing was a very meaningful thing. After making the decision, he hurried to the apartment. On the way, they met Yoko, who stopped Ethan. Master, where are you going? Are you going to that apartment? There's a very beautiful little girl in there. Ethan knew what she was talking about, and Ethan nodded slowly. Yes, there's a woman there. What's wrong with that? What do you want to do to that woman? You must not do anything to make me angry. When Yoko said this and saw his nervous expression, she already knew it, and she said with a smile, Look, don't be so nervous. I was just saying that. No wonder you were so flustered these past 2 days, running here and there. It turns out you really have a beautiful girl hidden in your house. Ethan was very displeased when he heard these 4 words. What does it mean to have a beautiful woman in a luxurious house? When has he ever done such a thing? He and he were just casual acquaintances, and then he stretched out his gun to save him. Forget about this thing about having a beautiful woman in a luxurious house. It has nothing to do with him at all. Ethan looked at Yoko. Yoko, I noticed that I haven't touched you for a while. Do you feel itchy again? Yoko felt that she was right and left quickly, looking at Ethan and saying with a smile as she left, Is it okay? Actually, I can understand it. There's no need for you to hide it. Ethan rolled his eyes at him. He had never hidden anything from him. So was there any need to hide it from him? This kid actually pushed himself in that direction and wanted to keep a beautiful woman in a golden house. These 4 words are indeed quite vivid and descriptive. If it were someone else, they would definitely think they were a beautiful woman, but in fact, they had nothing to do with this woman. Ethan rushed to the apartment and saw that a lot of daily necessities had indeed been delivered. I just don't know if Maria is used to living here. Ethan arrived. He went straight in and looked at Maria and asked, Do you think you are used to living here? Maria nodded. I'm still a little scared here, but it is still okay to live here. Thank you in advance. Ethan heard him say thank you again. Couldn't he say something else? He just said thank you every day. Ethan looked very unhappy when he heard this. Why are you saying thank you to me again here? Haven't I already said it? Don't go and say thank you to me. Aren't you tired of saying thank you all day long? And even if you are very used to hearing it, I am still not used to it. Maria smiled and said, You are such a nice person. By the way, I cooked some food. Didn't you just get out of school? I have some food here. Otherwise, you can eat some food here. My food may not be as delicious as yours, but it's still okay. Ethan thought about it and realized that he had not eaten yet. Ethan touched his stomach. Haha, how do you know I haven't eaten? Ethan looked at Maria, then walked over directly. Maria had cooked a lot of dishes, all of which were in the refrigerator, and some of them should have been sent by Yoko today. Ethan said slowly, I didn't expect you could cook. If I had known you could cook, I wouldn't have cooked for you last night. After hearing this, Maria immediately shook her head. I just searched this online and learned a while ago, but I don't know if you like it. If you like it, you can come here every day after school, and I will cook for you. Ethan smiled. Ethan listened to what Maria said. What did she mean by cooking for him in the future? If she cooked for him in the future, would she have to live here for a long time? Of course, Ethan didn't want to drive her away, but his grandmother's matter was urgent. Maria sat aside and watched Ethan eating in front of her. Maria always felt that this boy had a lot of similarities with herself, but she couldn't tell what that feeling was. Maria watched Ethan eat. Chapter 41, A Little Scared. Ethan looked a little embarrassed. Ethan touched his face and said with an embarrassed look, What are you doing? Don't look at me like that. I'm almost getting hurt by your staring. After hearing this, The person in front of him immediately spoke. No, I just wanted to see if the food I cooked was really that delicious. But now seeing you wolfing down the food here and then going to eat, I feel relieved. Ethan said with a laugh. Delicious, delicious. How can the food you cook be so good? You told me before that your grandma is a vegetable, right? Maria didn't know why she suddenly brought up this matter. This matter was a pain in her heart, but Maria still nodded. My grandma is a vegetable. It's because of her that she couldn't take good care of me. Now I'm reduced to this state. What's wrong? Are you trying to drive me away now? Maria suddenly began to feel sad. Ethan looked at him and thought he had misunderstood him, then quickly shook his head. No, no, I don't want to drive you away. I just want to tell you that I can cure your grandma's illness, so I want to ask if you are willing to cure your grandma. Maria looked at Ethan in disbelief. Ethan said that he could cure her grandmother's illness. It sounded like a foreign word to her because her grandmother was a vegetable and had been like this for a long time. Even the doctors could not bring her grandmother back to life. Could he, by himself, save her grandmother? Maria looked at Ethan in disbelief. What did you say? You can really save my grandma. Are you sure you are not kidding? Ethan's face was very serious, and he definitely wasn't joking. Ethan pointed at himself and then looked at Maria. I knew a little about this before, and then what? When I have nothing to do, I like to study medicine or something. So, now that I have a general idea in my mind, I would like to save your grandma, if possible. Of course, I can't say that I can definitely rescue you, but I want to try. Maria looked at Ethan and said, You are so kind. I really don't know how to thank you. But my grandma has been in a vegetable state for a long time. If it keeps on like this, won't it be a waste of your time? I'm afraid that when I go back, it will be a waste of your time. Ethan didn't take this seriously at all. He was so bored every day, so why would he waste his time? Ethan shook his head. No, don't worry. I have arranged my own time well. What are you still worried about now? Looking at his face full of worry and sadness, Ethan was thinking something bad in his heart. Could it be that there was something he didn't tell him? Or maybe he was hiding something. Seeing this expression on his face, Ethan began to have some bad thoughts. Maria looked at Ethan. Well, if that's the case, then I accept your kindness. However, I still have to say thank you. Ethan shook his head. Okay, let's go. Oh, I have to finish my meal first. The food you cook is really delicious. Ethan was thinking about what the condition of Maria's grandmother was like, so he was a little absorbed in eating. Maria carefully reminded Ethan from the side. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, I will take you to see my grandma. My grandma is in a very secluded place. I am afraid that she will be framed by others if she goes there again, so I put her in a very secluded place. Ethan nodded to show that he understood very well, and then he went with Maria after dinner and saw Maria's grandmother lying on a hospital bed. Ethan immediately walked over and looked at him, closing his eyes. In fact, a vegetative person is like a dead person. A vegetative patient can't do anything except breathing, and his eyes are tightly closed. Usually, if there is a vegetative patient at home, the family members will try some means to wake him up, but generally speaking, this method is not of much use. Of course, there are some miracles, but such miracles are very, very rare. Maria looked at her grandmother and couldn't help but shed tears. How about now? Is there any medicine to cure my grandma? Can you save her? Ethan smiled and said, Why are you so anxious? Tell me about your grandma's condition first. Then I can make a rough judgment and go save her. If I don't know her condition, it would be difficult. Maria trusted Ethan very much. Ethan would do whatever he said. So Maria said a lot, and Ethan nodded slowly after hearing it. Okay, I got you. Now go get me a towel, because I need to check his pulse. But he has become a vegetable. If I want to check his pulse again, I have to use a warm towel first. Only after opening up his various acupuncture points can we feel his pulse. Otherwise, it won't work. Maria hurried out to find a towel and handed it to Ethan. Ethan took the towel and put it on his hand, and then began to take his pulse. Ethan said to Maria with a smile after he finished unplugging the microphone, Don't worry, it's not what you think. Some of them can still be saved. Maria was so excited that tears were about to fall after hearing this. Can you really save her? The doctor has already said that my grandma can't be saved, but do you have any way to save her? Ethan said with a grin. What's wrong? You don't believe me again, do you? It's not that I don't believe it, but I really can't believe it. It all seems too unbelievable. How can I believe it? Maria looked at Ethan and asked, So what's going on now? Chapter 42, A Miracle Appears. Ethan shook his head. You go out first. I'll continue to save your grandma's pulse. Ethan discovered that Wu Xuehue was actually poisoned and her heart meridians were damaged, causing her to fall into a coma. This was just a coma, not a vegetative state, as they said. It seems that this doctor also makes mistakes sometimes. Ethan shook his head. I'm going to rescue your grandma right now. Ethan asked Maria to avoid him temporarily, and Maria looked at Ethan with some concern. You don't have to force yourself. If you really don't want to come back, then forget it. After all, I'm used to my grandma being like this now. And I've taken care of her. I'm used to it. Ethan heard this. He thought it was impossible. If he was not here, it would be fine, but since he was already here, this was his responsibility. I have to go and rescue her. Ethan shook his head. It's okay. This is my responsibility now. Now that I know everything, I can't just watch your grandma become like this. Don't worry, leave everything to me. You can stay away for now. Ethan asked Maria to step aside for a while, and then he went to open Wu Shuehui's heart meridian. However, after opening it now, it would take some time for him to wake up. After all, he had become like this. Maria waited outside for such a long time without going in. She thought there was something sinister inside, so she couldn't wait to walk in. Ethan looked at Maria. How come you came here so quickly? Maria ran in because she was too impatient to wait and looked at Ethan. I didn't bother you. Ethan smiled and said, Don't bother me. I have completed the operation. It's just that if your grandma wants to wake up now, it will probably take some time. Maria frowned. What do you mean? Does it mean that my grandma can recover now? Ethan nodded. Yes, your grandma has recovered now, but if she really wants to return to normal, it will take some time. Let's do this. Let's wait here quietly for a while. Maria nodded and waited for her grandmother to wake up. Maria spoke slowly. You don't know how important my grandma is to me. She has taken care of me since I was a child. If it weren't for her, I really don't know what I would do now. Ever since she became a vegetable, I feel like my world has lost all color and has become extremely gray. Ethan couldn't help but feel his heart aching as he listened to what he said, but now that he had been saved, there was no need to be so sad. Ethan smiled faintly. You are lucky to have met me. I would not save ordinary people. Maria was very curious about Ethan. She didn't know who Ethan was. He was so kind to save her, not to mention treating her grandmother's illness. So who was he? She wanted to find out everything. But for Ethan, his identity is both mysterious and noble. So the best thing for me to do now is not to ask any more questions. The more I ask, the more troubles I will get into. Maria then covered her stomach. Oh, I don't know what's going on. My stomach hurts so much. Wait here for a while. I'm going to the toilet. After saying that, Maria ran out. Ethan shook his head helplessly. Ethan looked at the time. Logically, he should have woken up by now, but what was going on? It was already this late. Why was he still not awake? Maria came back in a while. The time would have exceeded a very long time. Just when Ethan was very curious, Wu Shuehui slowly woke up. Wu Shuehui just felt a little pain in her head. She touched her head and was shocked when she saw Ethan sitting next to her. Who are you? Naturally doesn't recognize the current Ethan and doesn't know where he came from. Ethan glanced at Wu Shuehui. You finally woke up. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Wu Shuehui looked at Ethan and asked curiously, Who are you and why are you waiting here for me to wake up? Ethan smiled. Don't worry so much. I'm here to save you. Wu Shuehui felt that there was nothing wrong with her body. What did it mean that someone came to save her? After thinking about this, Wu Shuehui looked at Ethan curiously. Wu Shuehui felt that this person was here to harm her rather than save her. So Wu Shuehui took a wooden stick in her hand and shouted at Ethan to get out. Ethan glanced at Wu Shuehui. What are you doing? I've already told you that I'm here to save you. Why don't you trust me? Is the trust between us so thin? I didn't expect that after I woke you up, you would treat me like this. If I knew that you would treat me like this after I woke you up, I would never save you no matter what. Do you understand? After hearing this, Wu Shuehui looked at Ethan's expression and there was no change because she was afraid that he would do something to her. So she never dared to let down her guard. Then Tao Zipping's Maria ran over from outside. When Maria saw her grandmother woke up, she was very excited and rushed over to her. Grandma, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, I won't be able to live anymore. After hearing this, Wu Shuehui hugged her granddaughter and asked, You have been waiting here for a long time, right? Maria nodded slowly. Grandma, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, others will bully me to death. After hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What do you mean by this? Do you mean that someone bullied you during the time I was unconscious? Maria didn't know what to say, but she felt so happy to see her grandma wake up. Chapter 43, Wake Up. I didn't expect that Ethan could rescue his grandmother so easily. If I had known this would happen, I should have built a good relationship with Ethan at that time. Then Ethan rescued his grandmother as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the person in front of him spoke excitedly. Grandma, do you know? You've been unconscious for a long time, and now you're finally awake. Wu Shuehui had no interest in this, but she felt a slight pain in her head. She didn't know why, but she felt confused about the pain. She didn't know what was going on. Wu Shuehui pointed at herself. Maria, what are you talking about? I've been unconscious for a long time. Can you tell me how long I've been unconscious? Maria didn't calculate this period of time carefully, but she knew that her grandmother had been in a coma for a long time, and it was not a simple case. That's why she is so sad now. Seeing her granddaughter so sad, Wu Shuehui couldn't bear it. Wu Shuehui had already forgotten Ethan completely. Ethan's sudden appearance seriously at all. He just took a wooden stick and said he would kill Ethan, but now he forgot about Ethan at the back of his mind. Ethan felt very embarrassed. Didn't he already say that he would rescue the person? But he was still so worried and had to think so much. Haven't they all been rescued? Ethan stood aside and watched them crying in silence. He stood aside like a transparent person, but Ethan didn't dare to leave rashly because Wu Shuehui had just woken up and there were some unexpected situations that might happen next. So he could only stay like this for now. Wu Shuehui dragged Maria up. Then he looked seriously at Maria's face. Why do I find that you seem to have grown up and become more beautiful? Are you really my granddaughter? Maria couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Grandma, look at me. If I'm not your granddaughter, who else can I belong to? Look, I've grown up so much now, but you've been unconscious for such a long time. Don't you want to recognize me now? If you don't want to recognize me, then forget it. Wu Shuehui didn't mean that. She just said that because she felt her granddaughter seemed to have changed a lot. She didn't say anything else. Seeing him say that, she found it quite funny. I didn't mean that. I never meant that. I just felt that you suddenly became so big, and I couldn't stand it. Maria smiled and said, I guess I have met a noble person. I have been here for such a long time, and it really makes me feel very different. Wu Shuehui smiled and said, as long as you are okay, as long as you're my granddaughter, it's fine. I'm already an old man, and I don't care what happens to me. But I hope nothing happens to you. Maria was very moved after hearing this. This was her head of the family, who always put her first no matter what the time was. And I always have to put his comfort somewhere else, but my own safety always comes first. At this time, Wu Shuehui seemed to remember something. By the way, why did I faint? Why did I become like this? Tell me. Maria thought about it for a while, then told Wu Shuehui the general idea of the matter, and Wu Shuehui understood it. Wu Shuehui nodded in sudden realization. Oh, so that's how it is. But why did I wake up? Didn't you all say that I had become a vegetable? Why did I wake up again all of a sudden? Maria glanced at him. Oh, it was this person who rescued you. If it wasn't this person, I don't know what I would do. Wu Shuehui glanced at Ethan. Wasn't this the person whom he had just shouted and said he wanted to kill? How come he had suddenly become his savior? Seeing this was really strange enough. After thinking about it, Wu Shuehui said with a smile, Granddaughter, you must have been brainwashed by him. Besides, what did he do to you? He turned you into this. After hearing this, Maria quickly said, No, he didn't do anything to me, and he saved me many times. When I was being chased by others before, it was this person who saved me. He also put me in his apartment and gave me many, many things. Just trust me, my judgment is definitely not wrong. Ethan looked at the two people with an indifferent look on his face. When he heard them talking like this, Ethan was very helpless. What's more, didn't this woman want to use this thing to beat herself to death? If she wanted to beat herself to death, then come on. Ethan walked over with a smile. Didn't you want to beat me to death just now? If you want to beat me to death, then come on. I'm standing here waiting for you anyway. Maria felt as if she was confused. What do they mean by beating him to death? Why would she beat him? Maria looked at Ethan. What do you mean? What do you mean by wanting to beat you to death? I feel like I am confused. After hearing this, Ethan said with a smile, That's right, isn't it? Just now, your grandma wanted to beat me to death because she thought I didn't look like a good person. What's more, when he woke up, he saw me by his side, so he thought I was the one who hurt him. Maria knew that this must be a misunderstanding, and she quickly said with a smile, Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. This is all pure misunderstanding. Besides, how could it be you who did it? It's absolutely impossible. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Chapter 44, Noripa. Wu Shuehui looked at Maria, not knowing what the misunderstanding was. Now Ethan didn't seem like a good person. After thinking about this, Wu Shuehui spoke angrily. Look at him now. He doesn't look like a good person at all. Don't be fooled by his appearance. After hearing this, The person in front of him spoke helplessly. I don't know how to explain this to you, but this matter is definitely not what you imagined. He not only saved me, but also saved you. You don't know this. The doctor actually said at the time that you were a vegetable. It would be extremely difficult to cure you. But after I met him, he said he could rescue you. So I brought him here. Wu Xuehue glanced at Maria. Is what you were saying now true? Maria nodded like a chick pecking at rice. It's really true. How could I feel like I'm lying here? Besides, I can't tell who's good to me and who's not. Wu Xuehue looked at Maria. Maria did not look like she was lying, and she had no reason to speak and then lie to herself. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Well, if that's the case, then I'll reluctantly trust you this time. However, just now I tried to take it, and I beat him to death. Maria has already seen Maria, and she was quite amused by this. She didn't expect these two people to fight each other. What's more, they were the ones who rescued him, but they still wanted to use something to beat him to death. After thinking about this, the person in front of him smiled and said, Grandma, you see, they can't save you anymore, and now you are not going to thank them, but you want to beat them to death. Do you think this kind of thing is justifiable? Maria looked at her grandmother as she spoke. After hearing this, the person in front of her nodded heavily. Wu Xuehue knew what Maria meant, and Wu Xuehue immediately shook her head. Oh, you see, I'm really getting old and confused. Just now someone wanted to rescue me, but now I still have to be a farmer and a snake. Okay? It's my fault. It's really my fault. If that's the case, then I have to thank this young man. What's his name? Ethan, right? Maria nodded immediately. Yes, yes. Maria sounds nice, doesn't it? I've been staying with him these past few days. He saved me and helped me a lot. I can't thank him enough now. You just came up and wanted to beat him up. If this happened to you, would you be happy? This matter was just like that. How could Wu Xuehue beat someone up? Wu Xuehue looked at her granddaughter and said very embarrassedly, I'm just saying that. If he really wants me to beat him up, that's unlikely. Haha, don't take it to heart. By the way, your name is Ethan, right? Then I should go and thank you in some way. Ethan shook his head. No need to thank me. It's just a piece of cake for me. And judging from your performance just now, you don't seem to trust me at all. So even if you want to thank me, you definitely won't be able to give me anything to thank me for. How do you know what I can't thank you for? Wu Xuehue was very unhappy after hearing this. He actually didn't trust her at all. She hadn't even thanked him yet, and not only did he reject her, but he also said that she was no good. How could you be happy about this? Was this young boy so careless when he spoke? She didn't know what was going on. After thinking about this, Wu Xuehue looked at her granddaughter and asked, By the way, what is the relationship between you two? Why do I feel that your relationship is not that simple? Wu Xuehue immediately shook her head after hearing this. How can you think that I have such a relationship with him? We have a normal relationship. Ethan also found it unbelievable when he heard this, and even asked if there was some improper relationship between him and him. Maria looked at her grandmother and wondered what relationship she had with him. Although she did have some feelings for Ethan, she didn't dare to show it to him so blatantly. Even if there is any feeling, Maria said very shyly after thinking about this. Don't say that. How can you say that? What does it have to do with me and him going there? If there was any connection, we would have already said it out loud. Oh, really? You two are not related. If you were not related, then things wouldn't be like this now. It's okay. I understand everything about you young people. Who doesn't understand the relationship between you young people? Don't you think so? Ethan shook his head. No, no, no. I think you may have misunderstood. There is no relationship between the two of us. As for the things you mentioned, I don't want to admit any of them because they don't exist at all. After hearing this, Wu Xuehue was a little surprised. Did she mean that she had made a wrong judgment? That was impossible. How could she make a wrong judgment? It was clearly like this, especially when she saw the look in Maria's eyes when she saw the boy. Wu Xuehue patted her granddaughter's shoulder. Okay, okay. Can I see the little thoughts in your heart? I have watched you grow up since you were a child. How do you feel about others? Do you think I can't see it now? I have already seen the feelings in your heart. Got it. Maria shook her head after hearing this. They saved you. Why don't you go and thank them right away? I have just said this, but the other person was very disdainful of my thanks, which made me very helpless. After thinking about this, Wu Xuehue said with a smile. Chapter 45, it doesn't matter. What do you want now? I have to thank you very much. Ethan just say that he didn't need thanks right now, so even if he said some words of thanks now, it would be of no use to him. After thinking about this, Ethan immediately shook his head. It's okay. I don't need your thanks. Didn't I tell you that? You don't need to thank me and Maria. We just met by chance and learned about your illness by chance. So I just want to do my part, and that's why I did this. As for other things, I don't take them to heart. Wu Huixiue had never met such a person before. Moreover, she wanted to thank him now, but he didn't even let her thank Wu Xuehue. She felt that Ethan was very, very strange. Wu Xuehue glanced at Ethan. You know what? You are very, very different from other people, and I think you are very strange. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. I know I'm very weird, but so what? Even if it's weird, I still prefer to do it for myself. Maria turned and looked at Wu Xuehue. No matter what, the fact that you're getting better now is already very good. Let's put aside other things for now. As long as you are doing well now, that's enough. At first, I thought you would never wake up in this lifetime. In fact, Wu Xuehue also thought she would never wake up in this lifetime. Now that she has woken up again, she should really thank Ethan. It's just that he disdains his gratitude and doesn't accept his feelings. What can he do? After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke helplessly. I've already thanked the young man, but he didn't want to at all. Ethan said with a smile. It's really not that I don't want to, but because I don't think it's necessary at all. Things have come to this point, what's the point? It's really okay. Maria looked at Ethan lovingly. I've never seen a person like you before. You've helped me so much and saved my grandma, but now when I say thank you, you're unwilling to agree to it in various ways. I really don't know what's going on in your mind. Ethan just didn't need it, so I said this now. Otherwise, if I needed anything, I would have asked him a long time ago. Ethan thought about it. I don't seem to need anything right now. Even if you want to thank me, what are you thanking me for? What do you have to be thankful for? So even if you want to thank me, there must be something I need. But I don't need these things, so I don't want them. Seeing Ethan's refusal, Wu Xuehue was a little angry and looked at her granddaughter. I'm telling you, Maria, for all this time, as long as someone has been nice to me, I will definitely pay them back. I have never owed anyone anything. So I was a little unhappy about what Ethan said. Maria looked at her grandmother, even if she was not very happy. Anyway, they've already said they don't need it. If they don't need it, then there's no need to go through so much trouble. Maria shook her head. Forget it. Grandma has already said that if he doesn't need it, there's no need to thank him again. Wait until we get back together. Then thank him properly. Isn't that enough? What do you think? Wu Xuehue was not happy at all after hearing this. Why? Why shouldn't I repay him after he rescued me? This is not acceptable. Wu Xuehue never liked to do this kind of thing, let alone now that she owed someone one. She felt very, very awkward and very, very uncomfortable. So no matter what, I have to thank this person, otherwise I always feel like I have not completed something. Maria knew what was going on when she saw her grandmother like this, so she slowly said, you know that he doesn't like to owe others anything. So if he were to owe something now, he would feel very uncomfortable. Ethan frowned helplessly. Maria looked at her grandmother and said, Grandma, you have such a strange temper. I've already said that he doesn't need feelings. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be happy. It's impossible. But Grandma, you have to thank him. What's wrong with you? Maria has already figured out Ethan. He never asks for anything in return when doing good things. At this time, Wu Xuehue spoke slowly. Young man, it's not okay for you to be like this. I'm not saying this to you, nor am I criticizing you. It's not okay for you to be like this. If you stay like this for a long time, others will take what they get from you for granted. I always feel that these are what I deserve, so I hope you can be careful with your words and actions. After hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, what do you mean by being careful in what you say and do? I just want to do something that I like to do. Is it so difficult? I just want to do something that makes me feel comfortable. Ethan shook his head, then looked at Maria and Wu Xuehue. Since his grandmother was rescued now, Maria would have someone to rely on in the future. This is his goal now. Ethan looked at Maria. I think you should thank me, Maria. Maria pointed at herself and said, Sure, no problem. If you ask me to thank you or do something, I will definitely be happy to do it. I have no objection to it. After thinking for a while, Maria continued. The key now is how you want me to thank you. You have to think about this question carefully. Just tell me when you're done. I will agree to it. Chapter 46, So Strange. After hearing this, Ethan laughed and said, You really take this as the truth, don't you? I was just joking with you. Maria slowly lowered her head and said, It's okay, just tell me. If I say you need me, or if you want me to thank you, just tell me directly. I will definitely do what you want in your heart. Ethan just said that as a joke to him, and he didn't really want them to give him anything. Wu Xuehue was very angry after seeing this scene. It was as if he was begging him. Wu Xuehue looked at Ethan. You were really weird. I gave you benefits, but you refused them again and again. And my granddaughter is here to speak good words to you, as if she is asking you to save me. This is for you. Wu Shuehui didn't know when a box appeared in her hand. Ethan looked at Maria and then at Wu Shuehui. What is this? The person in front of him said with a mysterious smile. Don't worry about what it is. As long as the things in here are what you need, that's fine. Ethan didn't know what he needed right now, but he gave this thing to himself. Ethan looked at Maria and Wu Shuehui. I've already said I don't want it. I don't want it. I said I don't want it and you can't take it. If I say I don't want it and then take your things here, wouldn't that be a double dealer? So I don't want to make such a cold noodle dish now. Since I don't want it, then I don't want it. After saying that, she returned the box and went back to see Ethan. I'm wondering if you are a stubborn person. You refuse to accept the things given to you. This is a good thing. You don't even know what it is, but you don't need it right now. After thinking about this, Ethan smiled and said, well, if you want to thank me so much, I'll come to you if I need anything in the future. Ethan said this very casually, but Ethan knew that he would not need their help in the future. After all, his abilities have reached a certain level. If he asked them for help, he would probably die or encounter some other problems. That's why he needed his help now. Unless this is the case, she would not ask them for help with anything else. Wu Shuehui frowned. Young man, you can't be too sure about this, you know? If you are so sure, it will not be a good thing for you, you know? After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, what I said is true. How could I go there? What I said is false. You should take the things back. Ethan guessed that there must be some money in it, or some other precious treasures. These things are of utmost importance to women. How could I possibly ask for these things again? It would be better for them to keep them for themselves to play with. I, a grown man, don't need these things now, Ethan said with a smile. Grandma, you are so old now. You should leave these things to your grandson Maria. When Maria Regeo becomes a nun in the future, you can give them to him. As soon as Wu Shuehui heard it, she knew that he had misunderstood. She thought that he must have thought that these were the things he had put in there, but these were indeed not the things that were put in there. Wu Shuehui looked at Ethan. Do you think I put some rare treasures in here for you? Don't worry, I don't have these things, and I won't put them in here for you. I'll put some other things in here for you. Ethan frowned curiously and looked at Maria again. He had no idea what his grandma had put in there. After all, he had accomplished everything his grandma wanted to do. As a granddaughter, I have never been able to stop my grandmother. Seeing my grandmother, so amazing, the person in front of me spoke. Really? Is this true? What on earth is in here? Wu Shuehui slowly opened the box and said, okay, let me show you. Seeing how curious they were, Wu Shuehui didn't intend to hide Ethan from them. Wu Shuehui has a lot to say now. I know you're a cultivator, so I put some medicinal pills in here. These medicinal pills can greatly increase your cultivation. So there is nothing else in here, so you can take them without worry. After hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, what do you mean by that? You really put some of these things in here for me. How do you know that I'm a cultivator? Is this a difficult thing? This matter is naturally very, very simple. After thinking about this, Wu Shuehui asked with a smile, didn't you just say that you were still very strong-willed? Don't you want to take it? If you don't want it, then you can return it to me now. Ethan said with a laugh. You did it on purpose, didn't you? I didn't expect Wu Shuehui to say that. Yes, I did it on purpose. If I am you and you don't want it, then you should give it back to me. I have already said that there is no need for me to give it to you now. If you don't want it, then just give it to me. After hearing this, Ethan shook his head. Come on, don't take it so seriously. I was just joking just now. Why are you taking it so seriously now? Okay, don't think about it like that. Ethan was very curious. How could he tell that he was a cultivator? He also felt like he had never gone anywhere and had never revealed any flaws. Ethan frowned. How did you know that I'm a practitioner? I can't even feel it myself, but now you know that I'm a practitioner. After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, is this difficult? For me, this is very, very simple and easy. Do you understand? Chapter 47 Explain. Ethan was very curious about how he knew that. Ethan said with a smile, then can you tell me how you knew this? Even if you are very powerful and very smart and know what is going on, you should at least explain it to me. Ethan looked at the two people and thought they were very strange. If they hadn't come to save him, he might have taken action long ago. So now he was very curious about how they knew it. But Maria was his grandmother. If it is so powerful, then this state of mind must be very powerful too. Ethan looked at Maria and asked, did you prepare for all this? Maria pointed at herself. How could I be prepared? How could you think of me like that? What does it mean to be prepared? If I knew you were so powerful, I would have asked you to save my grandma a long time ago. How could I possibly have any other thoughts? Why do you misunderstand me so much? After hearing this, the person in front of him walked over directly and said, "You don't have to ask him. If you have anything you want to ask, then just ask me." Ethan clenched his hands tightly because now he felt that he could not hold back and wanted to attack them, especially when they revealed their identities just now. He was even more curious, so all of this was not so simple. Ethan said with a smile, "How come you are so powerful? But if you are so powerful, why did you suddenly become a vegetable? All of this must have been planned, or there must be some other reason. Otherwise, you would not have become a vegetable." After hearing this, the person in front of her nodded heavily, and Wu Shihui said with a smile, "Young man, from the very beginning, I felt that you were very extraordinary. From the very beginning, I felt that you were different from other people. The question you raise now is very good, and it is also the question I wanted to ask you." Hearing this, Ethan frowned. "Just tell me what you want. Just tell me what you want. You're hiding something from me, right?" Wu Shihui didn't know how to answer this question, but she liked Ethan very much, especially when she saw that he was unwilling to accept her gift just now, which made her even more curious. "No one has ever treated me like this before because those people outside are all eager to get my things, but I didn't expect that there would be a young man now who is so different from others, when I said I wanted to give him something." Not only was he rejected harshly, but he also said a lot of things. Ethan looked at Maria, who shook her head to show that she was worthless. Wu Shuehui smiled and said, "You don't have to ask him. If there is anything you don't understand, or if you are curious about something, just ask me directly. I can answer all your questions for you." Ethan glanced at the person in front of him, then quickly spoke. "I think I know why you know that I am a practitioner. I have never told this to anyone else, and I have never told Apple about it. But why do you know this?" After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, "Is it very difficult to know this? For me, this is a very easy thing, because I can see it at a glance." Ethan listened to what he said, and once again felt that he was extremely powerful. No one knew his identity, and even if they wanted to guess his identity, it would take a long time. But I didn't expect that he could see it at a glance and give me such a good treasure. This single key is very difficult to obtain, but he just took it out casually and gave it to myself as a gift. His identity must be extraordinary. Ethan looked at Wu Shuehui. "You must be someone extraordinary. Since you're talking about me like that, you must be someone extraordinary too." Wu Shuehui nodded slowly. "How should I tell you? Actually, my identity is the same as yours. I'm also a cultivator." "What? You're also a practitioner?" Ethan was completely shocked. He looked at Maria, but Maria had never told him. Maria felt as if she was kept in the dark about everything, and that she was looking at all this like a little fool. Ethan frowned. "What is going on? You should explain it to me." Maria shook her head to show that she didn't know. Wu Shuehui pointed at herself and said, "Didn't I tell you? If you have anything to say, you can tell me. If you have any questions in your mind, you can just ask me. You don't have to ask him. Now I can go for you. I feel like I'm kept in the dark about everything." Ethan frowned, thinking that he was looking at all this like a little fool. "If you have any questions, you can tell me. If you have any questions in your mind, you can just ask me. You don't have to ask him. I can solve all your problems for you now." Ethan nodded slowly. "Okay, then I'll tell you. If you're a practitioner, then why are you like this now? And how is it possible that you have become a vegetable?" After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, "If I were to tell you this, I don't think you would believe it. It has come to this point, and Ethan feels that there is nothing left to believe or not believe. He has seen everything in this world, so what else is there that he does not believe?" Ethan immediately shook his head. "No, just tell me now. I believe that such an incredible thing has happened. What else can I not believe?" Wu Shuehui thought about it for a while, then slowly said, "Actually, I encountered some unexpected situations when I was practicing a few years ago, and then I became what I am now." Chapter 48, Wu Shuehui's Cultivation. "That period was really hard for me. My skills were actually very strong, but I encountered this situation all of a sudden. I really had no choice, so I stopped. But I encountered this situation all of a sudden, and there was really no other way, so I stopped." Wu Shuehui spoke very sincerely, and Ethan felt the sincerity in her eyes. Ethan nodded in sudden realization. "So what you said is true." Wu Shuehui immediately became unhappy after hearing this. "What are you talking about? What do you mean by I'm telling the truth? I told you the truth from the beginning, but you didn't take it to heart. If you took it to heart, you would know." After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. "Okay, it seems that what you said is really true. Ethan smiled and looked at Maria. I didn't expect it to be like this. And your cultivation must be higher than mine. Wu Xuehue shook her head and said, You can't say that. My cultivation is higher than yours. Besides, I think you have a very promising future. As long as you practice well, you will definitely surpass me. Ethan pointed at himself and said, Really? How did you know that? I don't think I can reach a certain level of cultivation right now. But you can tell right away. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately said, Of course I can see it. Otherwise, what do you think? What's wrong? Do you find all this very hard to believe? Or maybe you think he is just deceiving you. Ethan did have this feeling in his heart. He felt that he was deceiving himself. Moreover, his grandmother was so powerful, but she still had to pretend to be pitiful in front of him. Ethan shook his head. No, I didn't think that either. Maria said she didn't know and believed Maria and looked at Ethan. Please believe me, I don't know about this matter, and if I knew, it wouldn't be like this now. Ethan nodded to show that he believed it very much, because looking at the person in front of him, it seemed that he had not told him about this matter. Ethan looked at Wu Xuehue. Wu Xuehue should be hiding something, or he has another identity. Ethan guessed this in his heart, but Ethan did not dare to make a rash decision or conclusion, because Ethan did not know if there was something behind this. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. Are you sure it's just like this? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, I'm sure it's just like this, nothing else. What's wrong? You don't quite believe it? It's okay. If I say you don't believe it, you can tell me. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head and said, No, I believe it. But isn't it a bit wrong to give me such a precious thing? Ethan looked at the box in his hand. There were pills in it. The pills were extremely precious, but he just gave them to himself. Ethan felt that he was too lucky to receive this gift, so he felt embarrassed. Wu Xuehue, who went to receive the gift, felt that it was nothing and shook her head. Is this more important than my granddaughter's life? Since you saved my granddaughter's life, then logically I should thank you very much. This is nothing to me. Please take this thing. I have a lot more here. After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, Yes, just tell me. Since I've told you to accept it, just accept it. Ethan felt really embarrassed after being treated like that by the two of them, but since they had already asked him to accept the pills, Ethan had no choice but to accept them. After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, Yes, just tell me. Since I've told you to accept it, just accept it. Ethan felt really embarrassed after being tricked by the two of them, but they had already told him to accept it, so Ethan had to accept the ammunition. He didn't expect that his experience would be so miserable. He was originally a cultivator, but now he was framed. He became a vegetable. If it weren't for him, he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. Ethan looked at Wu Xuehue's puzzled expression. He always felt as if Wu Xuehue had something to say to him, but he was holding back and didn't say it to him. After thinking about this, Ethan looked at Wu Xuehue. Maria was there too. Maria hadn't seen her grandmother for a long time, so seeing her grandmother recover so well, her mood was inevitably a little different. So she was especially attached to her grandmother and didn't seem to want to leave her. At this time, Wu Xuehue touched her stomach and suddenly said, Oh, you see, I've been sleeping for such a long time, and I'm suddenly hungry. How about you make me something to eat? I also want to eat the braised pork you made. Maria pointed at her grandmother. Do you want me to make braised pork for you? This is what Wu Xuehue meant. Wu Xuehue nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. What's wrong? You don't want to cook for grandma now, right? Maria just wanted to stay with her grandma for a while longer. She didn't mean to be unwilling to cook. She didn't have that feeling, and she didn't dare to do it at all. As long as my grandma wants to eat the food I cook, I will of course do it without hesitation and cook for her. After thinking about this, the person in front of him immediately said, Grandma, as long as you want to eat something now, I will make it for you. I will make whatever you want to eat for you, okay? Wu Xuehue looked at her granddaughter. Alas, my granddaughter is the one who understands me the best. There are not many people who understand me as well as my granddaughter, but she now has something to say to Ethan. At this time, even if she is her granddaughter, it is best not to get involved. Chapter 49, No Sign of Leaving. Wu Xuehue said with a smile, Then you should go quickly. By the way, you need to cook more, and then let Ethan eat here. Ethan meaningfully. Ethan always had a tingling feeling in his heart, but he didn't know where it came from. Watching Maria slowly walk over, Ethan smiled. Don't do too much. I don't like pork. After saying that, Ethan asked Maria to go and do it quickly. Maria looked at the two people and felt that they seemed very, very strange, but she also had an indescribable feeling, wondering if the two people were conveying something. Watching Maria being sent away, Ethan quickly asked, "You should tell me now, right? What do you mean I should tell you now?" After hearing this, everyone was a little curious. "What do you mean by this?" Wu Shuehui smiled. "Don't you understand what I mean by sending him away? My meaning is very clear. If you have anything to ask, just ask." Ethan heard this. He was not polite. He immediately said, "How did you know that I have cultivation? Ordinary people can't see it at all, so you are not an ordinary person at all. And even if you were a person like me, how can you see that I have this ability? This is totally illogical." Wu Shuehui thought that his question was very good, and she nodded slowly. "Yes, the question you asked is very, very good. How can I see it? Actually, the reason why I can see it now is very simple. There is a very important reason. It is because my cultivation is much higher than yours, so it is like this. The elixir I gave you just now is the result of my life's practice. It can be said that it took me most of my life, so I gave you such a precious thing." Ethan looked at the box in his hand. If he thought this way, he would not dare to accept this thing now, because it is too valuable. Ethan looked at the box in his hand, and then looked at Wu Shuehui. "Wouldn't that be a bit bad? For me, there is nothing wrong with this. If I want to give it to him, then just let him take it." Wu Shuehui smiled. "As for me, I am speaking to you seriously now, and I'm not as serious as I was just now. After all, I am your elder, don't you think?" Ethan knew it, of course. There was nothing wrong with this being his elder, and he had always treated him as his elder. Ethan nodded immediately. "Yes, you're my elder now. From the beginning, I have treated you as my elder and never treated you as someone else. So, I can understand your feelings now." "Really? You can understand? How can you understand?" "Haha, I don't think you can understand me at all. How can you understand? What do you understand?" Ethan could see that there was a hint of sadness on Wu Shuehui's face, as if she had an indescribable feeling. Ethan asked curiously, "Do you have anything to say now? If you have anything to say now, you might as well treat me as a trash can and tell me what you want to say." After hearing this, Wu Shuehui couldn't help but praise Ethan. "You seem to know everything, young man. I'm already quite old, but it seems that nothing can be hidden from you." Ethan felt that this was true. It seemed like there was something he couldn't hide from himself. Ethan felt that there was nothing to hide from him, right? Ethan shook his head. "Hey, don't think like that. What do you mean by hiding it from me? It's because of Maria that we can sit here and talk properly. If it weren't for Maria, I might not even know who you are now." After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, that's right. It's because Maria is my granddaughter, a very, very good girl." Ethan heard him say this. He understood what he meant, but Ethan did not continue talking about it. Instead, he talked about Wu Shuehui. "Then can you tell me what happened to you? Or what kind of person you were before? In this way, it will be very helpful for us to understand you in the future. In this way, we will have a lot to talk about in the future." Wu Shuehui couldn't help but smile and said, "So you want to know these things? It seems like you are very, very interested in them." Ethan didn't know what to say, and he shouldn't have said that he was very interested. Instead, because he had remembered all these things in his heart, he wanted to know why this woman could see through his cultivation. Ethan had an intuition that this woman was not as simple as she seemed. Wu Shuehui smiled and said, "Well, since you've already said that, I can only tell you the truth now. I used to be a person with high cultivation, but then I encountered some things and became like this." Ethan frowned. "So what exactly are the things you mentioned? Can you explain them more clearly? That way, I can understand more." After hearing this, Wu Shuehui's expression was not very good, as if she was lost in those memories. Moreover, the memories that were what he least wanted to think about, so whenever he thought about these things, he felt a little uncomfortable. After seeing him like this, the person in front of him shook his head. "Well, if that's really the case, then don't say anything. Wu Shuehui, I think the expression on your face looks really bad, isn't it?" After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Wu Shuehui looked at Ethan, with a strange look in her eyes. Chapter 50, I don't want to remember. Yes, I actually don't want to recall this memory at all. If it weren't for you today, I would have sealed this matter in my mind forever, and then I wouldn't say anything. Ethan felt that what Wu Shuehui said to him now might have caused some harm. Ethan thought that maybe he was wrong. Since he didn't want to think about it, he wouldn't force him to think about it. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. "Yes, this incident has brought me all kinds of bad experiences, but even if it brings me bad experiences, I still have to tell you because I think you're a very good guy, so if I tell you, you should help me." Ethan pointed at himself. "What do you mean? I will help you. How can you be so sure? What if I don't help you? If I don't help you, will you be very angry now? There's nothing to be angry about this. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. What's there to be angry about? Everyone has their own choices. In fact, in the past, my cultivation was very high, and there were many people who respected me. But you also know that once something happens, they will be very jealous of me. That's it, because they see that my cultivation is very high, and then they want to frame me. So I'm like this now. In fact, I founded the Zhao group. Ethan was very surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect Wu Xuehui to be so powerful, and she also founded the Zhao group. Ethan asked curiously, so you were really framed by someone. Do you know who framed you? Where's that person now? Wu Xuehui also felt a little dazed. Although I don't know who framed me, this should be about the same. After hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, so what you mean is that you know who framed you, right? After hearing this, everyone in front of him nodded slowly. Yes, I now know who it is, but I can't be sure, so this matter cannot be fully understood and explained. Ethan felt sorry for him. After all, he was framed by someone. Ethan hates the most that someone is trying to frame him. Ethan glanced at Wu Xuehui. If this is something you don't want to talk about, then don't talk about it. Besides, Ethan knew that this matter was actually a big blow to Wu Xuehui. If he didn't want to say it, Ethan would definitely not force him to say it. If that's what he wants to say, I'm here to listen attentively. He wanted to say something, and he had been waiting here, so now seeing how upset he looked, Ethan didn't want to let him continue. Ethan glanced at Wu Xuehui. If you really don't want to say it, then forget it. I'm not forcing you to say it. But Wu Xuehui waved her hand. No, you didn't force me to say it, but I want to say it now, so I have to say it now anyway. After hearing this, Ethan asked curiously, then just vent out all the unhappiness in your heart. It's already like this anyway. If you really feel uncomfortable now, then just vent out all the discomfort in your heart. Ethan glanced at Wu Xuehui. When Wu Xuehui was framed, she must have felt very uncomfortable, and that's why she's like this now. Ethan slowly said, it's okay. If you really don't want to talk about it, or if you feel uncomfortable right now, I won't force you to talk about it. Wu Xuehui thought about it. In fact, I still remember what happened back then. They actually wanted to kill me, but they failed, which means I didn't die. So now they must be quite resentful of me. Luckily, my granddaughter put me here, so they didn't succeed. But if they knew I was alive, they would definitely attack me again. Ethan glanced at Wu Xuehui. This matter can't be so exaggerated, right? It's already like this. How could they still want to attack you again? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. I don't know whether you believe this now or not, but even if you don't believe it, it's still like this. If you believe it, it's still like this. Ethan nodded slowly. I believe it. How could I not believe it? Wu Xuehui said slowly. When I was young, my cultivation was extremely powerful. Not only was the Zhao group founded by me, but many people would give way to me when they saw me. Ethan had already noticed this, and he nodded slowly. Yes, I can already see that you are indeed very, very powerful now. Ethan knew that Wu Xuehui had lost her cultivation now, and if she wanted to recover it again, it would definitely waste a lot of time. Ethan glanced at Wu Xuehui. Have you ever thought about restoring your own cultivation to him? How could Wu Xuehui not have thought about this matter? It was a big deal for her. If she said that she had not thought about it, it was simply impossible. But Wu Xuehui knew very well in her heart that if she wanted to recover her cultivation, it would not be a simple matter at all, and it would take a lot of time and require help from others. If no one helps me, it would be impossible for me to just daydream here on my own. After thinking about this, Ethan looked at Wu Xuehui. Now you just need to say whether you want to or not. You don't have to think too much about other things. After hearing this, the person in front of him smiled and said, I'm just thinking about this matter now. Chapter 51, it's impossible. But no matter how I think about it, I feel that this matter is still quite difficult. It doesn't seem to be as simple as I imagined. After hearing this, Ethan said with a smile, You haven't even tried it yet. How do you know you can't do it? If you try, maybe you can do it. For this, it is not something that you can just give it a try and then succeed. She had been in a coma for such a long time, and she didn't know a lot of things, including some things that had happened and some other things. So if she were to talk about recovering her cultivation all of a sudden, Wu Xuehui wouldn't even dare to think about it. After thinking about this, Wu Xuehui shook her head helplessly. You know this. If it were you, you would definitely think the same as me, right? But even if I think so now, it's simply impossible. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Well, since that's what you said, I don't know how to persuade you now. Ethan thought it was such a pity. In fact, Wu Shuehui really wanted to recover her cultivation level, because her cultivation level was extremely low. She wanted to wait until she recovered her cultivation level so that she could help Ethan. Of course, that only happens if Ethan is willing to help. Ethan carefully. This kid has been looking at me since the beginning, and his face looks very energetic. Judging from him, he should be someone of some kind. Wu Shuehui looked at Ethan and said with a smile, "In fact, I think you are very talented. If you are willing to develop well, you will definitely become a dragon among men in the future." Ethan didn't think about this carefully, but he knew that what he wanted to do now must be completed. If you haven't decided to complete what you want to do now, no matter how great you are, it will be of no use because you can't show your greatness at all. After thinking about this, Ethan looked at Wu Shuehui. Wu Shuehui, if you are willing to restore your cultivation now, then this is very possible. It mainly depends on whether you are willing or not. After hearing this, Wu Shuehui asked curiously, "Are you really willing to help me recover my cultivation now? If so, I think this may not be a good thing for you." Ethan glanced at Wu Shuehui. Why is Wu Shuehui thinking so much now? I said I would help him recover, so I can help him recover. He doesn't need to think too much about what he is doing now. He just needs to do it according to his own ideas. Ethan smiled faintly. What's wrong? Why are you thinking so much now? At this time, Maria came in and asked them if they wanted to eat something else. As soon as I came in, I saw the two of them chatting happily here, and Maria slowly walked over to them. Why are you having such a good time chatting here? I was thinking of asking you too if you want to go get something else to eat. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Because I don't want to see my granddaughter suffer anymore. My granddaughter has already prepared a lot of food for me here, and I don't want to see her busying around there alone. Wu Shuehui immediately said, Maria, you don't have to make so many things. Just make a little bit, and we can eat a little. Right, Ethan? Ethan immediately nodded. Of course, we're not the masters, so just do something for us. Maria looked at the two of them and felt a little uneasy. Maria asked curiously, could it be that you two were here and had a quarrel while I was away? Ethan pointed at himself and looked at Wu Shuehui. Oh my God, how can you tell that we two are arguing here? Let me tell you, we two are not arguing here, really not, After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Well, I hope you two won't quarrel here. If you two quarrel here, I will be rude to you too. Maria's look made Ethan want to laugh, and he shook his head helplessly. How dare I do anything to him now? If I really dared to do anything to him, I wouldn't have waited until this moment. Ethan shook his head helplessly and looked at the person in front of him. Did you see it? This one is your granddaughter. She is so domineering and powerful. I don't know what to say. After hearing this, the person in front of him laughed and said, That's right. If you want to be with my granddaughter, you have to ask me for permission. Ethan listened. Why did he bring this matter up again? When did you say you wanted to be with his granddaughter? I didn't say that, right? Ethan was speechless. Ethan wants to discuss serious matters with Wu Shuehui now, but they haven't even started talking about the serious matters yet. So what's the point of talking about these things now? Ethan turned his face around, looked at the person in front of him, and said seriously, I am talking to you about serious matters now. I hope you will take me to heart now, understand? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. I know you are talking to me about serious matters, but I always feel that this matter seems a little unlikely. If it were me, I always feel that it is a little unlikely. Ethan thought nothing was impossible. The main thing is that he believes in himself, and I can help him do it now, but now he doesn't even believe in himself, which makes it very difficult for him to do it. If he believed in himself, he would be able to work hard and try his best to accomplish this thing. But now he doesn't believe in himself at all, and he doesn't know what to do. Ethan was a little embarrassed. He looked at the person in front of him. You don't believe me now? What should I do? If you believe me, just give me your hand without any hesitation. Chapter 52. Let's do the work first. I will do this. All I need is faith. Wu Shuehui has been thinking about it in her heart, but she has no answer yet. Wu Shuehui was also thinking about this. If she really gave herself to him, would it really work? Is he a reliable person? After all, I don't know too much about him. If I knew a little about him, it would be almost the same for me to believe him. But the key now is that I don't know the slightest bit about him. What should I do now? Wu Shuehui couldn't believe it. Could a kid like him really help me fulfill what I want in my heart? Is it really that simple? All of this makes me feel a little bit unbelievable. Wu Shuehui glanced at Ethan. If I believe in you, what kind of surprise can you bring me? You have to tell me at least. Ethan laughed and said, After all, you still don't quite trust me and think there's no way I can accomplish it, right? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. To be honest, this is the case. I don't know what you will bring to me, so I should figure it all out first. Otherwise, you will hurt me. Ethan pointed at himself. I hurt you? How could I possibly hurt you? As long as you want, there is nothing you can't do. Of course, Wu Xuehue thought about it. If she said that she didn't want to, that would be impossible. Wu Xuehue wanted to recover her cultivation more than anyone else. Because only by restoring my own cultivation can I do what I want to do and make others respect me. Now I also want to go back. Only after I go back will they respect me and stop treating me like this. After thinking about this, I felt a little uncomfortable. I really want to be like what you said, but it seems that it is not that simple at all. Ethan thought it was very simple. Ethan thought about it. I have a way to restore you to your previous state, but I have one request. You must listen to me now. If you don't listen to me, then I will have no other choice. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Sure, as long as you tell me to return to my previous state, I will do whatever you tell me to do. These things are nothing to me. Ethan probably already had an idea in his mind, a rough way to restore him to his previous state. It's just that it might be a little difficult to recover all at once, but it's still possible if you have some patience. Now I'm afraid he has no patience, so I said this to him. After thinking about this, Wu Xuehue became a little worried. Will it cost me something? I have nothing now. I only have my granddaughter. If you want me to pay something now, I guess I will have nothing left. Ethan knew that Maria was the only one he had, and he had no intention of asking him for anything. Seeing him being so cautious, Ethan shook his head. When did I say I was going to ask you for something? Why? In your heart, am I just like that? Don't worry, no, I don't plan to ask you for anything, got it? There was always an expression of disbelief on Wu Xuehue's face. Ethan could understand the expression on his face. Now is the first time that the two of them are working together. He now has what he needs, and Ethan now has what he needs. It is impossible for Ethan to restore his cultivation directly. Wu Xuehue was also very curious. Why would Ethan help me so much? If there was nothing he wanted, how could he treat himself like this? He must have something he wanted. After thinking about this, the person in front of him asked curiously, Then tell me, what are you thinking now? Wu Xuehue is a very smart person and knows that there is no free lunch in this world. Since Ethan said he was willing to help me, he must be here for some purpose. It is impossible for him to help me casually. Ethan nodded slowly. Yes, I do have a request. If I didn't have a request, I wouldn't be able to help you like this. It's simply not possible. I have a little request now, but I don't know if you will agree. Wu Xuehue frowned. Wu Xuehue knew that there would be some requests, but she didn't expect it to be stated so bluntly. Now, she can listen to it. If this request is possible, I will agree to it. Could it be that he wants his own granddaughter? Thinking of this, Wu Xuehue asked curiously, Are you planning to do something with my granddaughter? Actually, my granddaughter is a very simple person. I haven't thought too much about your affairs. If you want to be together, then go ahead. And this is your business as young people. Ethan heard this. His face almost turned red. What do you mean? How did it get to the point of being with him? Ethan is here, and his affairs have not been mentioned at all. So why is this brought up all of a sudden? Ethan immediately shook his head. Wu Xuehue, what are you thinking about? When did I mention this? No, it's not like what you imagined. Absolutely not. After hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, Isn't it? Then what do you want me to do? Besides wanting something to happen to my granddaughter, what do you want? After he heard this, the person in front of him smiled faintly. I'm just afraid that if I tell you this news, you will be very, very shocked, so you have to be mentally prepared. Wu Xuehue smiled. There is nothing more important than restoring my cultivation right now. Wu Xuehue glanced at Ethan. Chapter 53, Zhao Group. Looking at the expression on Wu Xuehue's face, Ethan felt very satisfied. What he wanted was Wu Xuehue's eagerness to repair her cultivation. Only in this way could Ethan have a better conversation with her. Ethan smiled and said, Yes, you know very well now what you want now. It is actually like this. If I restore your cultivation, then you have to give the Zhao Group to me. This is what I want. Sure enough, Wu Xuehue was very shocked when she heard it. Ethan with incredible eyes. So this is what you want? Ethan nodded. Yes, I want a Zhao Group now. After hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What do you want my Zhao Group for? It's of no use to you. Ethan smiled and said, How do you know I'm useless? What's the use of what I want? Do I need to tell you again? You should think about it carefully. Wu Xuehue glanced at Ethan. You know that I have no way of controlling my Zhao Group now. And now the Zhao group is no longer mine. It has been taken away by someone else. Ethan felt that these were all small matters, and they didn't need to be considered at all. Ethan glanced at Wu Shuehui. So you're worried about this problem? If I tell you that I can get what you want back, what do you think? Ethan in disbelief. Ethan seems to be quite powerful. What method can Ethan use to take back the Zhao group? When the Zhao group was taken away, he had no tricks at all. Now he wants to take the Zhao group back, so he has to take this thing back. It seems that this matter is not so simple, right? Ethan curiously. Ethan shook his head. No, don't look at me with that look on your face. All you need to know now is, do you believe me now? After thinking for a while, Wu Shuehui was still a little hesitant. That is the Zhao group that I found in myself. If I just give it to him like this, wouldn't I have nothing now? Now Wu Shuehui is a little hesitant. Ethan saw Wu Shuehui like this, and he felt that there was nothing to hesitate about, right? Besides, this matter is a win-win for him. If it were Ethan, he would have agreed directly. But here he is still so hesitant. Ethan smiled and said, "There's nothing to hesitate about. This matter is actually already in front of you. No matter what it is, it will be good for you. So you should think about it quickly. Because I really don't have time to stay here with you anymore. If you are still hesitating here, then I should leave now, understand?" After hearing this, Wu Shuehui agreed and nodded. If that's the case, I'll believe you this once. I'm already like this. Is there anything that can't beat me? If that's the case, I'll believe you. After hearing this, Ethan looked at Wu Shuehui. I know that someone else framed you, and I also know exactly what they want to do to you now. When Wu Shuehui mentioned this matter, she was actually full of resentment. Because if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be like this. At that time, Wu Shuehui trusted them too much, so she was so careless about them. Otherwise, how could she have ended up in such a mess? After thinking about this, I felt particularly angry and wanted to deal with them all one by one right now. After thinking about this, Wu Shuehui looked at Ethan. I am now placing all my hopes on you, so I hope you won't let me down. Ethan nodded. Of course I won't let you down. Since you have entrusted everything to me, I know it. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Okay, let's make it a deal then. At this time, Wu Shuehui slowly said, You really don't have that kind of feeling toward my granddaughter? Ethan heard this. He was brought up with this matter again. What was going on? Ethan glanced at Wu Shuehui. Do you think that your granddaughter can't get married now, so you keep pushing it onto me? After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, my granddaughter is so pretty. How could she not get married? It's just that I noticed that she seems to have some feelings for you. What do you mean? Your granddaughter has feelings for me. How does your granddaughter feel about me? Haha, you're just overthinking. The two of us are just friends. Do you understand? Ethan now needs to expand his strength. If he wants to help Wu Shuehui recover her cultivation, it is not an easy task. He must receive corresponding rewards. Wu Shuehui is very clear about this. Moreover, Ethan saved Wu Shuehui and Maria unconditionally, which was very kind, and Wu Shuehui also understood this. Ethan just now was just a joke to see how Ethan felt about his granddaughter. If he really doesn't have any feelings at all, then forget it. After all, his granddaughter is so cute. Ethan glanced at Wu Shuehui. Okay, now why do I feel that as soon as you regain your will, you will start talking nonsense here? You don't know what to say now, right? Your granddaughter is still a child, so I don't have any feelings for her. Wu Shuehui nodded. I know. I was just playing a joke on you. Ethan glanced at Wu Shuehui. If you want to recover your skills now, you need to rest well. No matter what, you should rest your body and recover first. This is the most important thing. If your body doesn't rest well, then nothing will work. Ethan said this while looking at Wu Shuehui, hoping that Wu Shuehui would listen to his arrangements now. Chapter 54 Cultivation. After all, Wu Shuehui is old now. Although he still looks very young, he needs a lot of rest now. Plus, this place is very quiet, so it shouldn't be difficult to take a rest. Ethan glanced at Wu Shuehui. I know you want revenge very much now, and you have a lot of thoughts in your mind, but do you know? You should put all the things in your mind aside now, so that it won't affect your rest. If you don't rest well, it won't work, understand? After hearing this, Wu Shuehui nodded slowly. I didn't expect that you, a small person, could have such great abilities now. Ethan didn't think he was that capable. He shook his head. I don't think I'm that capable. It's just that the situation is different now, you know? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, maybe we both have different thoughts now. Got it. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. In fact, Wu Shuehui is still quite tired now. She can feel that her physical condition is completely different from before. I am in a very tired physical condition now, probably because I slept for such a long time. Wu Xuehue glanced at Ethan. When will you take my affairs to heart? Ethan nodded and told him not to worry so much, and that he would naturally take his affairs to heart. But after I go back, I have to think about how to take back his group instead of being left with nothing like now. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. Don't be so anxious now. What I have to do now is to get your things back first. If I can't even get your things back, then I'm useless now. So now I have to think about how to get your things back. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. You don't have to be so anxious now. After all, it's already like this. I don't expect anything anymore, so I'm also feeling a bit worried now. Do you understand? After hearing this, the person in front of him smiled and said, You're the one who thinks the most, right? I haven't thought much about it. Okay, I will arrange this matter in a while. Ethan has been thinking about how to solve this problem, because this matter is not as easy and simple as he imagined. So now he has to think carefully about how to start this matter. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. If it doesn't work, or if you have any other questions, you can always communicate with me. Although I'm not there now, I still know the people there. So if you have any questions, please tell me in time. Ethan, of course he knew, Ethan nodded. Don't worry, if there are any other problems, I will tell you in time and will never let you have any worries. At this time, Maria came in. Maria was quite happy watching the two of them chatting here. Maria thought that the two of them would definitely be incompatible, but she didn't expect to see them chatting so happily here. Maria came straight over. What are you two talking about here? How come when I walked in, I saw you two chatting so happily here? Hey, can you tell me about it? Wu Xuehue looked mysterious. Of course I can't tell you. Why would I tell you? You little fool. Well, don't think so much. By the way, have you finished what I asked you to do? Maria looked at her grandmother. Grandma, how could I forget what you asked me to do? Don't worry, I have already prepared what you asked me to do, but it just takes a little time now. Don't be so anxious now. Grandma, you have really suffered a lot during this period of time. I know you must have a lot of things in your heart that you want to tell me, right? Wu Xuehue looked at her granddaughter and smiled with great satisfaction. Hey, how should I put this matter? Actually, I don't have any feelings at all, so you don't have to worry too much. After hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, You don't feel anything at all, right? You scared me to death. I said you felt something, and then you felt very, very uncomfortable. Ethan stood aside and said with a smile, Since he is already unconscious and has become a vegetable, do you think he can still feel anything? Of course he has no feelings at all. Maria nodded slowly. That seems to be true. Oh, by the way, I'll prepare the meal in a moment, so you can eat here before leaving. Seeing that Ethan was about to leave, Maria hurried over, stopped Ethan, and asked Ethan to eat here. Ethan shook his head. Forget it. You guys can eat here by yourselves. Forget it for me. I have to go back later. Ethan said as he looked at Maria. Maria felt a little uncomfortable when she saw that Ethan didn't want to eat here. Hey, why didn't I want to eat here? Actually, the meal I cooked today is very delicious. Haven't you eaten the meal I cooked before? Ethan laughed and said, I have eaten it. How could I not have eaten it? You are overthinking it now. I just don't want to eat it. It has nothing to do with you. After hearing this, Maria slowly lowered her face. I think this matter has something to do with me. You don't like the food I cook, right? Wu Xuehue stood aside and saw the two people like this, so she said, Okay, Ethan, they have already invited you, so what? You still want to refuse now? Okay, that's enough. Ethan saw him like this and thought that if he didn't eat here, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Chapter 55, Feeling Sad. Thinking of this, Ethan nodded. Well, what delicious food did you make? Maria was particularly happy when she heard that Ethan was having dinner here. Hey, I made a lot of delicious food. Wu Xuehue glanced at Maria. My dear granddaughter, I have to ask you to take care of me here during this period. When I think about this, I still feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Maria was very happy about it. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Maria looked at her grandmother. Grandma, how can you say that? Taking care of you now is something I am willing to do. You didn't force me to do it. It's my duty to take care of you. Ethan also said so. Ethan smiled and said, Of course, it's my duty to take care of you. What's wrong? Are you still feeling bad? After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, I just feel like something is wrong. Look, Grandma didn't take good care of you, and now you have to take care of me in return. Do you think I'm useless? Maria never thought of it that way. My grandma loved me so much before, and now she has a little problem. So what? Can I throw my grandma away or something? This is simply impossible. After thinking about this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. That's impossible. How could I abandon you? You are my grandma. Don't worry, grandma. I will take care of you in the future. Just tell me what you want to do. After thinking about this, the person in front of him smiled and said, have you cured my grandma? You are really amazing. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Ethan laughed and said, what can I say? Anyway, the man has been treated now. From now on, you just need to take good care of him. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, indicating that he would take good care of him. But let's talk about other things when we get back to it. Maria walked straight in and brought up some freshly prepared food. It seems that the bacon and other things had been prepared long ago. I didn't expect that he was so capable and could cook such delicious meals. But how come he is so good at cooking? What is going on? Ethan glanced at Maria. Maria, did you cook all these dishes? At first, I thought you could cook, but I didn't expect you to be so good at it, Maria. To hear what Ethan said, because many people say that they can't cook. Just from their appearance, it seems that they can't cook, but there are many things that cannot be seen from the surface. After thinking about this, Maria pointed at herself. Look at my face. It doesn't look like I can cook, right? That's what Ethan meant. Ethan nodded. Yes, I think your face doesn't look like someone who can cook, so I'm so surprised and curious now. Why are you so good at cooking? Wu Shuehui stood aside, just smiling and not saying anything. Maria smiled and said, let me tell you, it's actually like this. Because I've been interested in food since I was a kid, and then when I grew up, I kept studying it. And then it became like this. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. So that's how it is. I think I understand what it means. It basically means that you are a gourmet, haha, right? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, I am a gourmet. I like it, so I like to eat this one so much. Then I make it myself, so it looks like what you see now. After hearing this, Ethan was a little surprised, because I really didn't expect that she, a rich girl, would have to do everything by herself and even cook for herself. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. I really underestimated you. At the beginning, I thought you were just an ordinary rich girl. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that. Maria said proudly. There are many things you didn't expect. Let me tell you, there are many, many things you didn't expect. Ethan felt that this was also true. There were many things that he had not thought of. Perhaps he was too superficial now and only saw the surface of things, so he ended up like this. Wu Shuhui looked at the two people and said slowly, actually, my granddaughter is quite independent. People think that our family has spoiled Maria to such an extent that she is not allowed to do anything. In fact, it is not the case at all. Now, she has to be independent. Ethan nodded slowly. Yes, I really didn't expect it. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. It turns out that all this is so magical. Haha, Maria, I'm going to like the food you cook. What should I do? If I like the food you cook, you have to be responsible. Maria agreed immediately. Sure, don't worry. If you really like the food I cook, I will take responsibility and cook for you every day. I live in your apartment now, anyway. This was the first time Wu Shuehui heard about this. She asked curiously, where do you live? You live in his apartment, which means that you two are actually living together now, right? Wu Shuehui said this while looking at her granddaughter. Maria heard this. She denied it directly. No, Grandma, you're wrong. We don't live in the same place. He just asked me to live there, but he lives somewhere else. So it's not like what you think. Maria hurriedly explained, fearing that her grandmother would misunderstand. Chapter 56, Not Living Together. Wu Shuehui nodded in sudden realization. Oh, so that's how it is. It's fine as long as you don't live together. After all, you two are not the same person now. If you two live together, it would definitely be a bit unreasonable, so you must pay attention to it. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Don't worry. I know clearly what to do and what not to do. Are you particularly worried about leaving your granddaughter here? If you are particularly worried about leaving your granddaughter here, then forget it. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. That's not what I meant. I was just asking casually. How did you end up asking about something? Haha. Okay. Since it's your business, I won't ask you any more questions. You can handle it on your own. However, the two of you must not do what you must do before the first day. I hope you can understand this very clearly. Do you hear me? After hearing this, the person in front of him lowered his head in embarrassment. Seeing him like this, Ethan said, well, I should go back now. You two should stay here. By the way, if you want to wait for your partner here, then you can wait. Otherwise, I will go back first. After hearing this, the person in front of him said reluctantly, you should go back now. Isn't it too early to go back now? Ethan looked at the time and realized that he hadn't been home for 2 days. If he didn't go back, he didn't know what kind of problems would arise over there. He had to go back quickly. After all, the place he was staying now was not his home. Ethan smiled. No, I really have to go back now because that place is not my home at all, so I have to go back now. Why do these words make me feel a little confused? What does it mean that the place he is staying in is not his own home? But now that Ethan has said that he wants to go back, Maria feels that she can no longer stop him. Maria nodded. Maria told him that she would go back when the time came, and there was no need to make Ethan worry. Ethan nodded and left. Ethan knew that when he returned, his family would definitely be staying here, so Ethan couldn't stay here for too long. Ethan wanted to go back to Lin Wenming's house to see what was going on there. They haven't seen me for several days. Actually, Lin Wenming is a pretty good person, but his wife Li Mei may not be the same. His wife Li Mei is simply a gossip and can't stand him doing anything. As long as there is any disturbance on his side, he will definitely make a fuss. So if I go back now, I will definitely hear all his different voices again, which is really annoying. Ethan returned. Lin Wenming was indeed waiting for him there. As soon as Lin Wenming saw Ethan coming back, he hurried over. What's wrong with you? Where have you been these past 2 days? Ethan glanced at Lin Wenming. Where did I run to? I can run wherever I want. Can he still care about me so much here? If he wants to care about me, he would have cared about me a long time ago, not like this now. Ethan glanced at Lin Wenming. Where am I going now? Or what do I want to do now? Do you still care? You don't care about me at all. Why are you asking me so many questions now? When Lin Wenming heard this, he knew what Ethan meant, and he slowly lowered his head. Ethan felt that he was already an adult no matter what. So what did it mean to sneak around and not come back? This was far from what he said. Ethan glanced at Lin Wenming. I just went out to stay at my classmate's house for a few days. What's wrong with that? Is it not okay for me to stay at my classmate's house for a few days? Not to mention you. Even my biological parents can't stop me. When Li Mei heard this, she couldn't help it and walked up directly. What are you talking about here? What do you mean by your biological parents? Are your biological parents as good to you as we are? You eat in our house, live in our house. What on earth do you want to do? Ethan knew that he would nag in front of him endlessly again. Sure enough, he really was nagging in front of him. He didn't know whether he was annoying or not. Anyway, he was tired of listening to him. Lin Wenming walked over slowly. All right, don't be angry, don't be angry. He's just a kid. Don't bother with him. Lin Wenming's wife, Li Mei, simply refused to give in. Now you live in our house and eat our food. What's wrong? You won't let me say it now? Is that right? You won't let me say it now. What's wrong? If you don't want me to say it, then don't live here. If you don't want to live here, then I won't say it. If you have the guts, move out. Ethan really wants to move out. Listening to him talking here every day is almost driving him crazy. I thought I wanted to live here now. If my mother hadn't entrusted me here, I might have left long ago. Lin Wenming looked at his wife and Ethan, who were so angry here. So he hurried out. You two, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'm the one who's wrong now, okay? No matter what, I'm the one who's wrong now. You two, please stop arguing, okay? Lin Wenming didn't like seeing them arguing like this. So when he saw them arguing here, Lin Wenming became anxious. Ethan glanced at Lin Wenming. Lin Wenming was just too cowardly, wasn't he? Nothing had happened yet. So how could this all be his fault? If it was his fault, that would be fine. After thinking about this, the person in front of him immediately said, Stop arguing. Don't worry. Chapter 57 Adults. Ethan really didn't want to see Lin Wenming quarreling with Li Mei because of him again. I didn't do anything wrong. I won't make you worry or be scared. Why would I do anything? I'm almost an adult now. Hearing this, Li Mei smiled coldly and said, I hope you are an adult now, because if you are an adult, you have nothing to do with us. I don't know why your mother entrusted you to us. She really caused trouble for us and caused so many things for us. Lin Wenming felt that what his wife said was a bit too much. After all, Ethan is an adult now, so he can still understand these words. Lin Wenming looked at his wife. Wife, what are you talking about here? Don't say it in front of the children. Li Mei doesn't care about all these. She always says whatever she thinks and never considers other people's feelings. Li Mei looked at her husband. Lin Wenming, have you been brainwashed by this kid? What is your relationship with his mother? If you have no relationship, why are you here like this? Lin Wenming pointed at himself. Of course I have no relationship with his mother, and you know that we're just good friends. Ethan listened to these words silently, and then clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Li Mei smiled. Who knows what the relationship between you and that person is? Now on the surface, this is the relationship we see, but what the actual relationship is, I don't know. Ethan particularly hates people saying bad things about his mother. You can say it about yourself, but you can't say it about your mother. Although sometimes, I also hate my mother, but why should they say that? They have no right at all. After thinking about this, Ethan slowly said, "You said it's okay for me, but you absolutely can't say it about my mom. What gives you the right to say it about my mom now? Do you have the qualifications?" After hearing this, Li Mei smiled and said, "I don't have the qualifications. I'm letting you live in my house and eat at my house. Do you think I have the qualifications? Why do I find that you are completely ignorant now? Do you really not understand your current situation? If you don't understand your current situation now, then I will explain it to you in detail." After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. "I am now very clear about my situation. After I graduate, I will definitely not live in your house. Let you live here by yourself." Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, Lin Wenming quickly pulled them away. All right, stop arguing. You two are actually the most important people to me. What is there to argue about? When I see you two arguing here and there, my heart aches for you. Can you please stop arguing?" Ethan glanced at Lin Wenming. Lin Wenming directly pulled Ethan in. As soon as he pulled Ethan into the room, Lin Wenming began to brainwash Ethan. Okay, you just didn't come back these past 2 days. Your aunt was upset when she saw you didn't come back. She didn't know how to solve the problem and didn't know how to communicate with you, so she yelled at you. Don't pay attention to her. Ethan glanced at Lin Wenming. What's wrong? Are you still treating yourself like a 3-year-old? What do you mean by upset? There's nothing to be upset about. In Ethan's opinion, maybe he was upset because he was back. If he hadn't come back, he would have been fine. Ethan nodded slowly. Really? Is that really the case? I think he's so upset because I'm back. If I were gone, he would be fine. After listening to this, Lin Wenming immediately shook his head. How can you say that, kid? We are all worried about you. Ethan was pulled in by Lin Wenming. Li Mei and Jessica got together. Jessica was particularly angry. She looked at her father who was protecting Ethan and said angrily to her mother, "Mom, look at him. They're like father and son, and they don't care about us at all. Don't you think so?" After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. "Yes, I have seen it. They look like father and son." Jessica pointed at herself. "Mom, I'm his biological daughter, and I don't even get this treatment. But look at them, their relationship is just too good, right? No, if it goes on like this, I really can't stand it. Why you treat me like this?" Li Mei couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer any injustice here, so she looked at her daughter. "Daughter, don't be so angry or sad. Let's wait until we get back and give this kid a good beating. Really, this kid is nothing big. Even if we want to get rid of him, I tell you it's very easy." Jessica heard this. She immediately became excited, but she didn't know what to do about it. It seems like what my mother said has a deeper meaning. After thinking about this, Jessica asked curiously, "Mom, have you thought of any way to force him away? If you think of any way, please tell me quickly." After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. "There's a tiny way, but I don't know how to put it. Daughter, I don't know if you are ready." After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately nodded. "I'm ready. Of course I'm ready. Tell me, what should I do?" After thinking about this, Jessica was very much looking forward to it. It would be great if Ethan could be driven out of her house. So Jessica now wants to know what plan her mother has to drive this annoying person out of her house. Chapter 58, Fighting for Justice. Jessica thought of Ethan. She gnashed her teeth in hatred. It is because of Ethan's existence that his father doesn't care about him. My dad used to love me all the time, but now he doesn't love me at all. Li Mei couldn't bear to see her daughter being treated so badly here. Seeing her daughter like this and no longer having her father's love, she felt very sad. But I don't know what kind of curse this damn guy has been under that requires me to protect him. When she thought of this, Li Mei became very angry. Li Mei wanted to stand up for her daughter and give Ethan a good beating. Li Mei glanced at Jessica. "Okay, don't worry so much. I'll leave this matter to your mother." Ethan didn't know all this, and he was still talking to Lin Wenming. Lin Wenming glanced at Ethan. "Well, okay, this is how my family is anyway, and you've already seen it. Since you've been here for such a long time, I believe you understand very well what to do." Ethan had of course seen it clearly, and he didn't want to stay here for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Wenming said, "Since your mother has entrusted you here, you should live a good life here instead of worrying so much. Do you understand? Can I live well here and study well here? If I could live well here, things wouldn't be like this. So I can't live well here at all." After thinking about this, Ethan was speechless and didn't want to pay any attention to Lin Wenming. In fact, they're all the same people, it's just that some things are shown on their faces while some are not. Ethan nodded. indicating that he already knew. At dinner time, Ethan didn't eat, but Li Mei felt particularly relieved. If you don't eat, then you don't eat. What's the big deal? Besides, it's just right not to eat. You can save yourself a meal. Li Mei saw that Ethan didn't want to eat and didn't even bother to ask him to eat. Lin Wenming didn't dare to say anything more. Lin Wenming is a henpecked husband. If he says anything else, his wife will give him a beating, which would be a loss. Ethan was hungry, and when he went to school the next morning, he found a very strange phenomenon. That means all my shoes are wet. These shoes are all I own. If they get wet, I won't be able to go to school today. Ethan thought of was the good things Li Mei had done. Ethan found Li Mei. Annie, what happened to my shoes? Why are my shoes all wet? After hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. I don't know. Your shoes are wet, aren't they? Your shoes are wet. Maybe it's because I brushed your shoes this morning, so they're not clean yet. Li Mei said these words casually while picking up some flowers and plants she grew. After hearing this, I really became curious. Ethan looked at his shoes. There was very obvious dirt on them. How could he have brushed his shoes and they became like this? He is obviously lying. He said he brushed his shoes, but that didn't mean anything at all. Did he just throw some dirt on his shoes? Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this now. It's just that he simply doesn't want to admit it. Since he is so unwilling to admit it, what use can I have? I can only watch like this. If he doesn't want to admit it, forget it. Ethan looked at his shoes. Otherwise, he would just not go to school today. What else could he do? Do you have any shoes now? After thinking about this, Ethan looked at Li Mei. Auntie, thank you so much for cleaning my shoes so clean. I don't know what to say to thank you. Li Mei didn't understand the meaning of this and smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. What's the big deal? These are things I should do. You don't have a mother anymore, so now these are things I should do. There's no need to say more. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, indicating that he already understood. Jessica walked over slowly. Jessica ate the loving breakfast that Li Mei made for him, and while eating she vaguely followed the conversation of her mother. Jessica saw how dirty the shoes were. She understood in her heart. Then she looked at her mother, then at the shoes next to her, and instantly knew what this meant. This is what my mother said, to give him a good beating. If you really want to teach him a lesson, then it's easy. Li Mei looked at Jessica and smiled faintly. I'll see how he goes to school today. Either he'll skip class or he'll just go to school without shoes. Jessica covered her mouth in surprise. Mom, isn't it a bit bad to let him go to school like this? Can we still keep his feet? As for this, it is not something I can control. Li Mei looked at her daughter. Daughter, why are you caring so much now? Besides, haven't I told you a long time ago? We have no right to interfere in this matter. The two of them just want to see how Ethan would solve this problem. Ethan was also thinking to himself that there was no way he wouldn't go to school. My grades are not that good to begin with, and I don't want to skip classes. If I just skip classes and don't go to school, what will the teacher think of me? After some struggle, Ethan tried to go to school barefoot. I went to school without wearing any shoes. After seeing this scene, I was indeed quite surprised. I didn't expect this brat would do this. Oh, this is a little too incredible for me, isn't it? Jessica also found it quite unbelievable and looked at her mother. Chapter 59, Powerlessness. Mom, you did this move really beautifully. It's really amazing. After hearing this, the man in front of him said smugly, He is still too young to fight me. I will let him be so arrogant in the future. If he dares to do it again in our house, I will kill him. After listening to this, the person in front of me smiled. Mom, what you did is really beautiful and amazing. I really admire you more and more. Listening to what my daughter said really made me feel very comfortable. Haha, what should I do after seeing this? Ethan naturally didn't know the plan of the Lin mother and daughter and stood outside the golden court alone. Daogu saw Ethan was here, very bored, so he walked over. It seemed that nothing happened, very comfortable. Why are you so relaxed here? It looks like nothing is happening, and you seem to be very comfortable. Ethan nodded. Yeah, I'm a little bored. What's wrong? Any instructions? After listening to this, Daogu snapped his fingers. It just occurred to me. Come with me to the second-hand market. Second-hand market? Then what are you doing? Do you need to buy some second-hand things when you are so rich? Ethan looked up at Daogu and said while sitting on a rattan chair. Daogu went to the second-hand market. Because I want to buy some old furniture. I bought these old furniture and then refurbished them in a stopover. In this way, there is no need to use new ones. Using new ones would be a waste. I was just going there alone and was bored, so I saw Ethan was doing nothing here, so I dragged Ethan along. I didn't expect Ethan to be so sarcastic here. Do you want to go or not? If not, then I'm leaving. Daogu is counting the time now. I don't have time to talk to him so much here. If you don't go, then I'll have to leave. Ethan looked at Dao Ge. Ethan is quite bored here. It would be best if there was someone to take me out to play with. Ethan stood up immediately. Okay, I'll go with you to entertain you, but you have to buy me something to eat. This is nothing to Dao Ge. A grown man is so greedy. Okay, I promise you. Although Dao Ge said so. To buy things for Ethan. What are you doing? You really are taking this seriously. I was just kidding you. Dao Ge didn't take it as a joke. Dao Ge was a little angry when he heard him say that. You're playing with me. I'm going to buy you something now, and you're saying that you're just talking nonsense. It made me think you really needed to eat something. Ethan said with a laugh. Why are you so nervous? Didn't I tell you that I'm just eating, not doing anything else? Come on, I'll go shopping with you first. Ethan checked the time. Time is pretty tight. Dao Ge then took a big step forward. It was the first time that Ethan realized how adorable Dao Ge was. And he does whatever he is told to do. If he has a girlfriend in the future, will it be like this? Then his girlfriend will be mad at him. Ethan was a little curious. You're such a straight man. Will you be pissed off if you have a girlfriend in the future? Dao Ge has never thought about this problem. Dao Ge didn't know why he said that. Besides, has Dao Ge ever thought about the so-called girlfriend? This so-called girlfriend is extremely distant to Dao Ge. Ethan is nearsighted now, and although Dao Ge felt uncomfortable hearing all these nonsense, he still endured it. Because it was he who said this, not someone else. If it was someone else, he would definitely be unhappy. Dao Ge looked at Ethan. Don't talk to me like that. I'll be embarrassed if you say that to me. Ethan didn't feel embarrassed. Ethan smiled faintly. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's really funny that there's still something embarrassing between the two of us. If you're still embarrassed here, then who else can you be embarrassed with? Dao Ge was serious about what he said. He was really embarrassed, and he rarely talked about this kind of issue. Dao Ge smiled faintly. I rarely talk about this kind of problem now, whether you believe it or not. But I really rarely talk about this kind of problem. Ethan already understood and nodded silently. Ethan looked at Dao Ge. You are a freak. How could Dao Ge not know that he had become a weirdo? Dao Ge shook his head. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Why do I feel like you're deliberately trying to piss me off whenever I talk to you? Why are you deliberately saying these things to irritate me before we even go? Who said something to irritate you? Ethan was very unconvinced and argued here. The two of them walked while talking. Ethan felt that this was much more fun than playing there alone. At least here I have someone to talk to. But it was too boring to be alone there. Ethan looked at Dao Ge. You have to treat me to a meal. Dao Ge didn't know what was wrong with him. When he was invited to dinner again, Dao Ge started to pretend to be poor. You know I'm so poor. Let me treat you to a meal. Ethan thinks he's quite rich. Why is he pretending to be poor? After thinking about this, the person in front of him shook his head. I just want you to treat me to a meal. There's no need to pretend to be poor. Besides, I didn't say I wanted to eat some delicacies. Are you pretending to be poor now? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal. I feel like you're relying on me. If I don't treat you to a meal, I don't think this matter will ever be resolved. Is everything all right? The two of them were talking to each other, and it was very lively. Just when Ethan was talking happily, a person suddenly appeared next to him. Ethan's hand disappeared in an instant. Ethan had never experienced anything like this before, so he was a little confused. Hey, what's going on? Why did you steal my wallet? Ethan is cute, even when he talks. Ethan looked like someone who had never been robbed. Dao Ge, who was standing next to him, was shocked. How can someone do this in broad daylight? How can it be so disgusting? Dao Ge said as he quickly chased after him. Chapter 60, Catching the Little Thief. There was no money in Ethan's wallet, only some documents. Make money directly. Very important. If it were to be snatched away, I would be very embarrassed. Let me grab your wallet. After Dao Ge finished speaking, he ran forward with big strides. Ethan was running behind. A few of us are having a lot of fun chasing each other here. Ethan never thought that he would be robbed. However, this was the first time Ethan had encountered such a thing, and he still thought it was quite interesting. He had never been robbed before. This little thief ran to the back and sat at the back, feeling as if he could never be caught up. However, Dao Ge's physical strength is still quite good. Ethan was chasing Dao Ge and the little thief from behind. This little thief actually dared to steal my things. It seems like he won't survive if he meets Brother Dao. Because Dao Ge is extremely powerful, almost no one can escape from him. So this little thief probably is doomed. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Dao Ge to catch up with the little thief. Dao Ge glanced at the little thief. Are you guys mentally ill? You have hands and feet, but you don't work properly. Now you're just thinking about stealing and cheating. I really don't know what you were thinking. The little thief was so tired that he was out of breath. Even after being caught, he was still gasping for breath. Looking at Dao Ge in front of him, the little thief quickly spoke. I'm sorry, this is my fault. Please don't blame me anymore, okay? I was really wrong. Please let me go, okay? Hearing this, Dao Ge felt that this little thief was just daydreaming. Nothing had happened yet, and he wanted him to let him go? How could this be possible? Ethan immediately shook his head. What are you thinking? Now you want me to release you? Huh, I think your brain is about to explode, isn't it? You want me to let you go now that nothing has happened? Do you know what you have done? The little thief seemed to understand it very well and nodded heavily. I know. I did something that might have made you sad. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. It's not because it makes me sad, but because what you did is really abominable, you know? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, I'm extremely hateful. You can say whatever you want. Please let me go. I really don't dare to do it anymore. Ethan hated this kind of petty thief the most. He could do anything else but do this. If he was to deal with him now, it would be his own fault. Ethan didn't want to see this little thief anymore. Ethan glanced at Dao Ge. Otherwise, let's hand him over to someone else. Anyway, he's here now, and we feel annoyed when we see him. What do you think? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Of course, it would be annoying if I were always here. Dao Ge also thought so in his heart. Dao Ge looked at Ethan and nodded slowly while thinking so in his heart. If that's the case, then fine. Anyway, it's already like this, otherwise I'll send you away. How about that? The little thief became anxious when he heard this. No, please don't send me away. I beg you. I will never dare to do such a thing again. I know, this is my fault now. I will never dare to do things like this again. I'm so sorry. After hearing this, Ethan looked at Dao Ge. Or else let's just let him go. He's already apologized here anyway. If we capture him again, that would be pretty bad. Otherwise, let's just let him go. After hearing this, the person in front of him asked, What do you mean? I finally got him back, and you just let him go? Are you going to let him go? What's wrong with you? Is there water in your brain? Ethan touched his head and said with a smile, Because I think if we leave him here now, it will be useless, don't you think? Ethan said as he looked at Dao Ge. Dao Ge was extremely angry. What do you mean by leaving him here and nothing will happen? How do you know there will be nothing? If you leave him here, I will punish him severely. If we let him go now, he won't be able to come again. He will definitely do it again. Do you understand? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. Brother Dao, I know you are very, very angry, but please don't be so angry anymore. After hearing this, the person in front of him looked at Ethan. Ethan, I realize you've really been brainwashed by him, right? Ethan shook his head. I just feel sorry for him. Dao Ge pointed at himself. He is quite pitiful, but am I pitiful? What are you talking about now? There is no way I will let you support me. Those things are pitiful to you too. They are all very, very pitiful now. Since they're all pitiful people, why do you still embarrass them? Don't you think so? Listening to what he said, it seems to be true. People who can do some business now don't try to think about themselves from their own perspective and try to think about others from the perspective of others. After thinking about this, Dao Ge was almost angry to death. He also wanted to take a look at Ethan. Are you really going to stand on the same front with others? Okay, he will stand on the same front with others. I don't have to care so much. What do you think of this? Dao Ge didn't think it was a good thing. Instead, he felt it was very, very bad. I finally caught this guy, and he did such disgusting things. I am lucky that I don't send him away now. Now, someone actually comes out to beg for mercy. I am really about to be mad to death. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. Are you done yet? Nothing has happened yet, and you're coming out to beg for mercy? I feel really hurt. Heise looked at the little thief, and then at Ethan. Ethan thought about it. Let's be merciful, right? Actually, I don't think it's that important. Let him come to our hotel and help us. What do you think? Chapter 61, On the Pirate Ship. Dao Ge became excited immediately after hearing this. This sounds pretty good. If we just let it go, that would definitely not work, but it's good to have it help in the hotel. Dou Yi Nu did slowly. Ethan had already said this, and if he still disagreed, it would be a bit disrespectful to Ethan. Heise had no choice but to agree. Okay, I promise you, okay? Then let's go to the flea market first and complete our task, and then we can deal with the matter. What do you think? Dao Ge thought that since things had gotten to this point, Ethan should have almost agreed. Sure enough, Ethan nodded slowly. Okay. That's what they decided. The three of them went to the flea market together. Dao Ge was still complaining as he walked. What's going on here? Originally, there were only two of us, and now we're on good terms. but suddenly there's another person out of nowhere. I don't know what's going on. Ethan said with a laugh. All right, the people are already here. What's the point of talking about this now? What do you mean by being on a pirate ship? Brother, can I cheat you? Daoge said, I don't know about this. Because Daoge now seriously suspects that Ethan is not with him, but with someone else. Daoge glanced at Ethan. I now strongly suspect that you are not with me, but with someone else. Ethan pointed at himself. What do you mean by that? I've been so good to you, and you're still saying that? It really makes me sad. It really makes me sad. After hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head speechlessly. That's all I can tell you. Every day in your mind, you're thinking about how to help others or something like that. But have you ever thought about what you can gain by helping others every day? Ethan didn't know what he could get because he had never calculated it. Even if he really had to calculate what he could get, Ethan was too lazy to do it. After thinking about this, Ethan immediately shook his head. I don't know what I will get in the future, but I feel very happy doing this now. After hearing this, Daoge slowly nodded. It's really very pleasant for you to do this now. But as for me, have you ever considered me? Ethan hasn't considered this, has he? Well, save his life. Besides, he didn't make any fatal mistake. It's just stealing something. Daoge had to be extremely powerful to get this back, but in Ethan's eyes, it seemed so easy. What does it mean to steal something? How serious a crime is it to steal something? Ethan smiled faintly, and the few of them walked away together. At this moment, the person next to him spoke. It turns out that this man's name is Li Fei, and he does this kind of thing because his family is poor. However, he is very regretful now, especially after seeing Ethan rescue him just now. He really regrets it in his heart. But there is no way. It has already come to this. It is useless to regret it now. So now that Ethan has saved him, Li Fei is very, very grateful. Li Fei looked at Ethan. You are such a nice person. I don't know how to thank you enough. Ethan pointed at himself. What do you mean? Why did I save you? Okay, no more talking. We're about to go to the flea market. Ethan glanced ahead and saw that they were indeed almost at the flea market. After arriving at the flea market, Li Fei seemed to know this business very well. He looked at this and that. Ethan glanced at Li Fei. You seem to know a lot about this, don't you? Li Fei smiled there. How should I put it? I can't say that I understand it very well, but I have known about it before. So I just took a look and I knew what material it was made of, how long it had been broken, and what was and wasn't allowed to be bought. I knew everything. When Daoge heard this, he looked at the person in front of him in surprise. What did you say? You said you know all this stuff? Is that true? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded solemnly. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can try it now. Then, how about I give you a show? After hearing this, Heise nodded solemnly. Okay, come on and perform. I want to see how you want to perform. After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, then I'll go. Li Fei walked over and came to a stall. As soon as the owner of the stall saw Li Fei coming, he knew that business was coming. The two people were arguing over a chair because Li Fei wanted the boss to give it a lower price. But the boss was unwilling to give it a discount. He kept emphasizing how new the chair was and how good it was. But Li Fei didn't listen to this. Li Fei just wanted something now. Li Fei glanced at the boss. Boss, this isn't the first time I've come to your place. Why don't you remember me? The boss was a little confused. When did he come to his place? Why had he never seen him before? The boss looked at the person in front of him. When have I seen you before? I don't think you've been here before. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Why haven't I been here before? Think about whether I have been here before. When the boss was called by Li Fei, he seemed to suddenly remember it, as if he had really been there. The two people here kept bargaining. Ethan, who was standing by, said happily after seeing this scene. You see, my decision was right, wasn't it? He was able to help us so much in one go, and this saved you a lot of money. Daoge did not expect the current situation, and he is also very, very happy. Daoge said with a laugh, I didn't expect how much money I could save this time. You're really amazing, aren't you? Chapter 62, Li Fei's ability. Ethan, how come you have such good eyesight? Why didn't I see that I could keep it? After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, If you were allowed to stay, why did you quarrel with him just now? You look like you wanted to eat someone just now, you know that? After hearing this, the person in front of him pointed at himself. I ate him? It was all because of a misunderstanding. If it wasn't a misunderstanding, why would I eat him? It's his fault that he didn't learn well at such a young age and did such a thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that to him. After hearing this, The person in front of him spoke. Yes, yes. Now you know what I said is right. At this time, Li Fei came over and looked at the two people. I've taken that thing down now. But how should we take it back? Ethan looked at the person in front of him. What did you say? You've already got the item? The boss just now refused to sell it to you no matter what. Li Fei knew that Li Fei had already said a lot to the boss. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that most of the things had been bought, the person in front of him spoke. How about this? Let's go first. Then we'll leave this place to the boss. The boss said he'll go back and deliver this thing to our door. Ethan heard this and asked curiously, You delivered this little thing to my door? Li Fei nodded proudly. Of course. How would he not deliver the goods to my door? I have already bought so many things from him, and I have bought so many times. If they don't deliver the goods this time, they won't come next time, right, Ethan? Ethan looked at Li Fei and seemed like he said this on purpose. Sure enough, the boss was watching them from behind. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, yes, yes. Who says it's not true? If you don't send it to us, then we won't come next time. The boss came over immediately. No, I know you guys run a hotel business, so you definitely need this thing right now. If you still need anything, just contact me anytime. I've given my contact information to this young man. If you really have any questions, then you can contact me directly. After hearing this, Ethan nodded slowly. I didn't expect him to be so amazing, to be able to do this in a short time. Ethan glanced at Li Fei. Li Fei, you seem to have become even more powerful. You were able to solve the problem so easily in just such a short period of time. I really didn't expect that. It's nothing to Li Fei, he said with a laugh. For me, I don't think it's a big deal at all. Dao Gu stood aside and said with a smile. Then let's go back first. Yoko looked at the two people who came back and brought another person back with them. She was a little confused about what was going on. After thinking about this, Yoko looked at the person in front of her. What does this mean? Why did you bring back another person? Dao Gu didn't say anything, and Ethan called Yoko over. So, can you let this person come with you now? Then he will help you. What do you think of him? Yangzi didn't have anyone under her command who could run errands for her. So now that there was someone running errands for her, it must be really great. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Are you really going to ask him to run errands for me here? That's great, Ethan said. If it's true, how can it be false? After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Of course it's true, what do you think? Yoko looked at Ethan and said, Then tell me how this person came here. Ethan said with a grin. How do you think this person came from? Or where do you think he came from now? Hearing this, Yoko was completely confused. Yoko was already confused about why the two of them brought back a person, but they didn't even tell her where the person came from. After thinking about this, Yoko asked curiously, What the hell is going on? I don't even know what's going on. After thinking about this, the person in front of him said with a smile, Then let him help me. But I have to tell you first, when we get back together, you have to use him well. Can he bear it? Ethan thought that there was nothing he could not bear. If he couldn't bear it, then he wouldn't come here. Ethan felt that he would definitely be able to bear it, and looking at the way he looked today, Ethan already knew it. Ethan smiled faintly. Sure. What? You still don't believe me now, right? If you don't believe me, then forget it. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. It's not that I don't believe it, but I think it's too incredible. Do you understand? Ethan said with a laugh. What's so incredible about this? It's just that this person and we had some unpleasant things happen on the road. But now it's all gone. Anyway, we could just be together. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently, probably understanding it in his heart. Something unpleasant happened. What was it? Originally, she wanted to continue asking, but then she thought, since Ethan didn't want to tell her anymore, she shouldn't ask anymore. If I ask again, it will definitely be very bad for me, so I should definitely not ask again. After thinking about this, the person in front of him immediately nodded. Well, I'll go with you then, and leave him here. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. If that's the case, then you two should stay together. Yangzi brought Li Fei here and took Li Fei to find a place to live. Then he took Li Fei to many places. Yangzi glanced at Li Fei. Li Fei, where are you from and where did you appear? I have never seen you before. Li Fei nudda ambarasadli. Chapter 63, Living Comfortably. We just met on the road, and then they said I was pitiful and brought me back. Yangzi thought it was unlikely. How could they take him back? Because they felt sorry for him. This was not their normal way of doing things. After thinking about this, the person in front of him frowned. That's impossible. How could they just think you're pitiful and bring you back? If that's what you said, then I think this is all a little too impossible. After hearing this, The person in front of him nodded heavily. Whether you believe it or not, it is really like this. Anyway, something very unpleasant happened between us. As for what it was, let's not talk about it anymore, okay? After hearing this, Yoko nodded. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. But it still feels a little too awkward. After hearing this, Li Fei shook his head and said, No, no, no. There's nothing embarrassing about it. After Li Fei decided on a place, he finally had a place to live. Ethan watched the two people come out and asked Li Fei with great concern, How do you feel now? I found a place for you. Li Fei nodded up. Yes, I have found this place for me. It is a very comfortable place. Thank you very much. Ethan waved. There's nothing to thank me for. The main thing is that you feel comfortable living here. After everything was arranged, Ethan was almost ready to leave. I don't have time to stay here these 2 days. After thinking about this, Ethan spoke slowly. I may not have time to stay here these 2 days. How about I leave this place to you for these 2 days? Then, I may be away for 2 days, is that okay? After listening, the person in front of him nodded slowly. Oh, so that's how it is. Okay, I get it. I know what to do next, so just mind your own business. Ethan returned to Lin Wenming's home. As soon as she returned to Lin Wenming's house, Jessica asked her to buy him some stationery. Brother, are you back? Can you help me buy a pencil case? I was just writing a manuscript, and my pencil case broke. Can you go buy me a new one? After hearing these words, Ethan frowned. Why don't you go by yourself? Did you see me coming back just now and do it on purpose? Jessica chuckled. No, no. Well, how could it be intentional? It's really my stuff that's broken. If you don't believe me, then just take a look for yourself. Ethan was too lazy to look at it, so he just asked himself to buy it for him. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. And even if he did it on purpose, I can't explain it. Even if he did it on purpose, so what? I am really like a mute eating bitter herbs, and I can't express my pain in words. Ethan had no choice but to buy a pencil case and put it in front of Jessica. But no one expected that when Jessica saw the pencil case, she burst into tears and shouted nonstop. Ethan didn't know what was going on. Hadn't he already gotten everything he wanted? Ethan frowned curiously. What's wrong with you? Haven't I bought you everything you wanted? Why are you crying and making a fuss here again? After hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. Even if it's like this, you don't have to buy me a broken one, right? Look at this thing you bought from me. Why is it broken? Ethan was puzzled when he heard this. He just bought a new one. And when did he get him a broken one? Ethan was a little curious. He looked at the person in front of him. When did I buy you a broken one? You should be more careful when you speak. What did I buy you a broken one? Jessica simply threw the pencil case aside. Do you think this thing is broken? And it can't be used at all. If you have any problem with me, just tell me straight away. You don't have to treat me like this, right? Now you bought me a broken one. What do you think I need this thing for? If it's going to be like this, I might as well not have it, don't you think? After hearing this, Ethan smiled knowingly. Anyway, what I'm buying you now is a good one. If you think what I'm buying you now is a bad one, then I can't do anything about it. If you think it's bad, then it's bad. Anyway, I'm buying you a good one now. Ethan didn't want to tell him so much. Didn't he know whether he bought a good one or a bad one? Did he need him to remind him? Ethan was a little angry. He really didn't expect that he was so nice to him, and yet he was misunderstood like this. If I had known that he would misunderstand me like this, I shouldn't have gotten this thing for him with good intentions. Now I'm being blamed all of a sudden. I might as well not buy anything. I'm really going to be mad at myself. After thinking about this, Ethan slowly said, If you say this thing is broken, then why don't you just get it back to me? I want to get this thing from you now, because I feel it is too insulting to me to give it to you. After hearing this, the person in front of him still refused to give in. You did it on purpose. You had to see me in bad light so that you can feel happy, right? Ethan pointed at himself. What do you mean by that? When did I ever want to see you in trouble? You really have no conscience at all when you speak. I just came back and worked so hard to buy it for you, and now you act like this when you see it. If that's the case, then just give the things back to me. I'm too lazy to give them to you anymore. Ethan brought the things over. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. He had no choice but to accept what he said. And if he insists on shouting at him and asking him to say that he did it, then he will be at a loss. He will really be mad at himself. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. You did it on purpose. Chapter 64, Bullying. Ethan was too lazy to tell them. If he thought he did it on purpose, then he did it on purpose. After thinking about this, Ethan became particularly angry. I got him something with good intentions, but he turned around and said that I did it on purpose. You could say that you did it on purpose, then so be it. I don't really care anyway. Ethan's nonchalant look annoyed the person in front of him, so he started shouting again. Li Mei, who was standing next to them, was disturbed by the noise of the two people, so she hurried over. What's going on with you guys? Why are you making so much noise here again? Ethan, when you weren't here, nothing happened. Why are there so many things going on when you come back? Ethan pointed at himself. What do you mean by that? What does it have to do with me? Impossible. Ethan knew that he did it on purpose. Doesn't he like to frame himself normally? What else would he do besides this kind of thing? He likes to do this kind of thing all day long like a little kid, and Ethan is really too lazy to talk to him about it. If I hadn't seen that he was a child, I would have said something to him a long time ago, but he is still so ungrateful. As soon as Li Mei heard the noise, she knew that things were serious. Because Li Mei would not allow anyone to bully Jessica, who was her dearest heart. Just then, Ethan bumped into the gun again. After thinking about this, Li Mei next to her ran over directly. Ethan, are you bullying him again? Ethan pointed at himself. I didn't bully him. Don't say that. What did I bully him? He asked me to buy him a pencil case. He came back and made a scene here. I don't know what happened, and now you suddenly show up and accuse me of bullying him. I'm the one who feels the most wronged. Ethan said that the mother and daughter wanted to bully him here. Ethan didn't want to take the blame now. Why should he take the blame? He's the one who is most wrong now. Just thinking about it makes Ethan feel extremely angry. After hearing this, Li Mei walked straight up to Ethan. Is this true? If you hadn't bullied her, would your sister be crying here? I said you came to our house from the very beginning, and now you are bullying our children. What do you want to do? If you don't want to live here, then get out and stop bothering people here. If you want to live here, then you better be honest and don't cause so much trouble. Unexpectedly, Jessica started yelling and making a fuss at this time. Mom, he bullies me. He really bullies me. What? He really bullied you? Let me tell you, if this brat bullies you, you tell Mom, and I will beat him to death. Ethan looked at the mother and daughter's performance, which was really great. He even wanted to beat himself to death. Ethan was quite curious. How could they kill themselves? If you want to kill yourself, then come on. He speaks quite loudly, but if he really wants to beat himself to death, does he have the ability to do it? Ethan glanced at Li Mei. Auntie, it's really not what you imagined. The stationery I bought is the same as the one they gave me at the beginning. But I don't know why he took it back. Jessica just said it was bad. Li Mei took a look at the pencil case on the ground. It was obviously a broken one. Was there anything else to say? Li Mei looked at Ethan. Look for yourself. The pencil case on the ground is obviously a broken one. What are you trying to argue about? Is my daughter wrong? Ethan glanced at Jessica, who was clearly smiling. And the expression on Jessica's face was really terrifying. What was going on? After thinking about this, Ethan smiled coldly. If you don't believe me, forget it. It's already like this. What can I do? Don't you think so? Ethan was used to them being like this anyway. Ethan had already regarded the relationship between mother and daughter as a normal thing. I was too lazy to say anything else. After hearing this, I just walked over without saying a word. Ethan, you really disliked our family from the beginning. If you really disliked our family, then just say it. You are not welcome in our home. But why do you keep bullying Jessica here? Although Jessica is not your biological sister, she is still your sister in name only. You are really going too far by doing this. After hearing this, Ethan wanted to ask him if she was really his sister. Haha, it's really easy to talk here without any pain in the waist. And she even thinks that she is her sister, which is really flattering herself. Ethan nodded slowly. You can say whatever you want. If you say that now, if you think she is my sister, then so be it. Anyway, I don't care about anything now. At this time, Lin Wenming walked in and was very annoyed to see them arguing here. Wife, what are you doing here again? Are you arguing here again? As soon as Li Mei saw her husband coming, she felt extremely aggrieved. Look at him, husband. He is bullying our daughter again. Moreover, he is too lazy to say anything. If he says he bullied her, then that's bullying. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. I'm sorry, I didn't bully my sister. I just bought him a pencil case, and he made a scene, saying that the pencil case was broken. After hearing this, the person in front of him sighed deeply. I say, can you guys just be quiet at home for a while? You're quarreling here every day, Is that fun? You just can't stand him living in our house, right? Li Mei was a little angry after hearing what Lin Wenming said. What's wrong? You don't side with me, but with an outsider. You are really interesting. Let me ask you, who is your biological daughter and who is your wife? Chapter 65. Hard to explain. Lin Wenming has a headache about having a wife like this. If possible, I would rather not choose such a wife. Thinking about her makes me feel extremely irritated and anxious. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming slowly spoke. Since it has come to this, don't embarrass this child anymore. He is already pitiful enough. My mother wasn't with him in the first place, and she lived in our house because she wanted us to take good care of him. But if you keep insisting on doing this, how will this child survive in our family? When Li Mei heard Lin Wenming say this, she became extremely angry. What? He was clearly in the wrong. Why are you blaming me for it? I'm so angry. What's wrong with you? Can you now see clearly whose fault it is? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. I can see that you're making a lot of noise here. You don't care about anything. You don't know how to do anything. You don't even care about my face. After seeing this scene, Li Mei shouted loudly. Okay, if that's the case, then let's get a divorce. Since you like this child so much, why don't you just take care of the child and live with him? After saying that, Li Mei turned her face to the other side and ignored the two people. Ethan feel like he was in trouble? He wanted me to live with Lin Wenming, but he was not my father. How could he live with me? Seeing how excited they were, Ethan wanted to explain something, but unexpectedly, Jessica next to him also started crying. Dad, you don't want me and Mom anymore. You really have a cruel heart. After hearing this, Ethan felt that this was getting too much. They're a family, and I am just a passerby. But now, I seem to have become a member of their internal male war. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming looked at the two people. You two are really incredible. Jessica, you are exactly like your mother. Your mother is unreasonable. You should be even more unreasonable than your mother. If that's the case, then I've seen you two together, and I'm too lazy to bother with you two now. So do whatever you want, that's it. After saying that, he rushed out the door, taking Ethan with him. Ethan glanced at Lin Wenming. Isn't this a bit bad? We're going to come out like this, but what about Andy and Jessica? Lin Wenming couldn't care less about all these things because he was extremely angry. He sighed deeply. How can I care about so many things now? I'm really going to be mad at you. I have put up with people like him who don't know anything for so many years, and now I really can't stand it anymore. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. I've already been unable to tolerate him. It's already like this. How do you think I can continue to tolerate him? So, this is simply impossible. I don't want to endure it anymore. It's too painful. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. That's true. Ethan can really understand Lin Wenming. Lin Wenming is indeed a very miserable person. Alas, after thinking about this, one feels a little sorry for him. After saying this, Ethan looked at Lin Wenming. That's true. You must want to change your wife now. If you don't want to change your wife, it won't work when the time comes. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Ethan doesn't know where to go now because he has been kicked out, and Ethan can't even say that he has a place to live. What's more, there's also a Lin Wenming. If he were alone, he could easily find a place to live, but now that he was here, Ethan didn't want to find a place to live anymore. After thinking about this, Ethan looked at the person in front of him. Where are we going to live now? It's already like this. We have to find a place to live. Lin Wenming glanced at Ethan. Indeed, come on. I'll take you somewhere. Ethan didn't know where Lin Wenming was taking him, but Lin Wenming took Ethan to a small courtyard. This small courtyard looks very shabby. It seems that no one has lived here for a long time. Ethan had a confused look on his face, not knowing where this was. Seeing Ethan so curious, Lin Wenming spoke slowly. Actually, I bought this place a while ago. It was actually a gift for your mother. After hearing this, the person in front of him was stunned. What, for my mother? Is it true? When I heard that it was given to his mother, I was really surprised. He also said that he had given it to his mother before. It seems that the relationship between them is really special. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Ethan didn't want to care about it or ask so many questions, so he just answered calmly. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. It's like this. I gave it to your mother before, but because of fate, I didn't give it to him. Then I put it here. Do you understand? After hearing this, Ethan nodded slowly. Ethan already understood. Ethan looked at the person in front of him and found that this was what he was like. Ethan glanced at Lin Wenming. So, are we going to live here from now on? Lin Wenming now has no idea why Li Mei is trying to divorce him. After seeing this, he feels extremely annoyed. It's already like this. It seems I have no choice but to live here. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming said to Ethan, it's really unfair to you to let you live here with me. Ethan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Ethan shook his head. It's okay, it's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I just think you've been wronged, and you live in a place like this. After hearing this, Lin Wenming smiled faintly. Thank you for understanding me. There are not many people who can understand me like you now. Chapter 66, Already Immune. Ethan pointed at himself. Me? I'm just a child. There are many things that are your business, and I don't understand them at all. But I think you guys should stop making a fuss. What's the point of making a fuss? It's already like this. Besides, they're already an old married couple. There would be no point in making trouble again. What do you think? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. You, a child, can understand these principles, but he, a grown man, doesn't understand them. What a pity. My daughter is exactly like him. Like daughter, like daughter. Ethan thought that was true and nodded slowly. Yes, that's true. It seems that they are really the same. Thinking of this, Ethan felt particularly embarrassed. Could it be that this is just for myself, and that's why I turn out like this? Ethan said with a grin. Is it because of me that you become like this? If this is really the case, then I have to apologize to you here. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, there is nothing to be sorry about. Besides, if I think it was you who caused it, then I wouldn't have brought you here, right? No need to apologize so much. Ethan nodded slowly. Lin Wenming is actually a pretty good person, and he is completely different from his wife. But the others are not like that. Thinking of this, Ethan became extremely annoyed and panicked. He looked at the person in front of him. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me so much. I feel fine now. It's nothing. I'm immune anyway. They did cause me a lot of damage, so now I am relatively immune. Lin Wenming doesn't want to think about anything right now. He just wants to stay here with Ethan. What Li Mei did in the past was really too much. If she hadn't done such excessive things, I wouldn't be so angry now. After Lin Wenming thought about this, he turned around and said, how about this? Let's clean up here first. After all, we're going to live here, so let's clean up here now. What do you think? Ethan thought that was true. No matter what, he had to deal with the superficial issues first. And it really should be cleaned up because this place is too messy. If we continue to live here, it will definitely not work. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Well, if that's the case, let's clean it up here. I'll take a look. Actually, there's nothing to clean up here. It's just that no one has lived here for a long time, so it's in this state. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yeah, that's why I feel a little irritated after seeing this. But then again, there are a lot of things we don't have here, otherwise it would be like this. I'll go back and get your things for you. Aren't all your things there? Ethan felt that he had nothing to get. Thinking of this, Ethan shook his head. It's okay. I only have a school bag. My sneakers and other things have all been soaked. I can't wear anything. After hearing this, Lin Wenming felt sad. I asked Li Mei to give Ethan money before, but he probably didn't give it to me and even hid the money secretly. Judging from the current situation, this is definitely the case. Lin Wenming looked at Ethan. I asked your aunt to give you money before. Did you receive the money? Ethan pointed at himself. Me? I didn't receive the money, and I haven't seen any of it. Ethan said was true. He indeed had not seen the money. If I had seen money, I wouldn't be living the way I am now. After hearing this, Lin Wenming nodded slowly. Lin Wenming should have guessed it by now, and he was very disappointed. Lin Wenming really didn't expect it to be like this. Lin Wenming looked at the person in front of him. I'm so sorry for making you suffer here. I'm really sorry. Ethan thought it was nothing. Maybe it was because he had a lot of insights today. After thinking about this, Ethan shook his head. It's okay. You don't have to apologize to me so much. After all, it's been such a long time. What else is there to be sorry about? It's okay. I made it through it. Ethan has long been accustomed to this kind of days in life. Lin Wenming glanced at the person in front of him. If that's the case, then I'll stay here with you from now on, and we'll live here together. Ethan felt that this was not a good idea, and he spoke up. Isn't this a bit bad? After all, if you live here too, what will happen to your aunt? Ethan expressed his worries, but he didn't expect the person in front of him to say, he could do whatever he wants. I don't care about him. He could do whatever he wants. Now, when I think of him, I was really angry inside, but I didn't care about him. He was there. He could do whatever he wanted. Ethan nodded slowly. After all, this is their love life, and it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. And it seems like the two of them have always been like this. After thinking about this, I feel a little relieved. After Ethan and Lin Wenming packed up their things, Lin Wenming looked at Ethan. Is there anything you need? If there is anything you need, then tell me. I'll go get you some more things, but I can't let you live here without anything. Ethan shook his head. Ethan had already said that he didn't need anything now. If you need anything, just tell me. Even if you want to compensate yourself now, this is not the way to do it. Chapter 67. Family. After thinking about this, the person in front of him said with a smile, it's really okay. I don't need anything now. If there is anything I need, I will tell you in time. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, if you need anything, just tell me immediately, don't hide it. After Lin Wenming talked to Ethan, he went straight back into the room. Lin Wenming's mind was in a mess, and he was thinking about something all the time. In fact, Ethan also knew it. It was because after seeing this that Ethan didn't say anything. He must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. That's why he went there alone without saying anything. In fact, I can understand him very well. Ethan came over at this time. Seeing Lin Wenming lying there without saying a word, as if he was thinking about something, Ethan quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong? It seems uncomfortable for you to stay here alone." Lin Wenming pointed at himself. "Me? How can I feel bad? Nothing at all. Look at what you're saying. I'm fine here now. Nothing's wrong." But Ethan could see that he was worried about something. So if he didn't want to talk about it, then forget it. Anyway, things have come to this. What else can I say now? Just ignore it. I've already said that I don't want to be in charge of it. If I were to do that, it would be a bit inappropriate. After thinking about this, Ethan nodded. Okay, if you have any problems, just tell me immediately. Don't keep it in your heart. Otherwise, you will feel very uncomfortable. Lin Wenming smiled. You are really a considerate person. Ethan laughed and shook his head. No, this is okay. Ethan was also thinking about Lin Wenming's matter. Lin Wenming is different from himself. He's a family man. If he stayed here like this, he would probably end up sleeping on the streets. He is different from me. After thinking about this, Ethan spoke in a panic. You'd better not stay here. If you stay here, I guess you'll be sleeping on the street when you come back. Do you know that? After hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. How could I sleep on the streets? Besides, it's impossible. You're thinking too much of me. Ethan didn't think too much of him, but what Ethan said now was true. He thought he didn't need to take this matter to heart now. But in fact, someone was going to deal with him. Ethan saw him trying so hard here and spoke up. You'd better not live here. I'm telling the truth. If you live here, it will definitely be very, very bad for you. So you should go back quickly. There is nothing wrong with me staying here alone. If there's anything I need, I'll contact you immediately. Ethan didn't want to see him getting into this kind of trouble here, and Ethan didn't want to see himself dragging him into this. What's more, this is my own business. After thinking about this, Ethan spoke. You'd better go back quickly. I can handle anything here by myself. After hearing this, Lin Wenming asked curiously, Really? Can you really be here alone? I'm afraid you can't do it. Alas, I really don't have any ideas now. On the one hand, I can't get there, and on the other hand, it's you. Ethan felt as if he had tripped over his legs. Ethan felt that he didn't care. Seeing him in such an awkward situation, Ethan shook his head. No, I don't care at all now. You don't have to worry about me anymore. If there was anything wrong with me, I would have told you long ago, so you don't have to worry so much now. Ethan said this. The person in front of him nodded directly. Well, I can only apologize to you now. Ethan said with a grin. If you don't go back, Annie will definitely explode tonight. Even though Auntie is scolding you, she doesn't mean to treat you like that at all. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yeah, who says it isn't true? In fact, even though she says this is not allowed and that is not allowed, she still cares about me in her heart. Ethan thought so too, and nodded heavily. Yes, that's it. So now we can all see it. You can go back. After Lin Wenming thought about this, he spoke. How about this? I'll go buy some things for you. I'm really worried about you going back alone. I want to go with you to see if there is anything you need. If there is anything you need, then let's go buy some things you need. Then I'll feel at ease. Ethan thought about it and decided that this was a good idea. Since he wanted him to buy something so much, then he might as well go buy something. If he said that he didn't want anything, he would be anxious again. Ethan smiled faintly. I've already told you not to be so polite, but you still insist on being so polite. Well, then let's go buy something together. Lin Wenming kept talking about how sorry he was to Ethan the whole way he walked, how sorry he was to Ethan. Ethan's ears were almost calloused from hearing this. Ethan didn't take this matter to heart at all. Instead, he kept feeling that he was sorry for Ethan. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. It doesn't matter to me now, but it's different for you. You still have a family. You must not abandon your family because of me. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. That's natural. Lin Wenming felt extremely helpless about this, as if he really had no other ideas at all. Chapter 68, Sensible Ethan. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming spoke. I don't know what to do with this right now. I'm really getting fed up. Ethan said with a laugh. Actually, that little sister is pretty cute. Lin Wenming couldn't see what was cute about him. He suddenly felt that Ethan was really too sensible. And it turns out that such a young child has to endure so much. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. You are so sensible that I don't know what to say. Ethan pointed at himself. Me? What do I know? I don't think I'm that sensible, and I think all this is what I should do. That's why I did it, because you are my mother's best friend and you take such good care of me, so I don't want to embarrass you. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. You're a really good kid. I don't know what to say. Ethan with gratitude. You are so kind. Ethan shook his head. Okay, please stop praising me like that. Originally, I'm not that good now, but after you praise me like that, I'm almost like a blossoming flower. Lin Wenming felt that what he said was true, and he smiled faintly. Everything I said is true. If a bad person comes to me, I won't treat him with any kindness. But you're different, including the one of my family. I have to consider whether I really want to divorce him. Ethan heard this. He wondered how this could be possible. Originally, this was just a small matter, but if I caused him to lose a family because of me, it would be a loss. Ethan shook his head. We have to be more cautious about this kind of thing. If we really want a divorce like this, it will definitely not work. Lin Wenming said that he would think about it carefully. By the time Lin Wenming had almost finished getting things ready, it was almost midnight. Lin Wenming felt that he should not go today. After thinking about this, Lin Wenming shook his head. I'm not going back today. Ethan knew he would say this now, and he shook his head. No, we have already agreed on this. You said you wanted to go back. If this is the case, you should go back quickly. Lin Wenming was actually somewhat helpless with Ethan. Lin Wenming glanced at Ethan. If I leave, I'll really be worried about you being here alone. Ethan pointed at himself. Me? I'm a mature man now. I'm not a child anymore. Don't worry. Ethan glanced at Lin Wenming and said, let's go quickly. It's already this late. How long will it take by the time we get back? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. He was already in this state. What else could he do now? It was only Ethan who could persuade him like this. If someone else were to advise me, I would definitely ignore him. Lin Wenming took a look and said, Ethan, you really suffer here. I feel sorry for your dead mother for making you suffer so much here. Ethan shook his head. No, it's already like this. What else is there? Okay, just go back quickly. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. It's already like this. If I don't go back, it won't work. It was already late at night when Lin Wenming returned home. Li Mei started cursing when she saw Lin Wenming coming back. Why did you come back? You still think you have the nerve to come back? Weren't you going to go out with that brat? Now you're back again. After hearing this, the person in front of him smiled. What? Why am I back? Don't forget, this is my home. This is the house I bought myself. This is our premarital property. Didn't you say you wanted a divorce? Sure, if you want a divorce, then we can go over there tomorrow and get the divorce paperwork done. It's already like this. I don't want to continue living with you now. Li Mei didn't expect that the outside world suddenly became like this. Wasn't it fine before? What's going on? Why did it suddenly become like this? After thinking about this, Li Mei looked at the person in front of her. You did it on purpose, didn't you? After hearing this, you looked at Li Mei outside. Since you got married, you said you had done nothing. And at home you either curse at people or complain about this or that. Tell me, what good things have you done every day? If you want a divorce, then get one. But Li Mei was completely confused after hearing this. Li Mei said she wanted a divorce every day, but in fact she was just joking. If she was asked to divorce, she would not do so. After thinking about this, Li Mei looked at Lin Wenming. What did you say? Are you really going to get a divorce? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Didn't you say you wanted a divorce? If that's the case, then let's get a divorce. It's already like this, and I don't want to go and get entangled with you for so long. Li Mei immediately became timid when she heard this. No divorce, no divorce. We still have such a young daughter now. If we divorce, it will be very bad for her. We can't get divorced. After hearing this, Lin Wenming asked, what do you mean you can't divorce? Weren't you the one who insisted on getting a divorce from the beginning? If that's the case, then let's get a divorce. I don't want to live with you anymore because this kind of life is too hard to endure. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. If we get divorced, what about our daughter? I haven't thought about it yet. Now I think about what to do with her. Why didn't I think so much before? Now I have to think about what to do. I have to do whatever I have to do. Anyway, it's already like this, so I'll just separate our daughters. Otherwise, what else do you want to do? Chapter 69, Not Worth Trusting. Li Mei looked at Lin Wenming and suddenly thought of Ethan. By the way, where's Ethan? It's so late. If he doesn't come back, where can he go? After hearing this, Ethan suddenly sneezed in the house. Ethan didn't know who missed him so much here. Ethan really didn't like this feeling, and he started sneezing again here. Lin Wenming glanced at Li Mei. You don't really care about him. So why do you care so much now? Even if I told you where he is now, can you take care of him? Don't be hypocritical here anymore. Li Mei became anxious instantly after hearing this. I'm not being hypocritical. I really want to ask where the child is. Why don't you believe me? Lin Wenming glanced at Li Mei. It's not that I don't believe you, but the expression on your face right now is not worthy of others' trust. Don't think that I'm a fool when I'm not at home. Where did you give the money I asked you to give to the child before? The money I asked you to give him went into your own pocket. You are such a vicious woman. I now realize that marrying you was a huge mistake. I didn't expect Lin Wenming to lose his temper here. Li Mei really knew that she had done something wrong. Li Mei looked at the person in front of her. Don't scold me. I really know I'm wrong. Ethan asked curiously, I really know you've done something wrong. I really know what I did wrong. I know exactly where I went wrong. I see you are so relaxed here now, and you have never realized where you went wrong. Now tell me what you did wrong. Tell me what you did wrong. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately spoke. I did everything wrong. I really did everything wrong. Please don't blame me, okay? Let's live a good life together. Lin Wenming looked at Li Mei angrily. Now she knew that she had to live a good life. It was all Lin Wenming's own fault for not doing anything earlier. I was too excited about this woman at the beginning, so that's why he ended up like this. If I had been a little harder on him at the beginning, then things wouldn't be like this now. To be honest, it was all Lin Wenming's fault. Now he felt a little angry and regretful. Lin Wenming went straight to bed. I don't want to pay attention to this woman. Seeing this woman makes me angry, so I might as well go back to sleep. Lin Wenming ignored me, and I had to go back to sleep. As long as he is not angry now, I can say anything. After Lin Wenming left, Ethan was left alone. Ethan felt quite comfortable staying here alone, because this small courtyard was very close to the Golden Courtyard. It would be much more convenient if Dao Ge and Yang Zi wanted to come and find him. So Ethan ran to the Golden Court. Yoko saw Ethan coming to see her in the middle of the night and wondered what was going on or what had happened. Yoko came over quickly. What's wrong? Did something happen again? Ethan shook his head. Nothing happened. I just wanted to tell you that I moved and I don't live in the original house anymore. Yoko was a little curious. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't live in the same place anymore? Did they kick you out? If they did, then you should live in Jinting. Ethan shook his head. No, I wasn't kicked out. I moved to a new place now, a small courtyard, and I like it very much. It's close to here. If you want to find me, just go there. That's essentially what Ethan wanted to tell them. After Yoko and Dao Ge heard it. Of course, it'll be very convenient for us to find you then, and we won't have to go so far. And you don't have to listen to your mistress talking back and forth anymore. She's really annoying. Ethan thought so too. Ethan thought about it briefly. That's what I thought. Now that I've moved out, there won't be so many problems. Besides, if there's anything, you can come directly to the small courtyard to find me. When Yoko heard this news, it was really good news. Yoko looked at Ethan. Did that family bully you again? If so, tell us, and we will help you get revenge. Ethan felt that there was no need for this anymore, and they were already on the verge of divorce. If we start to say something bad about them at this time, I guess their family won't be in good shape for long. So Ethan doesn't want to do these evil things now, nor does he want to separate their family. Ethan felt that there was no need for this. Ethan shook his head. Forget it, there's no need for that. In fact, that person just doesn't want me to live in his house. And the place where I live now is a house that Lin Wenming bought for my mother. But for some reason my mother couldn't live there, so she gave this place to me now. Yoko heard this. That sounds pretty good. At least I don't have to go there again. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded. Now you can't be so bullying. If you're always weak towards him, you will think you're easy to bully. This is an eternal truth. Ethan also knew and understood this principle, and nodded. Don't worry. How could I allow them to bully me like this? I think you think too little of me, don't you? Okay, it's already late at night. I'm gonna go back first. If you have any problems, you can always come find me there. Ethan finished talking to them. He hurried back to his own small yard. This small yard is not very big, but it must be quite comfortable to live here alone. Moreover, I have no shortage of daily necessities now. Living here is close to the school and Jinting, so it's killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 70, Unreasonable. Ethan is very satisfied with his current life. The next day, Ethan got up very early because he was often late and his homeroom teacher scolded him. No matter what, I am still a student. As a student, I have to do what I should do. So I got up early today and rushed to school. Unexpectedly, Damien arrived earlier than me. Damien was a little surprised to see Ethan go so early. Hey, Ethan, why are you here so early today? Don't you like to sleep in every day? Why are you here so early today? What's wrong with you? Ethan knew that he was wrong. What would happen if he came early? Ethan frowned. What's wrong? Can't I come earlier? Damien, You're the only one allowed to behave well in front of the teacher, but I am not allowed to behave well in front of the teacher. Damien didn't mean that. Damien just felt a little uncomfortable with the fact that Ethan suddenly came earlier. Damien looked at Ethan and seemed very, very happy, and not like before. Damien looked at Ethan. Let me guess. Something good must have happened to you, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have that look on your face. You don't usually have such a kind expression on your face. Tell me, what's the good news? Ethan did have good things going on, but there was no need to tell him. Ethan said with a grin, I won't tell you. Go ahead and guess it yourself. If you can guess it, that's real skill. Damien doesn't have the ability to guess. If he had guessed it, he wouldn't be so anxious here. Damien glanced at Ethan. Okay, you. We have such a good relationship, but you are hiding something from me. If you're hiding something from me, then you definitely won't share the good stuff with me. Forget it. Then why don't you treat me to a meal today? Ethan nodded. That's fine, because I've just moved into my own little courtyard, and everything is already prepared. Damien can cook, so I can catch him and make a meal for myself, which is still possible. Ethan nodded. I can treat you to a meal, provided you cook for yourself. I can take you out. Damien frowned. How can you treat a guest to a meal like this? Who would ask the guest to cook for themselves when they are invited to a meal? This is really unreasonable. Ethan, there's nothing we can do about it. You can go if you want. Ethan glanced at Damien. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. If you want to go, that's it. If you don't want to go, forget it. I'm not begging you to go. Damien had no way to deal with Ethan. Ethan had already said it. So could he still say he didn't want to? Damien nodded. Okay, go. It's already like this whether you go or not. If I don't go, it's a little bit impossible. Damien had just finished school and had been chasing after Ethan. Okay, I'm done with school now. Shall I hurry to your house? Damien looked at Ethan uncertainly, not knowing whether he could really go to his house. Because I know what happened in his family, it seems a little awkward now. Ethan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Ethan glanced at Damien. If you don't want to go, forget it. I'm taking you to a new place anyway. I've already moved. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Damien looked at Ethan. No wonder you were so confident here and invited me to come over. What are you doing? It turns out you have moved to a new home. Since you have moved to a new place, you should go take a look around and see what good place you have moved to. Let's go. Ethan led Damien to the small yard. Damien liked it very much. Because Damien lives in an apartment building, but he grew up with his grandparents when he was young, and he grew up in this kind of place when he was young. Since I grew up, I was taken back by my parents, and I didn't have time to go back to that yard. Now I don't have the chance to go there all of a sudden. It's really nice to see this little thing. Damien couldn't believe what he saw. Is this really your territory? Ethan nodded slowly. Of course it's my territory. Otherwise, do you think I would bring you to someone else's house? Then didn't the other person dump me, anyway? Ethan didn't need to lie to himself here. Damien nodded. Wow, I really like this place. It would be great if I could live here. I come here often, okay? Do you know how expensive this house is? Since you've been so nice to me recently, I'll allow you to come here more often in the future. Damien was so happy to hear this. You said so. Allow me to come more often in the future. Ethan nodded. You said it. You can't regret it. Ethan never regretted anything he said. I've already told him what I've said, so what is there to regret? Is it true that what I said has no credibility? Ethan glanced at the person in front of him. How am I like you? Saying one thing at one moment and another thing at another. Speaking human language at one moment and nonsense language at another. So I won't be like you. Damien knew that this was a deliberate mockery of him, but Damien would not admit who was speaking in one tone and another in another. I don't. Ethan was still unconvinced. Who said he didn't? You talk nonsense one moment and plain talk the next. You can figure it out for yourself. After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke with a feeling of grievance. No. If you keep talking to me like this, I won't be happy. If I leave at that time, there will be no one to help you cook. Ethan glanced at Damien. Okay, you're awesome, okay? I'll do whatever you say. Okay, I won't say anything. Just to get you to cook me a meal here, so I'll indulge you for now. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly, with a look of disbelief on his face. You should have indulged me like this a long time ago, instead of saying all kinds of bad things about me here, understand? Chapter 71, Satisfied Guest. Ethan nodded silently. Okay, I got it. Ethan said this with a smile on his face. He was so happy to be allowed to cook here. The two looked around and found that there was nothing to eat. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. Look, you don't have much to eat at home, so why don't you go out and buy something? How about the two of us go to the supermarket and you pay? Ethan agreed to it straight away. It was just going to the supermarket, and it was just paying money. He acted like it was a big deal. Ethan nodded. Sure. If that's the case, then of course we have to go to that supermarket. Let's go shopping. Ethan said as he looked at the person in front of him and asked him to go to the supermarket. Since he had already said he was going, he should treat him to a good meal. Ethan in disbelief. Wow, you've become so generous all of a sudden. By the way, where did you get this house from? I haven't even told you yet. Ethan didn't want to tell anyone about this. Because of his relationship with Lin Wenming, the relationship between the two seemed a little unclear, and his mother was also involved, so Ethan didn't want to talk about it anymore. Ethan shook his head. Don't ask about this kind of thing anymore. Anyway, I can let you get what you want now. Isn't that enough? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. I know this. I just care about you. Ethan felt that he didn't need care, so he immediately rejected it. I don't need your concern, and I feel this kind of relationship is very fake. Damien had no choice but to nod. Well, you always keep people at a distance. Before they even say anything, you think they have bad intentions, don't you? Ethan asked curiously. Isn't it? I don't need such concern from others. Ethan rejected it directly, and Damien knew that he had said the wrong thing. Damien nodded. Okay, I know I said the wrong thing again. It makes me very, very unhappy to see you like this. In order to make you feel better, I decided that it would be better for me to shut my mouth and not say anything. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Just let yourself know, so I don't have to get mad at you again. Damien thought so too. Damien nodded. Yes, that's what I thought too. I'm also afraid that you'll get angry with me here, haha. The two of them talked as they walked to the supermarket and bought some vegetables. Although the food didn't look very good, both of us enjoyed it very much. Damien likes this atmosphere and this kind of life very much. After eating and drinking, Damien touched his stomach. I like this kind of life very much. I feel like I love you more and more. Ethan pointed at himself. What do you mean by loving me more and more? Forget it. Don't say that. What do you mean by loving me more and more? What does this have to do with me? You sound like you're saying that we two men should be together. Damien touched his belly. All right. It's really nice to be your guest. Besides, I'm full. Ethan looked at Damien curiously. Are you really full? If not, I can get you something else to eat. Don't let your mouth be wronged. If you do, I can tell you that I will not be responsible at that time. Damien is almost bursting at the seams. What responsibility does he have to take? Does he still need to be responsible? Damien touched his belly and glanced at Ethan again. I'm almost bursting now. Are you responsible? Ethan pointed at himself. I'm responsible. What responsibility do I have? I just said that. Please stop looking at me like that, okay? Damien then spoke up. By the way, let me tell you something. I'm not leaving tonight. I'm going to stay here tonight and accompany you well. Ethan pointed at himself. Why are you here with me? I'm fine here. I don't need you to accompany me. Ethan waved his hand and told Damien to go home quickly. After all, it is definitely not a problem here, and not everyone can be here. Ethan glanced at Damien. Damien, you should go home. Not everyone can stay here. You can stay here if you want. Damien had a look of reluctance and unhappiness on his face. What do you mean? Now I want to stay here, but you don't want me to stay here. What's wrong with you? This is happening. After hearing this, Ethan said with a smile. It's not about what happened, but because where can I stay here? There's only one bed. If you live here, you'll have to live with me. Damien had already seen it, and after hearing this, Damien nodded heavily. Of course. As long as I can live in this small courtyard, I can sleep anywhere. As long as you don't let me sleep on a main street. Ethan is not so cruel as to let him sleep on the street. Ethan immediately shook his head after that. Don't worry, I'm not that cruel yet, and the relationship between the two of us hasn't reached that point yet. If it really came to that, I would have sent you flying onto the street a long time ago. Damien said with a laugh. You're a person with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Well, let's go and have a rest. I'll leave these to you, and you can clean them up tomorrow. Ethan thought, how can this be possible? There's so many things here. Is he going to have to clean them up by himself? I don't want to clean up things, not to mention that washing dishes is a very difficult physical job, and I don't want to do it at all. Ethan glanced at Damien. Damien, let me ask you, are you still willing to stay here? Damien nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course I am willing. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Since you are willing to stay here with me, then hurry up and show your willingness and clean up this place for me. Chapter 72, Going Back on One's Word. Ethan said as he looked at Damien. Damien just nodded. Damien felt that Ethan now acted like the son of a landlord, and he was the oppressed one. After thinking about this, Damien spoke slowly. I feel as though I'm being oppressed. Ethan pointed at himself. Are you oppressed by me? Damien nodded immediately. Yes, I'm impressed by you. I have to do whatever you tell me to do. If I don't do something, you'll give me a good beating. Ethan thought he didn't. The two of them lay on the bed and looked at the sky together. It's so comfortable living in your place. I wish I had a house as nice as yours. I really, really like this place now. Ethan also likes this place very much. He feels free and unrestrained. Even breathing here is much smoother than breathing outside. Ethan nodded slowly. I like this place more than you do. Before, I always felt like I couldn't breathe there. It was extremely depressing. Now it's completely different. Damien felt the same way and nodded immediately. Yeah. How did you say what was in my heart? I'm just trying to tell you what I feel in my heart right now. This is the feeling. I feel like a little bird here, free and unfettered. I am not restricted by anything and can do whatever I want. But it's different in other places. Ethan felt that he and Damien had too many similarities. Ethan checked the time. It's already so late. Why don't you take a rest quickly? If you don't take a rest, you'll be late for school tomorrow. Damien was so busy chatting with Ethan that he didn't even notice the time until it was already 1 or 2 o'clock. Oh my God, Ethan, it's all your fault. You brought me here and didn't let me sleep. Look at you. How can you be like this? Ethan knew that he said this on purpose, but he didn't bring him up like this, did he? After thinking about this, Ethan immediately shook his head. Don't blame me. It was you who had to be so stubborn and nailed yourself here. I wanted to chase you away, but I couldn't chase you away no matter how hard I tried. Did you notice? Damien simply denied it. It's obviously your fault, okay? The two of them kept talking to each other and didn't fall asleep all night. As expected, they were late the next morning. Ethan woke up and saw the time. He knew that he was going to be scolded by the homeroom teacher again. Ethan checked the time, then looked at Damien, who was sleeping next to him. Okay, Damien, we're going to be late again today. Damien already knew it. Damien stood up slowly. I'm late, so what? Ethan and Damien arrived at school. The homeroom teacher had already been waiting there for a long time. When the head teacher saw that both of them were late, he nodded slowly. You two are so similar. Even the time you were late was the same. Hurry up and stand outside. Although both of them wanted to laugh in their hearts, they both knew what the other had done yesterday. But the two of them still endured it and were scolded by the head teacher. Finally, school was over. Damien wanted to go with Ethan as soon as school was over because he wanted to sit in his little yard for a while. It was really extremely comfortable in his little courtyard, and there was something about it that made him unable to stop. But when Ethan heard that Damien wanted to go with him, he refused directly. Damien, you can't go anymore. Damien frowned. What do you mean? It's only been a short time, and you already despise me and won't let me go. Who told me yesterday that I could go anytime? Ethan said this yesterday, but even though he said this yesterday, if he goes there again today, he will have been there for 2 consecutive days. His family members will definitely be very anxious, so you can go again after a few days. How can you go every day? This is actually what Ethan meant. Ethan explained it to Damien, and Damien said he understood it very well. Oh, so that's how it is. Well, I'll go home then. I'll come back to harass you when I come back. Ethan laughed and nodded. Okay, you are welcome to harass me. With that, Ethan turned and left. Ethan wants to go to Jinting. He didn't go yesterday, so he has to go there today to see what the situation is. Ethan was walking. He suddenly found a stray kitten on the road. Ethan felt very sorry for the kitten and didn't know where it came from. Ethan couldn't bear it and picked it up. Hey, little kitty, where did you come from? You look so pitiful. Why doesn't your master want you anymore and just dump you here? Ethan is a person who loves small animals very much. Ethan saw the kitten lying here motionless. He knew that it must have been abandoned by someone. Nowadays, there are a lot of people who abandon small animals, so this kitten must have been abandoned by someone. Ethan saw the kitten. He felt reluctant to leave it here because it was so cute. I have never seen such a cute kitten. Ethan let the kitten go. Little kitty, you are so cute. I can't bear to leave you here. You are so cute. Can you smile for me? The kitten didn't laugh because kittens can't laugh, but the kitten did say meow at Ethan. Ethan looked at the kitten and became more certain that the kitten was actually quite human-like, but he didn't know how it was thrown here. Ethan looked at the kitten. Okay, don't be so pitiful here. I'll take you back. Ethan said as he picked up the kitten. Anyway, I live in a small courtyard now, so it's not as annoying as having the mother and daughter there. I can do whatever I want now. They can't do anything to me. Ethan looked at the kitten. Chapter 73, Harvesting Xiaomi. It just so happens that I am now a lonely person, and no one wants you either. In this way, the two of us can support each other, and you can be my spiritual support. Ethan is very happy to have this little cat to accompany him. Ethan was originally going to go to Jinting, But he couldn't go because a kitten had made him forget everything. Ethan picked up the kitten and thought that the kitten had been wandering outside for so long and must have not eaten. Ethan thought about it for a moment, then took the kitten to a pet store. The clerk next to me came up politely. "Hello, how can I help you?" Ethan looked at the baby in his arms. "It's like this. Can you give him a vaccination? And then, can you give him some cat food or something?" Ethan now said what he could think of. After all, the kitten still needs to be vaccinated. If it is not vaccinated, it may bring infectious diseases. I still know this basic point. The beautiful sales lady next to him glanced at Ethan. I saw that Ethan looked like a student, especially when Ethan, a man, just held this little kitten and handed it to me. The clerk next to me said with a smile, "Hey, young man, there aren't many people who like this little kitty as much as you do, right?" Ethan looked at the clerk. "I picked this little thing up on the road. I saw that he was very pitiful and had no one to rely on, so I brought him here. What's wrong? Is it not okay?" The clerk didn't say that. He was just very curious. After all, it was rare to see a little boy like Ethan. The clerk looked at Ethan. No, I don't mean anything else. It's just that the way you look makes me feel like you haven't been adopted. I'll give you an adoption manual later, and it will tell you how to take care of this kitten. By the way, his name is Xiaomi, right?" Ethan nodded. "Yes, I just named him that." Ethan liked this name very much, so he gave him this name. Ethan glanced at the clerk. "Thank you so much. Please help me with this first." Ethan really doesn't know how to raise the dog now, so he really needs the help of the store clerk. If the clerk doesn't help me, I'll really be a loss as to what to do with this thing. Fortunately, the clerk handed this thing to me, otherwise it would really be a headache for me. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. "Thank you so much. You are such a good person." The clerk next to him looked at Ethan. "I've never met someone who loves cats as much as you do, so I'm quite curious." Ethan smiled faintly. "I also think these little animals are actually quite spiritual. I don't know who dumped this little cat here. If they do something like this now, they will be abandoned by others when they are old." Ethan spoke out what was in his heart. The clerk next to him nodded slowly after hearing this. "Yeah, who says it isn't? They can do such a thing now, so they will definitely get the same treatment in the future. That's for sure." Ethan looked at the clerk and said, "Thank you." Ethan took Xiaomi back directly. Xiaomi was very well behaved throughout the journey, as if she knew Ethan was going to take her back. She didn't say a word during the journey and looked very well behaved. Ethan liked it very much. Ethan looked at Xiaomi. "My dear, from now on, we two will have to depend on each other. Do you know that?" Ethan was talking to Xiaomi. Although Ethan was not sure if Xiaomi could understand what he said, he still said out loud. Xiaomi nodded. "Oh." Just when Ethan and Xiaomi were having fun, Yoko came running over in a panic. Ethan glanced at Yoko. "What's wrong with you? What are you so anxious about?" Yoko is almost getting anxious now, but she didn't expect Ethan to be having a lot of fun here. After thinking about this, the person in front of him quickly spoke. "Don't you know something's wrong?" Ethan really didn't know what happened. Ethan was a little curious when he heard him say that. "What do you mean? What's going on? Don't say such things to me. What on earth are you making me worry about?" After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. "It's like this. Now that something's happened in Ting, and you're not going, we don't know what to do." Ethan asked curiously. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by something went wrong in Ting? What happened? What is this?" After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. "It was like this. Someone brought some people here to cause trouble. We don't know who they are, but they just brought some people here to cause trouble. Then, there was a conflict with them. Dao Gu is handling the matter there now." Ethan nodded slowly, indicating that he already knew. Yoko was a little curious when she looked at Xiaomi next to Ethan. "Where did this little thing come from? No wonder you didn't go today. It turns out you were dealing with this little thing." Ethan nodded slowly. "Yes, I didn't go today because I was dealing with this matter. I picked it up on the road." Yoko immediately gave a thumbs up. "You are really amazing. You were able to pick it up from the road. I have to say you were really amazing." Ethan smiled faintly. "I saw him on the street and felt very sorry for him, so I brought him back." "What's wrong? Do you have any objection?" Yoko had no objection. Yoko just didn't expect that Ethan, such a big and strong man, would like such a small thing, which surprised her. After thinking about this, Yoko spoke. "You like these little animals? I'll give you one later." As she spoke, Yoko scratched her head embarrassedly, feeling as if she had discovered a secret. Chapter 74, Too Much Nonsense. Ethan felt that it was unnecessary. The reason why he liked this thing now was because, "I picked this up. I didn't buy it on purpose. Got it?" After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "By the way, you said something happened over there. What happened over there?" Can Dao go hold off so many people by himself now? Yoko herself doesn't know this, but she should be able to block it. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. It's still unclear what the situation is, but it's not looking good. Ethan just doesn't like to hear these words. The situation is not good. How bad is the situation? There must be a limit, right? Thinking of this, Ethan asked curiously. The situation is not very good. Do you know how bad it is? Yoko was a little nervous because there were so many people coming, at least 20 or so. Therefore, if Dao Ge were to stand there alone to stop them now, he would surely be unable to hold on for long. So now the situation doesn't seem to be so good. Everything is not going as smoothly as imagined. Ethan was a little curious about where these people came from and why they came directly to Jinting. I don't know where the people here come from. Yoko was also very confused. Yoko shook her head. Don't ask me about this matter. I don't know what the situation is. If I knew what was going on, I would have solved this matter a long time ago. It's because Brother Dao couldn't solve it that I asked you to come to me. Ethan nodded to show that he understood. Ethan said slowly, Actually, I was planning to go today, but something happened on the way, so I got delayed, you know? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder we all thought you weren't coming today. It turns out you were delayed by this little cat, right? Ethan meant. It was because he met Xiaomi today that he wasted his time. But I don't regret it. I just didn't expect that such a big problem would arise there during the time I was away. If that's the case, it seems that I still have some responsibilities. After thinking about this, Ethan slowly spoke. I really didn't expect that after I stayed here for a while, such a big problem would arise over there. I really didn't expect it. Yoko didn't expect such a big problem to arise. Yangzi didn't know what was going on. When she came back, she saw a group of people barging in. Fortunately, I didn't go in, and then I came to Ethan for help. If I have any grievances now, I have to tell Ethan. Ethan nodded slowly, indicating that he already knew. Ethan thought about it. If something unexpected happens later, you still have to leave first. Do you understand? What do you mean I should go first? Why do I have to go first again? Ethan wanted Yoko to leave first again. Yoko was a little unhappy. After all, they share the hardships and happiness together. What would happen if I were allowed to go first? After thinking about this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, no, no. I can't just abandon you like this. I can't just abandon you like this. Absolutely not. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. Now is not the time to be so emotional here. I told you to go first, so you go first. Why are you talking so much? If you don't want to leave, then you can stay here and we can go first. Ethan was protecting him, so he let him go first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in the mood to let him go first. Yoko understood. She nodded. Okay, I understand. If anything really happens, I'll leave first, is that right? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. That's what I mean. If there's any unexpected situation, you should just leave first. Don't be so long-winded here. Got it. Yoko nodded to indicate that she already knew. When the two arrived, they saw a shocking scene. Those people were already sitting there drinking tea. Ethan looked at the people next to Dao Ge. You're talking about those guys who came here to provoke trouble just now, right? They're the people sitting opposite. After thinking of this, the person in front of him nodded hurriedly. Yes, I remember these are the people. But why are they sitting here drinking tea and chatting, as if nothing happened? Ethan also wanted to know why this happened. Now, he was playing this trick on himself. Yoko, you're not lying about military intelligence, are you? If you dare to lie about military intelligence, then I tell you, I will not forgive you. Yoko could only point at herself to show that she had not lied about the military intelligence at all, and that she was very serious about what she said. Yoko felt a little innocent because she didn't know what happened. When I left just now, these people were still very arrogant and kept talking about this and that. What's going on? It's only been a short while, and it's already become like this? Yoko shook her head in confusion. Ethan didn't care about that anymore. He just walked to Dao Ji's side. Brother Dao, are you okay? Ge shook his head and said with a smile as he saw Ethan coming over. I'm fine. I'm fine, you're overthinking it. It's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Ethan pulled Dao Ge over. What do you mean? What misunderstanding? Didn't you say someone was provoking me here? What's going on? Now, the provocation has become a friend, right? Do Yi Nu did. Yes. I'll explain this to you later. It's hard to explain it here now. Ethan feel like he was confused. What did he mean by it can't be explained? Why can't it be explained? Ethan felt a little dizzy. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. What do you mean by that? What on earth are you doing? Just now you told me to hurry up, and now you're doing this, right? Chapter 75, Explain Clearly. Dao Ge didn't know how to explain this incident. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. Ethan looked at Dao Ge. You didn't explain it to me. It made me feel dizzy. I don't know how to talk to people. After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, what else can you say? Just say what you should say. Just relax a little now. It's no use being so nervous now, because the more nervous you are, the more they will look down on you. Ethan was confused after hearing this. Dao Ge pulled Ethan over and introduced him to the three people. This is the boss of our Jinting. After hearing this, the three people couldn't believe it. What did you say? This is your boss today? Why can't I believe that your boss can be so young? Is this true? Dao Ge said with a smile. Of course it's true. There's no need for me to lie to you. This is really our boss. If you don't believe it, there's nothing you can do. The three people were so unwilling to believe it. This boss is really too young. Where can you find such a young boss? He is still a childlike person. So when people see it, they find it a little too unbelievable. Dao Ge said with a smile. Yes, many people who met our boss found it incredible and felt that our boss was very young and not worthy of being a boss at all. But what we can say is that our boss is still very young. But the way he handles things and what he does now are not what you can imagine, you know? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. That's true what you're saying now, huh? Your boss looks quite young, but he must have his own way of doing things, otherwise he wouldn't be a boss. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, that's right. Being a boss is like being a boss. You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the sea by a bucket. That's what they say. Dao Ge seemed to be very happy and was quite polite to them. Ethan smiled faintly. Hello, my name is Ethan, and I'm the boss here. May I know who you are? When Dao Ge heard this, he slapped his forehead. Oh, look at my head. I forgot all the things I should do and think about. Almost forgot now. I have to go introduce it to you. Ethan was a little speechless. He could still forget this now. What was there to forget? Ethan looked at the person in front of him. What was going on? What was going on? After thinking about this, Dao Ge looked at the person next to him. It's like this. The people next to him are Chen, Wong, and Li Qing. The three men seemed to be big and strong, and looked extremely scary. No wonder Yoko said just now that someone was here to cause trouble. It turned out to be like this. Could it be that this was a misunderstanding? Ethan was shocked by his own thoughts. Isn't this Yangzi a little too unreliable? But could there be any misunderstanding? These three people saw Ethan. The expressions on their faces became respectful, as if he had become a different person. Ethan looked at the three. I just heard that something very unpleasant happened here. Although I am here now, I still want to know what kind of unpleasant things happened here. I have to go and ask what's going on. It's impossible for him to just pass on like this in a daze, right? Who of you wants to speak first? At this time, Dao Ge stepped forward and pulled Ethan to the other side. Let me explain to you what is going on. It's actually like this. When they came over to provoke us just now, they did it to see you. Ethan pointed at himself. Just to see me, then why not? Is it necessary to go through some language adjustment here? Isn't this a bit too much? After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately spoke. It's because they know that our boss here is not easy to meet, so they want to use this method to force you out. What forced me out? Ethan pointed at himself. Force me to come out? I'm a little confused. What do you want to force me to come out for? The person next to him spoke up. Because I really want to see you. The person next to him walked directly to Ethan. I'm so sorry for giving you such a scare. We're not here to cause trouble on purpose. We just heard that the boss here seems to have a very powerful background, so we thought of this way to meet you now. Ethan disagrees with their approach. It caused such a big fuss that I thought my shop had been smashed by someone else. That's why I ran over here in such a panic just now and almost got scared. Ethan thought about this. He shook his head helplessly. I was really scared just now. I thought they were going to smash my store. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. I was really shocked. The three people next to him all had apologetic looks on their faces, and they all glanced at Ethan. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We scared you just now. It's our fault. Ethan waved. It's all the fault of that brat Yangzi. Yoko just told me that someone was causing trouble here. He sounded extremely scary, so I rushed over here in such a panic. If he hadn't said that here, I wouldn't have come here in such a panic. The three of us looked at each other. Don't blame us. We really have no other choice, so we did this. If there was any way to see you, we wouldn't do this. Ethan said that he could understand it a little bit. No wonder they said someone was provoking here, just now. Yoko heard Ethan mention her name repeatedly. She knew she couldn't escape this disaster. Yoko came over. Alas, this matter is not my fault. Chapter 76, Waiting for the Boss. Each of them was very terrifying, and they just barged in. Who would have thought that something would happen in here? If I had thought about what was going on here, I wouldn't have panicked like I did just now. I was really scared just now. The people next to him looked at him like this and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Maybe we came in a little too recklessly just now, and the way we came in was a little too scary. That's indeed the case. Now it's us who should apologize to you. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Of course not. Ethan looked at them, glad they weren't here to cause trouble. Ethan looked at Dao Ge. What the hell, I thought they were really going to destroy our place. That really scared me to death, you know? I didn't do this on purpose, did I? Dao Ge said with a small smile. Isn't it because I'm here to protect the safety of this place? To be honest, I didn't do it on purpose, you know? If I knew the situation here, I wouldn't do this. Ethan suddenly started to miss his little me. I don't know what Xiaomi is doing in the house, but it is because of them that we are here now. If it weren't for them, things wouldn't be like this now. Just thinking about it makes me particularly angry. Are you guys to blame for all this? Dao Ge didn't know what this little thing he was talking about was, but judging from the looks of it, it should be a very important thing. Dao Ge was a little confused, but let's not talk about that for now. The most important thing was the three people in front of him. The three people looked at Ethan and kept praising and taking pictures of him. Alas, this really is going to beat us, the new wave, to death on the beach. There is really nothing I can say. Ethan immediately shook his head after hearing this. But don't say that. I'm not like what you say. Everyone has their own decisions and their own ideas. If you say this now, it always makes me feel embarrassed. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Ethan looked at the person in front of him. Now that they know Dao Ge is not the boss here, they will definitely tell me what they want to talk to me about, right? I don't have time to play with them here now. No matter what, I have to listen to what they want to talk to me about. After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. That's how it is. I'm their leader. Chen Tong on the side pointed at himself. As for me, we would like to join your golden court on behalf of the two of them. Is that possible? Ethan was a little surprised when he heard their request, because normally they wouldn't be willing to join here. But what is this situation? This is to join your team, and it is somewhat unlikely. Looking at these three people, they must have someone protecting them. Why would they suddenly join this place? It doesn't seem that simple, and the three of them are all big and strong. If they are so willing to join his team, Ethan has to think about this matter carefully. It is impossible to agree to them so casually. After all, this is a very important place. It's not like what they imagined, that anyone who wants to join can join. That's simply impossible. Even Dao Ge was a little surprised when he heard the news. No wonder they have been here for such a long time without talking or doing anything, just to wait for the boss to come. So, this is the case? Thinking about it makes me feel quite curious. You originally met our boss just to discuss this matter. Why do you want to join our Jinting? Ethan also really wanted to ask this question. It is definitely not that easy for them to join here, and they look like the kind of people who are not easy to mess with. Now that they suddenly asked him to join in, Ethan really had to think about it and see what their intentions were. Maybe they have ulterior motives, and some things are not said at all. So now Ethan has to ask what's going on. Ethan looked at the three people in front of him. To be honest, you three all look pretty impressive. And with the looks of you three, you'll always have a meal to eat wherever you go. But why do you suddenly have to join me? To be honest, this surprised me a little bit. After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. That's right, because we see that your place is really getting better and better. For a place as promising as yours, we definitely want to join in. It was Chen Tong who was talking all the time, and the other two seemed to be silent. Ethan smiled faintly and then pulled Dao Ge over. Dao Ge didn't know what was going on, so he looked at Ethan. Do we agree or not now? Ethan hasn't thought about this matter yet, but he didn't say whether to agree or not directly. Ethan thought about it. Don't agree to this matter so quickly. I don't think these three people are as simple as they seem. They said they wanted to join us, so they're joining us? I don't know what they're hiding from us next. And we're not very clear about the backgrounds of these three people. Ethan glanced at Yoko. Yoko, do you know the background of these three people? Yoko was even more confused. How could Ethan know that if he didn't know himself? Yoko shook her head. I don't know where these three people came from. They actually want to join in now. Could it be that someone wants to investigate you, or someone wants to punish you? Ethan is a little unsure about this, but he does not deny it, because this is very, very possible. Who can say for sure? So this is all very possible. Ethan shook his head. I'm really not sure about this. Chapter 77 Talent Joining. Because this matter is not as simple as it seems. Besides, can they let me do whatever they want? That's absolutely impossible. If everything listens to them, then we're done for. At this time, Yoko spoke. How about this? Just tell them directly that it's not possible and then drive them away. It's already like this anyway. We have enough staff here, and we also have some odd jobs, and they're all quite honest and hardworking people. So there's nothing for them to do here now. Let them go. Just find an excuse to send them away. Ethan thought so at first, but then he thought again that it was not possible at all. How could they just send him away like this? If they sent him away, what would they think? This is absolutely impossible. And apart from this, who knows if there is an expert behind them? Ethan had no idea what was behind him. So now Ethan didn't send him away so quickly. Ethan shook his head. How can this matter be as simple as you imagine? If we just send him away like this, what should we do if the person behind him comes out to seek revenge on us? Hearing this, the people in front of him were confused, not knowing who the person behind him was. Especially Yoko, who didn't understand what this meant. After thinking about this, Yoko shook her head. These things are just what you think in your mind. How can there be such people behind him? If this person existed, he would have come out long ago. How could he stay here any longer? Ethan, are you thinking too much? Ethan didn't think he was thinking too much. Now he was just doing these things carefully. After all, it's already like this. Yoko shook her head. These things are just what you think in your mind. How can there be such people behind him? If this person exists, many situations are uncertain. Ethan turned and looked at the three men. You three want to join our big family, and we welcome you very much. It's just that many of our positions have already been filled, such as the position of general manager. As for the other positions, I don't think they're suitable for you, so they may not work out. Since you three are willing to join us, we will definitely arrange a better position for you. But what? If you come, I can't just leave you here doing nothing, right? So now I have to arrange a better position for you. Everyone understood what Ethan meant. In fact, Ethan was just finding ways to refuse them. They laughed and said after listening, no more. In fact, we don't necessarily have to be a general manager or something. The three of them had already understood what Ethan meant. Although Ethan did not say it explicitly, the implication was very obvious. After they heard this, the expressions on their faces were extremely sad and uncomfortable because they heard Ethan reject them like this. They also didn't know that Ethan was a very cautious person, so he might not be joined so easily. Especially when Chen Tong heard this. His face was full of sadness. Why don't you let's join in? We've already said that we can do anything here. We just see your development. The three people spoke very sincerely, just wanting their uncle to accept them. The three men appeared to be quite honest, but no one knows what kind of people they are behind the scenes. Such people cannot be accepted. Ethan said with a grin, really, I really hope you can join us. But I really don't need any help right now. Otherwise, please leave me your contact information first. If we are short of people, or if we need any talent, I will notify you as soon as possible and then find you. What do you think of this? Chen Tong understood that Ethan was rejecting him in different ways. No matter what, it seems that he is unwilling to let himself join in. Chen Tong understood Ethan's concerns and glanced at Ethan. You don't have to be so cautious and keep blocking me. Because I already know it. You think we might be spies sent by someone else, so you keep treating me like this, right? Ethan didn't say it directly, but they have a strong understanding ability. After thinking about this, Ethan shook his head. I don't think so. You already think I think so, but I can tell you that I absolutely don't think so. And I think you three are rare talents. I'm very sorry and sad that I was not able to cooperate with you successfully. But we really don't have any people here right now. Seeing that they were reluctant to leave, Ethan went to tell them again that he had no shortage of people. Ethan wants them to find other jobs. After all, in this society, people like them who are so talented and capable now can easily find any job. Why do they have to come here? This made Ethan a little confused, and he shook his head. We are three brothers. Since we're going to find a job, we should find one with a promising future. If this job doesn't have any future, then I don't think there's any point in looking for it, because it's really very frustrating. Ethan said with a laugh, you are indeed very insightful. This place is indeed a very promising place. I have no objection to your words. At this time, Chen Tong suddenly spoke. Don't worry, we are definitely not spies sent by anyone. If I were a spy sent by someone, I wouldn't be telling you so blatantly here. Ethan wasn't sure about this, but he had no intention of accepting them now. Chapter 78, The Intentions of the Three. Ethan shook his head. I really can't accept you here for no reason, because I'm not very rich, and I have to pay you wages every day. So, I have a lot more people here all of a sudden, and these two people are suddenly spending so much money here. If I can accept such a huge expense for two people all of a sudden, I can let all three of you stay here, but it's really not possible now. Ethan looked at them, then kindly explained the situation to them again. After hearing this, they felt very sad. Ethan smiled and stood up, and Daogu immediately followed Ethan. Boss, what should we do about this? Should we just let them go? Or what? I think the three of them are pretty good. Anyway, we are short of people right now, so why not keep them here? Ethan objected immediately upon hearing this. Get up, leave him here. What are you thinking? How can you leave him here? What is going on now? I don't know how many people are jealous and how many people are watching them, but you said to keep him, so you kept him. I tell you, this is absolutely impossible. Either you keep him here, or you leave. Daogu didn't mean that. Daogu felt very uncomfortable after hearing this, but he definitely didn't mean that. Daogu immediately shook his head. No, that's definitely not what I meant. I just think these people are still talented people that can be cultivated, so if not, then leave them here. That's what I meant. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No matter what they are thinking in their hearts now, no matter how they are thinking in their hearts now. Ethan looked at Daogu. Just do what I tell you to do. Don't ask so many questions, don't inquire so much, and don't say so much. Because you have said so much now, it's all useless, you know. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, and Daogu didn't dare to say anything more. If I said one more word, I might get a lecture. I also know what is more important and what is less important. So I can't let this matter end up in a situation where the gain outweighs the loss. Daogu looked at the people in front of him and didn't know how to deal with it. Ethan, what do you think we should do with these people? Ethan thought about it. How about this? Let's arrange for them to live here first. They seem to be quite interesting, so let them live here first. Ethan was kind enough to them by not letting them leave immediately, so he let them stay here first. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. As for you, go and get him a few rooms and let them stay here first, and then go and observe first. Who knows what their intentions are? Ethan then walked over and looked at the three men, smiling and saying, I don't know where you three are from, but seeing how you look, you must have come from far away. If that's the case, then you guys should take a good rest here for a while, and then we'll go and deal with the next thing. After hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, What do you mean? You let us live here, but you don't want to accept us. On the one hand, we are forced to live here, which makes us feel very embarrassed and passive. Ethan knew that this might not be a good thing for them. But now I've already said that if they live here, they will live here. What? If they don't live here, then let's go. Ethan didn't try to stop them too much or anything. The three of them looked at each other, not knowing what Ethan was trying to do. Moreover, he was unwilling to take them in and let them live here. The three of them felt very embarrassed. The three of them looked at the person in front of them. You don't want us to work here, and you want us to stay here. I'm a little confused about what's going on. Ethan also felt that this was not that difficult to understand. Just let them live here first. If they were really sent by someone, it would be easy for them to understand his intentions now. Ethan looked at them and saw that they really didn't understand. So he spoke up. Nothing much, just let you stay here for a while. And then, by the way, you need to learn about the hotel's rules and regulations. After all, it's definitely not that easy for us to stay here now. There must be some rules or something. Got it. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. So that's the case. We are willing to do so. If we can stay here, we are very willing to do so. Ethan hasn't been able to confirm this yet. When Ethan saw them say this, he smiled and said, Don't be so quick to make up your mind because I'm not sure yet whether this matter will really be as you think it will be. Then I'll let you stay here. You can live here first. After Daogu made all the arrangements, he went back to the small courtyard with Ethan. Daogu started talking as soon as he returned to the small courtyard. What should we do with these people? Otherwise, I'll find someone to investigate them. Of course, this is something Ethan needs to investigate, but if he wants to investigate it now, he can't be so direct and blatant. Originally, they were investigating this matter in secret, and it would be bad if they knew about it. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. You can investigate, but they must not know about the process. Then let Yoko watch them every day and pay attention to their movements. Got it. After hearing this, Kuriko immediately nodded. They suddenly showed up today, and I was really confused. I don't know what's going on. Chapter 79, Action Coming. Ethan shook his head. It's okay. This matter has nothing to do with you. If they really came for a certain purpose, then they would definitely take action. Don't worry. The people are already here. Although we don't know who is behind this, we will know when the time comes. Daogu looked at Ethan. You live in this small garden. This is my first time here. Ethan nodded. I live in this small yard. What's wrong? Do you think my yard is pretty good? Dalgo also liked this small garden very much. After looking at it, he nodded silently. Not bad, not bad. It's really good. I didn't expect that you actually live here now. No wonder you don't want to deal with things outside. It turns out it's because it's so comfortable here. Not to mention you. Even if it's me, I wouldn't want to deal with it. That's not the reason, Ethan said with a laugh. How can you say that? It's not because of this reason. I am willing to live here because there is no other way. Do you understand? After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile. I understand. I know what you mean. Weren't you driven out by them? Ethan was driven out by them. In fact, he was driven out on his own initiative. Ethan shook his head. There's a huge difference between being kicked out and coming out on your own. Don't say that. It feels like they really kicked me out. After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile. Isn't it? Actually, I understand. In fact, I have long wanted to teach that family a lesson for you. But you insist on not wanting to do it. In fact, I think it's unnecessary. Ethan shook his head and smiled. In fact, what will happen if we deal with them? What will happen if we don't deal with them? That person is such a good friend of my mother. If I were to say something nonsense to them at this time, it will be disrespectful to my mother, so I don't want to do that now, got it? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. You are so kind. You even considered this kind of thing for them. Ethan just felt a little helpless. Ethan nodded slowly. I just feel a little helpless. I'm making a scene with them like this. This is not what I really want to do, and I don't want to break up with him. Dalgo felt that no matter what Ethan did, he must have his own reasons, so he couldn't do anything about it. After thinking about this, Ethan glanced at Heise. Don't worry so much. I live very, very well here. I'm happier than I was there, so you don't have to worry so much, okay? After hearing this, the person in front of him was still a little worried. Really? Are you really happy living here? But I don't see any happiness on your face. Ethan, no. Ethan just had dinner here with Damien 2 days ago, and he felt it was very comfortable here. After thinking about this, Ethan said with a smile, Damien and I had dinner here a few days ago, and I thought this place is pretty good. I think it's fine. Don't worry about me. Dalgo looked at Ethan and didn't know what to say. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. If that's the case, then you should take a good rest here. If there is any situation, then you can just call me directly. Besides, we are so close. If anything happens, you can just call me directly. Ethan nodded. I know. Don't worry. No one could do anything to me. Apart from you guys who make me angry here every day, I don't think anyone else can make me angry here. Ethan spoke out what was in his heart. The people around him couldn't help but laugh. It seems to be really like this. Apart from us who make you angry, it seems that no one else can make you so angry. Dalgo looked at the time and realized that he had to go back to the museum, and he didn't know what the situation was with those two people, so Dalgo had to leave now. Ethan reluctantly. I'm leaving now, but I think I'm still a little worried about you. Ethan pointed at himself. Okay, I've already said it all. I have nothing to worry about. Why are you still worrying about me? Don't worry, I'm fine. Ethan finished speaking. He let Dalgo leave on his own. Ethan took a hot shower and then prepared to go to bed. Ethan woke up from his sleep. It was the next day, and he could go to school. Ethan saw Damien when he went to school. Damien was not sitting in the classroom as lively as usual. He was sitting there alone and was in a daze. Ethan didn't know what was wrong with him and why he was still in a daze here. Ethan then walked straight up. Damien, what's wrong with you? You look like something has happened, right? Damien immediately shook his head after hearing this. No, I'm fine here. What could possibly happen to me? You must be overthinking it. Ethan believed everything he had just seen. Damien's face was clearly not very good, and it seemed as if he was deliberately hiding something from himself. After thinking about this, Ethan became a little angry. What's wrong? You don't even want to tell me anything now? Isn't this a bit too much? What's going on? Just tell me everything, okay? After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. I'm fine, I really am. Damien kept dodging the question and wouldn't say anything no matter how Ethan asked him. Ethan nodded after seeing this. Okay, since you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. Anyway, you don't want to tell me now, right? After hearing this, Damien kept shaking his head. Don't ask anymore. Why are you asking so many questions? Even if you know, what can you do about it? Ethan didn't know what was going on, so he was very angry when he heard this. Chapter 80 Bully Back. What do you mean? You don't even consider me a good friend now, do you? Thank goodness I consider you a good friend now, but you don't even take me seriously. Okay, if you don't take me seriously at all, then forget it. Anyway, it's already like this. What else can I do? After hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. It's not that I don't take you seriously, but even if I take you seriously now, what would it matter? It's because I really can't say it. After hearing this, the person in front of him became a little curious. Why can't I tell you? Ethan was a little angry after seeing this scene. What's wrong with you? You're hiding something from me now, right? It would be fine if you didn't tell anyone else, but you're hiding it from me now. Okay, since you don't want to tell me, forget it. Anyway, it's already like this. I don't think there's anything else to say. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. It's not that I don't want to talk to you now. It's because I simply can't say it now. Ethan found this very, very strange. Damn, what is going on? Is there anything you can't say? Is someone bullying Damien? Ethan asked after thinking about this. Tell me, has anyone bullied you? If someone bullies you, then tell me, and I will help you get revenge. Damien shook his head. Forget it. I'm a person who doesn't like to cause trouble. If you want to take revenge now, what will that look like? No, I don't want you to seek revenge, so just stay here and be quiet. After hearing this, Ethan said curiously, okay, I get it. Now someone is bullying you, right? If you don't tell me, I'll go ask someone else now. Anyway, I'm here now. I can ask anyone. You think I can only ask you now, right? If I hear something from someone else, don't regret it. Damien knew Ethan's temper, and he believed everything Ethan said now. Besides, things have already come to this, and if you don't speak out, that won't work. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. That's exactly what happened. When I was in school, some people bullied me and made me feel really bad. I don't want to bother with them now, but there's nothing I can do. They don't want to let me go. What do you think I should do? If they don't want to let me go, then I won't be able to tell anyone else. And if I tell you, then what will happen? Even if it's what I told you, that won't work. I don't want you to seek revenge. For Ethan, this was nothing. Ethan shook his head. This doesn't matter to me at all. Look at what you said. The reason I'm helping you now is that I want to do it in my heart. But then again, if they really want to do something to you, then I have to make the decision for you. I don't want to see others treat you like this. After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. If he bullies you, then you should bully him back. Why are you being so cowardly here now? Even if they bully you, you can just bully them back. Is that so difficult? After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. I can't bully them back. If I were to do that, it wouldn't work. Ethan didn't think there was anything wrong with him. He was just being bullied by others. If you're bullied by others, you have to fight back. Why should you let them bully you here? Isn't this too much? After thinking about this, Ethan spoke. You can't let others bully you like this. Stop talking and let's go. As he spoke, he pulled the person in front of him and stood up. He is willing to be bullied, but he is very unwilling to do so. Don't think that this matter will be resolved so easily. Damien had been struggling to speak from behind. I don't want to go at all. Ethan looked at him and was curious as to why he didn't want to go. He had already dragged him here, but he still didn't want to go. He had no idea what he was thinking. After I thought of this, the person in front of me told me, what do you want? It's already like this, and you still don't want to go. I'm a little confused now. You're so weak that you are bullied by others like this. You are really capable. Do you really want to be bullied by others like this? After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. I don't want to be bullied like this, but there's nothing I can do. After thinking about this, Ethan spoke slowly. If that's the case, I'll just look for them one by one. What's the big deal? If you don't want to, then go find them one by one. If I find them, I will definitely deal with them. Damien panicked when he heard Ethan say this. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm saying. Don't go. I agree now. Now I know you're thinking about me, so I agree. Isn't that enough? But let's wait until after school. Ethan glanced at Damien. You weren't like this before. Why did you become so weak all of a sudden? And I feel like you're no longer the same person you used to be. After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. It's not that I'm not myself anymore, but because it's really, really difficult for me right now. I don't know what I should do, so I don't want to look for him now. If I could find that person now, I wouldn't be in this situation now. After hearing this, Ethan sighed helplessly. Well, if you don't want to, then I don't know what to do. It's already like this. If you don't want to do it, you'll be the one who gets hurt. Chapter 81, Shocked. Ethan was too lazy to tell him so much. Since he doesn't want to go, I won't force him anymore. It seemed as if I was forcing him here and had to make him go. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded hurriedly. Okay, I see. Thank you in advance. Ethan glanced at Damien. I really hate you like this now. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Don't say thank you to me anymore. Damien has also revealed who bullied him. Ethan thought about it. Damien, are these the two people who bullied you? Let's go back and bully them back. I won't let you down. Damien was a little scared. This person is extremely powerful. If this were to happen, Damien would definitely suffer a loss, so that's why he is unwilling to go back now. Damien was extremely frightened when he thought about them having to clean themselves up. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. If we go over there now, he will definitely punish us. So if you're to deal with us at that time, it would be extremely difficult for me. After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. What's so difficult about it? You haven't even started yet, but you're already scared. You're really too timid. Damien slowly lowered his face. I don't know what you're going to say to me now, but no matter what you're going to say now, I won't let you go because I know that if you go, they will definitely attack you. Ethan doesn't know this yet, and he doesn't know whether they will do anything to him. After thinking about this, the person in front of him felt a little sad. Alas, I really don't want to do anything to them right now. Can I just go around them? Damien, S words really made me angrier the more I listened. What does it mean to just go around them? If just going around them is the solution, then it wouldn't be that simple. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. If you really think that this detour is so easy, then everything will be easy, don't you know? After hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously. So what should we do now? It's already like this. Well, they must have known about it. They will definitely prepare some people in a while. What will we do when they have prepared these people? Ethan said with a laugh. Why are you so cowardly? They can prepare people if they want. Why should they care about us? You just need to do what you want in your heart now. You are not really afraid of them. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. It is true that there's a little bit of that. I'm still a little afraid of them in my heart, because they taught me a lesson this morning. So now I am afraid of knowing. Ethan said with a laugh. Well, what do you do with a friend like me now? With a friend like me? I'm just here to take charge of your household. Don't say that. It's already like this. Why do you still want to talk about it? Damien looked at Ethan. Now that he wanted to go so much, he couldn't stop him. After all, Ethan wants to make his own decision now, so let him make it. Although he felt very uncomfortable saying this now, he was also quite unwilling to accept it. Thinking of this, Damien looked at Ethan. If you really want to find them, then when you fight them, you must be careful and take it easy. You must not let them touch you. Ethan knew that, and he nodded. Don't worry, of course I know. Even if they want to touch me, it's impossible. Okay. Seeing Ethan so sure, Damien had no choice but to nod. Anyway, I've already told you now. You have to pay attention to all of this. After hearing this, Ethan patted Damien on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. No one will do anything to you. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything rash with me here. After school, the two of them went to look for these people together. There were actually only two of them. Ethan thought there were several people, but there were only two. Ethan was very surprised. There were only two people. He thought there were several people. Damien is still so scared that it really makes me speechless. After thinking about this, the person in front of him started talking. You're talking about these people, aren't you? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, it's these few people. I'm very confused now and don't know what to do. Ethan glanced at Damien. Damien, you are such a coward. I thought there were more than a dozen people going to beat you up, but now there are only a few people. Why are you so scared? There is nothing to be afraid of. You're going too far. Damien asked curiously. What do you mean? What's going on? Why can't I be afraid? It seems like I'm quite timid. After hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. I'm just very timid. Too timid. Ethan looked at the two men. When they saw Damien brought a thug, they kept making sarcastic remarks. Looked at Damien. Hey, Damien, you brought someone else. I guess we didn't treat you well enough this morning, did we? Now you brought someone else. Damien hesitated, not knowing what to say. But Ethan was a little angry when he saw Damien like this. Damien, they're talking about you. Stop them quickly. But Damien did keep his mouth shut and was so anxious that he couldn't even utter a decent sentence. Ethan was so angry when he saw it. I say, Damien, what's wrong with you now? You can't even say a word at this moment. It's really abominable. After hearing this, the monkey pulled his face down. I really can't say it. I don't know how to describe these people. They are really, really hateful. So I want to leave quickly. Chapter 82, I know I'm wrong. Ethan looked at it. Leave? There was no way he was leaving. He was already here, and now he was saying he wanted to leave. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. What did you just say? Say it again. Do you think I'm a pushover? Let me tell you. How did you bully Damien? Today I'll make you pay me back. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. The people in front of me looked at each other, not believing it at all, and laughed out loud. When the two men saw Ethan, they thought that Ethan was the kind of person who was easy to beat. How could that be possible? After thinking about this, the person in front of them laughed and said, This is just talk. There is nothing else to say. Is it interesting to show off here? After hearing this, the person in front of him shook his head. The two were stunned after seeing this scene. They didn't expect Ethan to be so skilled, and he took care of the two people in less than a minute. The two were a little surprised and looked at Ethan. "What are you going to do?" Ethan said with a laugh. "What am I going to do? Tell me what I'm going to do. It's already like this, can't you see it? Or do you need to do it again before you can know what I'm going to do to you?" After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, 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 don't say that. Don't say that. We have no plans to do anything." "What? You don't have any plans to do anything? You look like you're about to go to heaven, right?" After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. "We really don't dare, otherwise, you can be our big brother." Ethan pointed at himself. "I am your big brother? What's the point of being your big brother?" Ethan looked at the two people. When he saw these two people, he felt particularly annoyed. He told others to accept them and then treat them as his own. Ethan didn't know how they had the nerve to say that and let him treat them as his little brothers again. Ethan saw them. He felt very uncomfortable in his head and spoke helplessly. "Now that I see you, I have a headache. You still want me to put you away. Do you deserve it? I ask you, do you deserve it?" Ethan said this. The people in front of him looked at each other, not knowing how to continue. Ethan said, now made them afraid to speak again. Ethan asked again, "I'm just asking you guys, are you worthy? If you think you are worthy, then go ahead and talk. If you think you are not worthy, then what else is there to say?" The people in front of me looked at each other, and we all knew that we had done something wrong. They had never met anyone as amazing as Ethan, so they regretted their decision so quickly now. After thinking about this, the person in front of me said, "This is really my fault." Ethan asked them to apologize to Damien. After all, it was Damien, not themselves, whom they felt sorry for. After thinking about this, Ethan pointed at Damien. "See? Damien is here. Go apologize to Damien, not to me. Do you hear me?" After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Yeah, we get it. Apologize to Damien, right? Damien, I'm sorry. We were wrong today. Don't be angry. We were really wrong today." Damien became a little nervous when he saw the two of them suddenly apologize to him. "They even had to apologize to me. Forget it, forget it. No need." Ethan heard this. How could he just not use it? He had finally asked them to come and apologize, but he just said he didn't need it. Ethan glanced at Damien. "Damien, he apologizes to you now. Did you hear that?" Damien had seen it. Damien nodded. "I saw that they were apologizing to me, but I think it's better not to. They're apologizing like this now. I don't know what to say." After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke. "What do you mean you don't know what to say? Damien, are you scared by them?" "Damien, just watch me. You know this is all my fault." Ethan looked at Damien and was really dumbfounded. Damn it, this guy is so stupid. Ethan looked at Damien. "What do you want to do?" Ethan asked him to go there and take revenge, not to sit here and apologize to others. Ethan asked them what their names were, and they told Ethan that one was called Chen and the other was called Zhao Tian. Ethan nodded slowly. "I already know about your bullying of Damien. If it is you who bullied Damien, then our matter will definitely not be that simple." Ethan cautiously, not knowing what Ethan wanted to do. After all, they all knew that they were wrong in this matter, so they didn't want Ethan to do anything to them again. After thinking about this, the person in front of him quickly spoke. "Oh my God, we really did something wrong. Please don't embarrass us anymore. We really don't dare to do it again." Ethan smiled. "You just apologized, and I don't think Damien heard it." "Damien, did you hear it?" Damien immediately shook his head. "I didn't hear it. Of course I didn't hear it," Damien said as he looked at Chen and Zhao Tian. Chen and Zhao Tian shouted loudly again. "I was wrong, Damien." Hearing this, Damien nodded slowly, thinking that this was about right. "That's more like it. You should have apologized to me a long time ago." "Got it." After hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and nodded quickly. "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Please don't be angry anymore, okay?" "What do you mean by your fault? You know now that you did something wrong. If you really knew that you did something wrong, then this matter would seem a little simple." Damien just hit both of them, one punch each. "You two should apologize to me now that you know what happened." "What happened before?" "You two." After hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and then quickly said something nice to Damien and Ethan. After thinking about this, the two looked at Ethan. "Otherwise, you could just take us two as your brothers. We really won't be your brothers." Chapter 83, Two Troubles. After hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, "Do you really want to be my little brother?" Ethan looked at the two of them. Ethan didn't want to accept both of them, because accepting them would only bring him more trouble. So Ethan didn't want to cause himself this trouble. But they were here, forcing Ethan to accept them, looking at Ethan and saying with a smile, You don't have any younger brothers, right? If you don't have any younger brothers, then you can just take me in. Ethan thought about it and realized that he indeed had no subordinates. But even if he doesn't have any younger brothers under his command, he doesn't want to recruit him, because when this person saw himself, he felt that he was completely different from himself. And he asked me to take him in. How could I take him in and keep him? After hearing this, Ethan wanted to laugh really hard. It's really easy for them to talk now, and neither of them is a worry-free person. Damien had been bullying these two guys, and Ethan glanced at Damien. Damien, that's enough, and you've had enough now, haven't you? Damien nodded slowly. Yes, now I have bullied him, but he just made me really angry. Thank you. Ethan asked curiously. Now you know how to thank me? What were you doing before? Weren't you scared before? Why aren't you scared now? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Just now, I was a little scared because you were not by my side. Ethan pointed at himself. What do you mean by that? I wasn't by your side, and now that I'm by your side, you're not afraid anymore, right? That's probably what Damien meant. Because Ethan was not by my side. Now that Ethan is here, I am not scared anymore. After thinking about this, Ethan smiled. Damien, are you a little dependent on me? Damien didn't know whether he was somewhat dependent on Ethan. After thinking about this, the man in front of him shook his head in confusion. I don't know. I don't know if I'm a little dependent on you now, huh? At this time, Chen spoke. By the way, brother, do you have time today? Let's go eat together. Ethan glanced at Chen. What? Take me to dinner. Are you going to come with me, or do I have to let you treat me? After listening to this, Chen quickly spoke. Of course I treated you to a meal. Otherwise, what else could it be? It must have been me who treated you to a meal. Since I said it so sincerely, please give me some face. Ethan had his own things to do tonight, so he was in no mood to have dinner with him. After thinking about this, Ethan immediately shook his head. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to have dinner with you right now. I have other things to do tonight. Damien wanted to take advantage of this, Damien said with a smile. Otherwise, let's go have dinner. Besides, they have invited us so sincerely. If we don't go, it would be a bit embarrassing. Ethan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He just smiled faintly. What's not so good? I ask you, what's not so good? Don't drag me into this. Ethan didn't like being involved in everything, so he looked at Damien. All right, you've been bullying him for such a long time. Now stop bullying him. Originally, Damien still felt that it was not enough, but since Ethan had already said so, he decided not to bully him. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. Well, since my eldest brother has already said that he doesn't want me to bully you, I won't bully you. Ethan looked at the time and thought it was time for him to leave, as he had been here for such a long time. Ethan glanced at Damien. I'm leaving now. I have something else to do. Ethan glanced at Damien. Damien, you should also take it easy. Don't think that just because I let you go, you can go and bully others. You can't bully others, don't you understand? Damien felt extremely wronged. When did you bully others? After thinking about this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. I won't bully others, don't worry. Ethan didn't know about this. Ethan said with a laugh. You really won't bully others? You look like you're not convinced. Ethan looked at Chen and Zhao Tian. What time is it now? You two won't go back. Aren't your family members looking for you? Chen and Zhao Tian didn't want to go back, especially after seeing how powerful Ethan was. Chen and Zhao Tian each took one. By the way, if not, why don't we take you back? I heard your home is far away from here, right? Ethan didn't know where they heard it from. How can my home be far from here? I live in a small yard next to it. Ethan frowned. Who told you that? What do you mean my home is far away? How far is my home? My home is right next to here. Don't you know that? Both of them shook their heads in confusion. I don't know. I don't know at all. I don't know what's going on. Just let us take you back, brother. It turned out that both Chen and Zhao Tian had changed their nicknames and even called themselves Big Brother. Ethan felt a little uncomfortable hearing this. Don't call me Big Brother. I haven't agreed yet. It's not good for you two to call me Big Brother. But both of them felt that it was nothing, and they said it with a smile. Oh, don't say that. Actually, we can still cooperate, right? After hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What does it mean to be able to cooperate? Ethan looked between the two of them. I told you guys, don't call me Big Brother anymore. I haven't done anything to you yet, and you're calling me Big Brother now. If you guys really get into trouble in the future, you'll have to blame me for it. Chapter 84, Good Nature. Forget it, forget it. Please don't call me Big Brother. I can't bear it. Ethan knew that these two people actually liked to stir up trouble and were among the most aggressive hooligans in the school. If the two of them really get into trouble, they will definitely come looking for me. So the eldest brother cannot afford it himself. Ethan looked at the two men. Why don't you two leave? Almost all the students in the school are leaving. What are you still doing here? Ethan once again tried to shoo them away, but the two men just stood there and didn't look like they were going to leave. Brother, let's take you back first. At this time, Damien came out and said with a laugh, "Oh my God, did you hear that? People are already calling you Big Brother." Ethan didn't want them to call him Big Brother. Ethan looked at Damien. Damien, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Damien immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. How could I have done that on purpose? Please don't think of me like that. Damien on the side said with a smile. Actually, I think this is a good idea. If they treat you as their big brother, then they won't bully me anymore. Ethan glanced at Damien. Damien, that's all you can do. Ethan looked at Damien unhappily. Damien didn't want to be bullied by others, so he was going to sell himself out? After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No. I'm just saying, I'm so sincere, I'm already thinking of you as my mistaken big brother. If you don't agree, that would be a bit too much. Chen Wei and Zhao Tian looked at Ethan from the left and right, with sincere expressions on their faces, and they really wanted to treat Ethan as their big brother. But after hearing this, Ethan refused again. Forget it, there's no need to go on like this now. Ethan said as he looked at the two people, who nodded slowly after hearing this. Well, if that's the case, then forget it. Let's send you back. It's already like this, and we don't want to leave you here. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes. Actually, we have already said it a long time ago. We're going to send you home. In fact, you can also consider it. Ethan said he wouldn't consider it, so why are they still nagging here, right? After all, the person in front of him had already said it. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. How about this? You take Damien back. Aren't you two doing nothing here? You take Damien back. After hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean we send Damien back? You are our big brother. Damien thought so too. After hearing this, Damien was also a little confused. You are their big brother. You want me to send him back? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Ethan didn't feel that something was wrong, and he said with a smile, What's wrong? I asked someone to send you back so that no one would bully you. Are you still not happy now? Damien was unwilling, but he just felt that it seemed a little weird. I just had a fight with him this morning, and it was very, very unpleasant. But now, everything has changed within this period of time, and he is back to being with others. After thinking about this, I always felt like something was strange. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. If not, forget it. Ethan heard this. He thought, forget it. How could he possibly just forget it? Ethan didn't know why this could be let go. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. What's going on? How can this just be left alone? What do you want, Damien? Damien looked at Ethan. Oh, I said, he gave it to you, not to me, and he was very unhappy about it. I'm not the big brother now, but you're the big brother. Ethan already understood. So this is what it means. If I care about this, then I will be helpless. Ethan glanced at Damien. If that's what you care about, Damien, then I don't have much of a plan. After hearing this, Damien said with a smile. Okay, I don't care. It's all right if I don't care. Let's go home. I have things to do here. What are you doing here? Can we go back quickly? After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile. Okay, then let's go back quickly. We will send you back, and you will be closer to Big Brother in the future. Is that what you mean? Damien was stunned when he heard this, but he definitely didn't mean that. Ethan looked at the two men and thought that they were not bad people, and they had no ill intentions. I just thought it was very fun to show off my power in school, so I became a gangster in school. Ethan glanced at a few people. I'm telling you, don't bully others in school anymore. If you bully others, you never know when the consequences will come back to haunt you. So if you can, you better behave yourself and stop bullying others one by one. Do you hear me? After hearing this, everyone nodded. Don't worry, brother. Ethan didn't like hearing them calling him Big Brother here. Why call me that? Calling myself Big Brother always feels like something is a bit weird. Ethan glanced at them. Okay, stop calling me Big Brother. Just leave now. Ethan didn't want to see them staying here any longer, and since they kept calling him Big Brother, it seemed like he really had to protect them. If I don't protect them, it would seem that I am the one who is wrong. So when Ethan heard them calling him Big Brother, he felt very awkward. Chen Wei and Zhao Tian sent Damien home, while Ethan returned to his own yard. Ethan is very, very close to the small yard. Ethan was walking slowly when he suddenly received a message. Chapter 85, Suspicious Person. This message asked Ethan to go to a park, saying that there was a package in the park, and asked him to pick it up. Ethan was puzzled. What package was he going to pick up? And he didn't know anyone in the park. Ethan had no choice but to go to the park to see what it was. It was possible that one of them was playing tricks here or something. Ethan got there, he found the park was empty. Ethan was very curious, so he took out his cell phone again and wanted to call to ask what was going on. Even if they wanted to do something to themselves, they wouldn't do it like this. I originally wanted to go home, but my plan to go home was ruined, and the little one at home also needs to eat. Ethan became extremely angry when he thought about this place. They were really despicable. When Ethan turned around and wanted to curse, he found that the park was very, very lively. Although it was very lively, no one went to see Ethan, and no one came up to talk to Ethan. If they really want to do something, there must be someone coming to guide them or something. But if that's the case, what's going on with them? At this time, Ethan sent a text message to the person on the other end, wanting to ask him what was going on and why he didn't answer his messages. Ethan felt a little annoyed. If he had known earlier, he should have asked the two of them to come and see him off. Otherwise, how could things be like this now? After thinking about this, Ethan was about to leave when he found another message. Because the person above told Ethan not to waste his time waiting for him. And even if he waited, he wouldn't be able to wait for too long. Ethan looked around. He didn't find any suspicious people nearby. What was going on? Ethan looked around himself, and there was no one suspicious. Moreover, all the old men and women in this circle were dancing and playing their own games, so no one was looking at him. Seeing them like this made Ethan very curious. Ethan sent a message back to this number, but when Ethan called back, it was an unavailable number. But when Ethan messaged him back, he didn't know he couldn't answer. But when he received his own message, the number alone was strange enough for Ethan to hear. But where exactly is this person? I've been looking around here for a long time, but I still can't figure out what's going on. If this is really the case, then the person should show up. Ethan wanted this person to show up, but he didn't know where this person was, so Ethan had to wander around the park. At this moment, when these uncles and aunts saw Ethan, they were very interested. So he pulled Ethan and didn't want to let him leave, and Ethan didn't understand what was going on. What's going on? I'm not dancing here. Grandpa and Auntie, you may have recognized the wrong person. Ethan looked at these old men and women with some fear. He wondered if they really thought that they were here to dance. Ethan saw this group of old men and women. He thought they were very, very funny, and they also looked quite funny. Hey, uncles and aunts, what are you doing? Ethan looked at this group of uncles and aunts while smiling. The uncles and aunts looked at Ethan. Hey, young man, there aren't many people as young as you who come to dance in our park nowadays. Come quickly. Ethan pointed at himself. I'm not dancing. Ethan now feels as if he can't speak out his pain. No, uncles and aunties, you must have misunderstood. I really don't mean to dance here. You really have misunderstood. After hearing this, the uncles and aunts looked at Ethan. Is this true? You've been standing here for quite some time. You're actually suitable for dancing. Ethan pointed at himself. I'm not here to dance. I'm here to find someone. An old man nearby glanced at Ethan. Who are you looking for? We all know the uncles and aunts here. Ethan didn't know if he was here to look for some old man or old woman, because Ethan didn't know what this person looked like, nor did he know why this person was playing tricks here. So this made him very, very annoyed now. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. Grandpas and aunties, please don't ask me anymore. I'm really not looking for you. A group of grandpas and aunties. Just dance your own dance first. Ethan said as he looked at the person in front of him. The old men and women had no choice but to nod and go about their own business. Ethan watched them dancing and actually felt a little bit of longing in his heart. Ethan looked at this group of old men and women. Have you seen any suspicious people appear here today? The uncles and aunts shook their heads. No, we're here every day, and these people are all people we are very familiar with. As for strangers, there is no one else except you. Except that you are a relatively stranger, there is no one else. After hearing this, the person in front of him slowly nodded and said, This is strange. What is going on? If there are no strangers at all, then what exactly is the problem? I always feel like something is strange, but I can't tell exactly where the problem is or what it is. There aren't any strangers, sir. Of course there are no strangers. If there were any strangers, I would have told you long ago. Who are you looking for here, young man? Ethan pointed at himself. Who can I look for here? Of course I'm going to look for the person I want to look for. Otherwise, what do you think? Ha! Before, the uncles and aunts looked at Ethan and had no choice but to nod their heads. Well then, young man, you can look for it here by yourself. Anyway, things have already come to this, and we can't find the person you want here. So you should hurry up and look for him. Ethan nodded, then stood aside and looked for a while. And indeed, he did not find the person. Chapter 86, Strange Information. At this moment, a message suddenly came to Ethan's mobile phone. Ethan opened the message and found that it was indeed that person. This person asked him to go to the rockery. Ethan was very unhappy when he received this message. Now I ask myself to go somewhere else, but I have to go to the rockery. Ethan thought of the person in front of him. Ethan said, "Behind this rockery, I don't know what will be behind it." Ethan got behind the rockery. There was a box behind it. This wooden one is for myself, although I don't know what's inside it. Ethan wanted to open the box. He thought again and decided not to open the box and wait until he got home to see what was going on. Yes, it feels like this person loves you. And I always feel that it seems very strange that he knows everything I do. And he knew it clearly. It was as if he had installed a camera on my body and was watching me. Who on earth is this person, playing tricks on himself here? Ethan felt like he was almost out of patience. Besides, I've been here for a long time and I have to force myself to do this and that. Ethan was about to try to open the box, but then he remembered what happened just now. Ethan still closed the box. If you open the box, there will be no regrets. Just play tricks here and scare yourself. Ethan went back. The group of old men and women were very curious when they saw Ethan was leaving. "What are you doing? Have you found someone? Come and dance with us. We see that you have really good figures." Ethan didn't know why they were still thinking about me. I didn't say I wanted to see you again, and I didn't say I wanted to dance with you. He looked at this group of old men and women and said, "These old men are really having a lot of fun. And what else do I have to say?" I heard this. This surprised me very much because I'd already said that I didn't want to do this. Ethan looked at them dancing square dance here and felt a little amused. "Just dance if you want, but why do you have to hurt yourself? I feel like I'm really helpless, and I feel like I'm about to enter old age. When would I ever do something like this? It makes me feel really funny just thinking about it." When the old man and woman next to him called him again, Ethan spoke helplessly. "Grandpas and aunties, do you know how old I am? You want me to dance square dance with you again? I'm in high school. Oh my God, you're exaggerating now." After hearing this, the uncles and aunts didn't understand at all. And the uncles and aunts all think that it is a very good choice to let Ethan come here to dance. Because Ethan has a very good figure and is tall, he would be quite good at dancing. Ethan liked this. Ethan saw this. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just because I have a good figure, does that mean I have to dance with him here? Ethan looked at this group of uncles and aunts. Okay, I'm leaving. I really am leaving. Please stop forcing me here. If you force me here, I really can't live now. The uncles and aunts laughed and said, "Don't say that. Look at you, you are so handsome and cute. If you dance, you can not only get a very good body, but also gain a lot of things for yourself, you know?" Ethan didn't know what he could get now, and it was talked about so mysteriously. Ethan is in good health now. Of course, Ethan's good health has not been a one-day thing. The reason why Ethan is in good health now is that he likes to exercise regularly. Ethan, who is in good health, glanced at this group of old men and women. "Uncles and aunties, I'm leaving now. I don't have time to chat with you here. I'm really busy right now." Ethan was still holding the wooden box in his hand, and he was very curious about what was inside. I don't know who put this thing here, but no matter what, Ethan decided to see the secret inside the box. Ethan doesn't see the secret in the box. He will definitely not be at peace for a long time. So now Ethan must take a look at what is inside here to find out what is inside. Ethan saw these old men and women pestering him. He felt like laughing. Do I really look like a dancer now? And I have said it there no less than several times, especially this issue. I've been saying it over and over again. I have said it several times, but after seeing it, no one believed me. Okay, uncles and aunts, I really have to go. I have to go to school later." Ethan finished speaking. He ran away without caring about what they were saying behind him. So I left quickly. Ethan glanced at the group of old men and women who were still behind him, ready to take him away. Ethan couldn't help but want to laugh. This group of uncles and aunts are really funny, and each one of them is so cute. But Ethan still has to go home quickly. After returning home, Ethan took out the letter from the box. It turned out that the letter was left for him by his mother. The letter said that if Ethan read this letter, it would definitely mean that he was gone. So now Ethan must find a man named Uncle Yin. Ethan thought, what's the point of calling him Uncle Yin? Who is this person? Moreover, this person made him very confused. He didn't know what was going on and where he could find him. Just when Ethan was wondering, his cell phone suddenly rang again. It said that if you wanted to find Uncle Yin, you should go to the water park in 3 days. Chapter 87, Come to Eat Again. Ethan felt that all this seemed to be arranged by fate and destined. What was going on? Was there really someone monitoring him? Just when Ethan was wondering, a voice came from outside the door. "Ethan, what are you doing?" "I'm here to eat for free again." Ethan recognized the voice as Damien S. "Damien here at this hour? Didn't he go home just now?" Ethan walked out and saw that Damien was indeed outside. Ethan asked curiously, "Damien, what are you doing here? You're not here." Damien shook his head. "Who said I'm not here anymore? What's wrong? You seem to be very unwelcome to me." Ethan glanced at Damien. "It's not that I don't welcome you, but I think your coming here is very abrupt, and I don't know why you are here." Damien smiled. "I can't come to your house now, right? Is it because you're hiding something in your house that won't let me come?" Ethan didn't mean that. Ethan glanced at Damien. "Damien, you can't just say that." After hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. "What's going on? You really don't want me to come, right?" Ethan shook his head. No, just come if you want. It's just that you came too abruptly. And didn't you just leave with Chen Wei and Zhao Tian? So I don't know why you came here now. Now you understand." After hearing this, Damien nodded slowly. "I'm here now, but you won't let me in. However, I bought some things today and want to cook at your place. I wonder if you're willing." For Ethan, it was nothing. If he wanted to eat here, he could eat here. It's just that Ethan is worried now and has been thinking about that matter all the time. That incident made me feel very uneasy, and I wanted to find someone called Uncle Yin. The key point is that he has never seen this person before. So why did he say this in the letter? My mother did pass away, and after that, my life became extremely difficult. And when I stayed at his house before, I felt very annoyed. Now he's asked to find this person again. Could it be that he wants me to live under someone else's roof again? Ethan doesn't want to do this kind of thing anymore. At this moment, Ethan is here with a worried look on his face. Damien didn't know what Ethan was doing, nor what Ethan had been through. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke. "What's wrong with you? I see you look really troubled here every day. What's going on with you?" After hearing this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. "I'm Fina. Why do you care so much about me? I'm Fina. Why should I care if you're okay? Are you really okay? I see that your face looks like you have something on your mind. Now you tell me you're okay. Is that true?" After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "I've already told you, I'm really fine. I've already told you I'm fine, but you still don't believe me." Ethan glanced at Damien. "What delicious food have you made for me now that you are here? I'm very curious. I wonder what delicious food you have made for me here." After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile, "What delicious food can I make? I have made so many delicious food now, but I don't know which one you like." Ethan pointed at himself. "Which one do I like to eat? I like to eat a lot of things, and you even bought me sushi." "Yes, I also bought you sushi. I know you like sushi, so I specially prepared it for you. How about this? Is it a surprise? Is it unexpected?" Ethan glanced at Damien helplessly. "By the way, how come you were able to come here again after those two people sent you home? This really overturned my 3 views. I thought you would just follow me obediently." After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "What are you thinking?" The two of them did send me back. "But I was really bored staying at home alone, so I came here. Otherwise, why would I come here now, don't you think?" After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. "If you're bored, your home is so much fun and there's someone to keep you company. I'm really bored here by myself." Ethan glanced at Damien. "Damien, this is simply a case of not knowing how lucky you are." Damien pointed at himself. "How come I don't know how to appreciate the blessing I have? Why do I feel like you have some hidden meaning in your words? If you want to say something to me, just say it directly. Don't be so ambiguous here." After hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. "Who said I have anything to say to you?" Damien bought a lot of food. It was obvious that Damien was a foodie. Seeing Damien like this, Ethan couldn't help but speak. "You are really a foodie. What else can you do besides eating?" Damien pointed at himself. "I don't do anything except eating, but I think it's good this way. Because now I still know how to eat. Don't you know that I can live a very carefree life like this?" After hearing this, the person in front of him frowned. "You really are like this. You really only eat. Okay, after you finish eating, go to the cram school soon. I know your mother has enrolled you in one." Damien looked very surprised, then stared at Ethan. "Oh, how do you know all this?" "My mom did enroll me in a cram school. But she signed me up for this cram school, and I really don't like it. Now that I don't like this cram school, I won't go." Ethan immediately spoke up. "How can you do that? You don't like this cram school now. How can you not go? You're definitely not going to do it this way. If you say that, then if people don't like something, they won't go there. Is that what you mean?" Chapter 88, Shocking Secret. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Yes, if I say I don't like it, then I won't go. It's already like this, what else should I do?" Damien looked fearless and didn't take the matter seriously at all. Ethan said, "If he really doesn't want to go, then there's nothing he can do about it. If you really don't want to go, then I can't do anything to you now, so just don't go." After hearing this, The person in front of him nodded heavily. Ethan looked at Damien and nodded. If you want to stay here, then stay here. I won't take care of your meals anyway. Damien smiled. The two of them spent the past 2 days together. On the third day, Ethan had something very important to do and could not stay with the monkey any longer. So Ethan let the monkey go home first. On this day, Ethan took a day off because we need to go to the water park to see what the situation is like and what it is like. Damien was curious when he saw Ethan asking for leave. Where are you going? Why did you ask for leave? Is there something wrong? Ethan shook his head. Whatever happens, I have my own things to do. Don't come to my house today. Go to class if you need to. Go home when it's time to go home. Don't come to my house anymore. Find my mother for me. Do you hear me? Damien agreed obediently and told Ethan that he would attend class obediently. Ethan then nodded in satisfaction. You should just go to class obediently. Why are you playing around here? Ethan came to the water park as agreed. Ethan really didn't know what would be waiting for him in the water park. Ethan waited here for a long time, and then a middle-aged man came over. Ethan looked at the middle-aged man and thought to himself that maybe this man was the one he was waiting for. I didn't expect that this middle-aged man would just walk over to me. Master, you are here. Ethan listened to this unfamiliar title. What does young master mean? Besides, who is this man? Ethan felt very, very strange as this man. Ethan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Did you recognize the wrong person? Ethan felt that this man was a little strange and wanted to leave. To be precise, Ethan no longer dared to stay here. Ethan looked at the man in front of him. Who are you? Why do you call me master? As far as I can remember, my family seemed to have always been very, very ordinary. So she was really surprised when this man suddenly called her young master. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. Are you the one who wrote to me? The man in front of him nodded slowly. Yes, I'm the one who wrote to you. I'm the one who asked you to come here. I am sorry for scaring you. Ethan was not frightened, but he was surprised. Ethan didn't know where this man came from and why he looked so familiar to him. So, Ethan was a little surprised by this. Ethan said curiously, Do I know you? I heard that you and my mother were good friends, right? But my mother is dead now. Ethan's face, but the man in front of him seemed to be very clear about it. And now the man in front of him also knows it. After hearing this, the man in front of him smiled. I know all this, and I would understand it even if you didn't tell me. After hearing this, Ethan felt relieved. Now that he understood, Ethan was curious about what he would say to him next. Ethan nodded slowly. Since you already know about my mother's situation, why did you ask me out now? What's the matter? After hearing this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. You really don't know? Ethan felt a little confused by what he heard here. What does it mean? What does it mean to not know? I don't know what it is about. After thinking about this, Ethan spoke curiously. What do you mean? I'm a little confused by everything you said now. I don't know what you mean by all this. After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile. It's like this. Before your mother died, she gave the company to me to manage. Now, it's time to return the company to you. Ethan frowned when he heard this. How is this possible? How can my mother own a company? And I feel very confused about when this company was registered, and it seems like I never knew about this matter. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. I'm sorry, you may have recognized the wrong person. I'm not the person you're talking about, Ethan. There are many people who mistake people for others these days, so one more won't make a difference. What's more, my mother is so rich and has established a company. Why didn't she tell me before? I find all of this hard to believe, let alone the fact that there is any company at all. If there was any company, I would have known about it long ago. But how is this possible now? Ethan thought about this. He felt very curious about all this. The man in front of him spoke. I am the Uncle Yin that I mentioned to you in the letter. I'm good friends with your mother, and we have been playing together for a long time. But unfortunately, he has passed away now. Since he is no longer alive, everything you have is handed over to me. Do you understand? You were so young at the time, so your mother is willing to let me hand over the company to you. If you weren't so young, your mother wouldn't have handed the company over to me. Do you understand? After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke slowly. So that's how it is. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. If you say so, then my mother really has a company, and now she needs to hand it over to me to manage, right? Ethan sorted out what he wanted to say. Chapter 89 Management Company. It's roughly like this. There was a company that wanted to be handed over to me for management, and then you decided to come find me. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded. That's what I mean. There's no one to manage the company now, and I can't continue to manage it. Your time is up now. Ethan nodded slowly. So that's how it is. Seeing that he looked so unconvinced, I spoke in a low voice. It's like this actually. I will be managing everything for you during this period of time. But we have already observed that you have a strong ability to adapt, so we can hand this thing over to you now. Ethan finally understood that they had been experimenting on him during this period of time, and that this was all to give him a chance to adapt. After hearing this, Ethan nodded slowly, accepting everything, because all this was really incredible to Ethan. If I really want to accept all this, it is indeed very difficult, as I'm a person with ordinary looks and ordinary family background. All of this was what Ethan thought, and now you want him to inherit a company or something, which really makes Ethan hard to believe. Seeing Ethan's unbelieving look, he said with a smile, "Tell me if you have any doubts now. If you have any doubts now, just say it directly. I can help you solve all the doubts in your heart." Ethan asked curiously, "Oh really? Do you know the Lin Wenming family? That's the family my mother left me with." After hearing this, Uncle Yin nodded slowly. "Actually, I know everything you are saying now." Ethan was a little curious when he heard this. It turned out that he knew all of this. No wonder he felt so calm when he heard about that day, just now. It turned out that he knew all of this. Ethan said with a smile, "If that's the case, let me ask you. Then why don't you come and rescue me?" Uncle Yin felt that there was no need to rescue him, because he thought Ethan was living well there. After thinking about this, he continued speaking. "Aren't you living well there? And I feel that man treats you well, doesn't he?" Regarding this, it is true that the man treats her very well, but the same cannot be said for the woman. If it weren't for the fact that he saw that woman was so pitiful when Lin Wenming came out that day, Ethan could have easily persuaded him with just a few words to not want to go back. After hearing this, Ethan said with a smile, "You are the last old fox. You know everything." The third sister looked at Ethan. "No, that can't be said. I'm not the last old fox. In fact, many things are destined. You have to accept these trainings now. Do you understand?" Ethan pointed at himself. "Do I need to take more of this exercise? I've already had enough of it. It's already enough for me now, and you still want me to accept more. Now, is the test over now?" Uncle Yin nodded slowly. "Yes, that's about it." Uncle Yin now feels that the test is over, so he's going to take Ethan back now. Ethan felt that it was all like a dream, just like what was written in the novel. He suddenly became the young master of a wealthy family. This seems to be something that only appears in many novels, so what I want to say now is to ask myself these questions and admit that I really can't believe it. Uncle Yin thought about it. "What are you still not sure about? I can see from your face that you really don't believe it." Ethan didn't try to hide anything. He just nodded. "If that's the case, then I'll just speak frankly. I really don't believe it. Although I have seen through this world, and many things and situations have already happened, but now that all of this is happening to me, I still feel a little bit unconvinced." Uncle Yin smiled. "Yes, if this happened to someone else, they would definitely not believe it. But if it happens to you, you have to believe it. Okay, let's go back. I came here today to pick you up." Ethan frowned. "Pick me up and take me back? Where should I go? The small courtyard where I live now is quite nice, so I don't want to go anywhere else now." Ethan glanced at the person in front of him. "What do you mean by that? You pick me up again, and I don't want to go anywhere else, so you'd better not waste your energy." Ethan was a little afraid to leave with him, not knowing where he would be taken. "I don't find it very difficult for me to accept all this now, because it is all too unbelievable for me. How could a company suddenly appear?" Ethan looked at Uncle Yin in front of him in some disbelief. "Uncle Yin, I think these things are too hard for me to accept, and they suddenly made such a big change for me. To be honest, I can't accept it now." Uncle Yin could understand. Not to mention Ethan, even if someone else suddenly underwent such a drastic change, no one would be able to bear it. "I look forward to understanding very much." After thinking about this, I immediately nodded. "I know that your status has changed so much all of a sudden, and you're asked to take over the company all of a sudden. You definitely can't handle it now. But what I can tell you is, Ethan, this company was founded by your mother, and now she has passed away, and she has handed it over to me to manage. So, the current situation is not what you imagined. Although I manage this company, the reason I haven't told you is because you don't have the ability to take over this company yet." Ethan understood. No wonder he didn't come to see him or talk to him before. It turned out to be because of this reason. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly nodded. "So that's how it is. If you put it that way, then I might understand it in my heart now." Chapter 90, the same plot. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Right. Now you understand. Do you still have any questions in your mind?" Ethan asked curiously. "So now I have to go back and take over this company?" Ethan slowly asked the questions in his heart. Uncle Ian nodded heavily. "Yes, the reason why I'm telling you this now is to let you return to the company and oversee all matters within the company, because now you're capable of accepting it. Ethan had been thinking in his heart that he had the ability to accept it. How did he know that he had the ability to accept it now? After thinking about this, the person in front of him asked curiously, "How do you know that I have the ability to accept it now? What if I don't have this ability?" Uncle Yin said this with a smile. "Okay, stop teasing me. I already know that you have recovered your mood, and I've been watching people secretly observing you the whole time. I didn't expect you to have such great abilities, even though you appear to be a child. But you already have such great power in the mainland now, and you've already taken down Jean Ting, so you definitely have this ability." Ethan said. When he heard this, he felt very happy in his heart. After all, he did take on the mood. After thinking about this, Ethan nodded heavily. "So that's how it is. I thought this would be my whole life. I never expected that I would be given such a big company all of a sudden, and it was founded by my mother. To be honest, this matter is very, very difficult for me to accept right now." After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. "Master, this matter does seem to be a little difficult for you to accept, but don't worry too much. Just leave the next matter to me." After hearing this, the person in front of him asked curiously, "What do you mean? What do you mean by that?" "Uncle Yin came today just to pick up Ethan." Uncle Yin looked at Ethan. "It seems that you're not very satisfied with the current result. If there is anything you're not satisfied with, just tell me. If I can help you, I will definitely do it." Ethan was not dissatisfied. Ethan shook his head. "I'm not really dissatisfied with all this now. It's because I find it very difficult to accept all of this. Even now, I still can't accept it. I feel like I am a successor now." After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. "Yes, this may be very difficult for you to accept, but now you really have the ability to do it. So come back to the company with me." Ethan looked at Uncle Yin. Uncle Yin's purpose today was to bring him back to the company. So no matter what, I guess I have to go back to the company with him today. After thinking about this, the person in front of me said, "Okay, what you mean is that I have to go back to the company with you now. If I don't go back to the company with you, that won't work, right?" After thinking about this, Uncle Yin thought for a while. "I know you must be unable to accept this matter now, but it doesn't matter. You need to adapt to this kind of thing slowly. It's not that you can adapt to it all at once, or accept it all at once. It's okay. If you really can't adapt now, you can adapt slowly. Anyway, this is your asset anyway. What's more, you have the ability to accept it now. No one else can do anything to you." After hearing this, Ethan nodded slowly. "This is correct. This is my own company. Since it was left to me by my mother, no one else can take this company away from me." Ethan nodded slowly. "That's true, if you say so." Uncle Yin smiled. "You look really handsome now, don't you? You really have inherited all those excellent genes from your mother." Ethan smiled faintly. In fact, there was no big change on Ethan's face. It was just that Ethan was still thinking about this matter in his heart. After thinking about this, Ethan nodded. At this time, Uncle Yin on the side spoke up. "How about this? Let's go inside the company and take a look. Now you can get familiar with the environment inside the company. This company will be yours sooner or later, so let's go back and take a look first." Ethan glanced at Uncle Yin. "Is this okay?" Uncle Yin smiled, and seeing that Ethan still looked so uncomfortable, he spoke. "There's nothing wrong with that. This is your company." Ethan reluctantly accepted it in his heart. "Yes, this is my company. There's nothing to get used to." "Okay, if that's the case, let's go inside the company and take a look." Just like what Uncle Yin said, Ethan will have to adapt to his new identity sooner or later. Ethan really didn't expect that after his mother passed away, she would leave him such a huge fortune. It was just like a dream, just like the plots in novels. The male protagonist suddenly found himself turned into a rich second generation. So what? Am I not now the male protagonist in those novels? Although he didn't know, he felt that he had something waiting for him next, so Ethan decided it would be better to go in and take a look first. Uncle Yin never asked about trivial matters in life, because Uncle Yin knew that Ethan had been doing well recently, and Uncle Yin had been secretly observing Ethan. Ethan was very, very curious and had all kinds of questions. After thinking about this, Ethan asked angrily, "You have been secretly observing me all this time, so you feel that I am ready now, so you can find me now, right?" Uncle Yin thought about it. However, I think that's probably the way to put it. Chapter 91, Secret Observation. Because he has indeed been observing you in secret. He only came to find you after he thought you were ready. But I didn't leave you here on purpose. You don't have to think too much. It's just a training for you. Uncle Yin was afraid that he was thinking too much, so he said that. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, and Uncle Yin patted Ethan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, It's not what you imagined. Besides, everyone in our company is looking forward to it and wants to meet you very much. Ethan pointed at himself. Really? They all want to see me. It turns out you've already told them about my existence. Of course, Uncle Yin had to tell them. And since Ethan would be their chairman in the future, of course he had to tell them about Ethan's existence. When everyone found out that there was also a general manager and chairman participating, the employees were very surprised. Everyone really wants to meet Ethan and see what he looks like. Ethan touched his face. I'd better not give them any expectations of me now that I look like this. After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. No, of course I'm looking forward to it very much. You are so beautiful, and you are afraid of being seen. After hearing this, the person in front of him burst out laughing. It's not something you can see or not see, you know? It's not at all what you imagine. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. After the two of them arrived at the company together, the employees in the company were already waiting for Ethan and Uncle Yin. Seeing Ethan and Uncle Yin coming back, the company employees gave them a warm welcome. The employees in the company saw Ethan. They stood up excitedly to welcome the young boss. Ethan felt that this name was a bit strange. Now in this age of the internet, calling oneself the young master really feels very strange, and it always feels like something is not right. Ethan looked at them and told them not to be so polite. Uncle Yin had reserved an office specifically for Ethan. Uncle Yin took a look at Ethan and quickly asked Ethan to sit in. This is your office. I wonder if you like it. I don't know what style you like. If you have any opinions, you can tell me. I'll make it for you in the style you like. Ethan thinks the current one is good enough and there is no need to change it. Ethan looked around the office. Okay, no need to change. I think this office is good now. Let's leave it like this. After hearing his words, the person in front of him nodded slowly. Okay, if that's the case, then that's fine. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. This company was extremely large, and most of its things were beyond Ethan's imagination. Ethan really didn't know how big a group was supporting him behind him. Uncle Yin also walked in at this time. How about this? I'll take you to the company first. And the decorations here are all based on your mother's preferences, but now you have to accept this company. So I don't know what style you like. If possible, I will set it according to your style. Ethan pointed at himself. Me? Actually, I feel like I'm fine. I can be whatever I want. Ethan looked around the office and the various things going on in the company and found everything to be good. I have to say that my mother has a very good taste, and Ethan likes it very much too. Ethan shook his head. Okay, that's it. I think it's good. I don't need to change anything. Diamond on the side asked curiously. Are you sure? I won't change anything. If that's the case, then I don't need to look for a decoration company anymore. Ethan was very, very sure of this. Thinking of this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, I am very sure that I don't need to change it. Besides, the current look is really good. My mother likes it, so let's keep it. Ethan mentioned his mother. He seemed to have a lot to say, but he threw it all back. Uncle Yin next to him said with a smile, You and your mother are very, very similar, and you have inherited a lot of things from him. Ethan asked curiously, Oh, really? Maybe. Maybe it's because he's my mother, so I inherited this from him. If he wasn't my mother, how could I have so many of his good qualities? I'm very grateful to him for giving birth to such a good me. Ethan walked and looked at the company. He liked it very much, but he was not able to accept it yet. So after walking around for a while, Ethan followed Uncle Yin back to the office. Uncle Yin asked Ethan to sit in the office while he stood. Ethan was very uncomfortable and awkward with his current rules and behavior. Uncle Yin, you just sit here and I'll stand there. But Uncle Yin said, No, you're the chairman now, so you have to sit there. Ethan heard these 3 words. He became the chairman. When did he become the chairman? He did not accept this position. After thinking about this, Ethan immediately shook his head. I think you may be mistaken. Although this is my mother's company, I don't have the intention to take over the company yet. I'm also very busy right now. When Uncle Yin heard this, he immediately shook his head and wondered how this could be possible. No, this company was originally left to you by your mother, and I am just his client. Now that you have the ability to accept it, you must take over this company. My grandfather is old. I don't have any children, and I'm in poor health. Anything is possible. You should accept this company. Ethan thought for a moment and looked at the person in front of him. It's not that I don't accept this. It's because my ability hasn't reached that level yet. Chapter 92 Return to the company. My ability is still very weak, not to mention that I'm still in school. Uncle Yin was very clear about everything Ethan said. But the fact that Ethan took Jean Ting over last time and managed her so well was enough to show his ability. What else is there to say now? It's just that Ethan is too low-key now and tries his best not to let others know his identity. Uncle Yin really likes this point, and not everyone can do this. After thinking about this, Uncle Yin looked at Ethan. You don't have to be so polite or so modest. It's really nothing. Originally, I was just taking over the company on behalf of you. Now that you are back, the company should be returned to you. Ethan, hearing these words, calling him chairman over and over again, made Ethan feel very uncomfortable, especially since there is someone so old standing in front of him. Logically speaking, he should be an elder. But now he is here calling himself chairman one sentence at a time. Ethan thought for a moment and then spoke. I don't have the time to take over the company you mentioned. And as you can see, I'm very busy every day, so I don't have any time at all. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Oh, so that's how it is. But that's true. You seem to be very busy now. You have to go to school every day and do all these things. But don't worry, even though you are very busy now, I will take over all the matters for you. But you must take over my position now. Everyone in the company already knows that you are the chairman. If you don't take over as chairman, it will be very difficult for me to do my job here. Uncle Yin looked at Ethan with a very sincere expression as he spoke, as if he wanted Ethan to take over the position immediately. No, Ethan said slowly. Why? Why not to take it right now? No way. After thinking about this, Uncle Yin spoke fiercely. It's because now everyone in the company knows about your existence, so everyone hopes that you can come back to manage the company. But now that you are in school, your studies should come first. You can go to school first. As for here, I will take care of everything for you, no matter how big or small it is. But you have to take over the company first. Otherwise, I'm afraid some people in the company will be unable to shut up, and I'm not such a legitimate heir. Ethan listened to these words and thought that was true. After all, this is his mother's company. His mother has passed away, so it is only natural for her to leave this thing to his only son. Although Uncle Yin has been in charge of it for so many years, he was only in charge of it on behalf of me. Now I have the ability to take care of it myself. But Ethan didn't want to care about it. He had so many things to do right now. How could he be in the mood to take care of this place? Ethan still refused. Forget it. Since you're already in charge, you are very used to the management here. Besides, you have been working here for so many years. I think you're very clear about all the big and small things here, and you understand very well that I'm so reckless. It might not be a good thing for me to come back like this. But Uncle Yin said so. What's wrong with that? You are the legitimate prince. Who dares to say anything else? Ethan was really embarrassed. Because Ethan doesn't want to go now, but he always feels that this matter is too big, and he really doesn't have this idea now. But he said it again and again, and it was obvious that he was asking me to take the responsibility. If I didn't take the responsibility, it might have caused some harm to him. Ethan now understood what he meant. After hearing this, Ethan asked curiously, is there no other way? Or find someone else to replace me? Uncle Yin was stunned for a moment. How could there be someone who could replace you? You are now the legitimate prince. Who can replace you? Ethan thought about it, and it seemed to be true, so he nodded. Okay, I understand. Let's do this first. Although I am the chairman now, all matters, big and small, are still managed by you. Ethan thought that this was a good thing. This way he wouldn't have to manage so many things. He was just a figurehead. Uncle Yin saw that Ethan finally agreed, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Why do I always feel like you're different from others? When others heard the news, they were all very happy and were able to become the chairman. But you didn't seem very happy. Ethan was unhappy, but that he felt that this was a bit too ostentatious, and it all happened so quickly. Ethan thought for a while, and then spoke again. By the way, although that's what I said, I hope that this matter won't be known to anyone. That is to say, I don't want anyone to know that I am the chairman now. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. So that's how it is. Well, don't worry. We're the only two who know about this. Although I handle all matters, if there are things I can't handle well, or if I need your signature, I will still come to you. Ethan didn't expect it to be so troublesome. The reason why Ethan didn't want to be the chairman was that he felt it was too troublesome. But I didn't expect that I would have to do this again. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Well, I already know it. Ethan checked the time. It's time to go back. Uncle Ian almost forgot the time and nodded. You see, I was so busy that I forgot about your time. Chapter 93, don't worry. How about this? I'll take you to have a meal first, and then I'll take you back. Ethan looked at the time and touched his stomach. He was really hungry. So Ethan agreed to Uncle Yan's request to take Ethan to a very high-end restaurant for dinner. It seemed that Uncle Yan often went to such occasions. But Ethan does come seldom, because Ethan's identity is not known to others, and Ethan's identity is always there. Even if Ethan often comes to such places to eat, there must be some things that are not in line with his status, so Ethan does not often come to such places to eat. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. It seems like you often come to this kind of place to eat. Uncle Yin felt very helpless. Actually, after managing the company for so many years, I sometimes feel exhausted both physically and mentally. This time, the reason why I'm so eager to bring you back is that I hope you can get started quickly and take over all the work in the company. That way, I can retire. Ethan looked at Uncle Yan. It turned out that this was Uncle Yan's idea. No wonder he was so eager to get him back this time. But he has been managing it for so many years, and no matter what aspect it is, it must be better than what I manage. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. So that's how it is. Ethan didn't feel that he was working so hard. He felt that he seemed to be quite relaxed here. After thinking about this, Ethan spoke. I see that you don't seem to be that sad now. Instead, you seem to be quite relaxed and at ease here. Uncle Yin pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? Haha. All this is just what you see on the surface. It's not as smooth as you imagine. Ethan nodded. All right. Ethan is too lazy to care about so many things now because he is not very interested in this company yet, so he can manage it however he wants. But isn't that the same thing when Ethan eats at this fancy restaurant? And there aren't so many good dishes. Ethan glanced at Uncle Yin. No children. Uncle Yin shook his head. No, I've been managing the company's affairs all these years, so I don't have time to think about that. Now I've put all my attention on the company, so I don't have time to think about those things. Ethan listened to what he said, half believing and half doubting. He thought that it must be because he loved his mother that she had been doing this foolishly for so many years. Ethan didn't know if his guess was correct, but he felt that this was most likely the case. After thinking about this, Ethan looked at Uncle Yin. After I finish my meal, you can take me back. Uncle Yin thought so too. After dinner, Uncle Yin drove Ethan away. But he brought Ethan to a villa, and Ethan looked at the villa in front of him. Where is this? Uncle Yin was not surprised at all. Of course this is your home. This is a villa of your mother. This is just a small villa. There's also a bigger one. Ethan stretched out his hand and immediately told Uncle Yin to shut up and stop talking because he didn't want to live in this villa now. Ethan glanced at Uncle Yin. I didn't want to be so high profile, and I didn't want others to know my identity. Otherwise, just send me back. I might not be used to living here now. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently, indicating that he could understand it very well. However, I still hope Ethan can agree to let me live here. After thinking about this, the person in front of him spoke in panic. I still hope you can live here, because if you live here, it will be very convenient. There are many things I can do directly. Ethan knew it. Even if he didn't explain it, he would know it, but he didn't want to live here now. Ethan thought about this and immediately shook his head. Forget it, I'll just live in my little house. I think the little house I live in is the best. Ethan remembered that Damien also liked his house so much. If he suddenly moved to a big villa, he would definitely be scared. After owning that house, Damien already looked at me differently. If he suddenly moved to a bigger house this time, he would be so scared that he would faint. When he thought of that surprised look, Ethan wanted to laugh very much. However, I really can't get used to living here now. After thinking about this, Ethan looked at the diamond. Just send me back, okay? Uncle Yin took a look at Ethan. In fact, you will feel very comfortable living here. There are also some nannies and drivers here, all for your use. You just need to live a good life here, and you don't need to worry about anything. Uncle Yin spoke word by word. Ethan knew this. When Ethan came over just now, he had already seen it. He didn't have to worry about anything. It's just that I don't want to live there. Ethan waved his hand. I know, Uncle Yin. This is not your problem. This is my own problem. I don't want to live here, so you should send me back now, okay? Uncle Yin nodded and sent Ethan back to the small house. Ethan didn't say anything. He already knew where his little house was. However, this is not surprising because he can find himself now, so he must know everything about himself very well. After thinking about this, Ethan spoke fiercely. You already knew I lived here. The person next to him nodded. Yes, because I've already investigated it before, so I know it now. Diamond sent Ethan into the house, and Diamond followed him in. Ethan looked at Diamond. Now that you know where I live and that I live here, I hope you won't come looking for me when you have nothing to do. Chapter 94. Not Loving Myself. Ethan made his words very clear, and Uncle Yin knew what he meant. After hearing this, Uncle Yin nodded heavily. Don't worry. If there's nothing wrong, I definitely won't come looking for you. But I have to know about your safety, so I'll send someone to watch you. After hearing this, The person in front of him frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean you want to watch over me? No, don't send someone to watch over me. It will make me feel like I'm being watched. Uncle Yin also knows this feeling. Uncle Yin is so persistent now because he is afraid that something might happen to Ethan. After thinking about this, the person in front of him slowly spoke. I know you may feel like you're being watched, but since things have already come to this, someone needs to keep an eye on you. You don't have any bodyguard around you, and you live alone in this yard. I'm really a little worried. After hearing these words, Ethan seemed to have thought of something. By the way, in the past, did you assign some people to watch over me? Is that right? After hearing this, Uncle Yin nodded. Yes, since you already know it, I will tell you directly. It is true that in the past, there were people watching you by your side, but those people are all concerned about your safety. Now, I have my own purpose in letting these people watch you. Ethan felt that every word he said seemed to be very convincing, and every word seemed to have a reason, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. After thinking about this, the person in front of him nodded heavily, and Uncle Yin did not deny it. Uncle Yin looked at Ethan. Yes, I did have someone watching you before, but at that time, I just wanted to observe you and see if you had the ability to accept it all. However, the facts have proven that you are very capable of accepting all of this. If that's the case, there's no need for me to watch you from now on. But you still have to be protected by us. Ethan said. Uncle Yin always insisted on his position, which was that it was simply not possible and someone had to watch him. Ethan was speechless. Did he have to look at himself? Was it not possible not to look at himself? After thinking about this, Ethan asked curiously, Is there no other way? Why do you have to look at me? If I have any problems, I will tell you in time. I can make this promise to you now, so you don't have to look at me anymore. But I didn't expect that the person in front of me would immediately shake his head after hearing it. This matter is not as simple as you think. It is very dangerous to live here. So now, I can't let you live here alone. Forget it. After hearing this, Ethan nodded slowly. All right. Ethan glanced at Uncle Yin. By the way, don't come to see me when you have nothing to do, because I am very comfortable living here alone, and I don't want you to come and disturb me. Understand? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will never come here to disturb you when I have nothing to do. But if something like this happens, I will still come here. Ethan listened to him saying this and thought, of course, when nothing happens, don't come to me. But when something happens, you can come to me. After thinking about this, Ethan spoke slowly. Come and find me when you have something to do. If you don't have anything to do, you don't need to come. Do you understand? After hearing this, the man in front of him nodded heavily. Uncle Yin looked at Ethan. I'm really a little worried about you. In fact, you can live in the villa we just mentioned. The security measures in the villa are very safe. It is the best choice for you to live there. In Ethan's opinion, this is not the best option. These are just his own thoughts. Ethan became very impatient. No, I've already said it. It's absolutely not allowed. Besides, I'm a student living there. Didn't you expect that? If I live there, what will others think of me? I've already said that I don't want to be so high profile. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded slowly. Okay, I already know what you're thinking now. You can live here, but if you have anything to say, you must tell me in advance. After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Ethan was sure. Ethan looked at the person in front of him. Don't worry, I definitely will. By the way, Uncle Yin, it's already late at night. Why don't you go back and have some rest? There's still a lot of things waiting for you to manage in the company. Thank you for your hard work during this period. The company will really need you in the future. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't be the case. Ethan really didn't expect that after his mother passed away, she would leave so many things for him. In the past, Ethan was always thinking about his mother, who didn't care about him or love him at all. But I didn't expect that he would leave so many things for me. It really took me by surprise. Ethan felt like he was dreaming and that someone was playing a joke on him. But when Uncle Yin came to talk to him today and brought him into the company, Ethan was willing to believe it. The next day, Ethan went to school very happily. When Damien saw Ethan coming to school so happily, he felt that something seemed to have happened to Ethan. Because Ethan is usually very serious, but he is so happy all of a sudden, something must have happened to him. Damien couldn't help but ask when he saw how happy Ethan was. Ethan, what's wrong with you? You seem very happy. Is there anything good you want to share with me? Ethan said with a laugh. Chapter 95, Still Happy. Yes, there's indeed good news, but I can't tell you. Ethan said this deliberately. Sure enough, Damien was very angry after hearing it. What are you talking about? Since you already have good things, why don't you tell me whether we are still good friends? That Ethan said deliberately. Who would call me a good friend? I'm almost successful now. How could I be a good friend to you? Ethan said this on purpose, and Damien felt really hurt after hearing it. Oh my God, you're going to be so successful now that you don't recognize me as your buddy, right? Well, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You really pissed me off. Ethan said with a laugh. All right, Hal, don't be so angry. There's no such thing as rapid advancement. Don't you know what my situation is now? I'm still on a roll. It's already quite good that I can maintain the way I am now. Damien nodded slowly. That's what I was saying. I always feel like there's something wrong with you. You're like this one moment, and then like that the next. I don't know what on earth you're doing. After hearing this, Ethan laughed out loud. Okay, I'm just kidding. It's nothing. It's not what you imagined. I had a very funny dream about you last night. So when I saw you, I wanted to laugh. Damien was curious about what kind of dream it was, and it was about himself. Ethan met me in his dream late at night. Could it be that something good really happened to him? After thinking about this, the person in front of him asked curiously, Then tell me what kind of good dream you had. You've already dreamed about me, but you still don't tell me, right? Ethan said with a laugh. I'm afraid that if you hear it, you won't be able to bear it. In Damien's opinion, there is nothing he can't bear as long as he doesn't hurt himself anymore. After thinking about this, Damien spoke slowly. As long as you don't hurt me, it's fine no matter what. After hearing this, the voice of the person in front of him sounded for a while. Last night, I dreamed that you were wearing women's clothes and dancing in front of me. It really made me laugh to death. Damien didn't expect that Ethan would talk about this after all this time. Damien was very angry because when Ethan was talking, there were many other classmates listening nearby. The students next to him couldn't help laughing after hearing this. And when Ethan heard this, he couldn't help laughing himself. Ethan just said it casually, but he didn't expect that others would hear it. After seeing this scene, Ethan couldn't help but laugh. You can't blame me for this. I just told you that you can't talk about this kind of thing. And I've already said that we should talk about this kind of thing in private, but you insist on making me say it. What do you think? Now that I've told you, you still want to beat me up. What are you going to do? You can't blame me for this. After hearing this, the person in front of him spoke very angrily. I don't blame you. Who should I blame? Do you blame me? You're really going to piss me off to death. Ethan pointed at himself. I'm not mad at you. Don't say that to me, right? Just now you insisted on listening to it. How about it? Now that you have heard this, are you very, very excited? Do you want me to give you some more? After hearing this, the person in front of him immediately shook his head. Please don't call me again. I don't know what you will say to me next. Ethan, you are so infuriating. Ethan said with a laugh. I've already said it. It's not my fault. You insisted on making me say it. Why do you want to continue? If you let me continue, there will be more to come. The students next to me were listening with great interest. Ethan, tell me what you dreamed about last night. I think Damien will be very, very beautiful when he wears women's clothes. Otherwise, Damien, please change into women's clothes and show us. Damien lost all his face after hearing what they said. They also wanted him to wear women's clothes for them again. What were they thinking? Damien looked at these people very angrily. I say, aren't you all stupid? Just say what you want to say. And you're just following suit, aren't you? But the classmate said, we're not making a fuss. If Ethan hadn't said that, how could we have thought about it in this direction? Don't you think so? So you can't blame us for making trouble here, got it? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded silently. Damien was standing aside and was really furious. Look, it's all because of you. It's because of what you said that everyone is laughing at me. You're really going to piss me off to death. Ethan said with a laugh. I'm not mad at you. Everything I say now is true. I really had a dream last night. If I hadn't dreamed about it, how could I have said it out loud? But Ethan was still very happy during class, and Damien was always observing Ethan. Seeing Ethan so happy, Damien felt that this matter must not be that simple. Ethan is usually very serious, but he is so happy now. He must be hiding something from me. After thinking about this, Damien walked straight up. Why on earth is that? Why are you so happy? When I saw that look on your face, I felt like something had happened. Otherwise, just come and tell me about any interesting things that happened in your heart. Ethan glanced at Damien. You really want to know? Damien nodded immediately. Of course I want to know. We are such good friends, but if you don't tell me, who are you going to tell? Chapter 96. Sacrificing life to accompany a gentleman. Ethan said with a laugh. I can tell anyone, but I just don't want to tell you. What do you think I should do? Damien became anxious as soon as he heard this. It turns out that you don't even consider me as a good friend in your heart. You really piss me off. Ethan was just teasing Damien on purpose. Seeing Damien so anxious and angry, he told him, Okay, let me tell you, it's actually nothing great. I just picked up some money. Damien asked in surprise. What? You picked up some money, is that true? Ethan was forced and helpless, so he came up with this reason. Ethan had no choice but to nod. It's true. How could I lie to you? Otherwise, how could I be so happy this morning? Damien thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Ethan was usually very serious. Moreover, this kid is particularly greedy for money. Apart from picking up some money, is there anything else that can make him so happy? Damien immediately became interested when he heard this. Or you could treat me to a meal. Hee, such a good brother has already found some money. Why don't you give me some now, or something? After hearing this, Ethan looked at Damien. Damien, you really want money? Damien nodded eagerly. I want it, I really want it. No, you should treat me to a meal right now, so we can have a good chat. Damien said this while pulling Ethan to his side, insisting that Ethan treat him to a meal. Seeing how eager Damien was, Ethan had no choice but to agree. It was just a meal, and he could still afford it. Ethan nodded. Damien treated me like this. If anyone else treated me like this, or said anything like this in front of me, he would have been finished long ago. Damien also feels that being with Ethan now is the best choice. Damien looked at Ethan. From the tone of your voice, you really did find some money. Ethan, just say that what he said was true? Why don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, then forget it. Ethan shook his head. I didn't find any money, did I? Ethan said this while looking at Damien. Damien didn't mean that. Damien became anxious when he heard Ethan say that. That's not what I meant. I just want to confirm it again because I need to choose a suitable place to eat based on your wallet. That's perfect. I didn't have any breakfast this morning, and now I'm really hungry. It's just right that you take me out to eat. Ethan said very speechlessly. Are you done yet? You keep doing this for a while. I've had enough. After hearing this, the person in front of him said with a smile. Of course I'm not done yet. Why can't I let you have dinner with me now? Or what? Now that you have money, you don't recognize me anymore, right? Ethan didn't mean that. Ethan glanced at Damien. It doesn't matter. Just pick whatever you want. As long as it's your choice, let's go eat it, okay? Damien was shocked by Ethan's sudden generosity and asked out of curiosity. Are you sure? You really want me to pick whatever I want? If that's what you said, then I will really pick whatever I want. Ethan has already said it. How can it be said to be false? Ethan nodded heavily. Of course, go ahead and pick it. Look at your appearance. That's the limit of your potential. Ethan couldn't help but shaking his head when he saw him like this. It was just something to eat, so he could still afford it. Finally, Damien chose a very, very high-end restaurant. Damien chose this restaurant. He was still wondering if he had gone too far by choosing such a high-end restaurant. If Ethan can't pay or something happens, then I'm doomed and will be detained here. After thinking about this, Damien asked very carefully, what do you think of this restaurant? Ethan didn't take it to heart at all. He thought it was okay. He nodded. It's okay. I think it's pretty good. What's the matter? Don't you like this one? If you don't like it, then let's change to another one. Damien didn't mean that. Damien was worried about the money issue. Damien chuckled. I'm not worried about that. I just think this store is too high-end. I'm afraid your wallet won't be able to support it in a while. Ethan was wondering what else it was, and it turned out to be this matter. Ethan looked at Damien and said with a smile, so that's what you're thinking about now. It's okay. Don't worry about me. I've already told you that I can't afford to treat you to a meal, and I can afford to treat you to a meal. What's wrong? Do you still think I'm lying to you? I never lied to anyone. Damien looked at Ethan. You really must have found some money. Otherwise, you could give me some. Ethan's expression became very unhappy, and he glared at Damien. Damien is the honest one. He didn't say anything. He just found some money. Even though he found the money, he couldn't give me any of it. He just let me watch it like this. It really makes me jealous. After finishing the meal, Damien suggested going for a cup of coffee, because since we had already eaten, we might as well have some coffee. Ethan took a look. Okay. I think you did on purpose. You didn't even finish what you were saying just now. Now you want to drink coffee. Fine, then I will risk my life to accompany you. Damien was so happy when he heard Ethan say that. I think you really made a fortune. I will follow you from now on. Ethan glanced at Damien nonchalantly, and the two of them chose a very high-end coffee shop. This cup of coffee cost several $100s. Damien stood at the door. He hesitated for a long time whether he should go in or not. After all, Ethan had already spent a lot of money in that high-end restaurant. If he were to go in now, Ethan didn't know if he would have that much money on him. Chapter 97, Getting Angry. It would be fine if Ethan had so much money, but if he didn't, wouldn't those two people be making a fool of themselves here? Ethan looked at Damien, who was standing in front of the cafe for a long time without going in. Ethan asked, curiously seeing Damien like this. What are you doing? I'm just waiting for you. Waiting for you. Ethan looked at the look on his face and wondered if he was waiting for him. Ethan glanced at Damien. You are afraid that I don't have enough money to treat you. Come in quickly. It's embarrassing for you to stand here. Take a good look. Damien then ran in happily. This high-end cafe is different from ordinary cafes. Damien entered. He was deeply attracted by the place, and there was also a violin performance. Ethan couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Damien like this. This is really something you have never seen before. However, he couldn't tell him about this now. If I told him about this, he would definitely be very shocked, as I would have brought him here to play more than just these activities. Fortunately, I didn't let him know about it now. If he knew about this, he wouldn't know who would go and squander the money. Ethan walked over directly. The two were drinking coffee when they unexpectedly saw a young couple next to them starting to quarrel, and the quarrel became more and more intense. Ethan glanced at the young couple next to him. It was obvious that the man was wrong, and he didn't try to make the girl happy, so the girl suddenly exploded and lost her temper. Seeing that the two people were about to fight, Damien also heard the sound and shook his head helplessly. In today's world, women really can't be provoked. If you provoke a woman, then expect to die. Ethan glanced at Damien. You talk as if you've been in love before. Damien shook his head. No. I've never been in a relationship, and I don't dare to be in one in the future. Ethan glanced at Damien. Damien, you are in a relationship, but you didn't tell me. Damien never told me. Damien heard Ethan say this and spoke with great grievance. I really don't. You know everything about me, but I know nothing about you. Ethan pointed at himself. You mean you're talking about me? You mean you're blaming me? Damien didn't say Ethan explicitly. I could tell what he meant. The general meaning is that he doesn't know anything about his own affairs, but he does know his own affairs very clearly. But he didn't have to ask these questions. Damien had just told them directly. Even if Ethan didn't want to know, that wouldn't matter. Ethan thought about this incident and felt very aggrieved. Ethan looked at the person in front of him helplessly. I didn't want to know these things myself. You were the one who insisted on telling me. Okay. Damien was so upset that he could not even cry. Damien nodded helplessly. Okay, whatever you say is fine. Whatever you say is fine. Haven't I already said it? You're the boss now. You treat me to dinner. You treat me to coffee. So I will listen to you now, haha. The two people here were talking animatedly, but the couple on Valentine's Day next to them were still arguing. Damien was almost getting annoyed by their noise, and when he turned around, he wanted to say something to them. But unexpectedly, at this moment, the woman next to him directly poured the coffee at the man. But as luck would have it, the man was very smart and dodged aside directly, and the cup of coffee spilled perfectly on Damien. Damien had just put on new clothes today, which made Damien very angry. Damien looked at the couple. What are you doing? Can't you see anyone? My brother and I, two big men sitting here, can't you see? I was so scared that I couldn't move. I didn't know what to do. But the man walked straight to Ethan's side. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. My girlfriend and I are arguing here. What does it have to do with you? Don't you feel a little bit nosy here? Ethan was completely confused. The two of them were arguing, so why was he meddling in the matter? It was their business if they quarreled, not to mention that Damien didn't even know them. After thinking about this, Damien looked at the two people in disbelief. Weren't they just arguing with each other just now? How come it happened so quickly? They all started targeting me all of a sudden. Damien couldn't quite believe his eyes. Weren't you two arguing just now? Now you're targeting me together, right? The man next to him said angrily. My girlfriend and I had a fight here, and I don't know what it was about. Damien had no intention of intervening in their affairs, but they both immediately blamed themselves for all the mistakes. This Damien really is. They made me so mad. I was sitting here doing nothing. I didn't move, but you just threw that thing at me. Now I'm still in this state. You have completely shirked the responsibility for this mission. You are so shameless. Damien was so angry. What was going on? If he provoked this woman, did it mean that all women were like this? And I clearly haven't done anything here yet. Nothing. The key point is that this man is in the same situation. The two of them just looked at these two people. What on earth do you want to do? Are you going to spill this coffee on me? I haven't said anything yet, but now you guys are blaming me, right? Do you have any sense? You two looked at each other, and then the one who just shook his head said, You're trying to reason with me here. You just ran into my girlfriend. Did you know that? Damien pointed at himself. Damien didn't know when he met his so-called precious girlfriend. Chapter 98, All Yours. After thinking about this, Damien simply shook his head. I didn't run into your girlfriend. Can you please look carefully? I have been sitting very honestly from the beginning until now. Ethan was also very angry after seeing this scene. Ethan just stood up. Damien looked at Ethan, who had been silent until now. But now he just stood up. Is he leaving? Damien saw this scene. He was furious. He didn't expect that his friend was also leaving. The man next to him sneered. Look, this is what you call a friend. Your friends have all left you now. Do you still need to tell me about your friends? Damien looked at Ethan as receding back, not knowing where Ethan was going, but he thought Ethan would not leave. Damien thought this silently in his heart and looked at the people in front of him. I'm telling you too, if anything happens to me today, none of you will want to leave. Damien felt that he was just being driven away by others, and Damien's words became more and more tough. The people around were almost stunned, but they were still unwilling to admit it. After thinking about this, the person in front of him said angrily, You touched my girlfriend. My girlfriend is such a woman that you touched her. Don't you care? At this moment, Ethan did not leave, but went to find their store manager. Watching Damien arguing with them here, Ethan was standing by and saw the whole process. It was clearly the couple who spilled coffee on Damien and then bit him in return. After seeing this scene, Ethan went straight to the store manager. The store manager saw Ethan. He directly called out Chairman. Ethan was stunned when he heard this, then looked at the person in front of him again. What did you call me? The store manager stood aside and shouted again. Hello, Chairman. I'm a manager of this store. This store also belongs to the MO group. After hearing this, Ethan nodded slowly. No wonder he had been calling himself chairman just now. But now he couldn't let others hear it. Ethan quickly pulled the store manager to the other side. How do you know I'm the chairman? The store manager said with a smile. It's like this because Uncle Yin and I are very, very familiar with each other, and then everyone in the company already knows about this matter, and everyone in the company already knows you. So this matter is nothing surprising. Ethan nodded. Didn't I tell him already? He should stop being so ostentatious and stop revealing his identity to others. But I didn't expect that he would reveal his identity again. I was really pissed off. Ethan pulled the store manager in front of him. Okay, stop calling me chairman in front of other people. Do you hear me? The store manager was a little confused. He was the chairman, so why didn't he want others to call him chairman? What a great honor. After thinking about this, the store manager asked curiously, You are our chairman. Why can't I call you chairman? Ethan pointed at himself. Look at me now. I look like a student, but you call me chairman. What will others think? How will others understand? If they tell you not to shout, then just don't shout. Ethan couldn't take it anymore. They were still fussing about it. If they were told not to shout, they could just do it directly. Why were they asking so many questions? After hearing this, the store manager nodded slowly. The store manager did not expect to see Ethan here. Ethan is so handsome, much more handsome than in the photo. Ethan was thinking that when he got back, he would have to go look for Uncle Yin. Haven't I told him already? This matter cannot be told to others. My identity must be hidden no matter what. But this is a bad thing. I was recognized by others as soon as I walked out. If the current situation continues, I won't be able to go out at all. Because as soon as I go out, everyone from the indifference group will come and get to know me, and that would be very, very embarrassing. So now I don't even dare to go out. Ethan looked at the man in front of him. I'm telling you, watch your mouth. You should remember clearly what you should and shouldn't say. Got it? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, chairman, I have memorized it. Ethan wondered why he was still calling himself the chairman. Didn't he just say that he was not allowed to call him the chairman? What was going on? Ethan was a little angry. What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you not to call me chairman? Why are you doing it again? The store manager covered his mouth. I'm sorry, chairman. I just called you chairman because it came out of my mouth. The manager looked at Ethan. Do you have anything to do this time? Or is there anything I can help you with? Just tell me directly. Ethan looked at the store manager in front of him, who seemed reasonable. Ethan pointed to Damien's table. That table was where the young couple was, and they were still arguing. Did you see that? At that table, that couple was being unreasonable. They spilled coffee on another guest, but they still refused to admit it. You have to go over and help them out later, and then give them a free meal. Got it. After hearing this, the store manager nodded heavily. So that's how it is. Is that person your friend? Ethan replied, Yes, that is my friend, so you can help him out if you need it. Do you understand? After hearing this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. Just leave it to me. Damien was still arguing with the couple. Damien looked at the couple in front of him. What do you want to do? Do you want to smash this store today? Do you think the store is yours now? Chapter 99, about to explode. The boy next to him is more manic.